Chapter 4902 Private School Meeting. The expansion of the Golden Skull Alliance was a major development in certain circles. The colonial government expressed a lot of concern about the large amount of combat power at the Alliance's disposal. It was rather unbearable for Davut to look at over 30,000 mechs and 2 impressive ace mechs up close only to say goodbye to all of it a few months later. Minister Shedderin and several other people regularly told Vase that they had received persistent solicitations from the state to fight under its banner. Davut did not hesitate to offer a lot of lucrative concessions, such as greater political power, a much greater share of territories and a luxurious lineup of fleet carriers. Vase did not even know where the colonial government could pull out so many fleet carriers at once. Even after all of this time, starships still functioned as a form of hard currency in the new frontier. With all of the shipyards working at full capacity, it was impossible for the Davutans to quickly increase the production of starships and especially capital ships any further. Davut is willing to pay a high price to import capital ships from other states. His assistant Gavin clarified to Vase. The government is already paying at least 5 times above market price to get its hands on more second-hand fleet carriers, and the price of these strategic assets are already inflated as it is. What is even worse is that Davut can't buy fleet carriers with money alone. It also needs to make other concessions such as favorable trade terms, technology transfer and exchange of rare materials. The Davutans were getting a lot more serious about preparing for the war. There was no point in accumulating cash and hoarding lots of goods. All of the wealth that the colonial state had earned in the past few years had to be converted into useful combat assets as soon as possible. Vase snorted at the thought of fighting for Davut. President Unames Clive can try, but I will never fight someone else's war again. Are you sure about that? The offer from the colonial administration is becoming increasingly more attractive. The Davutans even promised to us that we can form a special mech corps that enjoys complete autonomy. You can pick and choose your own targets and don't have to be forced into battles that you don't want to fight. This is exceptionally rare treatment as the Davutan High Command generally does not want to deal with any loose cannons. My answer remains the same, Benny. You can tell the representatives of the government that they can stop their useless attempts to sway my mind. I am leaving Krakatoa, possibly permanently. Torald is a much more exciting zone nowadays. The frequency of alien encounters in the Krakatoa Middle Zone had dropped so much that it would take too much effort to find hidden alien hideouts. While Vase had no doubt that he could leverage Ilvain's predictive powers to lead him to abandoned pocket spaces or camouflaged alien fortresses, he did not think highly of these opportunities. Sure, he may be able to stumble upon another purgatory or a palace of shame, but most obscure alien hiding places tended to be filled with penniless alien refugees that barely managed to sustain their lives after evacuating from their home planets. The closer he traveled to the center of the dwarf galaxy, the greater the likelihood of finding powerful alien relics or huge deposits of phase water. Of course, the risk of bumping into formidable alien warfleets was also a lot higher, but that was why the Golden Skull Alliance welcomed the Adelaides and the Bujays into the fold. That reminded Vase that he had an appointment to bestow the 2 groups with their own exclusive kinship networks. This was not the only appointment on his agenda. By the way, the colonial government also wants you to meet with one of its master mech designers to discuss potential collaboration ideas for the first major mech design commission that you have accepted. Gavin told his superior. The Davutans are quite insistent that you try and get along with one of their masters so that the 2 of you can come up with a strong machine that can make a huge difference in the upcoming war. Vase looked surprised. Why didn't I hear about this before? That is because the government only conveyed their demands to us yesterday. Didn't I tell Davut that I would seriously work on the commissions after I have completed my current batch of mech design projects? The Doulahan project and the Ghost project already consume all of my time when I am at work. The government is aware of that, boss. The representative I spoke to has told me that you don't need to start a new design project right away. It is more important for you to meet with the master and explore a few ideas. The 2 of you can spend the following months on doing your research, inquiring about the demands of the federal military and considering alternative proposals. The Davutans are really keen on making sure that your first collaboration with one of their endorsed masters goes well. Though Vase didn't really want to add more distractions at this point of time, the Davutans had made a reasonable request. Very well, just tell me when and where I need to go to meet with this Davutan master. It turned out that a meeting had been scheduled for tomorrow afternoon. That barely left Vase with enough time to look up the record and the past mech designs of the master in question. When Vase initially learned who he might be working with in the future, he reacted with a considerable amount of surprise. What kind of mech design does Davut expect me to supply to them? Why don't they start with a nice and friendly knight mech instead? All sorts of ideas swelled in his mind as Vase boarded his armored shuttle and moved to the academic district under escort. It took only a relatively short time for the shuttle to reach the campus of one of the many technical institutions situated in the academic district. So this is ZUTA University, Vase remarked as soon as he surveyed the campus. ZUTA University did not own as much ground as the Davut University of Technology, but that made the former cozier and livelier. The density of students was higher and many of them chatted with each other as if they were on a holiday. Vase liked the atmosphere even though he did not really feel that most of the students were all that dedicated towards their studies. He did not encounter many people who looked like they were seriously dedicated towards the art and science of mech design. Then again, the truly talented and dedicated mech design students either attended better schools or spent their time in the classroom or library. A bot guided Vase into one of several large buildings. An elevator had brought him to the 17th floor where the bot directed him to an office room where the master mech designer awaited his arrival. Entering it reminded Vase of the times where he entered the offices of his professors back when he studied mech design at the Rittersberg University of Technology. The space was not all that large, but there were multiple bookcases against the walls that were filled with traditional printed tomes. Several mech figures decorated the cozy office. Vase could immediately tell that each of them had been made with lots of love and attention, though he did not recognize the designs from his prior investigations. They were all concept works that apparently embodied different extreme configurations. It granted Vase a better understanding of the individual that he was supposed to talk shop with today. Patriarch Vase Larkinson, the master who was standing in front of his office windows, spoke. "It is a pleasure to meet with you. I assume you have been briefed by the government." Vase slowly nodded as he moved forward until he reached the older man's desk. "I understand the gist of it. To be honest, I didn't expect the government to pair us together, especially right away. I believe Davut is hopeful that I can work with a journeyman mech designer without letting my ego get in the way. In that regard, they are correct. Let me introduce myself. I am Master Decimus Horst. I teach at ZUTA University and specialize in designing heavy artillery mechs. Since Davut has seen fit to bring us together, I believe it is best to explore ideas relating to my specialization. There is no strong rationale to design mechs other than ranged artillery machines. That is a given," Vase said, "so where should we start?" Normally I would introduce the subject of heavy artillery mechs to you, but that is redundant as you are one of the rare young mech designers that has already designed one of them. I think it is better if we start by exploring your existing work. Are you willing to discuss the design choices that you have made that have led you to complete the Transcendent Punisher? Vase already expected that Master Decimus Horst might wish to talk about the Transcendent Punisher. It was one of the most effective and iconic mech models of the Larkinson clan, after all. I am open to this suggestion, but please take into account that I am reluctant to share any sensitive details about the design to you. It is a mainstay of our clan. This discussion is to your benefit for the most part. Master Horst said in a friendly and disarming tone. Please share as much or as little as you are comfortable with. Let us test your foundation and insight into heavy artillery mechs. The two mech designers began to talk about the Transcendent Punisher design in broad and sometimes philosophical terms. Vase wasn't stupid enough to project the full and unredacted design of his heavy artillery mech to Master Horst, but they made do by examining snapshots of the large machine. It was quite frightening to see how many clues Master Horst was able to derive from the appearance of the heavy artillery mech alone. This is an effective heavy artillery mech, but it is not necessarily a good design. The master spoke with mild disapproval. Your Transcendent Punisher design is an adequate work given your circumstances at the time, but even then you have overlooked many important details that could have improved its performance in many areas. For example, its secondary pulse cannons are almost entirely redundant. They take up valuable capacity but are rarely utilized in any useful capacity. There are many more effective alternatives that you can choose from to gain access to effective missile interception capabilities. I personally prefer to design a dedicated bunker mech that is mounted with at least 20 light cannons. This allows a single mech pilot to concentrate fully on intercepting incoming mechs and projectiles at closer ranges. That was an interesting idea. It put Vase to thought and made him seriously consider the merits of designing such a mech. Master Horst also pointed out another shortcoming of the Transcendent Punisher. You have grown lazy over the course of designing this heavy artillery mech of yours. You put so much stock on its admittedly effective metaphysical target acquisition feature. Without this useful feature, your transcendent Punisher is nothing. It does not have the firepower, defenses, mobility, sensors, heat capacity, ammunition capacity, energy reserves and other properties to outperform other heavy artillery mechs in the same tier. Vase looked helpless when he heard this accurate assessment. My wife and I were doing the best we could by ourselves. Our clan wasn't as big back then and we did not have anyone else to turn to in order to increase one or more of those properties that you have mentioned. It is good that you understand this truth. Master Horst smiled at the younger mech designer. If we are to work together, then you must forget about your transcendent Punisher. Do not start with a proposal that has any relation to this crude heavy artillery mech of yours. We must start with a blank slate and work from there. Do you understand? I understand. Though Vase felt as if he had gone back to school for whatever reason, he did not necessarily dislike it. He had long wanted to learn more about designing heavy artillery mechs. Chapter 4903 Outschooled. The more Vase talked with Master Decimus Horst, the more he learned how little he knew about heavy artillery mechs. Though Vase already held an expectation that a master mech designer who dedicated his entire life to designing mechs of this archetype could teach him a lot on this subject, the disparity between the two was massive. Vase felt both humbled and inadequate in the face of all of the deep insights and profound truths that the older man possessed. Many times, Vase looked down on overspecialized mech designers who gave up any attempt at designing other machines in favor of working on their favorite types of mechs and nothing else. Their versatility was minimal and could not be relied upon at all if there was no need to supply additional mech designs that fell within their specialty. Vase was an archetypical horizontal mech designer who was brimming with ideas and easily got bored if he worked on a single design or mech archetype for too long. The thought of spending years, decades or even centuries on designing a small subset of mechs sounded like pure torture to his ears. He would rather gouge out his eyes than limit his work in any way. His creativity and his desire to explore every interesting facet of mechs must never be repressed. This strong characteristic of his prevented Vase from ever understanding mech designers such as Kedis and Master Horst. Whether it was swordsman mechs or heavy artillery mechs, these odd professionals clung to their Class 6 design philosophies as if there was nothing else in their worlds. He had always heard that they were incredibly good at designing mechs that they were passionate about, but no one ever helped him quantify this crucial difference. Though Vase did not possess the capacity to assess Master Horst's understanding of heavy artillery mechs, the latter came across as an endless pit of knowledge and understanding in the form of a normal human man. It was only through Master Horst's words and his incredibly strong and concentrated spirituality that Vase had a glimpse of the incredible possibilities hiding underneath. What would it be like to design a mech with such a mech designer? A master already had the qualifications to design fantastic mechs without the input of Vase. Of course, that did not mean that Vase completely lost his confidence in front of this seemingly gentle university professor. Vase approached mech design from a completely new and original direction. He pioneered an entirely new field that centered around highly metaphysical innovations such as living mechs and design spirits. The combination of these unique and unconventional design applications had not only given him the capital to keep his head high in front of people such as Master Horst, but also turned him into an object worth courting. President Unames Clive himself had not only visited him once, but twice. That alone indicated how much Davut valued the benefits he could bring to the mechs of the Colonial Federation. This realization kept Vase from feeling too inept and inadequate. As a professional mech designer, he was extremely well aware that there were many large gaps between himself and Master Horst, but that did not mean that he should feel resentful about this difference. In any case, Master Horst was over 140 years old. The man enjoyed a century's worth of head start. If Vase managed to reach the same age, he knew for a certainty that he should easily be able to blow this master mech designer out of the water. Nonetheless, as Vase and Master Horst continued to explore the subject of heavy artillery mechs, it soon became clear that they could not make as much progress in their talks as they thought. "It is unwise for us to proceed any further," Master Horst said after he shook his head yet again. "I have inquired enough to understand your grasp of mech design and heavy artillery mechs in particular." "Where do I stand, Master?" Vase earnestly asked as if he was a humble student. "Your general competences are adequate and actually rather impressive for your age and rank. However, I am not pleased with how little you truly comprehend about artillery mechs. You possess a decent technical understanding of this mech type. The time you have spent in designing your Transcendent Punisher has not gone to waste, yet it has also left you with a massive blind spot. I have already told you that centering your work around its mysterious target guidance feature has made you overlook too many other points of concern of heavy artillery mechs. It is a crutch that prevents you from reaching your greater potential when it comes to designing mechs of this archetype. Tell me, young man, what does mech design encompass? Vase decided to answer with one of the standard definitions that he had learned in his textbooks. It is an engineering discipline that centers around the art and science of designing mechs. As a teacher, Master Decimus Horst was more familiar with this definition. He nodded at this mention. Art, science, the two are intertwined for a reason. Art without science is impractical. Science without art is lacking in creativity. Where do you think your Transcendent Punisher leans towards? The question that Master Horst posed to Vase sounded like an incredibly basic issue, but it was one that pointed straight at the heart of the Transcendent Punisher's deficiency. I see what you mean, Vase said as he rubbed his hairless chin. Back when I designed the Transcendent Punisher in collaboration with my wife, I did not pay attention to every detail, trusting Gloriana to take care of the more technical side of the design. I don't regret this decision, but I should have known that my wife doesn't have much depth in heavy artillery mechs either. In fact, both of us don't actually know what we are doing as neither of us have received any systematic lessons or guidance with regards to this mech type. We pretty much derived most of our work from studying other heavy artillery mech designs, reading through textbooks and making up the rest as we brought our design project to completion. Your approach sounds typical to mech designers around your level. The two of you are only journeymen. There is no expectation for you to design your mechs to a higher standard. Master Horst reassured the younger man. Your circumstances at the time were much different from today. I need to do better, is that what you are trying to say? Master Horst nodded. That is the main realization that I want you to make. What was adequate for a small clan in the past is completely insufficient for a professional military branch of a large colonial state. While our standards may be somewhat looser and less demanding than those of an established state in the old galaxy, we must still ensure that our works are competitive to the mechs fielded by Karlach. In fact, the driving reason why the colonial government is willing to entertain you at all is because there are many people who believe you have the capacity to design a mech that can qualitatively outperform whatever Karlach can develop. Are you certain that you are up to the task? Yes, Vase immediately replied. I can just point at the mechs that I have designed for the Hexer people to back up my statement. I have always been vaguely aware that my designs still have a lot of room for improvement, so I will not insist on dictating everything when it comes to designing my first commissioned mech for Davut. Since you know so much more about heavy artillery mechs, I am fine with taking a step back and letting you take the lead. So long as I contribute with my own specialty, I think we can design an excellent heavy artillery mech that fully meets the standards of the federal military. This was the safest and most logical approach. There was no way a journeyman, even one who felt he was close to becoming a senior, could ever outschool a master in the latter's area of expertise. That will not do, Master Horst surprisingly responded as he pressed his palm against his desk. Davut entrusted you with the responsibility of designing mechs for its armed forces. It is you who should set the direction, lead the design projects and ensure that the end products align with your vision. I may be a better and vastly more experienced mech designer than you in almost every criteria that you can think of, but the colonial government did not approach me with this commission. I am not unprofessional enough to rob you of this opportunity to design a military mech that is worthy enough to be used in battlefields throughout this zone. That caused Vase to pause in thought. The master was right, as always. Davut wanted Vase to bestow his magic to the soldiers of the state. Was the federal military of Davut short of heavy artillery mech designs? Absolutely not. Though Vase did not have access to the full list of mech designs that the military had in store, it was bound to contain dozens of modern heavy artillery mechs that already met the required standards. Master Decimus Horst could always design another heavy artillery mech for Davut, but doing so only added a marginal amount of value. The federal military already possessed a sufficient range of models that excelled in any area, from serving as dedicated bunker mechs to delivering mass devastation onto entire city districts. The most a man like Horst could do was designing a marginal upgrade to the existing models or address another small niche that Davuti's existing mech roster did not already cover. None of this was a productive use of his time. Vase understood much more now that the only meaningful heavy artillery mech that Davut wanted to obtain at this junction was one that completely broke the existing paradigms of this mech type. This was why Vase received the commission and not a master like Horst. No matter how good the latter may be in designing mechs of this archetype, his greatest strength also limited his ability to design outside of the restrictive confines of his specialty. Only a complete oddball who developed a unique and innovative Class 9 design philosophy possessed the ability to break the rules. I understand what I need to do, Vase said with more conviction in my tone. I will do my best to live up to your expectations and that of the state. I still need your help, though. You have taught me how little I know about heavy artillery mechs. Ignorance is not a permanent affliction, Patriarch Larkinson. A gap in understanding can always be filled through learning and doing. Let us adjourn this meeting for now so you can address your most acute shortcomings. Go back and try to increase your understanding of heavy artillery mechs. Do not focus solely on the science of this archetype, but also spend time on deepening your grasp of the art of designing one. I suggest you spend your time on examining the heavy artillery mechs that the federal military already employs. The 77th Warborn led by your fellow Larkinson should have them in stock. You should be able to gain permission to visit their base and examine their machines up close. That was a good suggestion, though Vase did not feel particularly enthusiastic about doing anything with the Warborn at the moment. He always felt as if General Ark and the Larkinsons over there had turned their backs on his expeditionary fleet. I will see what I can do. My schedule is a bit full, though. I still need to complete a bunch of important projects for my clan before I can fully dedicate my time on this commission and other projects. Take your time, Patriarch Larkinson. The war will not break out in the short term and it is better to do our best to do everything correctly. Chapter 4904 Relearning Master Horst eventually dismissed Vase from the teaching office. The reason why they hold any further substantive talks was because the old man became disgusted at how little Vase understood about heavy artillery mechs. While this did not sound pleasant, it was the truth. Master Horst did not begrudge a young journeyman with a special life experience for possessing too little depth in a highly specialized military mech type. He just refused to work any further with a kid who did not have a clear idea on what he was talking about. As Vase departed from the teaching building, he continued to remain in thought as he wandered through the green and lively campus of ZUTA University. His talk with Master Horst exposed more inadequacies and gaps in knowledge that his current skills and sub-skills did not cover. Much of the knowledge that he obtained through the mech designer system largely centered around increasing his competence in the science of mech design. There was not that much content about the art of this discipline because it was too personal and associated with one's own style. This was also why experience played a large role in the development of a mech designer. By practicing their craft rather than reading about it in a book, a mech designer exercised his creativity and made decisions that eventually resulted in a unique mech design that was different from the works of other professionals. Though Vase already possessed a distinct design style that was strongly aligned with his own strengths and advantages, his broad mech catalog had left him unable to delve too deep in a specific category of mechs. Perhaps that might not be a big deal as he could lean on the help of other specialized mech designers to make up for his shortcomings, but this was clearly not the right approach for his current commissions. He was no longer dealing with a bunch of religious fanatics who automatically turned off their brains whenever the superior mother became involved. He was dealing with a bunch of rational actors who wanted to obtain the best mech models that they could obtain from Vase. Vase truly hadn't been taking these mech design commissions that seriously until now. His enlightening discussion with Master Decimus Horst not only gave him a deeper understanding of what he was lacking in, but also pointed out a clear direction on what he needed to do to quickly make up for his shortfalls. It's good that I don't have to start with this commission right away. Vase murmured to himself, I can't design my mechs as casually as before. If I want to become a better mech designer, I need to hold myself to a higher standard. He felt more than ever that his days as a journeyman may be behind him. Twilight settled behind his back while a new dawn awaited before his eyes. The differences in mentality between a journeyman and a senior were massive. The former was like a playful adolescent that did not hesitate to run around and explore everything they fancied. The latter had matured to the point where a mech designer had a solid idea on how to go forward and needed to work hard to develop their own groundbreaking work. Although Vase had yet to gain a solid idea on the heavy artillery mech that he wanted to design for Davut, he wanted to make sure that its value exceeded that of the Hexer mechs that he supplied to the Hex army. That is going to be difficult. He frowned. He knew quite well that he essentially cheated the Hexers into embracing his work by exploiting their superstitious beliefs. It was so easy for a mech designer with a specialty like his to hoodwink all kinds of religious people. From the Ilvanans to the Vulcanites, Vase realized that all of the works that made the strongest impact on people all happened to be targeted towards religious nuts. Was this what Vase wanted to do for the remainder of his career? Hell no, I am not going to cater to a bunch of crazies all my life. He would much rather become a respectable mech designer who catered to the masses and received the appreciation of customers who didn't pray in front of their altars multiple times a day like a certain wife. Vase regarded his current commission as a challenge. He had no affection for Davut, but he wanted the state to succeed and win its upcoming war against Karlach. No, that's not entirely right. I want Davut to win mainly off the back of my own work. He not only wanted to match his contributions to the ill-fated Hexadric hegemony, but he wanted to surpass his old accomplishments. After all, for all of his efforts into supplying the Hex army with a selection of unique and well-received Hexer mech designs, the damn female supremacists ultimately lost the Komodo War. That won't happen this time. Vase regarded this challenge as a matter of pride. He did not want to become associated with defeat yet again. He also didn't want to strengthen his notoriety relating to how states tended to blow up as death and destruction always started to ignite whenever he was around. It's not even my fault. Well, mostly, he frowned a bit as he raised his fingers one by one in order to count the states that had become adversely affected while he paid them a visit. The Bright Republic, the Vizia Kingdom, the Ilvane Protectorate, the Friday Coalition, the Sentinel Kingdom, the Life Research Association, the Vulcan Empire, the Colonial Federation of Davut. Does the Nixian Gap count? That was quite a list of states, but Vase did not take it too seriously. Master mech designers who sold billions of mechs must have affected a lot more people across many more states over their lifetimes. Even so, Vase still stood out as a journeyman in this regard. If he wanted to shed his reputation for bringing calamity and slaughter to many of the states he visited, then he needed to work even harder and ensure that Davut conclusively benefited from his presence. Of course, the more he helped Davut, the more he harmed Karlach, but he didn't really care about that. He never visited the latter and did not get foisted with any expectation of helping the rival state. He even had a personal grudge against Karlach. The surprise attack during the founding ceremony had put Vase and his clansmen at risk. There was no way he retained any sympathy for the people of this rival colonial state. After spending enough time on enjoying the scenery, Vase left the campus of Zuta University and shuttled back to the cat nest. Once he returned to familiar ground, he resumed his routine. Whenever he was on a work shift, he spent all of his time on bringing the Dullahan project and the Ghost project closer to completion. Outside of that, he spent time with his family and made sure that his children still had an active father in their lives. It was during these more idle moments that Vase could allocate his spare attention on preparing for his first commission with Davut. Vase obtained a list of recommended reading from Master Horst. This prompted him to purchase a bunch of virtual textbooks and transfer them to his cranial implants so that a part of his mind could read through them one by one even as he played with his kids. The textbooks were all thick and packed with content. Even if the level of knowledge was rather low, it helped Vase with breaking down his flawed and mistaken assumptions about heavy artillery mechs and put a proper foundation into place. It was as if he was replacing a lot of self-taught nonsense with more systematic learning. Master Horst chose well. The textbooks precisely fit his own needs, as each of them were written with complete self-study in mind. Vase did not feel the need to call Master Horst and ask questions a single time. Of course, he would disgrace himself as a journeyman if he ever had to ask for clarification from a master mech designer on a subject that even apprentices should be able to understand. Once Vase read through all of the virtual textbooks in a remarkable amount of time, he did not set out to absorb any new knowledge. He needed to take a moment to stop and internalize everything he had learned to the best of his ability. His understanding of heavy artillery mechs had undergone a major shift. He no longer regarded them as the big brothers of rifleman mechs, but fully recognized that they served a unique role that could not be approximated by any other mech type. Heavy artillery served a separate purpose and needed to be treated that way. There was no other mech archetype that embodied the concept of maximum firepower more than heavy artillery mechs. Long range, high volume of fire, area damage, indirect fire, abundant capacity. These are the traits that define many heavy artillery mechs. Whether it was shattering starships or breaking down strongholds on land, heavy artillery mechs excelled in several methods of destruction that only they knew how to do well. As Vase gained a better theoretical understanding of heavy artillery mechs, he also began to rethink the art of designing this special mech type. Whenever Vase looked at the design of the Transcendent Punisher, he winced several times as he spotted numerous glaring mistakes that he would have never made if he actually possessed a proper understanding of heavy artillery mechs. That was not to say that his Transcendent Punisher model was awful or completely inadequate. It was the opposite. Its combination of traits still made it stronger and more effective than a more generic heavy artillery mech model. What Vase lamented instead was how he made a number of awful design choices that ultimately buried the potential of the first heavy artillery mech that he designed for his clan. If he had designed his Transcendent Punisher a lot better, it would have easily performed 10% more effectively on the battlefield than normal. This was enough of a difference to swing many battles in the favor of the Larkinson clan a lot sooner. Hundreds if not thousands of valuable lives could have been saved if the Transcendent Punisher could have killed enemy mechs or breached the defenses of enemy starships a bit sooner. I can't make the same mistakes again, Vase grumbled. He wasn't entirely sure what sort of heavy artillery mech he wanted to design now that he refreshed his understanding of this mech type, but he already formed a couple of new ideas. This is not enough. Vase shook his head. He didn't feel confident yet about his recent gains to return to ZUTA University and talk seriously about their upcoming collaboration. Master Horst recommended him to visit the Warborn to study the Davutan heavy artillery mechs in use. Vase should also interview the mech pilots on their individual views and experiences so that he could understand the demands and difficulties of the likely users of his future product. Vase briefly thought about making another shuttle trip before he shook his head. I don't have the time to go on another tour. I have a faster way to get what I need. He waited until he was done for the day. Once he returned to his royal mansion during the evening, he moved the bathroom in order to get away from his wife and sat down on the toilet seat bowl before he activated a mental command. His luxurious high-tech bathroom environment instantly made way for a bright and mist-filled mountaintop environment. Vase grinned as he became mentally refreshed after entering the system space for the first time in weeks. He had a single goal in mind today. Let's see what it is truly like to pilot a heavy artillery mech. Chapter 4905 Portal of Time. The last time that Vase visited the system space was when he was trapped inside the ancient alien prison. Back then, he took advantage of the mech designer system's various rules to smuggle in an alien control crystal so that he could re-engineer it with the help of the workshop of creation. His exploitative behavior also caused the system to unlock a new feature of the Vault of Eternity that allowed him to rent a lot of convenient storage space in exchange for ascension points. Vase winced at the thought of giving up 20 AP in order to rent 2 cubic meters of storage volume. It took a lot of effort to earn so many ascension points under normal circumstances. It's still worth it, though. The Vault of Creation still stashed a lot of diluted phase water that he had stolen from the bottom floors of the ancient alien prison. Once Vase took it all out and processed all of the liquids, he could obtain up to 182 kilograms of pure phase water for his efforts. The only complication was that he could not properly explain to anyone how he managed to obtain a huge bounty of phase water all of a sudden. This was enough phase water to drive any research institution or development company crazy. Not only that, entire states and other powerful groups would come and do everything they could to figure out whether Vase secretly obtained a source of lots of phase water in the last few years. This is a bit of a headache. Until Vase figured out a way to launder his irregular reserves of phase water, he was not in a hurry to bring it out of the system space. As Vase ascended up the steps of the winding mountain top, he made sure to visit the various stations on the way in order to see whether they offered anything interesting. The Divine Bazaar had refreshed and offered a lot of random products, many of which were expensive and not that relevant to his current interests. He had no need for an alien alarm clock or an organic metal that was made by compressing and processing the exoskeletons of Vorabugs. The Tree of Possibilities beckoned to him a lot more. As the evolution of the skill tree, Vase owed much of his improvement to the skills and sub-skills that the system was able to grant. Hundreds of ripe and plump enlightenment fruits dangled from the branches of the mystical tree. Vase briefly wondered whether such a tree existed in reality. He normally would have thought that this was not the case, but then again who knew what people could do with the power of the wood scroll. The fruits attracted him like a moth to flame. If not for the fact that those fruits cost dozens if not hundreds of ascension points, he would have plucked them out of the Tree of Possibilities right away. Each of the enlightenment fruit offered insights and knowledge that was normally difficult to master or beyond his reach. Just as before, half of the fruits related to mech design, science or engineering while the other half related to the more metaphysical side of reality. Vase still recalled that he had been able to create his own divine artifact and make a big step in his journey towards spiritual ascension with the help of a simple enlightenment fruit that was worth 30 AP. This told him that he shouldn't dismiss the cheapest and most modest-sounding fruits. A lot of possibilities came to mind as he read through the descriptions of the fruits one by one. Though none of them directly had any relations to his current needs and priorities, he could still figure out a few indirect ways for him to improve his current projects. He eventually shook his head. I already have more than enough on my plate. I can always revisit my expert mechs later once I have completed their starting forms. The Dullahan project and the Ghost project were already fully loaded with features in their current configurations. There was no need for Vase to add a shiny new feature derived from alien technology to any of them. It was more important to get the fundamentals right and ensure they started off on the strongest possible footing once they were made. Maybe later. Vase spotted a few enlightenment fruits that might not have much relations with his existing design projects, but may be able to help with his upcoming heavy artillery mech design project. Later, after he finished his examination of the Tree of Possibilities, he continued to climb up until he reached the mission hall. The mission board offered dozens of new ways for Vase to earn ascension points and sometimes other rewards. Nothing easy, Vase sighed. The missions offered by the system always forced Vase to work for his gains. The ones relating to mech design were already bad enough, but the missions that were relevant to spiritual ascension were even worse. Though Vase spotted a mission or two that he could complete by remaining within his system space, he did not feel like doing any of them. He was not in the right state of mind and he already had plenty of other concerns on his mind. Vase left the mission hall and continued to climb higher and higher. The sacred temple rested at the top of the mountain, but this time he stopped short of reaching the peak. He instead made a turn and stepped onto a structure that he had long neglected during his past visits to the system space. The Time Gate. It looked exactly as impressive as it sounded. It was an old round circular construction that was covered with runes. Plenty of marks of time made it seem as if it was an ancient relic that had been dug out of a forgotten cave. In any case, the Time Gate remained dormant for the time being. It cost a lot of energy to activate it and propel his consciousness into the past. Vase had often wondered how the mechanics of this system feature worked. He never got anywhere as he could not even begin to wrap his mind around the scientific principles of time travel. Maybe only the polymath can make sense of all of this, he mused. He stepped closer but did not touch it yet. He knew that he had to pay at least 5 ascension points in order to activate it once, and he needed to wait an entire standard year before he could make use of it again. That meant he needed to be careful about specifying his demands to the Time Gate. The damn mech designer system had already screwed him over multiple times by throwing him inside the minds of mech pilots who were in a predicament. Vase had no patience to go through an entire adventure again. He did not want to be put in a position where he had to take direct action and hijack the body of his host to get stuff done. What I did with Axelar Strian was already enough, but all of the stuff that I have done while guiding Ryan Aiden is even worse. He had single-handedly raised a dwarven civilization through his careless actions in the past, only to bring it down in order to further his own goals. He felt quite justified in exhibiting a lot of vigilance towards the Time Gate. There was far more depth behind its rules and operation than Vase was aware of. It was one of the most profound and effective ways for the system to mess with his life and push him into a specific direction. This was also why he never fully made use of the system's mastery experiences despite having the design points or the ascension points to do so. He just didn't want to get screwed over or have his entire life upended because he entered the mind of the wrong mech pilot at the wrong time. I can't run away from this forever, though. His past master experiences truly helped him in many ways. It offered him a true first-hand perspective of mech pilots as they fought in battle in real time. There was hardly any way to replicate such an authentic experience in reality. Vase always felt that his affinity with mechs improved by a small but measurable degree after concluding another mastery experience. It also helped him to do a better job at addressing the specific needs of mech pilots. His customers loved his products a lot more for that reason, even if there were alternatives on the market that offered better performance. With that in mind, he had many reasons to use the Time Gate to acquire a mastery in heavy artillery mechs. He hesitated before he touched the Time Gate. Should I use this opportunity to explore what it is like to pilot a stealth mech instead? That was his original choice for using the Time Gate prior to meeting Master Decimus Horst. He wanted to do everything he could to elevate the Ghost project. Vase did not possess much depth in stealth mechs. It was a lot harder to obtain information about them since they were used by all kinds of shady and secretive organizations. Publicizing anything related to stealth mechs was counterproductive. Not only would doing so expose the strength and limitations of these sensitive machines, the reports might also expose secret operations that must not be revealed to enemies. As such, a part of Vase felt that exploring heavy artillery mechs could wait and that it was better to learn about stealth mechs instead. He soon shook his head. A large number of Davutan mech pilots will rely on my heavy artillery mech in a year or two. The Ghost project on the other hand is just a singular work that is already being worked on by multiple competent mech designers. Gloriana had learned a lot more about the specific requirements of different mech types over the years. She was not as shallow and inexperienced as before. Aside from that, Master Benedict Cortez was also involved in the design process. Though he mostly acted as an outside consultant, he still brought a lot of interest points during their regular group meetings. The Ghost project will be okay. It's not even a normal stealth mech anyway. It is a one-of-a-kind expert mech of great power. Better yet, its starting form is only temporary. It was much less troublesome to upgrade the design of an existing expert mech than to implement a large-scale update to a widely used standard mech model. I can use the time gate to explore stealth mechs next year. Right now, it is much more interesting for me to explore heavy artillery mechs. He did not intend to design a single heavy artillery mech in the near future. Aside from working on his first mech design commission with Davut, he also wanted to reinvent the Transcendent Punisher. Vase no longer felt proud of this mech model. Even though many Larkinsons included it in the top 3 mech models of the Larkinson army, to him it was a flawed and misshapen work that needed to be fixed sooner or later. Vase already had lots in store for this crucial heavy artillery mech. He believed that it was more than worthwhile to upgrade it to a transphasic mech. I can certainly spare the phase water as long as I can bring out all of the phase water stored in the Vault of Eternity. He smirked. If that wasn't enough, he could always hunt down a couple of alien fleets and crush them under the weight of his mechs in order to squeeze out all of the phase water they carried. With that in mind, Vase took a deep breath and touched the time gate. Dormant systems came to life as the impressive construct began to glow and radiate more energy. A portal in time started to emerge. Chapter 4906 Time Upgrades. The current version of the Mech Designer system possessed a lot of powerful and incomprehensible features. From the Tree of Possibilities to the Sacred Temple, each of them provided advantages that could change anyone's life in isolation. For the system to be able to offer not just one of them, but a whole bunch at the same was nothing less than astonishing. Each time Vase entered the system space, he gained the realization that he possessed a fragment of one of human civilization's greatest and arguably the most powerful artifacts. If not for the fact that the system limited the usage of its powerful features by demanding payment in the form of ascension points, Vase would have long been able to take off and become at least 10 times as powerful. Well, maybe not that much. He had to remind himself that it was easy to attract too much unwelcome attention if he displayed too many abnormalities. The completely unexpected visit by the polymath already warned him that the metal scroll and anything related to it was still extremely hot in the highest circles of human society. If Vase hadn't restrained himself to his current extent, then perhaps the polymath or the 5 Scrolls Compact would have long deprived him of his freedom or his life. His heart raced as he looked back at everything he had done in recent years. His performance already far exceeded that of a typical journeyman mech designer. It did not take much effort to conclude that there was something fishy with Vase. Though he managed to fool Master Willix and by extension the MTA that he had become a secret apprentice of the mysterious Mr. S. Who knew how long this fictional excuse might hold? Fortunately, Vase had an easy way of making Mr. S. more tangible. I need to make his presence felt throughout the years. Vase understood that he needed to take advantage of the time gate's function to drop a few traces here and there. It did not even have to be anything big. Just a small hint here or there was enough to lead the Mech Trade Association on a wild goose chase throughout the centuries. I have to make sure that the clues I leave behind match the identity of a suspected master mech designer or star designer. Years ago, Vase managed to fool Master Moira Willix that he was in contact with an extremely impressive mech designer by making use of his super public ability. Since the system managed to improve the exquisite design solutions of a master mech designer by roughly 10%, Master Willix clearly leaned towards the theory that Mr. S. was a star designer. This was the only answer that fit the circumstances. Willix simply couldn't conceive of another master who could comprehensively improve every facet of her work by such a substantial margin. The only troublesome aspect about the fictional identity of Mr. S was that he might be associated with the cosmopolitan movement. Vase never had a clear idea how reprehensible cosmopolitans could be until he freed Lord Pyrion Yoral Tavik at the end of the Battle of Ramage Repulsor. Finding out that the cosmopolitans not only made contact with the indigenous aliens of the Red Ocean, but actively provided them with human technology and secrets had completely sunk his opinion of this group of alien sycophants. It even caused him to question whether it was wise for him to reinforce the impression that Mr. S was a cosmopolitan. There was no other way to explain why a suspected star designer did not enter the MTA in an open manner and immediately obtain an immense amount of power and influence by virtue of his ability alone. Maybe I don't need to be so rigid about it, Vase decided. It's much better to remain as ambiguous as possible. There are more secretive groups out there that are not integrated into mainstream human society. He even wanted to make a game out of it. The thought of teasing the most brilliant investigators of the association caused him to develop a number of crooked ideas. Of course, if Vase wanted to do a good job at convincing the MTA that Mr. S had been around, he needed to scatter a few powerful or mind-blowing clues. Since the Ouroboros that I had designed back then has impressed the Mechers so much, I can rely on other living products to fool my audience. The principal advantage of living products was that they grew over time. It might take decades or centuries for his creations to ramp up, but at a certain point their strength and capabilities exceeded every existing boundary. I hope I can travel a bit further back in time. Now that Vase had a more solid idea of what he wanted to do for this time jaunt, he directed his attention to the activated time gate. This time, the mystical relic undeniably waited for him to issue his demands. The system had already told him what he could do. Vase could exert much more control over his upcoming mastery experience as long as he was willing to pay enough ascension points to lock in different variables. I still have well over 1200 ascension points, so I can spare a bit more this time. He concentrated his mind and thought deeply on what he wanted out of the time gate. Put me in the head of a mech pilot of a second-class heavy artillery mech. This pilot should be part of a unit that is actively fighting in a contested warzone. He wanted to add a few more specifications, but refrained to mention anything else in order to save up on ascension points. He could already feel that the time gate deducted 15 AP from his account in order to meet his request. It cost 5 AP to activate the time gate. If he did not issue any other request, then it would throw him into a completely random situation. It cost 5 more AP to narrow the selection to a mech pilot that was paired with a second-class heavy artillery mech. Curiously enough, this specific parameter encompassed both the mech type along with its class, which saved Vase the trouble of paying more AP to narrow his selection further. It finally cost him an extra 5 AP to narrow the time gate's selection to a mech pilot that was incredibly good at his job. He hesitated whether he should issue this request at all. Vase had previously entered the minds of good mech pilots such as Eloise Pelican, but he also suffered a lot when he mixed up with awful dummies such as Axelar Strian and Ryan Aiden. In order to eliminate the possibility of repeating this torture again, he felt it was best to deprive the system of an opening to screw him over yet again. Of course, mech pilots who were typically assigned to heavy artillery mechs tended to be well trained and carefully chosen. Only responsible people who knew what they were doing could be trusted to control mechs with this much firepower at their disposal. It would be too easy for heavy artillery mechs to produce excessive collateral damage or go as far as harming friendlies if handled by improper mech pilots. Vase did not think this last specification was a waste of AP, though. He would be able to make many more gains from this mastery experience if he hung back and observed the operation of a prodigy pilot. Furum. The time gate became more volatile now that Vase had locked in his specifications. It became increasingly more activated until a bright flash blinded his vision. An unknown amount of time passed by. Vase had almost no awareness of what was happening to him. The only reason why he was vaguely able to sense that he was in transition, for a lack of a better word, was because his spirituality had grown a lot stronger. If he attuned his extraordinary senses, he could even pick up hints of stuff. He couldn't describe what he was picking up. It went beyond anything normal and felt extremely abstract to him. It was as if he had inadvertently trespassed a domain that was completely incompatible to humans. After an unknown period of subjective time had passed, Vase immediately felt he had reached his destination. Before he did anything else, Vase made sure to retract his presence and hide himself to the best of his abilities. It had been a while since he last went on these special trips, but he still remembered what it was like for his consciousness to get dumped in another person's mind. Much had changed since then. Whether it was because of his own astonishing growth or because of the additional functions introduced by the time gate, Vase immediately perceived that much more of himself had made it through the passage of time and space. For one, it wasn't just his consciousness that came along for the ride this time. A large part of his spirituality had also made it through. This had massive implications to Vase. Moreau, with the addition of his spirituality, the companion spirit that was attached to it had also managed to hitch a ride. "How come you're here as well, Blinky?" Vase mentally asked his other personality. The purple star cat looked completely confused. Moreau. There was no way for Vase to obtain a clear explanation, so he quickly accepted the changes and tried to study what else had changed since his previous mastery experience. Normally, dumping a powerful foreign spirit in another person's head would definitely cause it to burst apart or inflict a lot of mental pain. That wasn't happening this time. Vase noticed that Blinky and his spirituality were slightly out of phase with the current reality. This out-of-phase effect not only hid his presence better, but also made it harder for him to affect the current reality. As Vase explored this strange but convenient state a bit further, he felt that he could counteract this effect by exerting more power. This pleased him as there might be times where he wanted to intervene more actively. If the time gate limited his interactions with the people of the past by turning him into a pure observer, then he might not be able to harvest as many gains from this trip as he wished. It took around 20 minutes for Vase to understand his new condition and ensure that his presence remained unnoticed. Vase only dared to extend his awareness outwards and figure out the details of his new host. A woman this time, He did not have any special preferences for gender, though he knew it would make bathroom trips a little more awkward. It did not take much time for Vase to notice what else was unusual. The female mech pilot wore a notably decorated piloting uniform and was in the process of reading through reports at a rapid pace with the help of her cranial implant and powerful augmentations. Vase soon discovered that it had been incredibly prudent for him to focus on hiding himself. This was because the mind he occupied at the moment was home to a powerful force of will, one that could only belong to an expert pilot. What, had the time gate improved so much that it was able to dump him in the mind of an expert pilot of all people? Just as Vase became consumed by the enormous implications of riding in the mind of an expert pilot, the door to the ready room slid open. A mech officer stepped inside and respectfully saluted the only occupant. "Venerable Irene Mox, your presence is requested in the main briefing room. Your expert mech is ready for deployment. Our best maintenance crew has repaired the damage and replenished all of its supplies." Though the name sounded as if it could belong to any random human being who had lived in the vastness of human space, the name nonetheless sounded familiar to Vase. Though he had lost access to his cranial implant and all of the data that he had dumped inside, there were certain sets of names that Vase had memorized before he became an expert pilot. It can't be, can it? This is impossible, right? However, once Vase cautiously explored the mind of his current host and managed to pick up a few more pieces of information, his alarm instantly skyrocketed. This can't be, it's impossible. How could I have ended up in the mind of divine Irene Mox, the destroyer of worlds? In his present time, Vase only knew of one woman who went by this legendary name. He knew her as divine Irene Mox, the destroyer of worlds. She's a god pilot. The system had managed to screw him over yet again. Chapter 4907. Just an average expert pilot, the destroyer of worlds. Anyone who went by this title was bound to hold a special identity. If anyone dared to go by such a grand and domineering moniker, then he or she better have the strength and reputation to avoid ridicule. No one dared to make fun of a god pilot in human society. It was only fitting for such a powerful god in human form to assume the title of destroyer of worlds. Though Vase did not have a clear idea of what god pilots were capable of, the rumors and sources that he had come in touch with were all over the place. The more extreme ones claimed that god pilots held so much power that it was not out of the realm of possibility for them to be able to break entire planets. Vase personally believed that these claims were exaggerations. Perhaps it may be possible for most god mechs to wipe out entire cities or land regions at once. He could scarcely imagine how much energy it took to negatively affect a whole planet. However, it was not that difficult to imagine that certain mechs and mech types could unleash more firepower than others. Of all of the god mechs that were known to exist during his presence of time, pretty much no one doubted which one possessed the record of possessing the greatest capacity for destruction. The Ragnarok. Few details about the Ragnarok were known to the public. From what Vase recalled of the biography that he had read when he was just a student, the Destroyer of Worlds only acquired this firepower-heavy machine late in her career. It may very well be the exceptional ace Mech that helped Irene Mox complete the Mech-body merger process. The Ragnarok was the main reason why Divine Irene Mox managed to become known as the Destroyer of Worlds. As one of the top guardians of human civilization, she was regularly assigned to guard the most contentious borders between human space and the surviving alien empires of the Milky Way galaxy. When an alien race tried to test humanity's defenses and commit raids across the border, humanity issued an immediate response. Divine Irene Mox intruded into alien space and visited 7 strategic star systems in succession. Each time her Ragnarok deployed into action, its incredible formidable artillery cannons unleashed incredibly destructive rounds that cracked entire landmasses and progressively destabilized the tectonic activity of an entire globe. 7 planets turned from densely populated strongholds into ruinous volcanic planets where nothing on its surface was left intact. Ever since she inflicted so much retribution that the neighboring aliens completely cowered from the might displayed by one of humanity's strongest champions, Irene Mox became known as the Destroyer of Worlds from that day onwards. In fact, it happened to be an evolution of her previous title. Her previous moniker was Destroyer of Cities, but it sounded a little too inadequate ever since she exposed her capacity to scour every life on a planet. No god pilot was a normal individual. Their strength and capacity for killing was unmatched by anything. This included the CFA's largest battleships. There was no way that Vase could remain calm at the possibility that he had become so lucky that he actually landed in the mind of a future god pilot. Nothing good would come if he was ever discovered by such a powerful warrior. Even if it looked as if he had gone far enough back in time that Irene Mox was only an expert pilot at this point, Vase did not want to take any chances. My first priority is to keep my presence hidden. There is no telling what might happen if Irene discovers that she is hosting a spiritual parasite in her mind. So far, it did not seem as if the expert pilot had a clue what had happened. She attended a mission briefing while remaining quiet and thoughtful. Her attention was completely focused on the current predicament of the Mech army that she was attached to. Her unit apparently landed on a hostile planet and encountered heavy resistance from the local garrison. Seeing that Irene Mox was more preoccupied with thinking on how she could best leverage her firepower to support advancing friendly troops, Vase slightly relaxed and assumed that he had yet to disturb the powerful expert pilot. His next priority was to figure out if he had visited the mind of the Irene Mox. Vase mentally frowned. Irene is a common name for females. Mox is not as common, but since it only consists of 3 letters, there should still be a lot of people who go by this name. The best way to confirm this dreadful suspicion was to see whether the details he recalled from the Destroyer of Worlds biography matched the current circumstances. He needed to jog his memories as it had been around 2 decades since he last read the biographies of every god pilot and star designer known to exist. That easily amounted to 200 books in total. There was no way that Vase could read so many biographies in his youth with an earnest learning attitude. It was fairly common for people to buy the most popular versions of the life stories of these legendary figures. Since these books were targeted towards the general public, they happened to be light on the details and heavy on the action. The biographies also tended to be fairly short and were known to skip a lot of sensitive and inconvenient information. In any case, there was no need for typical space peasants to know so many messy secrets. They just had to gain a rough idea on every human hero. I should really go out of my way and read the complete versions of those biographies. He mentally grumbled to himself. Of all of the god pilots he became familiar with due to his interest in mech design, he barely paid any attention to Divine Irene Mox. She didn't excite him as much as other god pilots. Let me see, Divine Irene Mox is over 230 years old in my present time. This expert pilot looks to be around 30 years old, so the current date should be 2 centuries in the past. The location could also provide an obvious clue. The legendary Irene Mox happened to be a rare god pilot who used to be a second-class mech pilot. She eventually received an invitation to join the new Rubarth Empire after she advanced to ace pilot, but that happened a lot later in her life. No one had any inkling that Irene Mox was god pilot material back when she was in her 30s. Even the woman herself could not imagine she could make one breakthrough after another as she grew older. If I recall correctly, Divine Irene Mox should be fighting in the so-called Terrace War. Vase recalled. The main sides are the Bantu Republic and the Quilum Principality. The Terrace War was special for several reasons. The first reason was that it was actually a proxy war. Bantu and Quilum were both situated in the Treading Drum Star sector, which happened to be close to the galactic center. Vase didn't know why the Terrans and the Rubarthans started to meddle in this star sector, but they eventually started to back their favorite states and push them into a war. It was not wise for the Terrans and the Rubarthans to directly come to blows against each other, so they instead abided by a secret agreement and left the actual fighting in the Treading Drum Star sector to the local second-rate states. The Terrans backed the Bantu Republic while the Rubarthans supported the Quilum Principality. Since Irene Mox eventually acquired Rubarthan citizenship, she should clearly be a citizen of the latter at this time. Now that he knew what he needed to look for, Vase cautiously extended his awareness. He did not want to go too far in exploring the mind of a strong and sensitive expert pilot, so he borrowed her senses instead and tried to listen to the officers who talked during the briefing session. The Bantus have fortified this city, reinforcements from the Quilum Mech army, Terran technology is suspected too. We have received no word whether our Rubarthan friends are ready to ship the next batch of high-quality munitions. The more Vase listened to the discussion, the more he became certain that he had ended up in the mind of the only Irene Mox that managed to become one of the most powerful human transcendent in his present time. This was absurd. The identity of his current host far exceeded his expectations. The more confirmation he received, the more dread he experienced. There was no way he wanted to get in trouble with an actual god pilot. It did not matter whether Irene Mox was far from reaching that level of strength. He knew for certain that she was already doomed to become a peerless mech pilot. If she managed to detect his presence and gather enough clues about his true identity, then she could leverage her immense power to track him down and force him to account for his actions. In fact, Vase hesitated whether he should do anything in his current state. He even thought about aborting this mastery experience right on the spot because he did not want to arbitrarily mess with the history of a god pilot. The MTA along with the rest of humanity would definitely crucify him if he somehow prevented Irene Mox from reaching her full potential. Then again, I'm not sure if I need to be so reticent. From the way the system's time travel shenanigans worked, all of his actions during these time jaunts had already been reflected in the reality of his present environment. Even if he made a mistake, then, that had already become a part of established history. I should just set aside these considerations and go back to enjoying the show. His original purpose for using the time gate was to gain a better understanding of how mech pilots handled their heavy artillery mechs. Though Vase found it rather inconvenient that he had landed in the head of an expert pilot as opposed to a standard pilot, he could still harvest a lot of insights. He just needed to make sure to differentiate between operations that were universal and operations that could only be performed by demigods. This planet shall be ours. The commanding officer of the mech unit dismissed the soldiers in the briefing room. As everyone prepared to take part in an upcoming offensive, numerous Quilum mech pilots addressed Venerable Irene Mox with great respect. I hope that my men and I will be able to count on your fire support if we are cornered. Please keep an eye on my mech company. This war has gone long enough. The Bantus will break in time. Though Irene Mox possessed a quiet and subdued demeanor, she nodded and acknowledged everyone who spoke to her. Her popularity among the Quilum soldiers was high. This caused Vase to gain a stronger interest in her upcoming performance. The biography he read about the god pilot was especially sparse on the details of her early life. Soon enough, Venerable Irene Mox entered a secure hangar bay where several expert mechs had just completed their maintenance cycles. The Iron Hedgehog, the expert heavy artillery mech that Irene Mox piloted at this time, did not actually resemble a literal hedgehog. Nonetheless, the expert mech featured an abundance of cannons. Since each of them stuck out of the quadruped frame at various angles by default, it sort of looked like a hedgehog with a lower quantity of oversized quills. Venerable Irene started to become more excited as she closed in on her expert heavy artillery mech. Though her expression still remained stoic, her force of will had already begun to rouse to a more active state. Chapter 4908 The Iron Hedgehog. Venerable Irene Mox gently raised her body into the air and smoothly entered the cockpit of the Iron Hedgehog. As a fairly young but talented expert pilot who distinguished herself in many past engagements, the Quilum Mech Army recently replaced her old low-tier expert mech for a mid-tier expert mech. That machine was the Iron Hedgehog, an expert heavy artillery mech that had been designed with her proclivities in mind. To Vase, it was a well-designed expert mech that was a product of its time. The current date is 197 AOM. Vase reminded himself. He learned the exact date during the mission briefing earlier. At this stage, the age of mechs has entered full swing. All of the messy stuff that mech designers invented in the 1st century has long been settled by the MTA. Mech archetypes are well defined and a lot of expert pilots have already emerged. Ace pilots were much rarer and god pilots were so few that they were revered to an even greater extent because of their scarcity. As Vase examined the iron hedgehog through Venerable Irene Mox's senses as well as her strong and bountiful mental activity, he quickly developed a basic understanding of its design and configuration. The iron hedgehog was designed as a pure landbound mech. Although it could technically perform the role of a bunker mech, it was clearly not optimized for this role. Irene's expert mech was much more suited when deployed on land. Vase had learned from Master Decimus Horst that if he wanted to figure out any heavy artillery mech, he first had to study its armament. The quantity of weapons as well as their properties immediately told Vase what they were all about. The iron hedgehog's weapons were split into 2 different categories. The armaments placed on the outside edge of its oval top consisted of 8 heavy Gauss cannons. Their calibers were not considerably large, but perhaps they did not need to be. Vase could tell that the Gauss cannons were designed to maximize their muzzle velocity and precision. What Vase found interesting about the placement of Gauss cannons was that they could cover any angle when aiming straight ahead. However, this was only meant for emergencies. The iron hedgehog did not have any other way to repel enemies that managed to get past friendly guardians and come close enough to threaten it at close range. Normally, the 8 Gauss cannons should be pointed at an angle. This allowed for iron hedgehog to fire solid rounds that followed a parabolic trajectory and land on distant targets with good speed and precision. They were not the main sources of damage, though. The 8 howitzers that were clustered at the center portion of the iron hedgehog's top were remarkably simple in nature. They were ballistic cannons that were designed to propel high explosive shells at high angles. What mattered the most for these howitzers was their ability to inflict lots of damage onto distant locations surrounded by complex terrain. Many times, resilient structures and thick mountains blocked the firing angles of ranged mechs. By employing howitzers whose rounds could be fired with steep angles of descent, a heavy artillery mech could provide valuable support from the rear, whereas a typical rifleman mech remained helpless. While there were missiles that could circumvent all kinds of obstacles before they struck their targets, it was possible to blind their sensors, interfere with their guidance, or simply shoot them down before they reached their targets. Simple but solid explosive shells were cheaper, faster, less prone to faults, and could easily be replenished. These were vitally important traits for a heavy artillery mech that was expected to launch hundreds if not thousands of explosive shells over the course of a long day. From what Vase could surmise of the iron hedgehog's design, its ammunition capacity was remarkably disappointing. Why does it have so many guns, yet so little space for rounds and shells? The answer eventually became clear once Venerable Irene Mox interfaced with her expert mech and directed it to exit the underground hangar bay. The iron hedgehog slowly utilized its 4 thick legs to step into a ruined city. It was clear that the Bantus and the Quilims had fought hard over this city. Heavy shelling and collateral damage made it so that there were vastly more damaged structures than untouched ones in this urban environment. More and more mechs bearing the emblem of the Quilim mech army strode out of the tunnel exits. Vase had the illusion that he was watching a period drama due to all of the outdated tech on display. The treading drum star sector was located close to the galactic center where all of the best tech emerged first. The mechs that showed up were all fairly advanced during this time period. It was a pity that to a modern mech designer like Vase, the mechs in view were awfully primitive in many aspects. It's 200 years, after all. The overall mech paradigms may have been set, but the tech that empowers these machines is constantly progressing. If I remember my history correctly, the current mech generation introduced a lot of mobility-oriented advancements that have made many mechs faster than before. In the year 185 AOM, the Mech Trade Association announced the commencement of the speed generation. Landbound mechs primarily benefited from the introduction of many innovations, but aerial and spaceborne mechs also received sufficient attention. Before this mech generation, a lot of mechs moved rather ponderously on the battlefield. There were still plenty of ways to increase their traversal speeds, but that came with heavy trade-offs such as massively restricting their runtime and forcing them to burn through an excessive amount of fuel or energy. The speed generation solved many of those problems and made it much easier for mech designs to hit more favorable sweet spots. This period of time also happened to be the point in mech history where light mechs truly became unleashed. It had been more than a decade after the introduction of this mech generation at the current time. The average speed of mechs had already been elevated and light mechs had become a terrible scourge that needed to be guarded against. The mech unit that Venerable Irene Mox was attached to clearly took a lot of precautions. Early striker mechs guarded the periphery while a number of melee mechs stuck close to important ranged mechs such as the Iron Hedgehog. Not a lot of aerial mechs lifted off from the ground. It was dangerous to put them into exposed positions under the current conditions. The only ones that launched at this time were dedicated scouting models that could evade many attacks. The slow but steady march proceeded for an hour or so. Nothing much happened as the Quilum mechs had yet to make contact with Bantu mechs. Though Vase was disappointed that he wouldn't be able to see the Iron Hedgehog in action right away, he bided his time while he slowly and cautiously explored the mind of Venerable Irene Mox. Whenever she thought of the Bantus, both anger and pain surged in her mind. Irene hated the enemy. This hatred went beyond the general anger that any Quilum soldier held towards the Bantus. Her animosity was clearly personal. Her cousin got killed during this war. She grew up with her cousin. They were close friends and even attended the same mech academies. Unfortunately, her cousin chose to specialize in piloting light mechs that had just come into vogue. This exposed her relative to a lot more danger during the Terrace War. Once Irene Mox received the awful news, she not only developed a personal hatred against the Bantu Republic, but also became a lot more driven to kill the enemy. As the large group of mechs reached the periphery of the ruined city, the Quilum mechs began to split up into smaller units. Individual mech companies started to move at their own paces. Light mechs zipped forward and raced across the open terrain that was covered with grass and cultivated fields. Medium mechs advanced at a slower pace as they methodically headed towards a specific destination. The few heavy mechs such as the Iron Hedgehog dug into their current positions and waited for the situation to develop. Vase didn't realize clearly until now how much heavy artillery mechs had to wait around. They weren't suitable for moving around a lot, and their impressive range gave them the luxury to stay in place. He hadn't been paying too much attention to the previous briefing, but he quickly knew what was happening after skimming Venerable Irene Mox's thoughts. Her current unit was assigned to attack a neighboring city that was held by the Bantu defenders. Since this planet originally belonged to the Bantu Republic, it was clear that its troops held a substantial defensive advantage. Multiple Quilum units had therefore been assigned to attack the neighboring city from several directions. The attacking troops outnumbered the defending ones, but that still made it difficult to dislodge the latter. More time passed by as the vanguard took its time to cross the distance between cities. It was only after the landbound light mechs as well as the aerial mechs reached the periphery of the target city that Venerable Irene Mox could finally make herself useful. Venerable Mox, please pay attention to the priority targets that we have lit up on the command net. We need your Gauss cannons and howitzers to open the way. Irene finally began to break her stoic demeanor and radiated actual excitement at this time. With pleasure. Despite the vast distance between the cities, the mechs in the vanguard maintained solid communications with the mechs in the rearguard. Multiple different scout mechs fed a lot of valuable observation data to numerous different command mechs and command vehicles. Each of these vehicles processed the incoming data before they updated the command net with relevant information to each and every individual mech. Venerable Irene Mox quickly processed the available data on her priority targets with incredible ease and already determined what she needed to do in the next minutes. Iron Hedgehog, opening fire. The surroundings boomed as the 16 cannons all opened fire in quick succession. The 4 solid legs of the heavy artillery mech had already been braced on the ground to ensure that the powerful machine swayed as little as possible. Vase watched with amazement as 16 resonance-empowered rounds and shells followed slightly different trajectories in the air. Seconds later, the fast-moving Gauss rounds struck their targets first. Numerous highly reinforced bunkers, walls, turrets and other city defenses that were rated to withstand a considerable amount of bombardment were instantly breached. Only 5 targets had been struck in the first salvo as the tougher ones demanded multiple attacks in order to breach their defenses. Just after the defenders were reeling from this opening blow, the howitzer shells were arcing down from above at this time. A lot of rapid-fire cannons had begun to open fire at the incoming shells in a desperate attempt to detonate their warheads in advance, but this did not work as the Iron Hedgehog's howitzer shells were faster and more resistant towards damage. Boom, boom, boom. A mass of impressive explosions engulfed entire streets as they unleashed their resonance-empowered fury on a destructive scale. What impressed Vase a lot were the shells that happened to strike the larger structures that the iron hedgehog had previously breached. Somehow, Venerable Irene Mox was able to aim her howitzer cannons in such a fashion that their shells accurately flew through the newly made holes before blowing up the interior of these damaged fortifications. This was just the start. Vase watched on with amazement as an entire exterior defensive line began to suffer utter ruination as the astounding firepower of a single expert heavy artillery mech methodically lay waste to all of the fixed structures. Although the iron hedgehog rapidly depleted its ammunition due to the high frequency of attacks, Vase saw that this was not that big of a deal. Two different supply mechs approached from the rear. Each of them held several containers filled with additional ammunition that were just waiting to be loaded into the iron hedgehog. Chapter 4909 Distant Shelling. Divine Irene Mox was known to be an incarnation of death and destruction. Countless lives perished whenever her Ragnarok sortied out to put the alien neighbors of human civilization in their place. To humanity, the Destroyer of Worlds was one of humanity's most prominent protectors. This was because any uppity alien empire or race instantly lost all bravado at the mere mention of a punitive expedition that included the Ragnarok. During the 4 centuries of relative peace and quiet in the Milky Way galaxy, the previously dominant aliens had often tried to test the human race to see whether the time to take back their ancestral star territories had come. None of these incursions ever succeeded because the Big Two always deterred the greedy aliens. There were many god mechs that undertook the vital duty of guarding humanity's sovereignty over half of the old galaxy. Although the CFA assumed primary responsibility over patrolling the borders of human space and handling affairs relating to aliens, the MTA did not want to be left out of the party. After all, even god pilots needed a bit of exercise every now and then. It was unconscionable for these powerful transcendents to direct their titanic might against other human groups. Therefore, these god pilots not only undertook their protection duties with great enthusiasm, but also looked forward to any excuse that allowed them to make deep incursions into alien territory and put the inhuman populations in their place. There were still so many alien races left in the galaxy that there were always delusional and irrational warlords among them that sought to undermine the human race in one way or another. Vase had never traveled to the busiest and most contentious borders of the Milky Way, so he did not really have a clear impression of what went on in those regions. He did hear stories of how certain god pilots such as the Destroyer of Worlds had become an absolute terror to many of the aliens. She was the great human boogeyman whose attacks could never be stopped and had the capacity to destroy entire planets. The only reason that gave the aliens a bit of comfort was that the Ragnarok was only a single god mech. It did not have the power to destroy the billions of star systems that were occupied by different alien populations in a short amount of time. That didn't mean that the Destroyer of Worlds was harmless or useless in the greater scheme of things. If the Big Two ever decided to put an end to the centuries-long cessation of large-scale hostilities in the old galaxy, god mechs such as the Ragnarok would most definitely play a key role in quickly ending the sieges of the most strategic and fortified alien star systems. The galactic net was filled with the expectations of many hopeful humans who literally prayed for the Destroyer of Worlds to finish the job that humanity started in the Age of Conquest. By that time, the true twilight of the gods would commence. Powerful war machines such as the Ragnarok would sound the clarion call and lead the effort to annihilate the old alien overlords who previously reigned over the Milky Way galaxy. This was Ves's impression of god pilots such as Divine Irene Mox. Although he learned later on that she not only became a guardian of the new Rubarth Empire, but also represented its interests in the Mech Trade Association by propping up its Rubarthan faction, that did not change the public's tendency to look up to her as one of their greatest protectors. As Vase spent a few days riding inside Venerable Irene Mox's mind, he felt as if he was witnessing the operations of a bad copy of the god pilot that he originally envisioned. He found it hard to reconcile his image of the planet-destroying god pilot with the younger and much weaker expert pilot. There were similarities between the two. Both pilots carried the same name. Both excelled in long-range bombardment. Both sought to destroy the opposition in order to protect their comrades. However, there were also many differences that confused Vase to the point of wondering whether he was misremembering history. Venerable Irene Mox was good at her job, but Vase had seen better expert pilots in his own clan. Her conviction was not strong enough and her primary motivation to fight at this time merely centered around taking revenge for the death of her favorite cousin. Venerable Irene Mox was certainly talented and motivated. However, She did not show the brilliance or the special qualities that increased her likelihood of overcoming the nearly impossible bottleneck that blocked her path to becoming an ace pilot. Venerable Irene Mox piloted a fairly good but otherwise boring expert mech. Even when Vase accounted for the differences in technological advancement, the Iron Hedgehog was nowhere near as good as the likes of the Everchanger or the Minerva. It could not even come close to reaching the level of the Ragnarok. As Vase continued to observe Venerable Irene Mox perform her duties in conjunction with the mech battalion that she was attached to, he found that this future god pilot was decidedly average at this point of her life. Though Vase questioned many times whether the system stuffed him in the head of the wrong Irene Mox, far too many details matched up to allow for any other explanations. He just had to accept that so much had changed over the following 200 years that this seemingly average expert pilot eventually won several jackpots in a row. In a way, Vase partially felt grateful to the system for stuffing him in the mind of such a unique mech pilot at such an early stage of her life. It told him that every expert pilot had the potential to become a god pilot in the future. Venerable Irene Mox did not possess any intrinsic qualities such as A-grade genetic aptitude or unique genetic treatments that instantly granted her unlimited potential. Boom, boom, boom. As the Iron Hedgehog sortied out yet again, all 16 of its cannons continued to bombard a city that was so far away that it lay far beyond the horizon. Vase learned a lot of lessons about war, about the operation of heavy artillery mechs and the operation of expert mechs. After gathering a lot of different clues, he figured out that the Terrace War was a long-running conflict between two different puppets of the first-rate superstates. The Bantu Republic and the Quilum Principality had already been fighting over the possession of many different star systems. The two sides had fought for several years already and developed a lot of tacit rules in order to keep the conflict at a controllable level. One of the more important ones was to avoid indiscriminate bombardment. The current planet where the two sides were fighting over held a population of 14 billion citizens at its peak. No matter how the battle for the planet played out, neither side wanted to be left with total ruins that would take many years and an excessive amount of funding and resources to rebuild. They did not want to be left with the burden of keeping over a dozen billion people fed and docile. Many of the citizens that lived and worked in the cities under contention had already been evacuated. They were either brought to other population centers or were ushered into vast underground shelters that were filled with enough nutrient packs to form a mountain. This turned much of the city into a playground for the mech forces that advanced and retreated depending on the situation. Right now, the Quilum mech army held an undeniable advantage on Carina V. It had landed many mechs on the Bantu-owned planet and maintained clear orbital superiority. Even so, taking over fortified and actively defended cities turned out to be a slog. Each major city on this industrial planet was like a castle that needed to be brought down one by one. They could not be skipped because the defending forces could always run out and wreak havoc in the rear of Quilum's conquered territories. This had already been the fifth city that Venerable Irene Mox and her comrades sought to topple. Destroying the peripheral defenses were easy. Many of the turrets, walls and bunkers should have slowed down the advance of Quilum invaders, but the Iron Hedgehog's awesome firepower quickly ruined this effort. The Bantus weren't stupid. They already knew that if an invasion ever occurred, the outer defenses would get pounded by an excessive amount of artillery. This was why the defenders built them extra large and extra thick. There were few space constraints at the edges of a city, so the Bantus could easily build entire networks of defensive works just outside of their most important population centers. It would have taken a normal squad or company of heavy artillery mechs a lot more time and effort to neutralize all of these defenses. Perhaps the Bantus already knew that these external defenses would fall, but as long as they made the invaders bleed and use up a lot of ammunition, it was already worth the effort. The Bantus knew this. The Quilums knew this. Venerable Irene Mox knew this as well, so she put a lot of effort into breaking this game. Boom, boom, boom. Each heavy Gauss cannon fired penetrating rounds that possessed the capacity of drilling through meters of reinforced alloys, especially when empowered by true resonance. The high explosive shells fired by the howitzers could inflict a lot of area destruction on softer targets. The outer defenses did not stand a chance against Venerable Irene Mox's unreasonable firepower. What made the Iron Hedgehog even more effective was that it was tended to by a dedicated support unit. A pair of supply mechs along with several transport vehicles constantly replenished the expert heavy artillery mech's ammunition and topped up its energy reserves. Once the distant city had lost its outer defenses, the real fight had begun as far as both sides were concerned. The dense construction along with numerous tall structures made it a lot more difficult for the Iron Hedgehog to bombard fixed defenses and provide support to the advancing mech troops. This forced the Iron Hedgehog along with much of the rearguard to advance and reposition themselves in order to gain better angles to fire at targets deeper inside the city. The defenders also relied less on fixed defenses and more on mobile assets in order to slow down the Quilum invaders and bleed away their mechs. In order to prevent the Quilums from leveraging their artillery to the fullest, the Bantu defenders regularly deployed their melee mechs in the streets and sent them forth to confront the intruders at close range. We need reinforcements at these coordinates. We are being swamped by twice as much enemy mechs. Our nearest reinforcements are 2 minutes away from your location. We won't last 2 minutes. We need fire support at these coordinates. Are you sure, Captain? I trust in Venerable Mox. When requests like these emerged, Vase mentally became more attentive as Venerable Irene Mox brought the Iron Hedgehog's firepower to bear against the distant enemy mechs fighting in the streets. The expert pilot's mind practically turned into a supercomputer as she and her expert mech processed a lot of data sent through the command net. Once Irene Mox locked in her target, she waited for the right moments before she pulled the trigger at specific timings. Numerous high-explosive shells flew high into the skies and flew over many structures before descending at steep angles in the rear of the counter-attacking Bantu mech units. Boom, boom, boom. Though none of the shells struck the enemy machines directly, the explosions that thundered in their rear were so destructive that they inflicted moderate damage to many of the defending machines. What was impressive about this round of bombardment was that not a single friendly mech was significantly affected by the explosions. In fact, the Quilum mechs had been biding their time. They instantly surged with greater momentum and quickly overwhelmed the Bantu mechs that had lost their rhythm due to the earlier bombardment. Amazing. Vase mentally sighed in admiration. It took a lot of trust and skill to pull off this operation. This wasn't the only time that Venerable Mox supported her comrades in this fashion. Her Iron Hedgehog assisted the friendly mechs in taking over street after street by shelling the enemy mech troops no matter what they did to discourage long-range bombardment. Chapter 4910 Dissatisfied Irene. Although Venerable Irene Mox made it seem as if her bombardment attacks were nothing more than routine operations, Vase understood how difficult it was to perform them time and time again. Heavy artillery mechs were never that precise, especially when it came to indirect fire. Unguided or semi-guided munitions fired dozens or even hundreds of kilometers away not only had to cross incredible distances, but could also become affected by many different variables during flight. Depending on velocity, distance and other variables, the delay between firing artillery cannons and striking distant targets could stretch on for many seconds or minutes. It was not unusual for heavy artillery mechs to fire their powerful armaments at an enemy mech unit in the distance, only for the latter to move around and completely avoid the shelling. Heavy artillery mechs would only waste a lot of ammunition if they tried to bombard any enemy mech detected by the scouts. This was an important consideration in any campaign as the amount of supplies that an invading mech army could ship from the rear was limited. It was much easier and less wasteful for the heavy artillery mechs to bombard enemy mech units when they were pinned down. However, it was anything but simple to bombard enemy mechs, even if they were engaged with other machines. So much could change while the mechs moved that a bombardment could easily damage friendly mechs instead. This was why most heavy artillery mechs refrained from firing their guns in these situations. Only a highly skilled expert pilot such as Venerable Irene Mox dared to open fire with her howitzers under these circumstances. Vase could see that this was a brilliant feat of cooperation that not many mech units could replicate. The Quilum mech pilots that fight in this warzone were all aware of what Venerable Mox was capable of. They developed a common set of tactics and routines that essentially centered around providing opportunities for the Iron Hedgehog to open fire. The friendly Quilum mechs did not deviate from their positions too much and tried to pin down the opposing forces as much as possible. The Quilums even gave up obvious opportunities to land their crippling blows in favor of maintaining their safe positions. The trust they put into the only expert heavy artillery mech on their side was rewarded. Venerable Irene Mox put all of her effort into providing the best possible support from a distance. She constantly reminded herself that her expert mech was able to leisurely remain in the rear because her comrades kept the enemy mechs busy. The expert pilot performed many different operations with her powerful mind and will. She predicted the movements of the enemy mechs up to a minute in advance. She calculated the firing angles, trajectories, time of flight of her next attack salvo. She took the obstacles between her expert mech and her targets into account and calculated whether she needed to destroy or drill a hole through them first. She selected a specific high-tech shell type to be loaded into the howitzers before setting their individual parameters to fine-tune their trajectories, their time of flight and their explosion radii. Venerable Irene Mox had very little time to perform all of these calculations, but she was able to do all of this with the help of her expert mech in less than a second. The shorter the delay, the higher her hit rate. She had trained long and hard to minimize these necessary steps as much as possible. Once she developed her firing solution, she only took a brief moment of time to listen to her intuition. This was the final test she applied to herself. If her instincts told her that pulling the trigger would lead to adverse outcomes, she would resolutely hold her fire and find a different way to support her comrades. Vase had only seen her abort her attacks once over the last few days. It is incredibly astonishing to see her process so much data and get everything right on such a consistent basis. He learned through his perusal of the textbooks recommended by Master Decimus Horst that most mech pilots simply couldn't reach this level. Although Venerable Irene Mox may be able to pull it off consistently by virtue of being an expert pilot, Vase knew by studying her precisely controlled actions inside her head that she had trained several advanced skills in order to perfect this routine. The results of all of her practice was evident. The Iron Hedgehog turned into the greatest long-ranged supporter for the Quilum Mech battalion advancing into the city. Bantu mechs that could normally get away with hindering or even defeating the invading mechs up close all became engulfed in one resonance-empowered explosion after another. It didn't matter if the Iron Hedgehog's shelling rarely felled the enemy mechs. Venerable Irene Mox had become extremely proficient at estimating how much damage it took to cripple them just enough to turn them into easy prey for other machines. Although Irene certainly did not mind if she could fell enemy mechs by herself, the Bantus weren't stupid enough to expose their machines to the fury of an expert heavy artillery mech. In fact, the Bantu defenders had lost so many mechs through the same bombardment tactics that they eventually had to change their strategy. The Iron Hedgehog was too unbearable. No Bantu mech pilot wanted to enter the fray, only for an explosive shell to erupt in the rear and easily crumple the relatively fragile rear side of his machine. The Quilum mech units that advanced into the city picked up their pace as the defenders gave up a lot of ground without putting as much of a fight as before. It was only when the attacking mechs reached the downtown area that their progress began to stall. This was because the more central and valuable city districts were much more heavily defended. The tall office buildings were partially built like fortresses. It took a lot of damage in order to stop them from acting as giant walls. The downtown city districts were also covered by Titan shields. These shields are not bad. Vase concluded. Titan shield technology in this time period was already fairly mature. They were originally derived from shield technology developed for battleships and could withstand a huge amount of punishment. There was no way for mechs to penetrate the powerful shield barriers quickly. Not even the most penetrating attacks launched by the Iron Hedgehog could punch through these energy shields. The Quilum attackers could only get past this troublesome obstacle by overloading it with an abundance of ranged attacks. The other heavy artillery mechs finally made themselves useful and constantly bombarded the Titan shields in the distance. In the meantime, the Iron Hedgehog provided fire support in other areas, but otherwise remained silent in order to conserve its resources. Venerable Irene Mox used this time to pull herself back from the moment and evaluate her past actions. She meticulously went through every decision she made and ruthlessly criticized her perceived faults even though they weren't that big of a deal to Vase. She never spent any thoughts on admiring her own skills or basking in the gratitude of the comrades she helped. There was only inadequacy and dissatisfaction in her mind. No matter how well she performed her duties, there were always better and more optimal ways for her to solve her problems. I should have increased the power of the explosive shells. Howitzer 3 was angled 0.25 degrees too high. The mech of Lieutenant Aurier Vellum was struck by shrapnel. That should have never happened. Vase had never seen any expert pilot who loathed her strength as much as Venerable Mox. Was this one of the key qualities that a mech pilot needed to have in order to push themselves all the way to God Pilot? He already developed a theory that the growth of a mech pilot was heavily related to how much they yearned for greater strength in order to attain their goals. Though Irene did not provide him with definite proof to back up this theory, she still provided a lot of helpful clues. Of course, Vase did not think this was enough to allow her to overcome the barriers that blocked her way towards God Pilot. There are still a couple of missing ingredients. The time it took to fell the Titan shields was fairly long. It was not enough to destroy a single one. The Quillims wanted to knock out all of them so that the defenders did not have an impenetrable fortress to fall back upon. While the Bantus occasionally sent out mechs to launch sudden attacks at the Quillim mechs that were waiting for the Titan shields to fall, Venerable Irene Mox patiently waited for the most crucial stage of this urban assault to commence. As long as the Bantus were driven out of the most heavily defended downtown districts, the city would finally fall into Quillim hands. The remaining defensive works in the city would no longer be able to block the subsequent assaults. It would be much better for the Bantus to evacuate all of the combat assets that they could transfer and resist the planetary invasion at another city. The shields are about to fall in 10 minutes. Get ready, Venerable Mox. You are authorized to destroy up to 50% of the infrastructure in the downtown districts. The command net has already marked the structures that should remain intact whenever possible. Received. Irene responded as she studied the new data made available on the command net. Good data collection and planning was essential to optimizing the performance of heavy artillery mechs. The more time that heavy artillery mech pilots were able to familiarize themselves with the circumstances, the more effective they became when the actual fighting started. Venerable Irene Mox was incredibly obsessive in this regard. She had already spent much of her downtime on studying the blueprints of the central city district and even went as far as calling up the data on individual buildings. Irene set a new goal for herself as the time to attack came closer. I must end the fight within 18 minutes. That was a harsh goal. Vase did not think that it was possible for the Quillims to overrun several heavily defended city districts in so little time. Vase figured that it would take several hours to dislodge all of the defenders and drive their surviving assets away. Yet as the Titan shields finally fell in succession, Irene turned into a beast again. Fire. Though Venerable Irene Mox did not make any unnecessary sounds or movements, her force of will surged with anger and purpose, helping her perform all of the complex calculations and judgment calls in record time. Boom, 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 boom. All 16 cannons of her expert mechs fired in sequence as they were all aimed at different targets many kilometers away. Bantu mechs that fought desperately to hold back the advancing Quillim machines either got knocked off their feet or suffered heavy damage. Enemy ranged mechs that had just moved out became engulfed by explosions before they could fire more shots. Strong fixed defenses were struck by multiple Gauss rounds and received just enough damage to make them inoperable. All of this happened in many different locations in the downtown areas. No matter where the Bantus fought, the distant terror of the Iron Hedgehog suppressed all of them to such an extensive degree that their confidence had cooled. The suppression exerted by a single expert mech was just too much. As their comrades screamed and suffered defeat at an alarming pace, the surviving Bantu mech pilots became so affected by all of the chaos and destruction that their willingness to fight quickly evaporated. Even though the Bantus still had enough mechs and other assets that could bleed the invading machines, Venerable Irene Mox beat them up so much that their commanding officers decided to call for retreat well in advance. Less than 14 minutes passed since the main offensive began. Vase was mentally gobsmacked by how much the Iron Hedgehog had accomplished during this engagement. This is the true power of heavy artillery. Chapter 4911 City Strike. Vase finally realized what a proper heavy artillery mech was like. Although he already formed his own answers through all of the theory he learned recently, all of the textbooks answers he came across could not equal a live demonstration. It did not matter whether there was a 200-year gap between the current time and his own present time. The way that mechs fought hadn't really changed all of that much in the intervening years. It also did not matter that the Iron Hedgehog was an expert mech rather than a standard mechs. Many rules in combat remained universal regardless of the properties of the individual combat machines. Vase was able to distinguish all of these factors and model a combat scenario involving a group of standard heavy artillery mechs. When Vase imagined how his transcendent punishers would fare in similar scenarios, he quickly concluded that the battles would never be able to progress so well. They don't have a strong capacity to attack with indirect fire. The transcendent punishers were first and foremost designed to function as bunker mechs. Indirect fire was pretty much non-existent in a spaceborne environment as gravity did not alter the trajectories of projectiles with mass. When put on land, the transcendent punishers became much more limited. The luminaire crystal cannons that Vase had always been proud of were only capable of direct fire, which meant they could not fire over structures and always had to come close enough to expose them to direct counterattacks. Although the transcendent punishers could still rely on its pair of heavy Gauss cannons to reluctantly strike targets from a distance, Vase knew that they were not designed to be operated in this fashion. 2 cannons aren't as good as 8 cannons, let alone 16 cannons. They were designed to operate in space over longer distances where muzzle velocity was one of the most important parameters of combat effectiveness. It was difficult to reduce the power settings of these Gauss cannons to a large extent, but this was often necessary in order to allow them to arc over hills and buildings and strike at targets with a reasonable amount of effectiveness. Though Vase was unsure whether he should design a dedicated landbound heavy artillery mech in the future for his clan, he preferred to solve his Transcendent Punisher's deficiencies in this aspect. Maybe there is a way to get the best of both worlds, he muttered. He came up with the idea of making his Transcendent Punisher more modular. Why settle for one configuration or another when the Eye of Ilvain could change the weapon loadout of its heavy artillery mechs before a deployment? This is actually a great idea. It adequately solved the dilemma between optimizing a mech for spaceborne and landbound combat. The mech pilots might grumble at the need to train 2 substantially different skill sets, but his mech pilots should be able to handle the additional challenges. As for his first mech commission with Davut, Vase was more inclined to design a dedicated landbound heavy artillery mech. It was not suitable for large military forces to bet too much on a one-size-fits-all approach. The Larkinson clan could get away with it because its fleet possessed a limited mech capacity and could compensate for many performance drops by investing lots of money. The federal military of Davut could not adopt such an approach because its circumstances were much different. Although Vase didn't exactly know whether he wanted to make his first commissioned mech for Davut viable in space battles, it must definitely perform well on land. Vase truly desired to replicate Venerable Irene Mox's amazing performance in this campaign. The combination between her meticulous calculations and the Iron Hedgehog's weapon loadout resulted in an impressive impact on the battlefield, one that could be replicated as long as Vase designed the right heavy artillery mech. He became inspired by how well Venerable Irene Mox was able to expedite the conquest of this city. Dozens more difficult cities like this still remained on Corinna V, but it became clear that the defenders had no solution against the Iron Hedgehog. There aren't enough expert mechs among the Bantu defenders, Vase concluded. This admittedly helped a lot. Venerable Irene Mox wouldn't be able to shell the Bantu positions so brazenly if she had to remain on guard against attacks launched by enemy expert mechs. However, expert pilots were rarely assigned to second-echelon units such as planetary garrisons. They were much more often assigned to main mech forces that were expected to undertake the most difficult responsibilities. The Bantus on this planet are doomed if they continue to go on like this. The Iron Hedgehog is too great of a force multiplier. After conquering the city, the Quilum Mech battalions spent a brief moment of time repairing their mechs and stocking up on supplies. They stayed only as long as it took for the higher-ups to send another mech unit to occupy and rebuild the city. There was no need for the powerful mech battalion and its incredibly useful expert mech to stick to defense. Just as the Quilum Mech forces were about to advance to another city, the situation in space had changed. We are suspending our offensive. Keep restoring the defenses of this city. The Bantus blew up the Titan shield generators. There is no way to restore them. We can only put our own ones into place, but headquarters have yet to assign any replacements to this site. Get ready to pull out in a hurry. Don't waste your time on dragging away our heaviest supplies. Leave them behind if we must. It did not take long for the optimism among the men to take a turn for the worse. A mech officer swung by Venerable Irene Mox in order to give her an update. The Bantus have unexpectedly sent reinforcements to this star system. The arriving enemy mechs outnumber our spaceborne assets by over 2 to 1. It is not tenable for our forces to remain on this planet. Venerable Irene Mox felt pissed at the thought of undoing much of the hard work in taking over this planet city by city, but there was nothing she could do to affect what was happening in space. Will we get pulled out? She succinctly asked. Yes, you are a priority asset, so you will board the first combat carrier that touches down. Once it became clear that the Quilum forces on the ground were beginning to pack up and leave, Vase wondered whether his mastery experience would come to an end at this time. He already got what he wanted for the most part. He had learned what good heavy artillery mech were like and understood the routines of a highly proficient expert pilot. This was more than enough material for him to develop a solid and highly impactful heavy artillery mech concept for Davut. As Vase continued to think about what he learned from an expert pilot who possessed the potential to become one of humanity's strongest heroes in the far future, Irene boarded her expert mech and moved it towards an open park that offered enough space for a landing combat carrier. Several Quilum ships that were previously resting in orbit had begun their descent and started to become visible to the naked eye. Wait, is that smoke trailing from the combat carrier? Please contact the ship and ask for an update. Our hails aren't going through. Communications are either jammed or the ship isn't picking up our signals. Sir, if the descending combat carrier doesn't begin to slow down soon, it will violently crash onto the ground. This is not the only ship that is falling in an uncontrolled descent. Get to cover. Once it became clear that the starships that were supposed to bring them away had lost control over their flight, everyone became afraid and quickly ran for shelter. The faster mechs had no problem reaching the entrances of the half-ruined bases that they had captured from the defending forces. The slower mechs were not as fortunate. The Iron Hedgehog possessed an incomparably powerful set of weapons. Its armor was also thick enough to resist plenty of enemy counterfire. However, its mobility remained poor, just like any other heavy artillery mech. Its forelimbs helped with maintaining stability and traversing more complex terrain, but it did not do much to speed up its flight towards the nearest shelter. Venerable Irene Mox rapidly estimated the time it took for her mech to reach a safe area. She also tried to calculate the trajectories of the crashing combat carriers and estimate how much devastation they could unleash. She even tried to estimate whether the underground bases would collapse due to the impending crashes. Vase may be smart and good at performing calculations himself, but only his spirituality had made it through the time gate. Since he did not have the support of his cranial implant nor his augmented brains, Vase quickly found himself unable to keep up with Venerable Irene Mox's rapid calculations. He did not know what kind of conclusions the expert pilot had made, but she eventually stopped her flight and adjusted the aim of all of the weapon systems under her control. Each of them began to aim their muzzles at the approaching combat carrier that was beginning to grow increasingly larger. Boom, boom, boom. Irene did not dare to take her time and fired her weapons after she quickly formed her firing solutions. Vase looked with amazement as his host was likely fighting for her life at this moment. The Iron Hedgehog fired its projectiles at a faster rate than before. The heavy Gauss rounds struck the inoperative combat carrier first. Their resonance-empowered strikes crumpled the bow armor of the vessel. Subsequent attacks penetrated the compartments of the ship, but did not do much in breaking the vessel apart. This was why it was important for the Iron Hedgehog to rely on its explosive shells to break the ship apart. The shells possessed different flight characteristics. Irene had to form separate firing solutions for them, yet during this time of danger, none of the shells fired by the howitzers failed to land in the holes formed by the Gauss. Cannons. BOOOOM. BOOOOM. Boom. The falling combat carrier quickly began to look increasingly ragged at the front as the resonance-empowered explosive shells shattered numerous compartments and inflicted heavy damage to the structural elements. Irene knew she was locked in a race against time. If her Iron Hedgehog wasn't able to break up the ship completely, the bulk of her hull structure would crash close enough to the expert mech's location to cripple or destroy it utterly. She was not reconciled with her death. She still needed to take revenge on the Bantus. Her eyes almost turned manic as her potential bloomed considerably greater than Vase expected of an expert pilot at her level. Irene's resonance strength spiked, allowing her to empower the damage output of her expert mech to an even greater degree. Boom. Eventually, her continuous strikes through the middle of the hull finally bore fruit. The Iron Hedgehog had weakened the crashing combat carrier to such an extent that it finally broke into several pieces. Boom, boom, boom. The Iron Hedgehog kept firing in order to break up these pieces into smaller chunks of debris. The continuous explosions also helped a lot with diverting the downward trajectories of the remains of the combat carrier. Once those pieces of debris were about to hit the surface of Corinna V, Venerable Irene Mox resonated with her expert mech as much as possible in order to strengthen and reinforce its resonance shield. Boom. The entire ground around the park rumbled and went into upheaval as thousands of tons of starship debris crashed into the city and cratered the landscape. The powerful crashes not only ruined an entire city district, but also heavily impacted the Iron Hedgehog. Its resonance shield managed to resist the incoming impacts to an extent, but quickly broke as a large hull section directly collided against the expert mech. The shockwaves produced by the violent collisions also caused the ground underneath the Iron Hedgehog to shake like nothing else Venerable Irene Mox had ever experienced. Chapter 4912 Ruination. The city had become devastated. This was the result of having a combat carrier crash into it from above. Large impact craters and toppled office buildings had made the landscape unrecognizable. Dust particles and strange gases filled the air and obscured everyone's vision. Deep rents had been dug into the ground as the hardiest pieces of metal somehow remained intact enough to be recognizable. No bodies had been left intact. The supremely powerful collisions had pulverized all of their bodies to the point where not even their organic cells had been left intact. Fires burned. Structures in the periphery that had managed to survive the initial crash event finally couldn't take it any longer and crumbled apart. Hell had arrived in the city. The downtown areas were completely wiped off the map. It took an unknown amount of time before movement stirred the landscape. Several pieces of rock and metal materials rippled until they were cast aside. A battered but somewhat intact mech had managed to push itself out of the pile of wreckage that had piled on top of its large and heavy frame. The qualities of an expert mech helped the Iron Hedgehog a lot during the destructive crash. Even though it hadn't been fast enough to flee the impact site, its resonance shield along with its resilient exterior enabled it to survive the worst. As Venerable Irene Mox groggily tried to push back the headache in her mind and regain her situational awareness, she quickly called up the status of her expert mech in order to inspect the damage. The Iron Hedgehog was in the worst state it had ever been since she first received it from the Quilum Mech army. She called up a projection that displayed a wireframe diagram of her expert mech. Many parts had turned from green into yellow. A number of exterior components had even turned red. 3 Gauss cannons and 4 howitzers were destroyed. Frontal armor has received heavy damage and cannot offer substantial protection. Mobility is reduced by at least 30%. Sensor systems are degraded. These deficiencies were the most obvious deficiencies of her expert heavy artillery mech, but the machine suffered from so many other ailments. A standard mech exposed to the same conditions would have been flattened or torn apart a long time ago. Even weaker and lighter expert mechs might not be able to withstand the destructive power unleashed by the violent impacts. Fortunately, the expert heavy artillery mech that was designed to take a beating by enemy ranged mechs possessed enough defenses to safeguard its most critical parts and systems. The power reactor worked fine and the mech engine had only suffered light damage. The Iron Hedgehog was most definitely not in a healthy condition. Irene had developed a deep familiarity with her machine and could readily tell that it was deteriorating by the minute. While the expert mech was designed and built to high standards, that only enabled it to slow down the inevitable breakdown of parts that had suffered badly not too long ago. The Iron Hedgehog's automated damage control systems could only do so much to keep its powerful frame together. Once Venerable Irene Mox understood how badly her expert mech had suffered, she immediately shut down numerous systems in order to reduce the strain on her machine and preserve its integrity as much as possible. She then tried to connect to her comrades. The communication systems of her Iron Hedgehog had received a bit of damage as well. Her expert mech had lost connection to her mech battalion's command net, so she was unsure whether the others had made it through. Her Iron Hedgehog slowly navigated through the messy and uneven landscape while trying to hail anyone who could still pick up her signals. "Mox here. Anyone alive, please respond to my hails." Her expert mech only picked up static and nonsensical signals. The post-apocalyptic landscape gave Irene the illusion that she had been the only Quilum to survive this calamity. Despair overtook her mind for a moment before her strong willpower surged and forced her to maintain hope. "I am not alone. There are bound to be survivors." Her expert mech steadily crawled over to the entrances to the underground fortifications. All of them had collapsed. Not only that, but the entire ground had sunk down. The crashing combat carrier had done more than wipe out every structure on the surface. The debris from the starship had also damaged the tunnels and halls underneath the ground. The closer they were to the surface, the less likely they remained intact. As the Iron Hedgehog continued to move around in a desperate attempt to reconnect with any surviving units, Venerable Mox continued in her effort to cling to hope. It was a pity that her strong will and desire could not alter reality to this extent. The Iron Hedgehog began to gather an increasing amount of evidence that any mech or individual that had taken shelter underneath the ground had suffered just as badly if not more than those that had remained on the surface. It wasn't just the Quilum troops that had fallen victim to this extinction attack. Many Bantu civilians who originally lived and worked in this city had perished as well. There were so many of them who hadn't been able to evacuate from the city after the invasion had begun. The underground shelters they took refuge in had collapsed as well. Only the ones that were buried deeper underground or were located far enough away from the center of the city had made it through. As Venerable Irene Mox vainly tried to hail her unit again and again, her voice turned feebler and feebler. She eventually instructed her expert mech to hail friendly units within communications range on repeat and fell silent. Her expert mech could hear nothing from the city except for the desolate winds, the scattered fires and the regular building collapses. Other than that, the damaged city had turned into a lifeless and unwelcoming ruin. Though Irene Mox was an expert pilot who could endure a lot of shocks, what happened to her and her comrades exceeded her tolerance. She was struggling to comprehend what happened, so much so that she wasn't spending any of her attention on what she should do next. Vase, who quietly witnessed everything that Venerable Mox experienced, grew distressed at what had befallen the future hero. He had no idea why the combat carriers descending from orbit had lost control and crashed. It became clear that the Bantus had somehow messed up the attempt of the Quillims to evacuate their assets from the surface of Carina V. If this was the case, then this was just the beginning. There is a lot of bad blood between the Bantus and the Quillims. Even though the Terrace War was just a proxy conflict between the Terrans and the Rubarthans, it had become a vendetta to the soldiers doing the actual fighting. Crashing the combat carriers that were meant to pick up the Quillim forces deployed on the planet was a clear escalation in hostilities. The Bantus are up to something. The move they pulled off was extremely costly. Not only did they expose the fact that they had managed to infiltrate and sabotage so many Quillim starships, the Bantus also allowed the combat carriers to crash onto their own population centers, thereby killing many millions of their own citizens. The infrastructure and population of Carina V had evidently been sacrificed to fulfill a greater purpose, and Vase did not think the Bantus had anything trivial in mind. He soon gained another clue as the Iron Hedgehog's damaged but intact sensors finally managed to detect activity at the edge of their range. The alarms prompted Venerable Irene Mox to pull herself out of her daze and ignite her hope. Had her expert mech managed to regain contact with surviving Quillim units? It wasn't until her expert mech informed her that the incoming mechs not only lacked the familiar IFFs, but also did not match the signatures of known Quillim mechs. Instead, the emission profiles and silhouettes of the mechs approaching from afar resembled the Bantu mechs that she and her comrades had driven out of the city a few days prior. The defenders had returned to confirm the elimination of the invaders and finish off any stragglers that had been lucky enough to survive the calamity. Since the Iron Hedgehog actively sought out to communicate with those distant mechs, it had stupidly revealed itself to the approaching Bantu forces. Just the thought of her enemies caused her anger to resurface. She could think about regaining contact with her comrades later. She first needed to wipe out the Bantu vultures that sought to finish the job. The expert pilot summoned up her professionalism and focused completely on her current priorities. She may have lost contact with the officers of her mech battalion, but she was still capable of taking the initiative if necessary. A quick survey of the surrounding terrain showed that the area had become messy and uneven and that it was difficult to obtain a clear line of sight of any opposing mechs. Her damaged expert mech moved to higher ground. At the same time, the 4 intact howitzers began to adjust their firing angles until they became fairly steep. Once Venerable Irene Mox became certain about her estimates, she pulled the trigger and caused the howitzers to launch their shells. They flew high in the messy and dust-filled air and quickly arced down until they landed and engulfed a small area with a spread of resonance-empowered explosions. Boom, boom, boom. Irene knew that this was not the time to hold back. The intact howitzers continued to fire as fast as her expert mech could load the new explosive shells. This continued onwards for several more salvos until she was sure that her expert mech's area attacks had destroyed much of the enemy units that had approached from a distance. She probably didn't manage to eliminate every Bantu mech, though. The expert pilot remained alert even as her Iron Hedgehog managed to reach a better vantage point. Several minutes passed in silence until her expert mech picked up movement behind a few mounds of debris. The howitzers of her expert mech fired a salvo of shells at minimum power. They launched almost straight into the air until they dropped down and engulfed the streets behind the debris mounds with explosions. Just before these shells struck the ground, a handful of swift and slender mechs zipped out of cover and rapidly advanced towards the Iron Hedgehog. Light mechs. These light skirmishers might not look impressive, but they could pose a substantial threat against a ranged mech. Irene had little reason to fear them if her Iron Hedgehog was still in its prime. However, her expert mech was hardly in a position to defend against an onslaught of melee mech. Its resonance shield was still down and many sections of armor had already been destroyed. Its internals had become exposed and vulnerable to attacks. Any mech could inflict heavy damage to the Iron Hedgehog. Even light skirmishers could take down the expert heavy artillery mech, as it was never designed to operate in isolation. Fortunately, Venerable Irene Mox had been ready to defend against targets who managed to get closer. The intact Gauss cannons of her expert mech had already been aiming in the right direction. As soon as the fast and agile light skirmishers approached the Iron Hedgehog while performing evasive maneuvers, Irene rapidly took in all of the data and quickly adjusted the aim of her Gauss cannons. There was no time for her to second-guess her judgment or fine-tune her calculations. She even skipped over many steps and relied heavily on intuition to make up for what was missing. Crack, 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 crack. 5 Bantu light skirmishers collapsed at once, as each of them had been nailed by resonance-empowered Gauss rounds at the same time. Their evasive maneuvers had not availed them at all, as the Iron Hedgehog managed to strike them square in their torsos. No more mechs showed up for the time being. Chapter 4913 The Weight of Responsibility. Venerable Irene Mox could not tell whether the Bantus had lost all of the mechs sent to sweep the ruined city or whether her enemies had pulled back the rest. The expert pilot had become isolated again. Only her expert mech kept her company, but it was a pity that the machine was not alive. Its mechanical operating system provided no warmth and companionship to the woman. Without the stimuli of her familiar comrades, Irene's thoughts took a darker turn again. Vase mentally frowned when the expert pilot mechanically tried to search for any surviving Quilum soldiers, even when it had become clear that none of them should have been able to survive the calamitous crash. Even if Vase had lost contact with his own cranial implant due to his special state, he was still able to perform enough calculations by himself to estimate that the mechs and support personnel that took shelter in the captured underground base were almost certainly gone. They would have been able to survive if the former Bantu stronghold was fully intact. However, when the defenders initially decided to give up on holding the city, they had sabotaged many of the installations before they pulled out. Though the base still remained intact enough to use as a temporary staging point, Vase guessed that the Bantus had actually turned it into a trap. This is a premeditated counterattack. If this was the case, then Venerable Mox needed to get out of this city and rendezvous with any Quilum units that managed to survive this wave of attacks. It was unfortunate that the dazed and traumatized expert pilot did not do anything of the sort. Instead, she spent half an hour of her time in vain trying to contact her familiar compatriots. Her expert mech utilized its 4 legs to dig through the rubble, as if that would help it pick up any signals transmitted from the collapsed tunnels. Can't you do anything useful? Vase became frustrated by her increasingly more senseless actions. Ever since her expert mech eliminated the Bantu mechs that had apparently been waiting in the outskirts of the city all of this time, Irene did not spare any thought about the danger she was in and what she needed to do next. Corinna V had clearly turned into a deathly trap. The Bantus would most certainly try to eliminate all of the invaders that had become stranded on the planet. Whether they would seek to capture or kill Venerable Irene Mox outright, Vase didn't know. He didn't recall reading anything like this in Divine Irene Mox's biography. Perhaps the popular book deliberately skipped over this event because it was not acceptable to read about humans deliberately crashing starships onto their own planets. The lack of awareness of what took place in this period of Irene's life caused Vase to grow increasingly more concerned. What if an accident might happen that would lead to the death of the expert pilot? Although the Iron Hedgehog remained in decent fighting condition, there was no way for it to repel every attack. Even if it was able to stand its ground for a time, the expert heavy artillery mech would most certainly turn useless once it ran out of ammunition. The most prudent choice that Irene could make at this junction was to surrender to the Bantus, but as Vase continued to eavesdrop on her thoughts, Venerable Mox had developed such a vehemence towards her enemies that she resolved to die before contemplating surrender. This was not just an idle thought to her. Venerable Mox actually went as far as making a solemn promise to herself. I shall never give the Bantus the satisfaction of turning me into their prize. I shall blow up my expert mech and end my life before I ever allow my enemies to use me as a bargaining chip. Her words rang true. She was being utterly serious about never giving in to the enemy. Vase observed with amazement as the woman's force of will surged with strength yet again. It had undergone a small evolution that had made it more condensed. Venerable Irene Mox had grown substantially compared to a few days ago, but that did not change the fact that she was still a single mid-tier expert pilot who only had a damaged expert heavy artillery mech at her disposal. There was no way she could fight against all of the Bantus left on the planet. The most logical step that the enemy would make after pulling off their shocking stratagem was to muster all of the local garrison troops and launch a comprehensive counteroffensive. Even if the defenders didn't have the strength to defeat the surviving Quilum invaders, they could still keep their opponents in place long enough for reinforcements to arrive. Once the Bantu reinforcement fleet arrived in orbit and formed a blockade, there was no way that Venerable Mox could get away at this point. Get out of this city, goddammit. Irene did not do anything productive after she made an incredibly foolhardy decision to embrace death rather than allow herself to be captured. When 10 more minutes passed without any obvious changes, Vase grew incredibly alarmed. Making a stand in this ruined city was the last thing that Irene should do. If she did not seek a way out soon, her awfully slow expert mech wouldn't be able to avoid the next wave of Bantu mechs that were most certainly on their way to this ruined city. This realization put Vase in an awful bind. If the stupid expert pilot could not wake herself up from her self-destructive thoughts, then human history might irrevocably change. No, that wasn't right. Divine Irene Mox had definitely survived this disastrous campaign. Had a transport arrived from afar to pick up one of the Quilum mech army's most important assets? Vase didn't know. He couldn't afford to bet on the possibility that the Quilums were free enough to retrieve Venerable Irene Mox. What if the Quilums had suffered so much damage that they couldn't take care of anything else? He knew from reading Venerable Mox's thoughts that the Quilums had established their headquarters in Dershan, a medium-sized city that the landing forces had taken over first. The Quilum troops that had landed in Dershan had put a lot of effort into fortifying it with defenses and stocking it up with an abundant amount of supplies. There was no other suitable location on this planet where the Quilums could regroup and find a way out for themselves. Why wasn't Irene thinking about heading to Dershan? She didn't even think about the possibility that the Quilums might retrieve her and her expert mech. After all, the city had suffered so much damage that it didn't seem that any of the Quilum mech forces had managed to survive this disastrous event. In a situation where every single vehicle had become incomparably precious, it was not worthwhile for the Quilums to explore every city, especially when the Bantus could shoot them all down. Vase struggled to make up his mind whether he should intervene and do his best to save her life. If Venerable Irene Mox was just a random expert pilot who never really accomplished anything important enough in her life, then Vase had no compulsions about leaving her to die. These mastery experiences were primarily for his benefit. It was easy for him to sympathize with his hosts, but that did not mean he had to lift a finger in order to save their lives. He had become especially wary of accidentally changing the course of history by making careless moves. However, Irene Mox was not a forgettable individual from the past. She was the mech pilot who would steadily climb her way up the ranks until she finally became the destroyer of worlds that countless humans revered. Her future was so bright and brilliant that every human had an obligation to do whatever they could to protect them against the threats that they could not defend against for whatever reason. Vase never imagined that he would be put into this difficult and unenviable situation. He began to wonder whether Venerable Irene Mox managed to survive this campaign and went on to ascend to godhood expressly because he actively chose to intervene in her life. This was the problem with time travel. All of the information he possessed so far indicated that he had already chosen to intervene in this situation. A part of himself felt resentful at this notion. He impulsively wanted to resist this outcome and see what would happen, but his more responsible side felt it was too disastrous to rely on the Quilums or Irene herself to save her life. Vase knew that exposing himself to a future god pilot would produce a lot of uncertainty to his life, but when he thought about his responsibility to humanity, he felt that he was being overly selfish for refusing to do what was necessary to preserve the life of Irene Mox. He had always clung to the identity of a human. It was an important source of strength and sanity to him. No matter how much his body deviated from the baseline human norm, he could always take comfort in his place among his fellow humans. However, now that he was in a position to save or ruin the life and future of a woman that was bound to become a god pilot, Vase found that his identity as a human had become a shackle that compelled him to make sacrifices for the greater good of the human race. He did not like this at all. He sought every possible excuse to shirk his duty and let Irene Mox fend for herself. Nonetheless, his attempts at denial did not prevent him from analyzing Irene's awful circumstances and form a lot of pessimistic conclusions. He felt that this situation had not only turned into an important junction of Irene Mox's life, but also had massive implications for his own future. Did he have a responsibility to safeguard humanity's future? He wanted to say no, but that was the typical answer of a weak or selfish individual. Vase did not deny that he was both weak and selfish, but that was mostly due to necessity. He wouldn't have been able to make it this far in his life if he was as foolish as his more idealistic family members. What Vase was concerned about was his future. Once he amassed more power and gained the strength to influence human civilization, would he assume responsibility over it? Would he follow the footsteps of many star designers and rise above every mundane concern so that he could fight for humanity as a whole? A part of himself became attracted to this noble mission. He felt that there was nothing better a mech designer could do than to protect and change humanity for the better. It would be the ultimate form of fulfillment to a creator and service provider. He mentally took a deep breath. He already formed an answer in his heart. Just as Venerable Irene Mox changed a fundamental part of herself when put in a desperate situation, the mental shift that Vase had made had caused his spirituality to sublimate in a subtle manner. He felt as if he had become more mature and responsible than before. Now that he had made up his mind, he decided to pull the trigger. Vase concentrated and tried to shake off the out-of-phase effect that was obscuring his presence from his host. Thinking that Irene might lash out against him if he revealed himself and spoke directly in the sanctity of her mind, he decided to change his plan and leverage his companion spirit. Venerable Irene Mox snapped out of her malaise as soon as her cockpit began to light up for no reason. Her thoughts completely froze as a shimmering form began to emerge in midair. Seconds passed as a transparent purple cat eventually emerged a short distance away from her seated body. The ghostly cat raised his palm in greeting. Muro. What? Chapter 4914 Friendly Cat. What would people do if a magical ghost cat abruptly showed up in front of them without any warning? They would definitely feel confused, that was for sure. Out of everything that had happened to Venerable Irene today, she never expected to be confronted by a strange cat that looked like a projection gone rogue. Had the Iron Hedgehog been hacked? Did the Bantus manage to slip malicious code in the programming of her expert mech? Had the mech technicians who serviced her machine decided to prank her by slipping in a joke AI in the operating system of her Iron Hedgehog? Irene quickly snapped to attention and thoroughly inspected the state of her expert mech. All of her inspections showed that the software of her machine was not compromised in any fashion. Besides, her intuition already told her that the strange cat whose purple fur was embellished with moving star trails was not a projection. It was something different. She experimentally stretched out her arm and passed it through the body of the odd-looking cat. Her limb did not encounter any resistance, but her willpower allowed her to sense that the cat was not completely without substance. The cat was made up of an intangible form of energy that felt alive and surprisingly human. Her instincts did not detect hostility or ill intent from the strange life form, so she refrained from pulling her pistol from her holster. She still remained on guard, though. Irene knew better than to rely solely on her intuition to distinguish between friend and foe. There was no explanation where this cat came from. She knew just as little about the creature's intentions. What are you? Who are you? Why are you here? What is your allegiance? The cat possessed friendly but undoubtedly intelligent eyes. Irene stared deeply into them in order to glean the intentions of this strange apparition. A part of her attention shifted to the small but bright gem that was set in the center of the cat's forehead. It was brimming with power of a different sort. Irene detected a lot of threat from that intangible gem. The cat possessed the ability to threaten her life. This realization caused her to raise her guard a bit more. One of her hands was already hovering over the grip of her holstered sidearm. Answer me, she roared in her cockpit. Muro 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 muro, quote. It was at this time that Irene remembered that she had no way of understanding cat speech. An awkward moment of silence ensued as the expert pilot and intangible cat both became stumped by the situation. The cat eventually swished his black-tipped tail and raised his furry paw yet again. Hello Irene, a male voice spoke from the animal. You can speak, please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel like a human. I can. Identify yourself, then. Who are you and who do you represent? As Vase used Blinky to converse with Venerable Irene while keeping his real self hidden as best as possible, he became troubled by the questions. Vase could read Irene's thoughts, so he knew that she would definitely not trust anything from the strange cat unless he clearly identified himself. Though Vase was tempted to lie and call his cat Benny or something, his intuition and judgment told him that he wouldn't be able to get away with falsehoods. Expert pilots possessed an uncanny intuition in this regard. Since Vase and Blinky were actually attached to her mind, Irene's ability to sense anything amiss had become extra strong. Vase had no choice but to alter his strategy and adopt an approach that he had reserved for interactions with ace pilots. My name is Blinky. The cat spoke in an accent that was so close to galactic standard that Irene could not figure out where he originated from. I am the Star Cat, and I am here to help you navigate through this crisis. To be more precise, I wish to lead you back to your fellow Quillims who are also trapped on this planet and work together with them to escape the trap prepared by the Bantus. Though Irene still remained incredibly vigilant of this odd cat, she already started to relax a bit as she detected no malice from the random creature. The cat did not hide its intentions and conveyed a lot of sincerity. It was hard for Irene to remain hostile in the face of such a cute and friendly feline. There wasn't anyone else she could talk to anyway. If Irene was still in the company of her fellow Quillim soldiers, then she would have turned to her officers and let them sort out this strange cat. However, now that she was beginning to admit that she was out here all alone, she became much more open to talking to this odd creature. Tell me what you want to do, she demanded. The cat gestured outwards with his paw. It is not safe here anymore. The Bantus have already sent one wave of mechs to sweep these ruins. They are most certainly aware that those mechs have fallen. The next wave of mechs will be even stronger, as I am sure that their command is aware that you and the Iron Hedgehog had fought here. No matter whether your enemies intend to kill you or capture you, there is no way for you to escape their clutches if you foolishly stay in place. A surge of anger and indignation welled in her mind. The thought of enemies coming to attack her almost caused her to go out of control. It was only due to her discipline and willpower that she managed to suppress this violent and disastrous impulse. What do you propose then, cat? The name's Blinky. Don't forget it, please. I am not a thing. I am an intelligent cat. I even have a university degree, you know. Irene's eyes narrowed in suspicion. No school has ever enrolled a cat as far as I am aware. Where did you graduate from, Blinky? Ah, that is not important. The cat rolled his body in the air. What I want to say is that I want to urge you to flee this site as soon as possible. If there are any surviving Quillims who remain buried and stuck underneath the surface, then there is no feasible way you can pull them out in the time you have left. That caused her mood to darken. She hated the thought of abandoning the Quillims who trusted her and fought alongside her for years. It was against her principles to callously leave them behind. The cat rolled his eyes. I know what you would rather want to do, but that will only lead to the defeat of both you and anyone trapped underground. You have sworn an oath to protect the Quillim Principality, right? You will do your state a massive disservice if you foolishly put yourself at the mercy of the Bantus. Don't be selfish. Do what is best for the Quillims who can still be saved. Irene shrugged with her conflicting desires and ideals. Fortunately, her pragmatism and sense of duty overcame her emotional attachments to her mech battalion. Tell me what you have in mind, Blinky. The cat smiled and moved his forepaws in an animated manner. You need to reach the city of Dershan. If the headquarters of your invasion force has survived this calamity, then it should have already transmitted orders to recall all mech units in the field. You may be powerful, but you are not strong enough to save yourself in your current state. The expert pilot frowned. I cannot make it back to Dershan in time. I am piloting the slowest expert mech in our mech army. The damage to its legs has dragged down its speed even further. I know. That is why you need to hijack a vehicle that can take you away. There shouldn't be any left intact in the center of this city, but the outskirts are less affected by the crash. If that doesn't work, you can always move to a neighboring town or city and find transportation there, though I think that won't work out for you since the Bantus will catch up to your expert mech by that time. Speed was of the essence. Irene understood this truth, so she did not object to the cat's suggestion any further. Her iron hedgehog began to turn and move in a specific direction. She had already called up a map of the original city and identified an industrial district located in the periphery of the city that was most likely to offer suitable transportation. Irene remained silent for a time as she continued to study the data that was still stored in her expert mech. The fall of the command net had caused her to lose access to a lot of useful information. But she could still form her own conclusions. Why are you helping me? She opened her mouth and asked. You never gave me a clear answer to these questions. I still don't exactly know who you are. You are clearly not a Quillim, and I seriously doubt you have been dispatched by the Rubarthans. This is not their style. The purple cat smirked and arrogantly lifted his feline head. Oh, you would be surprised. I would have you know that I am descended from pure Rubarthan stock. Anyway, it is inconvenient for me to expose my true identity and allegiance to you. Some pieces of information can be extremely dangerous. It would do you more harm than good to know who I am. Instead of guessing who I am, It is better to focus on saving your own life. The only way you will be able to fight the Bantus another day is if you escape from Karina V. The woman understood that, but that did not mean she was satisfied with knowing nothing substantial about the cat who had offered his services out of the blue. Is there nothing you can tell me at all, Blinky? The cat looked thoughtful and started to rub his furry chin in a very human-like gesture. If you truly must insist, then I suppose I can reveal who sent me to you. You may not know of him at this time, but I can guarantee you that you will be well acquainted with this name in the future. You can thank Mr. S. for allowing me to guide you through this crisis. Mr. S. You will find out later. Blinky said, he is older than you think. He is powerful beyond your imagination. He is a font of endless knowledge. He can decipher every mech. He is a tool of humanity. He is hunted by society. I am not exaggerating to you when I state that Mr. S. Unfathomable. Irene formed all kinds of guesses based on Blinky's vague descriptions. Is he a mech designer? A master mech designer? A star designer? The star cat teasingly squinted his eyes at Irene. He never responded with a direct answer, but his attitude already said enough. We are nearing the industrial district, he told her. Focus the sensors of your mech on the lots that still look intact. At least a third of the complexes still remain standing. That is good. I suggest you first make your way over to that logistical center at the end of the street. There is bound to be a depot there that might have the transportation that we seek. She did as instructed. Once her slow-moving mech finally intruded into the logistical center, her machine quickly approached a large depot for transport vessels and found a single damaged aerial vessel. The iron hedgehog stopped in front of the small industrial transport and scanned it carefully. Irene frowned again. The good news is that it is probably flight-worthy. The bad news is that it is completely locked down. I won't be able to unlock and fly this Bantu transport. That is not a problem. I can take care of that. I will have the transport flying within 15 minutes. You can hack a transport vessel. I am a cat of many talents. Moreau tilde, Chapter 4915. Calculating against Irene Vase understood that as soon as he exposed his companion spirit to Irene Mox, he essentially gave her a chance to track down the origin of Blinky. Perhaps her search for her savior might not bear fruit in the next 2 centuries, but sooner or later the unique purple spirit cat would show up in the MTA's databases. In fact, Vase was 100% certain that the MTA had already taken plenty of snapshots and recordings of Blinky in his present time. He hadn't been particularly diligent in keeping his other self a secret. Besides, Vase had formally exposed the details of his companion spirits to the Mechers in order to further his cooperation with the factions he was friendly with. It was futile trying to hide many secrets from the MTA, so he thought it was better to proactively offer them up in exchange for tangible benefits. Jovi Armelon was already happily testing out his Eye of Providence on behalf of the association. As long as the Mechers confirmed that companion spirits were highly beneficial to their recipients, the Mechers would probably embrace them on a wider scale. This meant that from the moment Vase exposed Blinky to Irene Mox of the past, the god pilot known as the Destroyer of Worlds would definitely be able to track him down and figure out the connection between himself and what happened to her on Karina V. This was a dangerous move. Vase could land himself in a huge amount of trouble by showing off Blinky in 2 completely different locations and time periods. Combined with the fact that the MTA likely found out that Blinky was Ves's companion spirit, an individual who had access to all of these clues may form all kinds of strange and unusual conclusions. God pilots were known to merge with their god mechs, so their intelligence had definitely skyrocketed. There was no way that such a powerful human deity would be ignorant enough to miss all of these details. Even so, Vase boldly proceeded to expose a select amount of information to a woman who would eventually evolve into one of the strongest human heroes alive. Since he had already made the decision to break his earlier policy of non-interference and actively meddle with the events of the past, he might as well go all the way and maximize his gains. Using Venerable Irene Mox as a medium to obtain another powerful backer, his present time sounded like an incredibly dangerous but also incredibly rewarding way to get ahead. Of course, he was well aware that his gamble could backfire enormously. He was playing with the life of a future god pilot. The power and status of the Destroyer of Worlds was comparable to that of the Polymath. Vase already had to watch his back in case he inadvertently attracted the latter's greed. No sane person would go this far and hope for the best. Vase was different. He knew exactly what he was doing. His mentality towards this admittedly crazy and reckless strategy may be anything but normal, but this approach fell completely in line with his personality. The reason why he was willing to bet on Divine Irene Mox's goodwill was because of two reasons. First, what happened in the past already radiated in the present. Since Vase had never heard anything from the Destroyer of Worlds up to the point where he chose to enter the system space and pass through the time gate, then that meant it was unlikely that the female god pilot would have him captured. In fact, the opposite may be the case. She may work behind the scenes and do her part to ensure that the Mech Trade Association did not treat him in an unreasonable manner. The reason why he felt that this may be the likely outcome was because he already experienced the care of the MTA in various ways. Sure, his dealings with Master Willix and subsequently the Survivalist faction and the Transhumanist faction could explain how he managed to get away with a lot of shenanigans, but that might not be enough when an inscrutable existence such as Mr. S became involved. Vase became increasingly more confident that if he had any secret backers within the MTA, then the Destroyer of Worlds must definitely be on his side. It may be strange for him to fear the Polymath's entanglement while simultaneously welcoming a deeper relationship with the Destroyer of Worlds. This was because they were two completely different individuals. The Polymath was a star designer and a suspected, holy daughter, who secretly possessed a fragment of the metal scroll. Vase and the most prodigal star designer in existence possessed a clear conflict of interest. Even if he had messed with her life in another time jaunt, he did not dare to bet on her goodwill if it became known that he possessed a secret relic that could massively strengthen her own design capabilities. As for Divine Irene Mox, her moniker might sound scary, but she still had an excellent and upright reputation in human society. Vase had dealt with plenty of expert pilots and numerous ace pilots in the past. Even if he had never interacted with a god pilot in the flesh, it was not hard to imagine that such an existence would retain much of her past traits and personality quirks. Expert pilots were generally honest and fair in their dealings with other people. They always showed gratitude when they received a favor and despised betrayal. Their promises held incredible value because they always abided by their word. If a high-ranking mech pilot ever broke their vows, no excuse would be able to save them from shattering their own way forward. Since Divine Irene Mox had eventually transcended to a height that only 100 or so of her peers had managed to reach, her trustworthiness probably ranked at the top of every human in existence. Besides, unlike his entanglement with the Polymath, he did not have any conflicts of interest with the god pilot. They may even share a cooperative relationship if he played his cards correctly. All of this gave Vase a lot of confidence in cultivating a beneficial relationship with the Destroyer of Worlds, especially now that he was interacting with her younger and much more naive self. There was no way that Vase would have the guts to calculate a real god pilot. It was only because of the opportunity granted by the time gate that he thought he could get away with this outrageous move. Of course, he knew that he could not go too far in this regard. Vase understood enough about successful mech pilots to know that they became stronger by pursuing their goals in an unrestrained manner. The more they became burdened by promises that contradicted their true nature, the less likely they would be able to break through their limits. In addition, people who tended to screw over high-ranking mech pilots did not last that long. There were plenty of ways for a god pilot to retaliate against Vase if he attempted to turn a god pilot into his lackey. No. The best way he could develop a safe and reliable connection with the Destroyer of Worlds was to treat her past self with sincerity. Expert pilots were already sensitive towards these kinds of matters, and they would become even more attuned to goodwill and malice as they advanced up the ranks. It was not difficult to imagine the Destroyer of Worlds recalling and reevaluating everything that happened during this special period of her life. Every word, every action, every implication and every hidden clue would doubtlessly become exposed in front of the powerful and frighteningly clever vision of a god pilot. Vase needed to restrain his greed to an extent and settle for a simple friendship with Irene Mox. If he could ever make a fated human hero owe him a big favor, then he would definitely be able to harvest huge dividends in the future. It would be hard for him to hide his true intentions to the Destroyer of Worlds, so he did not work too hard to obscure his motivations. She would eventually learn to understand that he wanted to gain her favor, but so what? The fact that he helped her in her time of need was undeniable. Of course, saving her was anything but easy. Vase still needed to put in the work to prevent her from ruining her incredibly illustrious future. Muro. Venerable Irene Mox watched with incomprehension as the strange purple cat appeared outside of the cockpit of her expert mech and inspected the damaged cargo transport. from various angles. Occasionally, the intangible cat phased through the metal exterior so that he could inspect the internal condition of the industrial vehicle. It took 3 minutes in total for the cat to return to the Iron Hedgehog's cockpit. "All right, I am done with my inspection. I have good news and bad news for you, Irene. The good news is that the transport vessel was hit by a ranged attack that likely damaged its thrusters and adjacent systems. The rest of the cargo vessel is minimally affected, so all it takes to make her flight-worthy again in the shortest possible time span is to replace a few broken parts with intact ones that this logistical center has in stock. It is that simple." The purple cat shook his head. "Oh, no, I am only talking about the most expedient solution. The repair job will not be pretty. I cannot guarantee the stability of the transport and its flight speed will likely remain impaired. Don't worry, Irene, I can probably restore enough lift power to transport a mech as heavy as yours, though it is not advisable to bring any further cargo." The expert pilot's expression eased after she heard this. "What is the bad news, then?" The star cat made another donut in the air. "As you can see, I am not only a cat, but also unable to hold and manipulate any tools. I will need your assistance to jury-rig a solution. I am not a technician nor an engineer. I am afraid I will not be able to offer you the assistance that you need." Blinky grinned like a Cheshire cat. "Oh, I do not intend to rely on ordinary means to fix up this transport. I need you to open yourself up to me and welcome my presence. This will be a highly uncomfortable experience for you. I need you to suppress your instincts and extend your trust to me. I shall do the same, and it is only through this method that I can control your body and perform the necessary repairs." This immediately caused Irene to fall silent. A lot of thoughts flashed through her mind as she struggled to decide how she should proceed after hearing this requirement. Vase was able to observe her private deliberations with no hindrance, but he did not speak. "Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel any further because it all came down to trust rather than logic." Was Irene willing to lower her vigilance towards Blinky, and entrust her body and possibly more to this strange and inexplicable existence? There was no way that the expert pilot would randomly believe in a feline ghost that showed up for no apparent reason under normal circumstances, but this was different. With the Bantus clearly looking to entrap and eliminate every Quilum invader on Corinna V, Irene was not stupid enough to reject any form of help even if it came in the form of the strangest package that she could imagine. Vase even became amused at the theories she came up with during her moment of thought. She briefly wondered whether there was a secret society of intelligent cats that secretly controlled and ruled over human civilization. Was Blinky one of many animal agents who covertly pulled on humanity's strings in order to maintain the supremacy of the feline species? There was no way for her to know the truth, so Irene quickly set those matters aside and eventually made her choice by following her gut. As her powerful eyes stared at the ghostly purple cat that had only ever helped her since he showed up, she started to lower her guard with difficulty. "I agree. Please, help in any way you can. I cannot let myself get caught by the Bantus. You have made the right decision, Moreau Tilda. Now, relax and try to harmonize with my presence. It will be difficult, but you can do it as long as you do not reject me in any way." Chapter 4916 Shaky Flight. It took less trouble for Venerable Irene to merge with Blinky than expected. Part of it was because Vase had already passed through her defenses in the first place. The time gate enabled him to observe Irene's perspective from one of her most deepest and intimate parts of herself. There was hardly any better way for him to get any closer to her core. Aside from that, Venerable Irene was not a particularly distrustful or paranoid individual by nature. She may be an incredibly smart and experienced god pilot in the far future, but at this moment of time she was only a simple second-class expert pilot in her 30s. She also spent most of her time in the Quilum Mech army. Blinky had been quite open and friendly so far. Vase was confident in his charm and he believed he had conveyed enough sincerity to earn Irene's trust. He also wasn't asking for much. He just wanted to take over just enough of her body to perform repairs. Besides, an expert pilot was never truly defenseless. Her force of will could always take action and repel anything that felt wrong with just a moment of her thought. "Do it before I change my mind." Venerable Irene spoke. There was no way that Vase could take control over an expert pilot by force at his current level of strength. It was already difficult for him to maneuver Blinky into the right place. The nature of an expert pilot's willpower was highly exclusionary. Only deep and special family relations such as the ones cultivated by the Ingvar siblings and the Gemini family could overcome this instinctual rejection phenomenon. In the end, Blinky barely managed to assume control over Irene's body. The expert pilot clearly had to strain herself into preventing her willpower from restoring the sanctity of her body. "Get on with it, cat." She gritted her teeth. Vase did not fool around. As soon as he was able to pilot her body, he jerkily induced her to leave the cockpit and move over to a control station where he could access the workshop facilities of the logistical center. There was no way for this facility to grant access to a random stranger, but that was not a hindrance to a mech designer who came from 200 years in the future. He borrowed Irene's cranial implant and the processing power of the Iron Hedgehog to exploit a vulnerability in the ancient programming of the facility's operating system. The hack might not be elegant, but Vase was happy as long as it worked. Once he got in, the workshop partially came to life. Numerous bots and mechanical arms started to get into action. They meticulously pulled apart a few broken and ruined parts and started to slot in replacement parts pulled out of a secure inventory that he also had to crack. Vase could not rely on these automated devices to perform all of the necessary repairs. They were good, but their programming only encompassed standard operations. It would take days for the automated routine to come to an end. There was no way that they could wait that long, so at a certain point Vase manually stepped in and started to implement his own quick and dirty repair solution. There were times where he had to command Irene's body to pick up a number of handheld tools and approach the sections being worked upon. It looked extremely strange for an expert pilot in a high-quality piloting suit to work on a piece of machinery like a common mech technician. Irene remained fully conscious and aware as Blinky proficiently handled all of the tools like an experienced professional. In fact, through her close connection with the purple cat that was possessing her body, she could gain a glimpse of the vast depth of knowledge held by this unexplainable existence. When Venerable Irene compared the workmanship demonstrated by Blinky to the handling of many different mech technicians, she immediately concluded that there was an enormous gap between the two. The cat truly worked as if he had graduated from an advanced technical university. "All right, I am almost done, Moreau," Vase communicated to Irene in the guise of Blinky. "This is a rather simple cargo transport vehicle that is built for long-term daily use. Its design is quite robust and incorporates many redundancies and fail-safes. My improvised repairs takes advantage of these design traits. You speak, please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel like a mech designer." Irene stated. "Who says that cats can't design mechs?" He retorted. "As long as a feline is smart enough, he can master any human science. It's not as if we need opposable thumbs to learn a lot of theory." Quote. Irene's body eventually retreated from the dubious-looking thrusters that looked as if they had only barely been put back together. After entering the cockpit of the transport, the expert pilot's body fiddled around with the control system until it finally managed to take over the cargo vessel. The main hatch finally started to slide open. "All right, we are done," Blinky said as the cat quickly withdrew from the expert pilot's body and floated back outside. "I have programmed the autopilot to lift off and fly to Dershan in a winding path that circumvents many of the cities on the way. We cannot guarantee that the Bantus have regained control over them. You do not need to leave the cockpit while the vessel is in flight. I have given your expert mech direct access to the transport systems, so you can always adjust its route or command it to land whenever you wish." "That is convenient," Irene admitted. "Thank you for doing that. Does that mean that I can remain in the cockpit of my expert mech?" "That is correct, Moreau. The Bantus have already begun to launch their counterattacks. The airspace has become a lot more dangerous. I will need you to park your expert mech close to the open hatch and keep your cannons armed and ready to fire." I know it sounds dangerous, but it is our only choice," Blinky insisted. "Let us hope you will be able to find friendly units along the way. Your flight back to Dershan should become much safer once you have a proper escort. The transport was bound to bump into a Quillam aerial patrol sooner or later." Vase just hoped that this happened quickly enough to save them from enemy interception. Several minutes later, a civilian cargo transport shakily rose into the air and began to fly in a southward direction. The aerial transport's flight was anything but smooth. From the hasty and incomplete repairs to the unbalanced weight distribution, there were many different problems. Nonetheless, the vehicle did its job and that was enough. Irene had little choice but to suppress her discomfort and make sure that her Iron Hedgehog could maintain its accuracy under these difficult and unusual circumstances. At first, nothing too unusual happened. The entire planet had undergone a lot of upheaval in a short amount of time. The Bantus were more preoccupied with recapturing the cities it had lost. Even if many of the cities were ruined, the defenders of the planet still had to sweep away any of the invading forces that remained. Nonetheless, the Bantus eventually noticed the anomaly that was flying through their airspace. The transport may have been trying to avoid the busier parts of the planet, but it wasn't very good at hiding itself from sensors. A pair of aerial mechs had diverted from their previous route and moved to intercept the transport. Be careful, don't let them get too close, Blinky advised. The Bantu mechs may choose to launch missiles or use other means to destroy our transport. You need to intercept them as soon as possible. Now would be a good time. Do you know how difficult it is to accurately strike a fast-moving target in the air from this elevation and distance? What is worse is that this transport is wobbling and shaking from all of the turbulence. My chances of hitting not one but two aerial mechs are awful. If I cannot succeed right away, then the difficulty of hitting the Bantu mechs will drop massively as they will fully adopt an evasive flight pattern. Blinky flew close and pretended to rub his face against her head. You can do it, Irene. I believe in you. Expert pilots such as yourself are capable of doing the impossible as long as you put your heart and soul into it. Don't think about your chances. Think about what you must do to survive and see your goals come into fruition. Irene seriously contemplated his advice and did not reject his words. There was no point in giving up anyway. She needed to shoot down those distant mechs before it was too late. The cat urged the expert pilot to make her move. Hurry up. The Bantu mech pilots are probably in doubt because you are riding in a registered native vehicle, but once they discover that there is an enemy expert mech on board, they will open fire without hesitation. Please do not distract me, Blinky. I am trying my best to calculate my firing solutions. Venerable Irene entered into familiar territory again. She had done this countless times, but never in such arduous conditions. She leveraged all of the intact weapons of her expert mechs. 5 Gauss cannons and 4 howitzers granted her 9 opportunities to strike down 2 fast aerial mechs. This might sound like a lot, but it was impossible for a normal mech or mech pilot to land a hit under these circumstances. It would have been a different story if the Iron Hedgehog was equipped with a missile system, but it had gone all out on cannons as its only weapon systems. With the pressure mounting on her shoulders, Irene became more focused than ever. All of the extra variables that massively complicated her effort to find a good firing solution no longer bothered her that much. Even if she was unable to compensate for them, she tried her best to put her faith in her own abilities. After studying the motions of the aerial mechs on approach, her willpower surged as she instinctively deviated from her firing solutions. Boom, boom, boom. Soon enough, her expert mech opened fire. The incredible recoil caused the transport to jerk and groan as it struggled to maintain control over its flight. 9 different projectiles moving at 2 distinct speeds rapidly traveled in the air and quickly reached their target destinations. One aerial mech instantly exploded as one of several Gauss projectiles struck its left side with incredible force. The resonance-empowered Gauss round not only obliterated this entire side, but also disabled the other half that looked as if it was just about to collapse. Its mech pilot had already died in an instant. Irene had less luck in shooting down the second aerial mech as it had been a little more diligent in maintaining an uneven flight pattern. Several heavy Gauss projectiles whizzed by the machine, which completely spooked its pilot. The Bantu soldier performed the right move under these alarming circumstances and abruptly commanded his mech to deviate from its previous flight direction. This allowed the aerial mech to miss and evade the explosive shells that arced over shortly afterwards. However, these shells didn't need to impact anything in order to pose a threat. Once they reached their programmed coordinates, they exploded with resonance-empowered fury. Venerable Irene had deliberately loaded the most bombastic shells in the howitzers of her expert mech, so the explosions in the air engulfed so much volume that the second enemy aerial mech could not completely avoid all of the damage. The surviving mech is impaired. Blinky enthusiastically spoke. Good job. Although the second aerial mech still remained in one piece more or less, it had suffered so much damage that its flight had been heavily affected. The Iron Hedgehog easily finished it off after firing a second salvo. Venerable Irene not only managed to save herself, but also felt incredibly accomplished by pulling off this improbable feat. Thank you, Blinky. Chapter 4917 Dark Improvement. Damn, you should have chosen a safer route. Hey, there is no way to avoid enemy attention once we shot down 2 of their patrol mechs. We should be lucky that they haven't figured out that there is an expert mech aboard this transport. Transport had not made it too far before another group of Bantu mechs moved to intercept the rogue vehicle. 6 of them were on approach this time. They not only approached from 2 different directions, but were also likely to open fire as soon as they entered into effective weapons range. What is the likelihood that the Bantu mechs carry missiles? Not high, at least when it comes to the mechs assigned to the planetary garrison. Venerable Irene quickly replied, missiles are costly and not too effective under normal circumstances. That said, I cannot rule out the chance that one of those patrol mechs is equipped with missile launchers. It did not take long for the Iron Hedgehog to generate an alert. Incoming missiles. The orientation of the cargo transport slowly changed in order to give the Iron Hedgehog a viable firing angle. The flying vehicle turned awfully slowly due to its damaged state, but once it was done, the expert heavy artillery mech finally opened fire. Boom, boom, boom. The missiles were faster but also followed much more straight and predictable trajectories. The only difficult part about intercepting them with explosive shells was to time their detonations correctly. Venerable Irene would have normally struggled to succeed in an action like this, but her mentality and willpower had improved so much that she no longer found it difficult to nail difficult shots. It was surprising to see how much she improved after going through a tough time and listening to the advice of a talking cat. Eventually, the formidable cannons of the Iron Hedgehog started to open fire at the aerial mechs that foolishly tried to close the distance. Boom, boom, boom. Gauss rounds managed to slam into the relatively thin and light frames of the enemy aerial mechs. No matter whether the projectile struck them head-on or only managed to inflict glancing blows, the machines were utterly ruined. The other aerial mechs that managed to avoid getting obliterated at once were later struck down after getting engulfed by resonance-empowered explosions. Venerable Irene was improving rapidly. She no longer needed to attack a target twice once she had attacked it with her expert mech. Even Irene understood that her speed of progression was unnaturally high. Her suspicions turned increasingly more to Blinky. She attributed much of her gains to the strange cat's intervention. Vase had a different opinion, but he was not in a hurry to correct the expert pilot's misunderstanding. The more she thought that Blinky helped her out, the more gratitude that the destroyer of worlds held towards himself. To be honest, Vase was likely witnessing one of the strengths of a future god pilot. Venerable Irene Mox's ability to improve her skills was abnormally high, especially after she received strong stimulation. The calamity that practically wiped out her mech battalion and all of the comrades she fought alongside with for multiple years was the strongest shock that she had ever suffered to her system. If Blinky hadn't pulled herself out of her negative feedback loop, she would have ultimately lost her resolve as an expert pilot and broken her force of will. Didn't that sound similar to what happened to Venerable Davia Stark? Though no one had been around to prevent her from falling into the deepest hole of her life, she eventually managed to regain her fire with a lot of assistance from Vase and Brutus. Ever since then, Davia had grown rapidly. Her resolve became incredibly strong and she improved by leaps and bounds, especially when paired with a masterwork expert mech in the form of the Amaranto. Venerable Janzi also followed a similar pattern. Her life had been fairly smooth before the Battle of Pima Prime. After the Scorpion Commando melted her shield of Samar, Janzi also suffered enormous mental trauma. Vase had high hopes that the Doulahan project would eventually heal her mental wounds and get her back on track, but perhaps she might be able to gain more from this disaster than a restoration of her old strength. Was this what every mech pilot had to go through in order to surpass their limits and ascend to godhood? It was an interesting theory, but he did not think it was that simple. He wasn't in a hurry to deliberately traumatize every expert pilot of his clan in an attempt to unlock their full potential, or whatever. Whether Irene's rapid improvement was an intrinsic talent of hers or a consequence to all of the life-changing events she experienced in a short amount of time, it certainly came in handy. The Bantus no longer sent out any other aerial mechs after their latest patrols had been downed. "We are moving closer to Dershan," Venerable Irene said as the tension in her voice had eased to an extent. "We have bought enough time to distance ourselves from the original frontlines of the invasion. The Bantu mech forces are likely advancing from the opposite side, but their ability to take back their lost ground is limited. Advancing to Dershan is their highest priority at this time." Blinky nodded. I suppose you are correct." Once the shaky transport flew far enough, a different patrol of aerial mechs showed up at this time. Irene quickly grew alert, but she quickly grew ecstatic once her expert mech identified their IFFs. "They are Quillims. The expert pilot quickly opened a communication channel with the patrol. The two sides quickly confirmed their identities and briefly shared their stories. The Quilum aerial mech pilots were glad that one of the expert pilots on their side had managed to make it back from the front lines. "We have orders to keep an eye out for anything that enters this airspace, but my wingman will fly next to your transport to ensure it remains undisturbed." "Is that acceptable, Venerable Mox? I welcome any assistance that you can spare," Irene responded with a smile. The probability of encountering enemy units was low at this point, but it was better to add extra insurance. Once the transport continued to fly back to the original beachhead of the planetary invasion, Irene eagerly pumped the escort pilot for additional information. "What happened in orbit? I cannot tell you anything solid, Venerable. Our original fleet has been downed as far as I know. None of our ships in orbit managed to escape our enemy's machinations. Our troops on the ground have suffered enormous losses. Many of our battalions and regiments have fallen completely silent. We thought that yours was totally wiped as well. Many of our boys back in headquarters will be glad to see you make it through." "MMMH. Irene grunted. "What is the state of Dershan? It sounds as if it has made it through the enemy's initial counterattack." "It did, but the situation there is not as good as you are hoping, Venerable Mox. Much of the city is ruined as multiple combat carriers crashed into its direction. The mechs and gun batteries we installed greatly helped with breaking them up. The Titan shields managed to block much of the damage, but they eventually broke. Many of our mechs and personnel didn't make it. The survivors are still picking up the pieces." "I understand." Irene frowned. The Bantus had made sure to target Dershan, which suggested that they had an ambitious goal in mind. "Are there still any intact vessels left that we can use to evacuate from this planet?" "No. The spaceport is entirely gone. Many of the flight vehicles that remain intact are shuttles and transports such as the one you are riding in. They can take us into orbit, and a number of them can bring us to the edge of the star system, but that is the extent of what they can do. We do not have a single FTL-capable starship under our control." That was bad news for Irene and Vase. The Quilum mech army had completely lost the initiative as well as its numerical superiority in the Carina system. Once the reinforcement fleet dispatched by the Bantus came close enough, none of the Quilums left behind would be able to make it out anymore. Time was of the essence. Irene felt desperate to solve this crisis, but she was only capable of fighting enemies with her powerful artillery mech. Figuring out a way to evacuate the Quilum troops that still remained on the ground was way outside of her area of expertise. The flight continued. With the help of the Quilum escort mech, Irene managed to avoid a lot of potential difficulties. She even gained additional escort mechs as the importance of bringing back an expert heavy artillery mech was high. Soon enough, the autopilot of the transport brought Venerable Irene and the Iron Hedgehog to Dershan, or what was left of it after several combat carriers crashed into the area. The devastation initially looked no different from the city that almost turned into Irene's grave. However, there were several overlapping circles where the urban landscape looked remarkably more intact. Though many of the streets and structures were strewn with debris, the overall damage was not as ruinous as everywhere else. Many different mechs, vehicles and crews on foot did their best to collect supplies, restore all of the mechs that were still salvageable and set up improvised defenses. It was clear that the defenders of this crucial city were gearing up for a crucial battle and one that would probably decide the fate of all of the Quilums stuck on this planet. It took quite a bit of time to navigate the hijacked transport to a landing zone that was close to an available workshop. Irene had to go through another round of verification and inspection before she was allowed to bring her Iron Hedgehog to the workshop so that it could undergo emergency repairs. "You are lucky that we still have a batch of spare parts for your expert mech in one of our intact stores, Mom," a chief technician told the weary expert pilot. "None of my available men have any experience with servicing your Iron Hedgehog. We won't be able to fix up your expert mech in time for the coming operation." "What operation?" The gruff man smirked at her. "I will leave the explanations to the colonel. You should get all of the food and rest that you need. It won't take long before you will be put back into the field." "I see." Venerable Irene Mox was glad that her fellow Quilums weren't stupidly waiting for defeat. She already guessed what the surviving commanders had in store. Although their situation looked awful, they could still make it out as long as they managed to reach one FTL-capable starship. It didn't matter whether there was enough room to accommodate any of their mechs or critical machinery. All of that could be cast aside in an emergency. It was much more important to preserve everyone's lives so that they could fight another day. Are you truly willing to cast aside the iron hedgehog? Blinky asked. Irene looked puzzled. The purple cat continued to float in front of her, but somehow no one else was able to see his ostentatious form. The chief technician who was standing close by didn't hear anything either. The expert pilot glanced at her expert mech as it was starting to undergo repairs. Her expression turned mixed. If I had a choice, I would never let it go. Still, it is so big and heavy that you can put hundreds of people in its place. I won't insist on bringing the iron hedgehog away if we have to leave so many of our compatriots behind. I will wait until the mech designers supply me with another expert mech if I have to make a sacrifice. Chapter 4918 Operation Black Dawn. After several hours of hasty repairs and preparation, the iron hedgehog boarded yet another transport. Venerable Irene Mox was glad that she and her expert mech weren't forced to ride a dinky civilian cargo transport this time. The Quillims in control of Dershan still retained a sufficient number of military transport vehicles that could quickly relocate slow and heavy mechs such as an expert heavy artillery mech. In fact, the large heavy-duty transport also carried 3 other heavy artillery mechs. Their imposing weight certainly induced a lot of strain on the large vehicle's engines. Many more transports flew in the air at a fairly low altitude. Each of them carried mechs, supplies and other goods necessary to put up a good fight. Hundreds of Quillim aerial mechs patrolled the entire perimeter and ensured that the Bantus would not be able to intercept the transport train. There was no way to hide such a major movement from their Bantu adversaries. They originally reigned over the Karina system in the first place, and every city and location on the planet still had ways of tracking movements and covertly transmitting the data to other locations. It was good that the Quillims did not intend to hide their movements in the first place. The plan formulated by Colonel Harvey Dust and his staff counted on this. The entire mech force needed to serve as bait in order to occupy the attention of the Bantus. Irene still recalled her shock when the colonel pulled her to a shielded chamber and personally briefed her on the full details of Operation Black Dawn. The purpose of deploying our forces to New Creon is not just to block the Bantu vanguard troops that are trying to make their way to Dershan. The elderly man spoke to the expert pilot. That caused the woman to frown. You mean we aren't making a serious attempt to advance on one of the cities held by the Bantus in an attempt to hijack one of their FTL-capable starships? It will never work, Colonel Dust admitted. The Bantus have a million different ways to sabotage their own starships. At worst, they will blow up all of the combat carriers that remain grounded and cannot be taken away. While it may look as if we have become so desperate for an escape route that we are willing to disregard the truth, our actual operation is much more viable than this half-baked plan. The commanding officer activated a projection that displayed Karina V as a globe. Soon enough, lots of tiny points of light started to appear around the planet. One of those points of light was marked in red. When the Bantus sabotaged all of our starships by hacking their navigation systems and deliberately inducing them to crash onto the cities that we have captured, not all of the vessels fell out of orbit. Many of our vessels remained in high orbit, so the Bantus sabotaged them in different ways. From destroying their FTL drives to deliberately inducing them to collide against each other, the fleet in orbit have all turned into broken wrecks. Irene frowned. It is hard to believe that our old enemies managed to infiltrate and sabotage our fleet to this extent. It can't be done without the help of traitors who are deeply embedded in our mech army. We are already in the process of rooting out the turncoats embedded in our ranks. Now that we know what to look for, they should not be able to destroy our layout. What is this layout, sir? The colonel gestured at the red point of light. The projection zoomed in to display one of the most prominent starships of the original Quillim fleet in orbit. The Payton Phoenix, Irene gasped. The flagship of the fleet was once a proud and modern 3.2-kilometer-long fleet carrier. She was capable of carrying lots of mechs and supplies and possessed enough hull plating to enter into contested areas. Now, the Payton Phoenix looked as if she had been snapped in half. Her entire front half had been sheared off due to a combination of internal explosions and external collisions. The rear half looked ragged as her entire hull suffered a lot of internal explosions as well. Her thrusters looked wrecked and her engineering bay was exposed to open space. This is our ticket out of the Karina system, Colonel Dust declared. Are you certain about this, sir? Venerable Irene quietly asked. She wondered whether the colonel had completely lost his sanity after suffering a huge setback. The Payton Phoenix is dead. She can't fly anymore. It may look that way to you and the Bantus, but the damage does not look as bad as you think. My best engineers and technical staff believe she can still be restored to working condition. Dust claimed. Capital ships of her class are designed and built with many backups and redundancies in mind. We have survivors who have confirmed the location of at least one spare FTL drive and power reactor that can quickly be hooked up and restore basic functionality to the capital ship. Colonel, like a phoenix rising from the ashes, this vessel shall fly among the stars once again, if only to take us back to the nearest base occupied by our fellow Quillims. That sounded like a crazy plan. It wasn't just Irene who looked shocked. Even Vase was astonished by the measures the Quillims planned to take in order to escape the trap set by the Bantus. Irene continued to frown. She couldn't believe that this broken fleet carrier could be repaired quickly enough. Aren't there better choices up in orbit? It should be much simpler to restore a combat carrier. Combat carriers are also easier to break. Colonel Dust responded. The Bantu sabotage has wrecked all of them to the point where the Bantus will have already completed their blockade on the planet before we can restore even one of those vessels. It is the Payton Phoenix that gives us the best hope. The Bantus had to put much more effort into disabling our flagship, and even then she has managed to retain enough of her systems to bring her back to life. Though Irene still couldn't wrap her mind around this bold and crazy venture, Vase eventually came around to support this initiative. Blinky appeared into Irene's view and floated around Colonel Dust's head. Strangely enough, the other man completely did not notice anything amiss. The good man is right, Irene. The Star Cat spoke to the woman. Fleet carriers can hardly be vessels. If the engineers are good enough and as long as the ship infrastructure still remains decently intact, it may only take a day to install the replacement FTL drive and power reactor. The Payton Phoenix will only regain a paltry amount of functionality and many accidents may occur, but as long as she can jump to another star system, that is enough to buy time to implement more extensive repairs. A rust bucket could fall apart at any moment, but one that was actively being worked upon could last a lot longer. Besides, the evacuees aboard the Payton Phoenix might be able to get in touch with the rest of the Quillim Mech army and be rescued at that point. It was at this point that Irene understood what the operation was truly about. You want us to hold New Creon and pretend to advance just to buy enough time for your engineers to repair the Payton Phoenix, is that correct? Colonel Dust grinned. That is correct. Operation Black Dawn must succeed. We have already taken the first steps. Our stealth shuttle has secretly been ferrying our engineers, work crews and essential equipment to the derelict fleet carrier. It is paramount for us to hide what we are doing. If we do nothing but hold Dershan, the Bantus will eventually become suspicious and start looking in every direction. By launching a high-profile offensive, many of the enemy analysts and tactical officers will become preoccupied with strategizing against our units on the ground. Irene nodded in understanding. Stopping the Bantu vanguard troops from closing into Dershan also makes it more convenient to trigger a general evacuation. All of the shuttles and transports bringing our fellow Quillim soldiers to the restored Payton Phoenix won't be as easy to intercept by our enemies. The operation sounded a lot more viable and well thought than she initially assumed. However, Vase could see that it was not without its problems. Blinky gestured with his paws. Don't overlook the details, Irene. The troops stationed in Dershan will be able to evacuate to high orbit without much issue, but the same could not be said for you and your fellow mech pilots stationed in New Creon. The only way you can get out is to evacuate under fire. Many transports won't be able to escape the gravity well of Carina V before they are downed by the Bantus who are eager to turn this planet into your graves. That was true, but Irene did not actually mind it. She understood the necessity of doing her part to preserve the bulk of the Quillims trapped on Carina V. She was not eager to meet her demise, but as long as her sacrifice could serve a greater purpose, she would not hesitate to do what was necessary. The renewed conviction and belief radiating from Irene caused an immediate reaction from Colonel Dust. The older man raised his arm and patted the expert pilot on the shoulder. I am sorry, Venerable Mox. I should be keeping you and your expert mech here in Dershan so that you have the highest chance of making it back to friendly territory, but you can save a lot of lives if you participate in the fight at New Creon. We need your firepower over there. The more Bantu mechs you can destroy, the less pressure our vehicle train in New Creon will have to endure when they flee to orbit under fire. I will do my best to ensure that as many of our soldiers make it out of this star system alive as possible, sir. Irene reassured the colonel. Good. Your Iron Hedgehog will not be the only expert mech to hold the line at New Creon, but our opponents have been able to gather large quantities of mechs from different locations. We also suspect that the Bantu defenders may be able to deploy an expert mech or two in this coming battle. This was the final and most important battle of this campaign. If the Quillims could not hold New Creon, then the general evacuation would come under serious risk. Ever since then, Irene constantly pored over all of the data she could get her hands on. As the heavy-duty transport brought her iron hedgehog to the upcoming battlefield, she meticulously studied the map of New Creon and even examined the surrounding terrain. She already tried to envision the routes that the Bantu mechs would take in order to close in on the city. Vase had remained fairly quiet at this time as he did not want to distract Irene. That didn't mean that he had been sitting still all of this time. He had access to the same data as Irene. As he skimmed the intelligence reports on the advancing Bantu mech troops, he became more and more concerned at how badly the Bantus might possibly outnumber their Quillim adversaries. The previous calamity had eliminated a huge amount of Quillim mechs originally deployed onto the planet. The Bantus had suffered a lot of losses during most of the campaign, but they still retained or held back thousands of perfectly intact machines just so that they could launch a furious counterattack. Though Venerable Irene and her Iron Hedgehog were good against massed enemy units, Vase began to feel increasingly more concerned that their might was not enough to turn the tide. Maybe he should give the future god pilot a little boost in advance. Chapter 4919 Blinky the operator. Did Vase have a way of empowering Venerable Irene Mox? He certainly did. He was both a mech designer and a spiritual engineer. Even if his clan didn't exist and even if none of his design spirits had assumed their roles in this time period, he still had several ways to even the odds and give the Quillims a fighting chance to win the crucial battle. He just needed to think carefully on what he was willing to expose. The debacle centered around the Vulcan Empire had taught him a painful lesson on how even the smallest and more careless actions might produce massive repercussions in the far future. Vase quickly went over his possible options. There's not much point in upgrading the Iron Hedgehog's design and turning it into a living mech. The people here won't let an expert pilot mess around and there isn't much time for me to implement too many changes anyway. Irene needed an immediate boost in battle power. Changing her Iron Hedgehog would do the opposite as she needed at least a few days to understand its altered parameters and work them into her fixed routines. The Quillims couldn't afford to wait that long. This was why Vase turned to human transformation. He happened to know a thing or two about that, but he had never augmented a pilot as strong as Venerable Irene Mox. Any operation he performed on Irene would have massive and irreversible consequences to the woman who would eventually become known as the Destroyer of Worlds. His efforts could easily cause her head to burst like a balloon if he made a mistake. However, Vase quickly set all of these fears aside. He would normally never contemplate such a foolish and reckless act. Yet because Divine Irene Mox was doing well 2 centuries from now, Vase was 100% sure that whatever crazy experiments he pulled off during this mastery experience, the outcomes turned into a smashing success in the end. Vase briefly became excited at the reminder his future knowledge functioned as a cheat answer. His concerns about hurting or impairing Irene to the extent that she was no longer able to fight as effectively in this battle became moot. This was because if his measures failed, Irene was unlikely to survive this battle and live long enough to acquire the title of the Destroyer of Worlds. Now, all he needed to do was convince Venerable Irene Mox that it was in her best interest to accept a drastic, life-altering augmentation from Talking Purple Ghost Cat. Maybe he needed to put a bit more effort in his attempt. Blinky quietly showed up again. The cat's appearance inside the cockpit pulled Irene out of her intense study session. I appreciate all you have done, Cat, but you are interrupting my work. If you cannot contribute anything useful, then please stay out of my way. Don't be so quick to dismiss what I have to offer, Moreau. You should at least hear me out before you reject what I wish to propose. I cannot guarantee it will have a great effect at the start, but I can assure you that it will strengthen you in ways you can never imagine, especially later on when you have time to grow into your power. The closeness between Vase and Irene caused the latter to take his words seriously, at least for the time being. Explain. Blinky smiled while swishing his tail. I am able to perform a secret method that can bestow new powers to individuals. Have you ever wanted to learn where I came from, Irene? Well, here is your answer. I am a product of this method. That caused Irene to raise her eyebrows. You originally came from another human. That explains much. No wonder you are so good with technology. You were sourced from a mech designer. Moreau, what a clever girl. You deserve a prize. Would you like to acquire a helpful cat like myself? How does getting a cat help me fight the Bantus? I cannot tell you that. Blinky seriously responded. Every cat is different, and each of them have different ways of empowering their progenitors. I cannot foresee the outcome, but I believe it will undoubtedly provide you with a lot of help in the coming battle, but only if you are able to endure the pain and other side effects. He was making a lot of demands, but he conveyed so much confidence and sincerity that Irene felt attracted by the strange cat's promises. Blinky had been nothing but helpful since he appeared. While his agenda, his origin and his reasons for assisting her were completely unclear, she intuitively sensed that the cat remained on her side. At the very least, Blinky was not her adversary. Whether he could be trusted was another matter. Could she believe in his claims? Was Blinky proficient enough in this secret method to pull it off without any serious problems? Would the consequences of accepting this augmentation give her enough time to recover sufficiently enough to fight in the upcoming battle? So many questions and doubts plagued her mind before her strong force of will decisively swept them away. This was no time for doubts and procrastination. She had studied the data and intelligence reports and understood that the Quillims had a tough battle ahead of them. Her iron hedgehog was not enough to overcome the dramatic numerical disadvantage. Defeating the Bantu vanguard troops that were advancing on New Creon at this moment mattered above anything else. Only by stopping these enemies would she be able to give her comrades on the ground a realistic chance of evacuating from this doomed star system. Very well, Irene said as she forcibly pressed down her discomfort. Do what you must. I shall do whatever I can to cooperate. Blinky smiled with satisfaction. You won't regret it, though probably not at first. What I am about to do next will hurt you a lot. This is because to create a cat comparable to myself, I need to cut a piece of your soul and breathe life into it so that I can shape it into a cat. Don't worry, while the cat will gain intelligence, your new companion will still be tied to you. It will be like having a second personality. Irene had so many questions that she didn't know where to begin. This companion is supposed to make me stronger. Yes, but as I have told you before, I cannot completely say how. I will have to operate on you before I have a better idea. I can promise you that I will do my best to empower you in the short term. Your willpower shall be the medium in which you can enhance the might of your cat. Countless enemies shall tremble in the terror of your companion's power. Though he exaggerated his boasts, Irene nonetheless felt attracted by the visions evoked by his words. What she needed the most was power. Without enough strength, she had no way of fulfilling all of her goals. Do it, she said. I suppose I need to relax and let you rummage inside my head again. Yup, this is going to hurt a lot, and every part of you will want to push me back and protect your inner self. Don't give in to your instincts. The process is damaging, but it is an essential step to your transformation. Endure the pain. Stick to your resolve. A brand new future awaits you so long as you are able to pass this test. Irene had overcome numerous challenges in her life. She did not want to suffer defeat at this junction. It was a bit difficult for her to relax her mind and open it up to Blinky, especially when she also had to muster her strength to restrain any instinctual defensive reactions. Once Blinky dove into her head and started to cut into her willpower-infused spirituality, a remarkably feminine scream escaped from her throat. Bear with it, Irene. You are stronger than this. I will do my best to expedite the following steps, but you must hold yourself back. Nin. Vase could not afford to pay too much attention to Irene's condition. He had to work quickly and try his best to form a new companion spirit for an existing expert pilot. It was fortunate that he already formed a plan to provide all of his Larkinson expert pilots with their own companion spirits. It was much harder to pull this off with demigods than with normal people because the former were much harder to alter. Their force of will was not only highly repulsive towards outside manipulation, but also consisted of some of the toughest ingredients he had to work with. Even with Blinky's excellent ability to break down and digest spiritual energy, the companion spirit struggled to overpower Venerable Irene's incredible tenacity. Once Blinky reluctantly managed to separate enough of Irene's force of will to form a new living spiritual construct, the cat instantly began to shred the ingredient and infuse it with spirituality originating from Vase. Though Vase felt regretful that he wasn't able to contribute additional ingredients to the creation process, Venerable Irene's potent spirit and willpower already provided a sufficient base. Vase felt more and more deflated as Blinky channeled his life-attributed spiritual energy into Irene's companion spirit. The woman stopped screaming in pain. The worst was over, though she still needed to do her best to restrain her willpower from producing a violent response. We are making good progress. Keep holding on. I am doing my best to finish this quickly. Blinky skillfully infused the ingredients with the spark of life while simultaneously shaping the companion spirit into a cat. Though he could have given Irene the choice to determine the appearance of her own companion spirit, Vase thought that it would only distract her and make this situation needlessly complex. It was much simpler to just give her a spiritual cat. As Blinky continued to shape the companion spirit, the cat that took shape began to resemble a tabby cat. What was special about her appearance was that her fur started to pulse with varying tints of orange ripples. It was as if the cat had become a personification of the exploding shells that Venerable Irene liked to launch at her opponents. The cat's striking visual appearance fell in line with Irene's domain and spiritual attributes. She excelled at raining down destruction on her opponents and constantly put in a lot of effort into making her attacks more accurate and deadly. Once Blinky quickly created a rather sloppy but functional companion spirit, the new creation soon settled into Irene's damaged force of will. Since the companion spirit was originally a part of Irene and hardly contained any foreign ingredients aside from Ves's spiritual energy, her return did not evoke any rejection. The return of her separated self also healed much of her intangible wounds and relieved her pain. Irene Mox widened her eyes as soon as she formed a strong and instant connection to the newborn spiritual cat. This is similar to piloting a mech. The experience was considerably different in that the mech was much smaller and possessed her own autonomous consciousness. Still, the similarities were sufficient enough for Irene to quickly get accustomed to the novelty of obtaining her own companion spirit. Though her force of will still needed to undergo a lot of healing, the damage was not as bad as Vase and Irene feared. Soon enough, a splashy spiritual tabby cat tentatively emerged from the expert pilot's head. Mew, so cute. Blinky quickly appeared next to the explosion-themed cat. He licked the newborn cat's intangible fur, causing the latter to cry out in protest. Irene looked weary and befuddled as she beheld her new pet. She still didn't entirely understand what had happened and what she obtained. She needs a name. Blinky told her. What do you want to call her? Just say the first name that comes to mind. Emma. Maybe you should take your time. Chapter 4920. Emma Vase had always wondered how strong a companion spirit could become after undergoing many years of growth. If nothing else, Irene Mox provided him with a fantastic opportunity to conduct a bastardized longitudinal study on this interesting research subject. Though Vase had no way of monitoring the growth of Irene's new companion spirit at regular intervals in the following 2 centuries, it was already enough for him to be able to observe the difference in the far future. Of course, that depended on whether Vase was able to observe enough clues from the Destroyer of Worlds once he returned to his present time. It might be a lot more difficult for him to complete this ambitious study than he wished. Still, Vase strongly believed that granting Irene her own companion spirit would help her a lot, though he did not exactly know in what manner. There were only 2 examples of companion spirits attached to human demigods before he jumped through the time gate. Respa assisted Venerable Dice in combat by allowing her to form her own battle network with her fellow sword maidens. Sharpie enabled Kedis to pursue the path of a swordmaster while still following her original trajectory of a mech designer. Neither of these cases provided Vase with a good idea of how Irene's new companion spirit might assist the future god pilot. The new cat could do anything from acting as an extra supercomputer to helping the Destroyer of Worlds make accurate targeting predictions. As the heavy-duty transport landed on the ground and allowed the Iron Hedgehog along with several other heavy artillery mechs to disembark, Vase briefly interrupted his study of Irene's cute new companion spirit in order to issue a complaint. Emma is not a dignified name. Blinky protested. Mew. Venerable Irene frowned at the purple cat. She possessed a much better understanding of what she was dealing with now that she had gained her own companion spirit. What sort of name do you propose instead, Blinky? The star cat gestured with his paws. How about something awesome like Escalon, or Doom Cat? The expert pilot did not look impressed. You must come from a man. I am not changing my mind. My cat shall be known as Emma and nothing else. It is not as if many people will even know of her existence. Given that I have never seen or heard anyone able to pull out a cat from their heads, I assume that I need to keep her existence a secret. Blinky nodded. Yes. What I have just bestowed you is a method of augmentation that is highly experimental and difficult to replicate. It will literally take centuries to refine this innovative process to the point where it is stable and mature enough to be publicized and made available on a wider scale. Once that happens, the potential of humanity shall undergo a qualitative transformation. Many humans such as you will gain the capital to fight against the greatest threats to our civilization. However, there are many groups that do not wish to see this happen, so I humbly request that you keep this new capacity of yours a secret to everyone, from your own comrades to the most powerful leaders of the MTA. All of this sounded incredibly profound and distant to Irene. She was far from the god pilot that she would become in the future, so any talk related to the survival of the human race and the affairs of the Mech Trade Association went right out of her head. Perhaps her older self might interpret Blinky's words differently in the future, but that would happen long after his mastery experience had ended. An hour passed by as the Quilum troops that arrived at New Creon immediately dug in and prepared to greet the advancing enemies. The city was half ruined like many of the other population centers that had a starship crash on top of them. Many structures were utterly ruined and lots of debris clogged up the streets. What also posed a hindrance were all of the craters and uneven elevation that complicated the urban landscape. They made it difficult for mechs to traverse from one location to another, though they also provided additional cover against ranged attacks. Currently, the Iron Hedgehog along with a dozen or so heavy artillery mechs readied themselves for action. As the mechs with the longest range out of the forces deployed in New Creon, it was up to these machines to soften up the Bantu mechs that were advancing from afar. The intelligence gathered by the Quilims were accurate. The Bantus had indeed sent forth a vanguard consisting of all of the mechs that could quickly be dispatched to Darshan. The Bantu vanguard was not meant to defeat the Quilim invaders outright, but to entangle and pin down their foes to allow for a follow-up force to catch up and deliver the coup de grace. As such, it was vital to prevent the enemy vanguard troops from taking over New Creon and use it as a springboard to siege Darshan. Venerable Mox, are you able to deplete the numbers of the advancing enemy mechs from this range? Irene evaluated the request as she studied the data fed through the command net. The scout mechs tried their best to fend off the harassment of their Bantu counterparts. The real-time observation data was extremely precious and could theoretically enable her to make a lot of enemy lives miserable. Still, she did not think that opening fire at this point was practical. How much ammunition do I have at my disposal? She asked first. It took a moment to call up the most up-to-date answer. Much of the special ammunition reserves for your Iron Hedgehog became lost after the destruction of your prior mech battalion. Our headquarters managed to scrounge up enough Gauss rounds and explosive shells to give your expert mech 2 full reloads. That was way too little. Heavy artillery mechs chewed through ammunition like nothing else. They relied on their volume of fire to rain down as much death onto the enemy positions as possible. Irene Mox had always been accustomed to bringing a sufficient amount of spare ammunition to every battlefield. This allowed her to cast aside all concerns about restraining her firepower. This was clearly not a good idea if she needed to count her projectiles. Then let us wait until the enemy troops come closer. She replied over the communication channel. The probability of damaging a mech at a range of over 100 kilometers is too low. This is especially the case when the Bantu mechs are dispersed and ready to perform evasive maneuvers. I will only be able to strike a target once every 30 or 40 shells under these conditions. Understood. Inform us once you are confident enough to make your shells count. She felt bad for allowing these distant enemies to come close without pressuring them with an over-the-horizon bombardment. Irene understood quite well that even if she wasn't able to attain a high hit rate, the suppression effect could do wonders in sapping the confidence of her adversaries. This was why she was always in favor of shelling her enemies early. Be patient, Irene, Blinky said as he hovered inside the cockpit. You may as well bring out Emma and play with your new cat. The mention of her new companion caused Irene to recall all of the questions that she wanted to ask. Her intuition told her that Blinky might not hang around for much longer, so she needed to cherish this opportunity to gain the clarification she needed. What is Emma exactly? She asked. On one hand, I feel as if she is myself. On the other hand, she has a mind of her own. Will she ever grow strong enough to go her own separate way? No, that won't happen. It is difficult to describe who she represents, but you can treat her like a second personality of yourself. Emma is still you, but she happens to come in the form of a cat. It is highly unlikely for you to rebel against yourself unless you suffer from severe personality disorders. Seeing that Blinky was being helpful, Irene asked a few other questions, each of which had to do with Emma. Vase rarely provided any clear answers, but he made sure to give Irene enough answers to prevent her from doing anything stupid in the future. Emma will slowly grow and adapt to your personal struggles and experiences. Blinky told the expert pilot. Starting from this battle, your actions and your desires will shape her powers. She will gain abilities that will grant you unique new abilities that no one else can replicate. The greater you desire power, the more Emma will augment your combat effectiveness. This is a completely automatic and natural process, so you don't need to do anything weird to upgrade her strength. Understood. That is convenient to know. Blinky peered deeply at Emma. Your companion cat should already come with at least one ability that is based on your strength as an expert pilot. Try and feel her out. You should instinctively understand what she can do. Your cat should have a power that is applicable to combat. I think I have a slight idea of what that might be, Irene said as she tried to explore Emma in her own ways. I need to test it out in order to learn more. She grew so curious that she couldn't resist the impulse to take action. Blinky promised so much and she had suffered so much pain that it was unacceptable for Emma to end up as a cute feline mascot. Irene contacted the commander in charge of the Quilum forces in New Creon and made a request to open fire. You informed us not too long ago that it is too early to start your shelling. I may have a method to inflict effective harm onto the Bantu mechs at this range. You may do as you wish. We trust in your skill. The iron hedgehog began to brace itself onto the ground and armed all of its howitzers. The muzzle velocities of the expert mech's heavy Gauss cannons was much higher, but the only way to take down a moving mech was to hit the target directly. This was obviously impractical under the circumstances, so Irene did not bother to arm them at this point. Instead, it was the howitzers that she counted on this time. She typically opened fire with all 8 of them, but this time she prepared to fire only one of them. The expert pilot took her time to calculate a firing solution on a Bantu swordsman mech. This particular model was known to be quite fast and deadly at close range, but its armor was rather insufficient. Fire! A single howitzer boomed, launching a shell that flew high in the sky and quickly disappeared in the horizon. Irene and many other Quilums who paid attention to this shot waited patiently for the shell to travel further while constantly being affected by gravity and air resistance. Once the shell came close enough for the Bantus to detect its approach, all of the mechs of the vanguard began to move faster and more erratically in order to reduce their chances of getting struck. Boom! The distant resonance-empowered explosion only barely managed to scratch the swordsman mech's side armor. Many people reacted with disappointment with this ineffective attack. Now that the Bantus knew that the Quilums were ready to begin shelling, it would be significantly more difficult to land an attack that hurt. Irene remained unaffected, however. This attack merely served as a baseline as far as she was concerned. She prepared to fire another howitzer. She used the available data to formulate a second ultra-long-range firing solution, but this time she added an extra step. Mew. Emma seemed to know what she should do. The cat began to glow with power as Irene resonated with her new companion spirit. Once the fiery cat exuded a desire to annihilate the opposition, she flew upwards and phased through the ceiling of the cockpit. The intangible cat continued to move through the thick and heavy structure of the expert heavy artillery mech until it had reached the howitzer that was preparing to fire. Emma quickly found the explosive shell in the chamber and dove inside the warhead. Irene had already resonated with the special warhead, but once Emma had fused to it, the shell radiated a lot more danger than before. What? Vase became shocked at the implications of what he just witnessed. Before he could ask Venerable Irene what she intended to do, the pilot decisively pulled the trigger. The resonance-empowered shell launched out of the howitzer and quickly flew many kilometers away. While this was not anything new to Vase, what did surprise him was that Venerable Irene's companion spirit was able to break the range restrictions that normally prevented her kind from moving too far away from their principles. Time seemed to stretch on as the seconds ticked by. Eventually, the single shell came close enough to threaten the earlier Bantu swordsman mech yet again. Boom! Just when it seemed that the enemy swordsman mech had moved beyond the blast radius of the iron hedgehog's shells, the explosion that erupted this time was much larger and much more powerful than before. By the time the explosion had faded, the sensors showed that the swordsman mech existed no more. It had become exposed to so much destruction that its frame had fallen apart into a million different pieces of shrapnel. Its mech pilot had no time to eject and died as his body instantly became pulverized. Quote. Vase turned completely speechless at this result. He understood a bit better now why Divine Irene Mox eventually earned her famous title. Just as he was beginning to wonder how Emma could possibly make her way back to the iron hedgehog, a miniature sun appeared inside the cockpit. That little explosion grew and gained definition until it morphed into Emma's intangible body. Mew Mew Mew. Chapter 4921 Oppression from afar. Captain Richard Lidgo was being driven mad. His mech company consisting of light mechs ranged ahead of the main formation in order to detect traps and other dangers in advance. In order to perform their duties better, the mechs under his command rarely grouped up together. They often split up into different teams or pairs in order to cover more ground. While it was always dangerous to separate from the main body of a larger mech force, the light mech models assigned to his units relied on a combination of superior speed, agility and efficiency to make themselves as elusive as possible. Even if these models weren't the best of what the Bantu armed forces could offer, Captain Lidgo's mech pilots trained with them for years. Of course, as his mech company was part of a planetary garrison unit, the models weren't particularly costly. Their armor was rudimentary at best and the light rifles they were armed with could only scare away aerial mechs and opposing scout mechs at best. Ever since the Bantu Republic's forces in the Carina system launched their counterattack, Captain Lidgo's mech company enjoyed a smooth ride at first. Though it pained him to see so many cities of his planet get devastated to the point where they killed many millions of local citizens, there was no point in protesting the decisions of the higher-ups. He could only lay the blame of the atrocities at the feet of the invaders that disrupted the peace of the planet. As the Bantu vanguard units advanced in the direction of Dershan with haste, Captain Lidgo expected to encounter little resistance. The Quilum invaders had obviously been caught flat-footed and could barely keep themselves together without their precious starships. The remnant survivors found in the ruined cities quickly collapsed after suffering a single blow. To go from mopping up scattered and disorganized mechs to approaching a fortified enemy location under fire was like going from heaven to hell. Boom! An enormous orange blast engulfed a surprisingly large area at the rear of the vanguard formation in pure destruction. An offensive night mech that possessed just enough mobility to keep up with the rapid mech force had been caught at the edge of the blast radius. Normally, an artillery strike shouldn't be able to do more than inflict moderate damage onto an expert mech, but it was clear that the long-ranged attacks weren't normal in the slightest. Once the smoke and fury cleared, the night mech had lost half of its frame. Many different pieces had been torn from the mech and flung tens if not hundreds of meters away. Yet another Bantu mech had been lost. Damn it, no one told us that the iron hedgehog had become this strong. What sort of shells have the Quilims dug up from their storerooms? Have the Quilims gone mad? These expensive super shells are normally reserved for sieging fortresses or suppressing expert mechs. Which enemy commander allowed venerable Mox to waste these deluxe shells on normal mechs such as ours? The Bantu troopers possessed a general awareness of the enemy expert pilots and their respective expert mechs. They had no idea that a newborn spiritual cat was secretly amplifying the attacks launched by the Iron Hedgehog. Their lack of information caused them to assume that the Iron Hedgehog was throwing lots of money away by foolishly depleting her extremely expensive warheads in advance. Even though Captain Lidgo and many of his fellow Bantus understood that the Iron Hedgehog was supposedly squandering a trump card in advance, that still did not give them a lot of comfort during this phase of the engagement. Boom! This time, a spearman mech piloted by a mech lieutenant of a different mech company got blown up. Despite the best efforts of the mech officer to evade the incoming shell, it was already too late for him to evade the incoming shell. The blast radius was just too ridiculous. Captain Lidgo winced just before the powerful shell had landed. The distant enemy expert heavy artillery mech fired once every 20 seconds or so. The frequency of attacks had been irregular at first, but it seemed that venerable Irene Mox had found her rhythm, much to the detriment of the Bantu vanguard forces. Although 20 seconds was a fairly long interval of time, the fact that the powerful enemy expert pilot was so skilled that she could strike down at least one mech with every shot was outrageous. How is she able to whittle us down at this range? We are still well over the horizon. If this goes on, we'll be down 200 mechs or more by the time we can effectively launch our own attacks. It will be even worse once we reach the 50-kilometer mark as it becomes much easier for Venerable Mox to aim her attacks at our mechs. Why didn't we bring our own heavy artillery mechs? It's useless. The Iron Hedgehog will eat them all up like breakfast. Boom! The defenders of Carina V had quickly gathered up thousands of mechs, so a loss of 200 mechs was not that significant in the greater scheme of things. The Bantus also noticed that the Iron Hedgehog only fired one of its howitzers at a time. This suggested that the enemy expert mech clearly had problems with its ammunition reserves. Perhaps the powerful machine might lose its relevance in the later phases of the battle. However, that was from the perspective of the commanders in the rear. To the mech pilots who piloted these unfortunate machines, they felt as if they were playing an oppressive game of Russian roulette. The impact this had on their morale was disproportionately large, especially due to the long period of time it took to cross the remaining distance. The mech pilots had been piloting their mechs for several hours already, so they were anything but fresh. Boom. Stopping to rest and resupply within artillery range of the enemy was extremely foolish, so Captain Lidgo and the other Bantus had little choice but to press their advance and immediately go on the attack once they reached the city in their sights. Soon, the depressed Bantu mech officer received a new order. Captain Lidgo, I need your mechs to press further and strangle those Quilum scout mechs. The main reason the Iron Hedgehog is able to accurately target our mechs is because the enemy scout mechs are transmitting accurate observation data to their rear. I am dispatching several more light mech companies to completely drive those scouts away. Understood, sir. Boom. Privately, Captain Lidgo did not have high hopes for this. Scout mechs were extremely fast and elusive. They were difficult to catch and could easily lead pursuers on a long and fruitless chase. Fortunately, the vanguard forces were not short of light mechs. Even if many of their models were not as good as the military mech models employed by the Quilum invaders, their speed combined with their advantage in numbers should be able to drive the enemy scouts back. It did not take long for over 100 light mechs sprinted forward at greater speeds and closed in on the Quilum scout mechs. The latter could not possibly fare well in a direct confrontation, so they helplessly stopped their attempts at recording and transmitting rich observation data to the rear. Though Captain Lidgo's mechs were able to open fire at the retreating enemies with their light rifles, it was anything but easy to land consistent hits under these circumstances. Even if their weapons occasionally struck the rear of the enemy scout mechs, the damage usually wasn't too serious at first. The Quilum scout mechs turned out to be better than the ones employed by the Bantus, so the range between the two never decreased. Boom. Though it was impossible to eliminate the enemy scout mechs outright, Captain Lidgo was already pleased with driving them away. Combined with the fact that the Bantu aerial mechs had flown forward in order to push back the Quilum's own aerial assets, there was no way the Iron Hedgehog should be able to bombard the vanguard formation as easily as before. Everyone waited for Venerable Irene Mox to miss her first artillery strike. The Bantu mech pilots already regarded her as a devil, so they looked forward to pulling her off the throne they constructed in their minds. Over 30 seconds had passed since the Iron Hedgehog's last howitzer attack had landed in their midst. This should have been a reassuring sign, but Venerable Mox had pulled off so many amazing shots already that Richard Lidgo and the others started to grow nervous. Soon enough, the friendly aerial mechs in the air detected a supershell approaching from the distance. Although it was not that difficult to detect the incoming shell in advance, the resonance-empowered projectile closed in so fast that the Bantu mech pilots barely had any time to react. Different from the previous attacks, the potent enemy warhead dropped a lot sooner from the air than before. Captain Lidgo's eyes widened when his mech sounded a distinct alarm. She wouldn't dare. Though the idea that entered mind was too outrageous for him to believe, he did not waste his time on any further thought and desperately flung his machine towards the left. The light mech he was piloting could just catch the bright orange trail of the rapidly nearing shell arcing towards his mech unit. Boom. Though the shell turned out to land far enough away for his mech to come out unscathed more or less, the powerful shockwave released by the excessively powerful explosion buffeted all of the nearby machines. The resonance-empowered blast even spread an inexplicable wave of hostility that briefly caused mech pilots such as Captain Lidgo to shake in their seats. They all felt as if they had been one step away from having their bodies and mechs torn apart by the explosive power of the enemy expert heavy artillery mech. It took a few more seconds than normal for Captain Lidgo to regain his wits. The Iron Hedgehog has shifted its firepower to our scouting mechs. Continue your mission, but do your best to keep your units spread and ready to evade. Do your best to eliminate the scout mechs. The sooner they are taken out, the sooner the Iron Hedgehog will lose its range advantage. Boom. Captain Lidgo winced as he lost another subordinate. The nature of the highly destructive artillery attacks made it nearly impossible for the targeted mech pilots to eject from their cockpits. The muzzle velocities of the artillery cannons of an expert mech was considerably higher than that of an ordinary mech. Each time the aerial mechs detected an incoming resonance-empowered artillery shell, it was already too late for the mech pilot in trouble to transmit the ejection command. Before the cockpit managed to blast out of the rear of a mech, the fast warhead already reached the end of its journey. Boom. The repeated attacks on his mech unit already depressed the morale of Captain Lidgo's mech company even further. If this went on any further, even he might break from the pressure. Stand by for reinforcements. What reinforcements? The mech captain inquired. A bright blur raced across the battlefield and passed by Captain Litgo's mech unit from behind. Numerous seconds later, 4 Quilum scout mechs quickly collapsed as an unstoppable sword sliced through their torsos while hardly encountering any resistance. The Bantu light mech pilots instantly regained their good mood as they realized what had happened. The Blue Amazon has taken action. The Blue Amazon was one of the few Bantu expert mechs on the planet. It was an expert swordsman mech that happened to be piloted by an older heroine who was forced to retire from the front lines after suffering a severe injury. Though the expert pilot still hadn't returned to her peak, she was more than capable enough of returning to the fight. The Blue Amazon was one of their main solutions against a threatening expert mech such as the Iron Hedgehog. Just as the powerful expert swordsman mech advanced towards another enemy scout mech, the Blue Amazon hastily changed direction and even leapt away in an undignified manner. Boom! A rapidly closing shell struck the area in front of the Bantu expert mech. Chapter 4922 Emma Power. This was the first time Vase created a companion spirit for an existing demigod. He truly had no idea what the results might be before he created Emma. It turns out that companion spirits derived from active expert pilots were much more powerful and useful from the start. Part of that was because Emma was not just a pure spiritual entity, but also gained a lot of might and substance due to integrating the extraordinary willpower of an expert pilot. Another part of that was more specific to Venerable Irene Mox, as her domain was largely centered around destruction. The intrinsic power she gained after she completed her apotheosis gave her the ability to amplify the might of her expert mech's explosive attacks. This was not a surprise. Expert pilots who dedicated themselves to artillery mechs often developed similar capabilities. Although this ability could be extremely potent, there was one major downside. It was most effective at increasing the power of explosive warheads at closer ranges. The further an explosive shell or missile traveled, the harder it became for the expert pilot to maintain a state of true resonance on the munition. This was also one of the reasons why an expert mech as powerful as the Iron Hedgehog was limited to firing specialized shells. Not only did every projectile have to be tougher and more resilient in order to endure the greater power of the Iron Hedgehog's cannons, they often incorporated resonating exotics as well. The weaker projectiles only integrated a small amount of generic resonating materials. The stronger ones integrated larger quantities of more specialized resonating materials. While it was possible for expert pilots to resonate with projectiles without any resonating materials, it became a lot harder to keep them empowered once they flew into the distance. The cost to keep an expert mech armed with serious projectile weapons was not low, but it was often worth the investment. Expert mech-grade physical weapons often inflicted considerably greater damage than energy weapons. This was an especially crucial factor in fights between expert mechs. Their resonance shields and resonance-empowered armor systems could resist a lot of attacks under normal circumstances. By empowering attacks with greater resonance, it became easier to cancel out the defensive resonance effects of the enemy. Even so, mech pilots such as Venerable Irene Mox were long accustomed to seeing their projectiles lose extraordinary power as soon as they were launched. This was why Emma had become so special. Venerable Mox quickly realized that embedding her new companion to a shell could essentially circumvent this restriction. Vase watched with awe from Irene's mind as she controlled Emma with greater and greater enthusiasm. Each time the orange cat merged with a shell, she fully maintained her awareness and continued to radiate Irene's willpower right until the moment the warhead finally detonated. "This is truly amazing," Irene said as a living explosion once again reformed inside the cockpit of her expert mech. "I have never imagined that it would be so easy to channel my full power onto a warhead that is launched over 100 kilometers away. I have heard that even ace pilots struggle to make this happen." Mew. As Emma continually launched out of the barrel of a howitzer, the newborn spiritual cat did not look weak or exhausted in the slightest. Vase grew more and more interested in the strengths and weaknesses of a companion spirit directly formed out of the force of will of a strong expert pilot. Blinky flew in front of Irene again. "Does it hurt whenever Emma blows up along with the explosive ordnance she is attached to? Does it take effort to reform your cat next to you? How many times can you keep this up in your estimation?" It took a few seconds for Irene to address these questions. She had become incredibly engrossed in exploring the new options that Emma introduced. If not for her growing gratitude towards the purple cat, she would have remained silent. "I feel that Emma is born for this. It is in her nature to explode and release her power, so it doesn't seem to hurt her at all." Irene steadily replied even as she formulated her next targeting solution. It doesn't take much effort to remake her body either. This is all new to me, so don't ask me how this works. Doing all of this is slightly draining to me. I do not know how often I can launch these kinds of attacks, but I feel I can easily do this over 100 times. That was fairly amazing. Emma not only complemented Venerable Irene perfectly, but also provided a significant boost in combat effectiveness. This shouldn't be surprising in hindsight. Vase recalled that he heavily needed to limit the strength of the companion spirits he bestowed to his children when they were still growing in Gloriana's belly. They were far too young and weak to support anything stronger, and their intrinsic spiritualities also made for weak ingredients. In contrast, a solid mid-tier expert pilot such as Venerable Irene Mox could start off with a much more powerful companion spirit from the start. Her Force of Will also made for an excellent main ingredient because it was not only extremely powerful, but also exhibited a perfect fit with its source. Vase looked forward to granting companion spirits to all of his Larkinson expert pilots as soon as he concluded this mastery experience. He needed no more testing and verification to know that this spiritual augmentation would permanently transform the combat power of his own champions. As Venerable Irene continued to make use of Emma, she and Vase soon figured out the limitations of her ability to amplify the explosive power of warheads. Is there a way for you to split Emma up so that you can empower multiple warheads at the same time? Blinky asked. No, Irene shook her head. I have tried my best, but I only have a single cat. That's a shame. Your Iron Hedgehog has 8 howitzers, so you won't be able to maximize their firepower in this way. I think that once all of this is over, you should issue a request to your superiors to commission a brand new expert mech that takes advantage of your new capability. I do not think your higher-ups should refuse because this is an extremely powerful talent that can change the outcome of entire battles. Vase already guessed that this was likely the household ability of the future destroyer of worlds. He felt infinitely proud for playing a decisive role in facilitating the eventual emergence of a strong god pilot. His contributions to human civilization were so enormous that the MTA should award him with 1 trillion MTA merits. Of course, there was no way that Vase dared to claim any credit for this accomplishment. If Divine Irene Mox made an earnest effort to keep Emma confidential throughout her later career, then no one should ever be able to find out that he had somehow managed to travel back in time. In any case, even if the current Irene was way too far away from reaching her godlike level, she had already become a greater existence on the battlefield. The observation data transmitted from the front showed that the Bantu Vanguard mechs already started to show signs of deflation. The terror of getting instantly killed by a supremely powerful explosion gripped the hearts of every enemy mech pilot. Irene was able to do a better job at suppressing the enemy with a single super howitzer attack than with 8 regular artillery discharges. Maybe, you are right. The expert pilot spoke as she continued her efforts to take down one enemy mech after another. My Iron Hedgehog isn't as good for me anymore. I would gladly trade away 6 of my howitzers in order to get a supersized artillery cannon that can fire shells that are twice as large and powerful. Vase already came up with a lot of interesting ideas for an expert mech that complemented its expert pilot in several different ways, but it was a pity that he wouldn't be able to stick around long enough to contribute to its design. Are you able to empower the physical rounds of your Gauss cannons in a similar way? Will they explode or hit harder or something? Blinky asked next. The enemy mechs hadn't come close enough to make it worthwhile to fire the Gauss cannons, but Venerable Irene Mox already formed a guess based on the available information. I can probably harden one Gauss round at a time so that they will hit even harder, but that is all. This will be helpful when I need to attack tougher enemies. The shells empowered by my cat may look drastic, but much of their destructive forces are dispersed over an area. Vase agreed with Irene. This was simple physics. Soon enough, a new development took place. An expert mech showed up and quickly raced to the front in order to slice apart the friendly scout mechs that played a crucial role in marking the coordinates and movement characteristics of the advancing Bantu mechs. That expert swordsman mech can slaughter all of the scout mechs on our side if left untouched. Blinky warned. Although the Quillims deployed other expert mechs at New Creon, none of them accompanied the scout mechs for fear of getting defeated in isolation. The Quillims were actually uncertain how many expert mechs the Bantu defenders had at their disposal. It also remained unclear whether the Bantus were willing to assign them to this vanguard troop. The appearance of the Blue Amazon answers many of these questions. It was a known quantity to the Quillim mech army, so Venerable Irene Mox quickly gained access to an intelligence on the expert mech and its expert pilot. She didn't have time to go over it in detail, though. Several of her Quilum comrades had already died in a short amount of time. Each of them had played a crucial role in giving her enough vision on the distant enemies to allow her to land her attacks without fail. Mew mew. Emma quickly merged with another shell in a howitzer that was ready to fire. Once Irene formulated a quick targeting solution based on the movement patterns of the blue Amazon, the artillery cannon fired once again. Boom. Irene and Emma put a bit of extra effort into this attack, so the resulting blast just managed to reach the enemy expert swordsman Mech. Once the powerful explosion faded, the blue Amazon looked pristine, but that did not mean it remained comfortable. Its resonance shield has taken a slight hit. Blinky said, it will take dozens of more glancing blows to push it to its limits. But you can strip the resonance shield much faster if you can land your shells closer to the blue Amazon's position. This was already a fairly good result. Irene nodded. I know. Stay quiet and let me concentrate. My new target is much harder to pin down. A howitzer fired again. The Emma embedded shell managed to strike fractionally closer to the blue Amazon despite the latter's best efforts to evade the attack. Even so, its resonance shield still looked as if it could withstand a lot of abuse. The following attacks produced mixed results. One strike even missed as the enemy expert pilot successfully read Venerable Irene's attack. Even so, Irene did not break her concentration. She grew more and more intense as she started to get a better feel of her distant adversary's movement and evasion characteristics. It's time. One of the howitzers of her expert mech started to load a different explosive shell than the ones that came before. The shell was larger and covered with brighter markings. Its mass and shape were slightly different, indicating that it contained a substantially different warhead. Once Emma began to merge with it, the special shell glowed with much more true resonance than before. This was an expensive projectile that was specially designed to damage enemy expert mechs. Chapter 4923 Blue Amazon. The Iron Hedgehog used to have access to a lot of special ammunition. This included hundreds of luxurious Gauss rounds and explosive shells that possessed a high degree of potency against enemy expert mechs. It was a pity that much of these expensive rounds became lost after the fall of the city that it was stationed in. Several starships used to hold substantial reserves of spare ammunition, but they were lost as well. The ammunition supplied by HQ in Dershan didn't amount to much. The proportion of high-grade ammunition was even more paltry, which meant that Venerable Irene Mox had to cherish every single projectile that could effectively damage stronger targets. The Iron Hedgehog only had 10 high-grade explosive shells at its disposal. Each of them were particularly effective against expert light mechs, though the probability of hitting them was low. The Blue Amazon was a fairly fast offensive expert mech. It clearly relied on superior speed to advance and retreat whenever it wished. It also possessed a flight system, so it could hardly be caught in most circumstances. It was extremely challenging for a machine like the Iron Hedgehog to land a successful attack at this extreme range. Every expert pilot possessed a sharp intuition towards danger. They already received a warning even before an opponent pulled the trigger. Against this unreasonable ability to avoid serious threats, Venerable Irene Mox had to leverage all of her skill, experience and judgment to predict the enemy expert pilot's reaction and adjust her firing solution in accordance. Of course, the Blue Amazon's expert pilot also understood that Irene would try to predict her evasive maneuvers. The Bantu pilot would do her best to break her pattern and move in an unexpected direction. This could go on and on to the point where both pilots no longer thought consciously about their actions anymore. Relying on pure logic and calculation would only cause them to be read by their opponents, especially when they were on the same level. After Irene had tested out her current adversary by launching relatively ordinary explosive shells, she already understood that the Blue Amazon was a tricky machine. It was not only fast, but was also controlled by a skilled and experienced expert pilot. She could sense that the pilot of the expert swordsman Mech was much older than herself. It was not wise for Irene to spend one of her precious high-grade shells on attacking the Blue Amazon at this extreme range. It would become much easier for Irene to pressure the Bantu expert mech when it advanced far enough to come into visual range. Irene decided not to adhere to common sense this time. The joy she experienced after obtaining a massive upgrade to her combat power had given her an inexplicable confidence in this confrontation. She believed that even if the odds were stacked against her, the amplification granted by Emma would enable her to accomplish the impossible. Just because other expert pilots could not take out an enemy expert mech at such an extreme distance did not mean that she was beholden to the same restrictions. Irene considered the Blue Amazon to be a test. If she wasn't able to take down the expert mech before it could come close enough to inflict a lot of damage to the Quilum defensive line, then she would not be worthy to obtain Emma's power. Vase fell silent as he sensed Irene's growing resolve. It was only during times like these that she showed the willpower and mentality of a mech pilot that was repeatedly capable of surpassing her limits. Though Vase now theorized that obtaining a companion spirit massively increased Irene's chances of completing the infamous mech-body merger process, Irene would never have been able to make it this far if her mentality was not good enough. Once Irene grasped the right timing, she instantly pulled the trigger. One of the howitzers mounted on top of the iron hedgehog instantly fired with greater power. The shell that exploded from its muzzle glowed brighter and exuded considerably greater danger than the ones the expert mech had previously fired. It also gained considerably greater speed as well, allowing it to reach its target significantly faster as well. The swift and rapid passage of the high-grade shell left a long and bright trail of light during its passage. The sight impressed the Quilum mech pilots while simultaneously inducing greater fear among the Bantus on the other side of the field. The veteran expert mech pilot at the receiving end already perceived the deadly threat. She did not hesitate to command the Blue Amazon to jump forward while simultaneously activating its flight system at full power. Though the Blue Amazon's frame came under enormous strain by performing these demanding emergency maneuvers, the Bantu expert pilot could not care about that at the moment. Even as the Blue Amazon leapt into the air, the blazingly bright comet quickly approached its position, though at a slight different angle. However, just before the shell struck the ground, it exploded at roughly the same altitude as the expert swordsman mech. Boom! A blast radius that was roughly 1.5 times larger than the previous ones completely engulfed the area. Not even the Blue Amazon was able to make it out in time. Not only that, but the intensity of the orange explosion was much stronger as well. The high-grade shell was primarily designed to damage expert mechs, so the potency of its destructive power needed to be much greater in order to make them succeed. Before the explosion faded, the distinctive blue shape of an expert swordsman mech dove out of the fiery globe. Its resonance shield no longer looked as stable as before. Though it still possessed plenty of strength, its wobbling appearance showed that the Bantu expert pilot expended a considerable amount of effort into defending against the earlier attack. It's effective. Blinky finally spoke out. Did it take more effort to amplify this expensive warhead? Venerable Irene curtly nodded. Emma and I can channel much more of our strength through it than before. I won't be able to keep this up as long as I keep launching these premium shells, but it will be worth it if I can take out the Blue Amazon in advance. The next phase of the battle turned into a tense duel between two expert mechs that were too far away to observe each other directly. The Iron Hedgehog apparently gave up on bombarding the enemy standard mechs in favor of wearing down the Blue Amazon's defenses. Each time the Blue Amazon received substantial damage meant that its buffer became more and more feeble. It didn't matter too much if Irene failed to destroy it entirely. So long as it reached New Creon in a ragged condition, it would no longer be able to contribute as much to the battle anymore. This was why the commander of the Quilum mech forces acquiesced to Venerable Irene's targeting priorities. At the same time, the Blue Amazon could forget about wiping out the Quilum scout mechs. Forcefully pursuing the scouts would only cause the expert mech to become too predictable. There was nowhere for the Blue Amazon to go in order to escape the Iron Hedgehog's lock. It had long entered the effective range of the expert heavy artillery mech. Even running back the other way would not save it from getting surrounded by explosions. There was no effective cover in sight that could grant relief to the poor expert swordsman mech. The surrounding landscape was not entirely flat, but it was not filled with large and awe-inspiring mountains either. No hill, forest, river or structure could hinder the Emma-empowered shells of the Iron Hedgehog from closing in on the Blue Amazon's position. The expert swordsman mech initially took flight and tried to use its superior flight speed to increase its ability to escape the center of the empowered explosions. BOOOOOOOOOOOOOOM. However, this did not work out for Bantu expert pilot. Her expert mech's linear speed may have increased by a considerable degree, but its ability to shift in direction and redirect its momentum was significantly worse. To normal mech pilots, the turning speed of an offensive expert mech was blazingly fast, but to an expert pilot like Irene Mox, the Blue Amazon's aerial maneuvers were awfully sluggish. Of course, that still didn't mean that the Iron Hedgehog was capable of shooting down the Blue Amazon from the air, but the combination between a high-grade shell and an explosive companion spirit completely changed the game. BOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOM. Boom. After several successful strikes, including one where the blue Amazon had been caught close to the center of a powerful blast, its resonance shield had already lost over 50% of its capacity. This was already an amazing result considering that the expert swordsman Mech had never managed to take out any further Quilum mechs during this period of time. "You're already doing a great job," Blinky said as he continually stared at Emma each time she reappeared out of nowhere. The blue Amazon should no longer be able to fight as vigorously as before. "I'm not done yet," Irene gritted her teeth. "I won't stop until it is completely finished." "You only have 4 high-grade shells left, Irene. That is not enough to whittle down the blue Amazon's remaining defenses, especially now that it has descended onto the ground." "I can do it, Blinky. I have taken the measure of my enemy." The blue Amazon's traversal speed on land was not as fast as in the air, but its footing was much more solid, allowing it to jump aside and change direction with much greater ease. It was a bit trickier to land an effective hit under these circumstances, but Irene did not intend to conserve her few remaining high-grade shells in the slightest. Fire! A howitzer unleashed yet another bright orange comet. The blue Amazon on the other end had already begun to jump to the right in a desperate attempt to escape the blast radius once again. Boom! Unfortunately, it only made it 2/3 from the center of the explosion before it briefly disappeared from view. Once it showed up again, its resonance shield looked even more distressed. Boom! The blue Amazon made a fairly unexpected maneuver that allowed it to escape the brunt of the next strike. Though its resonance shield rippled again, it only lost a marginal amount of integrity. Yet before 10 seconds had passed, another blazingly bright orange comet had descended onto its position in advance. It turned out that Irene had cut short the time she spent on aiming her howitzer and instantly fired one that was loaded with a high-grade shell as soon as Emma reappeared once again. Even though the expert pilot received a timely warning from her highly attuned intuition, the break in timing had caught her off guard and prevented her from moving her expert mech away quickly enough. Boom! This time, the blue Amazon looked as if it had just escaped from hell. Its resonance shield was close to collapsing at this point as it had suffered a much greater blow than before. At this point, the enemy commanding officer already ordered the blue Amazon to retreat, but it was far too late. Mew! As Emma reappeared yet again, she looked just as energetic and bloodthirsty as Irene. The companion spirit quickly dove into the final remaining high-grade shell and began to resonate with it as best as possible. Venerable Irene Mox took her time at this point. She still did not think about firing her other cannons at the same time in order to add further pressure onto her target. She focused solely on aiming her most crucial howitzer. 20 seconds passed without incident. 30 seconds passed while the blue Amazon utilized all of its speed to run back while following a zigzag trajectory. 40 seconds passed until Irene finally launched the attack that she would remember for the rest of her life. Destroy! The final orange comet seemed to soar through the air a little faster than the previous ones. The blue Amazon tried its best to escape the blast radius of the 10th and final super-powered attack, yet just as it cleverly dug its sword onto the ground and used it as a pivot to jump towards the left, the final high-grade shell practically struck the expert mech head-on as if it had run straight into the deadly attack. Boom! What? It's a direct hit. By the time the furious blast faded from view, the blue Amazon still remained standing, but only barely. Its resonance shield had completely disappeared. Not only that, but its left arm along with its head were torn apart. Its sword had been flung over 150 meters away while its entire surface looked scorched as if it had dug its way out of an oven. Just when it looked as if the expert mech barely managed to stay online, it slowly started to tip over until it fell flat on its face. The blue Amazon has fallen. Its systems has lost power. Its reactor has been knocked offline. Look, the Bantu mechs have stopped their advance. They're turning around. Wait, are they retreating? The Bantus have aborted their offense. They no longer possess the will to fight. Chapter 4924 The Power of Deterrence Chapter 4924 The Power of Deterrence The significance of taking out an expert mech was too great. This was especially when it took place at an enormous range. It was not unusual to take out expert mechs over 100 kilometers away in space. Battles that took place in the Great Void. It was especially easier to strike distant targets with most energy weapons. The circumstances this time were completely different. For one expert mech to be able to destroy a distant expert mech in a planetary environment completely frightened the Bantu soldiers advancing towards New Creon. They had already Endured a lot of suppression beforehand when the Iron Hedgehog took out one mech after another with every single attack. When the mech pilots under fire thought they needed to endure this threat hanging over their heads, their enthusiasm for this battle sapped with each step taken by their mechs. Once the Blue Amazon came under fire, these pilots became even more discouraged. Artillery mechs weren't supposed to be able to threaten expert mechs over the horizon. The delay between firing a projectile and impact was so great that the Blue Amazon should have ample means to avoid getting harmed. What happened today completely broke the rules. Not only did Venerable Irene Mox manage to do an excellent job at predicting the movements of the Bantu expert pilot, the Iron Hedgehog's explosive shells also exploded with much greater power than before. The Bantus all thought that the Quilum invaders had reserved a secret stash of super deluxe premium shells in case of emergencies. Even if the Bantus suspected that the Quilums did not have a large supply of these premium shells, the wind had already been taken out of their sails. Since the planetary invasion had already taken place for some time, the Bantu defenders already possessed a good understanding of the expert mechs at the enemy's disposal. Several of them, including the Iron Hedgehog, were certainly awaiting the Bantu mechs at New Creon. The Blue Amazon played an important role in constraining these powerful machines. So far, the Iron Hedgehog managed to depress an entire mech force as well as take out its strongest combat asset. Now that it had been taken out of the fight, the only other way to overcome a disparity in the number of high-level mechs was to sacrifice a lot of mechs to overwhelm the powerful enemy murder machines. The battle was bound to be tragic. Not only would many mechs get destroyed, their mech pilots were unlikely to survive as well due to the excessively high attack power of expert mechs. In addition, it was one thing to gang up on an expert melee mech that could only effectively slaughter its opponents at close range. A typical expert swordsman mech's group killing efficiency was not particularly high. The Iron Hedgehog was completely different in this regard. It gave up any pretense of being able to duel against other expert mechs up close, but what it got in return was an unparalleled capacity to destroy entire areas. So far, the Iron Hedgehog managed to depress an entire mech force as well as take out its strongest combat asset. It did so by relying on just one of its howitzers. The Bantus knew that once they came closer, they would once again face the full brunt of the expert mech that had breached the fortifications of many of their cities and turned the tide of many skirmishes. Even if the damaged expert heavy artillery mech had yet to regain the function of all of its formidable cannons, it still had plenty left intact that it could harvest half a dozen mechs if not more with each salvo. The officers and analysts on the Bantu side weren't stupid. They knew extremely well that launching a straightforward attack on a fortified position that was guarded by an expert heavy artillery mech was a recipe for disaster. In the end, the Bantu commanders acknowledged that their offensive would likely fail if they insisted on pressing on. The premature loss of the Blue Amazon not only deprived them of an important linchpin in their operation, but also had a strong negative effect on the morale of their remaining troops. Once the troops lost their willingness to fight, their chances of succeeding had already dropped to the bottom. Our vanguard troops lack the heavy support they need to suppress the Iron Hedgehog and break through enemy lines. Let us pull back, and wait for our main troops to catch up before pressing on to Dershan. The Quilums aren't going anywhere now that we have wrecked all of their starships. We can constrain and limit the movements of the stranded Quilum mech forces as long as we disperse our mechs and have them fight a guerrilla war for the following 3 or 4 days. The Iron Hedgehog may have an amazing range, but it cannot be everywhere. The Bantu leaders all assumed that time was on their side. Even if their vanguard failed to press the attack, it would not change the inevitable outcome. Due to all of this, the Bantus made the logical decision to call for a retreat. This surprised Venerable Irene Mox and many of her fellow Quilum soldiers. They thought that since the Bantus had managed to reverse the situation, their old enemies would be eager to finish the job. Damn, they're trying to take the Blue Amazon's frame away. A pair of Bantu mechs had quickly approached the collapsed mech and tried to drag it away, but Irene wasn't having it. Letting the enemy take it back meant that it could quickly be repaired and put back into the fight a few days later. This time, she no longer held back. The Iron Hedgehog armed all of the howitzers and Gauss cannons that it could bring to bear at this time. She intended to make another statement this time. With Emma empowering the solid round loaded in one of the Gauss cannons, the reinvigorated expert pilot intended to cement her victory. "Hold your fire, Venerable Irene," a voice instructed over the communication channel. "What? Why, sir? The Bantu mechs are well within the range of my Iron Hedgehog. I can promise you that I can easily wreck 100 of them before they move too far away." The battle is over, Venerable. You have done your part. Colonel Harvey Dust has just negotiated a 24-hour ceasefire with the Bantu commanders. Neither side is allowed to attack each other for an entire day. It may be frustrating to us to let our enemies retreat with a shred of dignity, but do not forget what we are fighting for. One of the clauses of the ceasefire agreement is that the Bantus are not allowed to get close to Darshan and New Creon. Irene fell silent. She did not feel the fight was over at all. It frustrated her enormously that the Bantu soldiers who sought out to kill all of the Quilims trapped on Corinna V would be allowed to turn tail and run without suffering any further punishment for their transgressions. Blinky spoke up at this point. Do not give in to your baser desires. Control yourself. You are a soldier, not a rogue mech pilot. Remember that keeping the Bantu forces away from Darshan was the whole point of making a stand in New Creon. It doesn't matter how your side is able to accomplish this goal. If you can accomplish your objective without suffering further bloodshed, then we should take it. Just look and listen at the mech pilots around you. See what you have accomplished by successfully deterring the Bantu vanguard from committing its assault. Venerable Irene had always set her sights on the enemy mechs over the horizon. She had largely retracted her awareness of her immediate environment. Once she pulled back her focus and paid attention to what was taking place around her, she noticed the joy and relief of her fellow Quilim comrades. We made it through. We bought ourselves a lot of time. I really don't want to fight while being heavily outnumbered. None of the Bantus can break our defenses as long as we have Venerable Mox on our side. The soldiers were not only relieved after learning about the ceasefire, but they also expressed a lot of gratitude towards Irene. Hearing all of the praises directed against the expert pilot made her feel fulfilled in a way that was difficult to describe. She had often received a lot of appreciation from her fellow troops, but with so many lives at stake this time, the easy victory that she delivered to the Quilims tasted especially sweet this time. This was what she was fighting for. This was why she pursued greater strength. Mew. Even Emma grew excited. Her tail lifted upwards as she basked in the positive emotions that surged around the iron hedgehog. The companion spirit might be a force of destruction, but she was also a cat. The Battle of New Creon eventually ended abruptly before it could properly start. The Iron Hedgehog along with the support of the Quilim scout mechs started and ended this engagement in a domineering fashion. Every Quilim stationed in Darshan and New Creon cheered Irene's name. Once Irene pulled back her Iron Hedgehog and finally shut it down in order to enjoy a well-earned break, she continued to revisit the earlier battle and analyze all of the decisions she made during that time. She also took the time to summarize all of the new capabilities she gained after she received her own companion spirit. Mew Tilda, the spiritual cat that only she and Blinky could observe in her current state, brought unexpected benefits to Irene. The expert pilot had always been fairly quiet and reclusive. Her identity among the Quilim soldiers was too high, and she even found it difficult to talk to other expert pilots due to their vastly different piloting styles. Emma managed to dispel her loneliness to an extent. Perhaps Irene might have gone mad for treating the cat as a different individual rather than another aspect of herself, but the darkness in her heart eased a lot after she started to hug and talk to her invisible cat. My bestie. Irene showed a rare moment of weakness away from prying eyes. Vase respectfully remained silent during this time, though he still kept an eye on the expert pilot's thoughts and deliberations regarding the previous engagement. He had no interest in her private affairs. 24 hours came and went without incident. The Bantus never showed any sign of breaking the ceasefire agreement. They instead spent their efforts on gathering their troops from across the planet in preparation to launch an overwhelming offensive. The Iron Hedgehog may be able to deter a couple of thousand enemy mechs, but it would be much harder for it to hold back enough machines to form several mech divisions. The Quilims hadn't been doing nothing all of this time. On the surface, it looked as if the trapped invaders were preparing to make a last stand. In reality, they had taken full advantage of the guaranteed period of quiet to accelerate the repairs on the Patent Phoenix while preparing to evacuate with every available shuttle and transport that they could obtain and convert to their own use. Once the reinforced Bantu mech troops had just begun to launch their general offensive, the Quilims finally pulled off their retreat. Hundreds of shuttles and transports brought all of the surviving personnel trapped on the ground. Not only that, but they also had enough transport capacity left over to bring away crucial mechs such as the Iron Hedgehog. Though the Bantus had a few ranged and aerial assets that could shoot down numerous vulnerable vehicles, the lack of preparation and the lack of proximity hindered this effort. Most of the vehicles managed to reach the barely repaired Quilim fleet carrier without issue. Although the engineers and technicians who secretly snuck aboard the Peyton Phoenix warned that the chances of pulling off a successful FTL transition was not high, the Quilliams were more than willing to make the attempt. The shuttles and transports that just delivered their important payloads to the Peyton Phoenix did not become useless. All of a sudden, many of them started to extend chains that attached to different points of the damaged rear half of the fleet carrier. They soon began to fly in a unified direction. Combined with the minor thrust power that the Quillam engineers had just restored, the battered hull slowly managed to move to the nearest Lagrange point. With the Iron Hedgehog and plenty of ranged mechs and flight-capable mechs on guard, none of the enemy's attempts to interfere with the evacuation had any chance of success. Soon, the Peyton Phoenix reached the Lagrange point. Though her systems groaned a lot, her recently installed FTL drive finally did its job and propelled the shortened hull out of the Carina system. The crisis had truly passed at this point. Many Quillam survivors felt relieved and no longer remained on guard. As the most important hero of the campaign, Venerable Irene Mox received a lot of thanks and appreciation. She had no time to bask in her accomplishments. She withdrew to a spare room in order to hold one final talk with Blinky. The expert pilot had a strong feeling that this may be the last time they could communicate with each other. Chapter 4925 Amiable Farewell. Chapter 4925 Amiable Farewell. Vase had been using much of the time after the short engagement of New Creon to reflect on the role and the value of heavy artillery mechs. For many years, his design work largely centered around spaceborne mechs. This was where the Larkinson clan fought most of its battles. Since it was important for Vase and his design department to meet the needs of his own clan first, it was natural for them to work on a lot of spaceborne mechs and multi-environmental mechs. Vase thought it was fully worth it to dedicate himself towards spaceborne mech combat. All of the mechs that he and his fellow Larkinson mech designers pumped out in the last few years performed so well in space that they were highly competitive against other second-class spaceborne mechs. However, this also deprived him from a lot of opportunities to familiarize himself with planetary mech combat. Space and land were two completely separate environments that had few intersections with each other. This was why he felt grateful for his decision to go on another mastery experience. He felt as if he reconnected himself to the more basic battles fought on land. He not only gained a lot of valuable reminders and insights on how a war was fought in a planetary environment, but also enjoyed a powerful first-hand perspective of how battles on land were fought from the perspective of an artillery mech. Vase harvested more than enough observations to help him understand the essence of heavy artillery mechs. He was brimming with a lot of potential ideas on how he should work together with Master Decimus Horst and design his first, proper, heavy artillery mech that was built for war. It was vital for this powerful machine to incorporate a hefty complement of physical ranged weapons. Although Vase had a clear preference for luminaire crystal weapons in all of his mechs, more traditional artillery cannons brought a whole host of possibilities that he had never properly explored in the past. He developed the desire to go out and hire a kinetic or explosive weapon specialist as soon as he returned to his present time. Energy weapons were better at inflicting sustained damage, but Vase fully fell in love with the greater punch and much stronger deterrence power of physical weapons. Only a machine armed with heavy physical cannons such as the Iron Hedgehog was able to destroy an opposing expert mech and scare off an entire mech force by virtue of its firepower alone. If the federal military of Davut was able to strengthen this aspect to an enormous degree with the help of his work, Vase would succeed in influencing the upcoming war between the two colonial states. The heavy artillery mech he envisioned would have a disproportionate effect in any battle on land. The grueling campaigns on the surface of many planets would proceed a lot smoother if he could realize the mech that took shape in his imagination. Of course, his work might not be too useful in battles fought in deep space, but that was not his problem. He was willing to shape his second major mech commission around a strong bunker mech if Davut wanted him to fulfill this niche. He also wanted to reserve a bit of time to completely reinvent his Transcendent Punisher model. Vase was fully willing to accept all of the additional expenses and compromises to turn the Mark III edition into a semi-modular heavy artillery mech that could dynamically swap its weapon loadout depending on the environment. This was not going to be easy as every heavy artillery mech needed to be precisely attuned and optimized in order to land their shots as accurately as possible at extreme ranges. Part of the reason why machines such as the Iron Hedgehog produced such amazing effects was because they were effective at longer ranges. They did not have to be too precise in their targeting, but if they could not deter a hostile mech force at longer ranges, then they weren't worth the additional expense and mass. As Vase continued to think about how he should maximize the value of his next artillery mechs, he snapped out of his musings after his host called out for Blinky. "You're leaving, aren't you?" Venerable Irene Mox quietly spoke as she sat down on her bed aboard the Peyton Phoenix. Blinky appeared into view yet again, though Vase had made sure that it was only visible to him and his host. Murrow. Emma emerged out of Irene's head as well. The pulsing orange cat flew closer to Blinky and started to act like a cat. "Mew Tilda, I am no longer needed here," Blinky said. A part of Irene was sad that she would no longer enjoy the company of a knowledgeable helper. Blinky had already done so much for her, but it made sense that he would move on now that the Corinna V campaign came to an end. Vase could already feel the time gate starting to pull him back to the system space in his present time. He could trigger his return in an instant or delay it to an extent by resisting the recall force. There was no way for him to stick around for too long, though. He did not belong in this time period and felt increasingly more estranged from his environment. Though Vase was ready to return and throw himself onto his work with renewed inspiration and enthusiasm, he did not want to waste this moment either. The current Irene had no idea of the heights she would reach in the far future. Compared to the destroyer of worlds who had grown and matured for over 2 centuries, the current version of Irene was much more approachable. Vase would be a fool if he did not take advantage of the goodwill he built over the past few days. "Where are you going?" "I can't say," Blinky responded. "I will show up here and there. It will take longer than you think for me to settle down. My work is never done." "I see." Emma landed on Irene's lap. The companion spirit enriched the expert pilot's life. The spiritual cat's value exceeded that of her expert mech as far as she was concerned. "Will we ever meet again?" "That depends," Blinky mysteriously responded. "Perhaps there may be an opportunity if you live long enough. Grow strong. Keep fighting. Embrace your mission." Powerful pilots such as yourself have gained strength far beyond the means of other humans, but there is no point of possessing such might if you do not contribute to the society that we belong to. Each of us has an obligation to assume responsibility. Do not reject it once you have become powerful enough to make a difference. That is enough of a repayment for all of the boons you have gained. The expert pilot nodded while maintaining a solemn expression. A small part of her could feel the weight of history and destiny in those deep words. "I will promise you that I shall not squander my strength and gifts." Blinky smiled. "The cosmos is much vaster and more encompassing than you think. What you know as a citizen of the Quilum Principality only scratches the surface of what takes place within the Milky Way in our society. The end of the Age of Conquest has given the human race a chance to restore the damage of the past, but that does not mean that all threats have disappeared. There are both internal and external contradictions that will slowly build up until they explode. If you are able to make effective use of your talents and grow stronger as a result, I hope you will not stand by and let everything come to ruin." "I shall do so if that ever happens," Irene seriously spoke. Much of what the purple cat spoke was too distant and high-minded to her limited cognition. She only assumed that she would have the power to protect her second-rate state from future turmoil. How cute. Though Blinky wanted to mention more hints about the future, he was afraid that would draw too much suspicion towards him. He also did not want to distort her legendary growth process. Any god pilot grew to this height by learning how to overcome one impossible challenge after another by tempering their willpower and solving problems by themselves. Nothing good would come if they grew too dependent on others. Just as Divine Irene Mox assumed a huge amount of responsibility in the future, Vase also took the responsibility to strengthen humanity's ability to resist external enemies through whatever means possible. Vase already started to treat the destroyer of worlds as his work. The god pilot might not be as malleable as his mech designs, but he felt fully justified in taking credit for enabling her astonishing rise. The pull of the time gate grew stronger. This reminded Vase that he needed to finish this little session. Blinky stared speculatively at Irene. The cat then turned his gaze towards Emma. "Starship. I am not afraid of paying back my debt to you, Blinky. Don't be in such a hurry to agree. You see, what I truly want from you is a piece of Emma." "Mew. I have a small request, Irene. It is a little sensitive. You may choose not to fulfill it, but it would be incredibly helpful to me if you are willing to make a sacrifice." "You have given me so much help already," Irene said in a friendly tone. "I am not an ungrateful pilot. I have yet to decipher your motives or your origins, but that does not stop me from acknowledging that your intervention has likely saved my life and that of all of the Quillims that have made it to this starship. I am not afraid of paying back my debt to you, Blinky." Don't be in such a hurry to agree. You see, what I truly want from you is a piece of Emma. The expert pilot blinked. Pardon, I have many interesting uses for the energies that make up the bodies of strange life forms such as your new companion. Blinky frankly explained. You cannot imagine the value that Emma possesses. Many people with mysterious backgrounds would do anything to get their hands on your cat, or at least a piece of her. This is why I have warned you to never expose her to anyone. Even I cannot resist the urge to bite her form and harvest a piece of her energy. Though his explanation sounded distressing, Irene did not exhibit any fear or wariness towards Blinky. The pilot raised her arm. Emma flew up and presented herself before the other cat. Take what you need from Emma. Venerable Irene decisively said, You have brought her to life within my very own head. It is only right for you to take what you are due. Blinky smiled. This was easier than he thought. Thank you, Irene. This is going to hurt a bit, but I hope you can keep as still as possible. I don't need much from your new companion. It will be like drawing blood from a body. Emma will become a bit deflated after I am done, but she should be able to get back up with sufficient time and rest. I just hope that you won't act rashly if you ever sense this piece of your cat at any point in the future. Vase did not delay any further. His companion's spirit slowly drew closer to Emma until he was able to bite the orange cat's flank. A modest amount of Emma's spiritual energy came loose. Blinky quickly swallowed it and contained the destruction-attributed energy in his body. Even though this was not really the case, Vase felt as if he had just pulled off a heist against a god pilot. Just the thought of this ridiculous act made him feel euphoric. He would have laughed if he wasn't afraid of inadvertently exposing his real self. That hurt Emma a lot more than I thought. The expert pilot spoke with difficulty. Mew mew. Emma had grown a lot more tired than before. The damage she suffered was a bit too much for a companion spirit that had only just been born. Even if her starting point was much higher than normal, she had not yet fully grown into her power. The explosive cat quickly dove back into Irene's mind so that she could heal while staying dormant. This was it. Vase had no more reason to stick around. Blinky stared into Irene's eyes one last time before he raised his front paw in greeting. Goodbye, Irene. Take care and pursue your own future. I hope we will still stay friends if we ever meet again in the centuries to come. The expert pilot smiled and bowed. Thank you. I look forward to our reunion. I shall definitely live long enough to make this come to pass. Chapter 4926 Enriched Understanding Whoosh. The time gate swirled until Vase and Blinky finally returned to the system space. The mysterious construct that had enabled them to go all the way back to 197 AOM in the old galaxy slowly started to wind down and return to dormancy. Even though Vase had returned to the time of his present, he still felt a lingering attachment to that earlier and more hopeful time period. The mechs at the time were a bit simpler. The Red Ocean was just one of many dwarf galaxies that orbited the Milky Way at an unimaginable distance. The Larkinsons in the Bright Republic struggled to grow their family in vain as the founding families deliberately prevented other groups from rising above their stations. The polymath wasn't even alive in this early time period. Alas, Vase did not belong to this time period. If he truly had to make a choice, then he would definitely embrace his present time. The opening of the Red Ocean played a massive role in his rise and success. The opportunities of the new frontier had allowed him to compete on a more level playing field and harvest many benefits that would normally be robbed by other people after too much time had passed. As Vase regained his original mentality and recalled all of the issues that were on his mind before he passed through the time gate, he slowly got rid of his momentary disassociation. He turned around and swept his gaze across the dreamy and idyllic mountain landscape. He spent time on this little vacation. It was time for him to get back to work. Before he exited the system space, he briefly called out Blinky. The companion spirit dove out of his head. The star cat did not look as if he was about to explode due to swallowing a food that was too strong to be contained. Murrow, I can sense that as well. It appears that the system space is quite isolated from our main reality. This was good news. The last thing Vase wanted to do was expose an extension of a god pilot to the current environment. Murrow tilde. As Blinky carefully coughed up the spiritual fragmented that he harvested from Emma, the crystallized energy glowed like an explosion that was frozen in time. The power and potency of this fragment was nothing impressive, to be honest. The only remarkable aspect about it was that the infusion of Venerable Irene Mox's willpower had imbued it with a greater capacity to affect reality than normal. Vase did not dare to bring it out into reality, at least not in its current form. He had no idea what would happen if he took Irene's spiritual fragment in the same reality where the destroyer of worlds currently resided. The most destructive god pilot was still stationed at the border between human space and numerous threatening alien empires somewhere in the galactic center. Her power and deterrence factor was the greatest out of all of the existing god pilots, so it was logical for her to be stationed in this region. Divine Irene Mox had also become a guardian of the new Rubarthan Empire at this point, so it was also more convenient for her to reside within the borders of her current state. Despite being physically separated from the god pilot by several 100,000 light years, Vase had no confidence that he would be able to avoid attracting her attention if he took out the long-lost piece of Emma. He could not guarantee that Divine Irene Mox would reconnect with the spiritual fragment and cause it to transform to the point where it became a direct medium for her to extend her will and consciousness. Vase did not want to reconnect with her for the time being. Not only was he afraid of exposing truths that he would rather wish to remain confidential, he also did not want to lose too much control. The power difference between the two was too great. Vase was a complete nobody in front of a sacred and all-powerful god pilot. Even if Vase had great potential, he was still a journeyman mech designer that had a long way to go before he could become a galaxy-shaking figure. In contrast, the destroyer of worlds commanded the respect of the entire new Rubarth Empire. She also wielded a huge amount of influence within the highest offices of the Mech Trade Association. Even if her direct authority was rather limited, she most definitely befriended dozens of god pilots and star designers. She could do almost anything as long as she took advantage of her amazing network of contacts. As for Vase, he might enjoy a little special attention from the polymath, but that was far from receiving her direct protection. His backing was still too weak in the face of a god pilot. There was no way that Vase wanted to give up all of the initiative and hand over complete control to his friend. It was best if he pretended that he did not know her at all. As for Blinky, he could keep using his companion spirit to assist in his design work like before. Let's not be too hasty with this spiritual fragment, Vase decided. I need to form a proper plan before I can properly make use of this valuable ingredient. There was no question about the exceedingly high value of this spiritual ingredient. It was practically begging to be turned into a design spirit. Now that he settled his thoughts on the matter, he descended down the steps and deposited the spiritual fragment in the Vault of Eternity. He hadn't been certain whether it could do more than store material objects. Fortunately, it accepted the spiritual fragment without any rejection. That's convenient. Now that he thought about it, Vase would be better off if he stored all of his spiritual ingredients in the Vault of Eternity. It was completely secure and attached to him at all times. The only downside was that Vase needed to pay the annual rent in Ascension points in order to make use of this useful function. Vase could think about earning Ascension points later. He still retained a hefty reserve due to his prior efforts. Let's return. It only took a blink of an eye for him to return to his bathroom in his royal mansion. He raised himself from his toilet seat and looked around to see if there was a god pilot hiding in the corner or something. Phew, she's not here. I'm in the clear. Practically no time passed since he went in and out of the system space. After he carefully inspected the bathroom to make sure that it still remained free of bugs and hidden observation devices, he forced himself to relax and went to his bedroom. He mentally wrote down all of his observations and insights now that his memories were still fresh. He carefully stored his latest virtual documents in the depths of his cranial implant. He planned to revisit them later once he was ready to work on his first mech design commission for Davut. All in good time, Vase returned to his old routine more or less. He continued to devote most of his time to bringing the Dullahan project and the Ghost project to completion. At the same time, he occasionally relaxed by continuing to study the ins and outs of heavy artillery mechs. His latest mastery experience helped him enormously in this regard. Not only was he able to understand and digest all of the relevant theories to an impressive degree, but he was also able to discuss his views with Master Decimus Horst on a more equal level. The man's expression looked impressed in the projected image. You are a better mech designer than any student that I have taught in the past. You have made great strides in understanding the essence and purpose of heavy artillery mechs. You only need to improve your artistic vision of this mech type before you are ready to start our collaborative design project. That was high praise from a master who previously treated Vase like a kid. His latest mastery experience not only helped him set up his next mech design commission, but also provided him with ideas on how to tweak and improve the designs of his next two expert mechs. Even if Venerable Irene Mox piloted a completely different machine from the Doulahan project and the Ghost project, there were still many common elements to piloting any expert mech. The first-hand experiences he gained from his latest time jaunt had directly increased his overall understanding of expert mechs and their interactions with their powerful pilots. In the past, Vase always found it difficult to fully envision what it would be like to pilot the expert mechs he contributed to. He had to rely a lot on dubious assumptions to fill up the gaps of the Amaranto and the Everchanger while he was working on their designs. That was no longer the case. Vase possessed a much higher understanding of what pilots such as Venerable Janzi and Venerable Zimro went through once they interfaced with their respective expert mechs. The suggestions and improvements he made over the course of the following weeks were so much better that his wife immediately noticed the difference. "How come you understand expert mechs so much better all of a sudden?" She expressed her confusion. "I spent years studying expert mechs. I patiently endured the eccentric personalities of many different expert pilots so that I could thoroughly interview and analyze them over a long period of time. It is ridiculous for you to catch up to me to this extent in a matter of days. You even obtained insights that I have yet to touch." What could Vase say to this? He could only shrug and reply with a perfunctory answer. "I just had an epiphany, that's all. Don't feel jealous of me, honey. These epiphanies are helpful, but they are no substitute to systematic learning. You will always be better in that regard." Gloriana quickly lost her irritation. She smiled with satisfaction after her husband stroked her ego. "It is good that you acknowledge my superiority in this area. You could help me become even better if you help me pay for a first-class cranial implant. Didn't we already talk about this? Let's wait until we complete our current batch of projects." Several months went by as the much-anticipated expert mechs came closer and closer to completion. Though numerous mech designers such as Gloriana and Master Benedict tried their best to elevate these two critical designs by implementing fresh improvements, no one worked as hard on them as Vase. His passion, enthusiasm and innovative vision caused him to become the most productive participant of the two expert mech design projects. The Doulahan project and the Ghost project undeniably carried his stamp as a mech designer. Once the design department completed the first iterations of the expert mechs, Vase and the others knew that they had essentially completed the bulk of the work. It was always difficult to optimize the designs of expert mechs. The material costs were so insanely high that it was impractical to perform live tests with the help of physical prototypes. In order to guarantee that the two upcoming Larkinson expert mechs started off on the best possible footing, Vase began to think of a way to leverage the mech simulation training system to test the crucial designs in a much better simulation environment. Since it is possible to realistically reproduce the performance of existing mechs and expert mech within the MSTS, why should that hinder it from reproducing the performance of virtual mechs? Though the idea sounded great, the results were anything but satisfactory. It turned out that it was impossible for him to realistically simulate the expert mechs in the absence of concrete data. All he had was estimations, projections, guesswork and feelings. That was far from enough for him to be able to use the MSTS as a substitute simulation program for his design work. Since this little idea didn't work out, he had no choice but to fall back to more traditional testing methods. Chapter 4927. Closer to completion. The optimization process of the two expert mechs proceeded with difficulty. It was hard to simulate the performance of a mech that incorporated such a dazzling combination of resonating exotics, high-grade exotics and spiritual applications. The best that Vase and Gloriana could do was devote a small amount of precious raw resources to fabricate scale models of specific parts of their future works. Even then, these practical tests only explained a fraction of the expert mech's actual performance in the field. It would be great if I can just upload a design to the MSTS and have it simulate our work to an accurate enough degree. Vase sighed as he sat next to Gloriana during a scale model test. The two mech designers continually observed the data panels as well as the miniature arm of the Ghost project that they had installed in the testing chamber. After activating a command, the arm began to disappear from view. All of the sensor and scanning systems pointed at it suddenly found themselves unable to detect anything unusual. The impressive Sephiroth AQ-3M was doing its job. Even as Gloriana slowly dialed up the detection power of the various different sensor systems, the arm remained remarkably unnoticeable to most of them. The only sensors that managed to sense anything amiss were those that made use of physical particles or had been specifically designed to detect stealthed units. None of this fell outside of the expectations of the couple. They already understood that there were too many ways to defeat active stealth systems at closer ranges. It was already impressive for the Sephiroth AQ-3M to be able to hide itself completely when it was not being actively searched upon. I think the MSTS can already be used to test a large range of standard mechs. Gloriana shared her own views even as she adjusted the settings of the sensor systems. It already has a fairly realistic ability to simulate ordinary physics. The greater the similarities between mech designs, the lower the chance the simulation results will deviate from reality. It is the abnormal designs that incorporate a large range of new exotic materials and unusual applications that throw off the calculations. This applies to both the MSTS and more conventional virtual simulation programs. The design department was slowly expanding its output rate. The recent recruitment of Miss Beatrice Hendricks opened up numerous new opportunities to design mechs with improved modular configurations. Vase had also been looking to recruit a journeyman who specialized in artillery mechs or explosive weapon systems, but all of the good ones had already been picked up by other employers. A part of him regretted that he had listened to his wife and let Jocasta Clive go. The design department was lacking in ranged weapon specialists. Though the Larkinson clan had grown so popular that the recruiters received applications from dozens of eager and ambitious journeyman mech designers a month, none of them were worth a damn. Vase even rejected a few names proposed by Gloriana because the applicants did not possess the spark of brilliance that he sought in his future subordinates and collaboration partners. As far as he was concerned, the only journeymen worth his consideration were those who had the guts and confidence to measure themselves up against their peers in mech design tournaments. It was easy for mech designers to score easy successes by competing in a regulated mech market or receive favorable commissions from a compromised party. Vase vastly preferred to evaluate potential candidates when they needed to compete directly against other peers. Working for the Larkinson clan was not safe. If his mech designers could not handle the pressure of publicly showcasing their work in mech design competitions, then they had no business participating in dangerous expeditions. Of course, his wife was an exception to this rule. She was a special mech designer. Once Vase and Gloriana concluded the expensive scale model test, they studied the data and took note of any discrepancies. Even with the unique little quirks and modifications they applied to the Sephiroth AQ-3M active stealth system, its real performance did not significantly deviate from their expectations. That was good news. The Ghost project came one step closer to reaching its finalized state. Gloriana looked satisfied. We have been making such good progress that we should probably complete the second iteration of the Ghost project over the next week. I think it's time to prepare for the fabrication of this expert mech. Vase declared. His wife immediately frowned. Isn't that premature? The Ghost project is extremely complex. It is packed with advanced technologies and new innovations. The Geist system alone is a mystery box due to how little of it is based on conventional physics. We should thoroughly verify our design over several more months so that it will become as flawless as possible when we finally bring it into reality. Vase couldn't wait that long anymore. No, enough is enough. Our ability to test our expert mechs is too limited at this point. Any improvements we can make at this junction are marginal at best and counterproductive at worst. Don't forget that this is just the starting point of our first expert stealth mech. We can always fix any shortcomings that become obvious after we have fabricated our work. His wife did not look pleased after hearing this. She clearly wanted to maximize the probability of gaining another masterwork certificate. Although Vase wanted this as well, he did not want to delay too much over this obsession. The Golden Skull Alliance had spent enough time in Davut. It was time to restart the Trailblazer expedition and continue to chase after greater riches. The completed Ghost project played a large role in his future plans. A fully functional expert stealth mech was one of the most effective scouts that an expeditionary fleet could ask for. There were so many ways they could tilt a situation in the clan's favor. Expert stealth specialists were exceedingly rare in the mech community. The Larkinson clan was blessed to have one in their ranks. The Larkinsons would be stupid to ignore such a precious asset. Though Vase and his wife disagreed on many matters, the Ghost project truly needed to be made sooner rather than later. We are not going to waste additional time on iterating the Ghost project any further. He insisted. The more we play with theoretical data, the further it becomes removed from reality. What we need at this junction is a real mech that can produce solid data for us. Besides, Venerable Zimro Belson has been doing little actual piloting during all of these months. He has been awfully patient towards us, but it won't do us any good to deprive him of a machine when he still hasn't completely solidified his new state. Zimro only broke through a relatively short time ago. When expert pilots initially came into existence, their force of wills were still in flux and could easily be grown through practice. Every week was precious while Venerable Zimro remained in this temporary state. Once they missed a precious window of opportunity, the expert pilot would have to put 4 to 10 times as much effort to grow at this astonishing rate. As much as Gloriana wanted to deliver perfection right out of the gate, she could not ignore the greater needs of the Larkinson clan. If it turns out that we missed out on fabricating a masterwork mech, it will take years if not decades for my god body to produce a qualitative transformation. His wife grumbled. The MTA likely won't issue masterwork certificates to us as the methods used to attain this result do not comply with the rules. Vase rolled his eyes. They already had more than half a dozen masterwork certificates on their belt while they were still at the journeyman stage. One more virtual document did not make much of a difference. Besides, Vase had a different perspective on what it took to turn a mech into a masterwork. Whenever he looked at the designs of his next 2 expert mechs, he became so excited that he felt his head would explode with ideas. This was a good sign in his experience. The more enthused he felt about translating an innovative design into reality, the greater the chance that he would get caught up in a fever of inspiration. Still, even if he missed out this time, it was no big deal. I also plan on completing the Dullahan project soon as well. Vase notified his wife. It will take a little more time on completing the iteration of this larger and more massive expert mech, but I see no reason to bother with a third iteration for the same reasons as I have mentioned before. His announcement did not do anything to lift Gloriana's mood. Are you sure you want to do that for Venerable Janzi? She questioned him. Your cousin has been waiting to regain a version of the Shield of Samar. The consequences are dire if you fail to meet her expectations. She has placed so many hopes on the outcome of the Dullahan project. I am sure. You know how much work and effort I put into this design. Vase reminded her of his vastly improved productivity. There is no need for me to work over its design for an additional 6 months because I already did double or triple as much work as before. That may be true, but that only applies to work. What about me, Vase? We both know that you are more effective at the early stages of a mech design project. Now that we have reached the later stages, my expertise is much more relevant. If I had access to the same augmentations as yours, I would have been able to complete the third iterations of the Dullahan project and the Ghost project in another month. Vase let out a tired breath. You don't need to remind me about that fancy implant that you want to obtain. I promised you that you will get what you want once we complete our current batch of expert mech design projects. We need you in your current peak condition in order to complete them in a timely manner. By the way, how far have the Bloodripper project and Green Axe project progressed? Both of them are proceeding at a slower pace than before. It is hard for me to spend too much time on them when you have put such a high priority on the Dullahan project and the Ghost project. I estimate that we will be able to complete them within 2 months if we do not spend as much time on optimizing them as we should. Understood. It will be a little inconvenient to transfer them back to Davut once they are complete. Both Venerable Pedro Rodrigo Venerable Colic Glendale have stuck to their decisions to join the 77th Warborn Division, right? Gloriana nodded. General Ark Larkinson has already taken the 2 new expert pilots under his wing. He had been training and tutoring them so that they will get off on a good start once they receive our completed works. Vase could only shrug at that. He didn't really care about 2 new Larkinson expert pilots as his expeditionary fleet already had plenty at its disposal. Now that familiar heroes such as Venerable Tusa Billingsley Larkinson, Venerable Joshua Larkinson and Commander Casella Ingvar passed the threshold of mid-tier expert pilot, there was greater room to upgrade their existing expert mechs into much more powerful versions than before. Vase truly looked forward to upgrading the likes of the Everchanger and the Minerva into domineering quasi-first-class expert mechs. However, before he could embark on these ambitious upgrade projects, he still needed to verify his experimental innovations and improved design applications. That could only be done by fabricating his much-anticipated expert night mech and expert stealth mech. Soon, a week was practically nothing in his opinion. As these 2 crucial projects came closer to completion, Vase began to contemplate an important decision that he had withheld from his wife. Which design should he superpublish? Chapter 4928 Superpublish Dilemma. Vase did not often make use of the system's superpublish function. He did not really want to take credit for work he didn't really do. He always lost a sense of ownership towards the designs he worked so hard to make over the course of many months. Abusing the superpublish function was a good way to grow lazy and overly dependent on external help. This was not conducive to the growth of a mech designer. People like Vase needed to figure out stuff by themselves and learn how to push through increasingly more difficult research problems. He would rather squander his superpublish opportunities or use them on his less important mech designs if that was what it took to preserve his integrity as a mech designer. Perhaps many people would scold him or criticize him for wasting these chances, but Vase always stuck to his own ideas on how he should approach his work. That said, he felt he was ready to make use of this powerful system feature. There was no way he could ignore the rich benefits of a superpublished mech. When applied to a sufficiently complex and experimental design, the system's myriad of improved design solutions could teach many lessons to Vase and other participating mech designers. By getting in touch with the refinements of their initially crude design work, they could skip years if not decades worth of trial and error. This was one of the more decisive reasons why Vase and Gloriana managed to improve by leaps and bounds while they were still in their 30s. Now, Vase saw another opportunity to advance his comprehensive understanding of mech design by at least half a generation. He had previously applied the superpublish function on the Crystal Lord, the Bright Warrior and the Amaranto designs. He harvested progressively greater benefits after every use as his design ability and the sophistication of his work reached new heights. This was because the value of superpublishing a mech design grew at a geometric rate. The more Vase progressed his design philosophy, the more time and effort it took to make any subsequent improvements to his work. There were many master mech designers such as Moira Willix that completely set aside many priorities in order to chase after meaningful evolutions of their already impressive works. They did not hesitate to dedicate many decades of their lives to invent revolutionary new design applications. Of course, the superpublish function was not capable of conjuring original new innovations from nowhere. What it actually did was turn existing design solutions into better versions of themselves. Instead of settling for a version 1.0 of my latest invention, I can immediately skip to version 2.0 or version 3.0. Who didn't want to receive a later update of the same work? Both the Dullahan project and the Ghost project contained several major innovations that he painstakingly worked on in the past several months. The Dullahan project currently contained two notable innovations. The less important one was the Rainbow Shield. Based on leveraging the spiritual energies of a dozen or so different design spirits through prime leverage, Xianxia gained the ability to generate multiple different attributed energy shields. This could become a potent defensive option once Xianxia's resonance strength grew stronger. She had already started to master increasingly more tricks after spending months practicing with Object 431. Improving the Rainbow Shield was helpful in many ways, but what Vase truly cared about was the Blood Pact. The empowered blood sharing system that he devised after ingesting the Blood Cult Scarlet Oak Tree Growth Manual Enlightenment Fruit. He became so inspired by the endless power and possibilities of blood that he combined what he learned with his existing expertise to come up with the novel concept of a blood pact. He originally planned to design the Blood Knight project first in order to test all of his theories and assumptions related to the Blood Pact in reality. His plan couldn't keep up with the changes. By rushing the Dullahan project and the Ghost project above everything else, he had no time to fool around with the Blood Knight project anymore. This left him in a rather precarious situation. The concept of blurring the line between mech and mech pilot even further by making them circulate the same blood throughout their bodies sounded absolutely insane. In fact, his other design partners such as his wife forced him to design the Dullahan project in a manner where he could easily remove the parts related to the empowered blood sharing system. Vase had a lot of faith in this hybrid tech, though. He believed in his theoretical framework and strongly believed that the invention of the Blood Pact was a boon to highly dedicated mech pilots such as Venerable Xianxia. So far, Vase had only been able to test the safety of the EBSS by conducting small-scale tests where he hooked up the bodies of different test animals to fake mechs. His initial experiments admittedly produced a lot of fatalities, but Vase already expected that this would happen. It took weeks for him to refine the application of his EBSS in his spare time. The more he iterated on his work, the greater the chance his test animals survived the risky process. He eventually managed to work out many of the kinks. The latest version of the EBSS was still rough, but he believed that it would not kill a strong and healthy mech pilot such as Venerable Xianxia even if it did not live up to its promises. However, this did not change the fact that he was essentially subjecting one of his strongest combat assets to a dubious and highly unethical human experiment. If I use this chance on the Dullahan project, I can remove much of the risk of producing a crippling or fatal outcome. He felt rather mixed about that. It felt like a cop-out. Innovations were supposed to be associated with risks and dangers. How could he retain his full enthusiasm if the stakes weren't so high anymore? Of course, Vase did not forget that he had an obligation to do right by the mech pilots he served. It was already highly irresponsible for him to include an untested biotech system such as the EBSS in the Dullahan project in the first place. The least he could do was to use any means at his disposal to minimize the risks to her life and career. Vase frowned deeper. That said, the Ghost project also makes a good case. As far as value went, the Ghost project provided much more immediate benefits than the Dullahan project. An expert night mech was only useful in pitched battles against challenging opponents. Aside from that, the Larkinson clan could easily solve other problems by relying on its other assets. An expert stealth mech was always useful no matter the situation. Vase did not need to reiterate its incredible ability to strike a crippling blow against the enemy in combat, but it was its uses outside of an active battle that he truly valued. There were two crucial aspects that the Ghost project relied upon to excel in its intended roles. First was the Sephiroth AQ-3M transphasic active stealth system. Despite frequently cooperating with the developers working for Optar Integrated Solutions, Vase could not ensure that he applied the Sephiroth AQ-3M correctly to his expert stealth mech design. He never extended that much trust towards Professor Raylan Kavanaugh and his fellow Rubarthan engineers. They were all frighteningly smart, but that increased his determination to withhold confidential material related to the essence of the Ghost project. He even went as far as altering the design and operation of the Sephiroth AQ-3M by himself. He never shared any of this secret work to Professor Kavanaugh. He did this to prevent the faint possibility that Optar would expose a method that could expose the Larkinson clan's expert stealth mech with trivial ease. It went without saying that it was extremely difficult to match or surpass the work of specialized scientists and engineers in their field of expertise. Vase was sure he botched a few elements here and there. The actual performance of the Sephiroth AQ-3M was probably a bit worse due to his fumblings. His paranoia forced him to accept this unpalatable trade-off. He would rather work with a slightly more flawed active stealth system than to leave potential backdoors into one of his most strategic expert mechs. Besides, there is still a decent chance that my alterations are effective. He always felt dissatisfied that the Sephiroth AQ-3M only utilized phase water in a defensive capacity. Why did it not make use of this rare and expensive substance to enhance its stealth performance? The changes Vase applied to the Sephiroth AQ-3M were meant to correct this shortcoming. He took advantage of its transphasic materials to work out a mechanism where the expert mech could dump a portion of its emissions into a higher dimension. Vase was only able to get started on this complicated and sophisticated experimental work because of his vastly improved affinity and comprehension of phase water. He regularly borrowed the expertise of the Phase King in order to figure out a few difficult solutions. So far, the small-scale test showed that his alterations did not make the active stealth system worse, but that did not guarantee success. If the full implementation of his modified Sephiroth AQ-3M was severely flawed or glitched, then Vase would have little choice but to revert his changes and settle for a more standard active stealth system. I can skip this if I choose to improve the Ghost project. The system would definitely correct a lot of flaws and hidden dangers if it exerted its power onto his customized transphasic active stealth system. This meant that Vase could assign riskier infiltration missions to the completed Ghost project without worrying about getting caught. That's not all. There's also the Geist system. This was a much more metaphysical component to the Ghost project than anything else. None of the people assigned to work on the Ghost project fully understood how it worked. Not even Vase understood all of the mechanics behind empowering spiritual fiends so that they could bypass every obstacle but nevertheless inflict real damage when it mattered. No conventional science could help him improve or perfect it any further. Vase needed to expand his understanding of spiritual engineering to a massive degree in order to increase the performance of the Geist system. This was fairly troublesome as Vase had no idea how good the Geist system would be if he fabricated the expert mech. The fiends it would be able to dispatch from its frame might be strong enough to destroy critical components of an actively running starship. At the same time, they might also turn out to be so weak that they could not even lift a tiny data chip. If he superpublished the Ghost project, he would not only have greater guarantees that the Geist system was closer to the former case, but also gained an invaluable opportunity to learn a lot of lessons on spiritual engineering. After all, If he was able to compare his original implementation of the Geist system to one that was much more refined, he could directly spot the differences and figure out the reasons why they worked. Damn, this is such a difficult choice, he muttered while looking increasingly pained. He had agonized over this decision for months. He never managed to make up his mind as the completion dates came closer. It would have been better if he could stagger the expert mech design projects over a year so that he could superpublish both of them, but that was not practical. He could only improve one of them before he fabricated both of his long-awaited expert mechs. Although it was always possible for him to superpublish an old design that he had already placed in his archives, the benefits of doing so were much less. He couldn't procrastinate over this life-changing decision any further. I think I need a second opinion. Who should he talk to? He certainly couldn't not spill anything related to the system to his wife. Other colleagues such as Kedis and Sarah Voikin lacked the perspective to provide qualified advice. There was only one name he trusted with this matter. I think it's time to pay another visit to Master Benedict. Chapter 4929 Demand for High-Quality Skulls. It was easy for Vase to pay a visit to Master Benedict's design lab. Both the Cat Nest and the cross-production complex were located inside Industrial District 2. If Vase wanted to, he could just walk over to the large industrial complex further down the street. There was no need to tempt fate. Vase settled for boarding an armored shuttle and made a short transit to the CPC under heavy escort. The members of the Cross clan briefly looked up as the ostentatious Larkinson mechs hovered protectively around a fairly unassuming black vehicle. They soon ignored the sight and returned to their own activities. Vase had visited the CPC enough time for his arrival to turn into a routine occurrence. Vase didn't even need the help of an attendant to reach the primary Cross lab. As the counterpart of the Larkinson clan's Genesis lab, the primary Cross lab is the primary engine of mech design and technological innovation of this branch location. When Vase and his bodyguards passed through the main entrance, he waved to the receptionists and guards and easily passed through the checkpoints without taking up a lot of time. It took around 5 minutes for Vase to enter an underground design lab where Master Benedict Cortez conducted his latest research. The fairly new master mech designer did not bother to suspend and hide his latest research activity. Benedict somehow managed to get his hands on a collection of Nunzer skulls. The alien skulls were carefully stored in transparent containers that were stacked against a wall. "Good afternoon, Vase," the preoccupied master called out as he continued to tinker with a device connected to one of his Nunzer skulls. "You look troubled today. I assumed you would be in a good mood considering that you are close to completing your new epical works." Even the head designer of the Cross clan recognized the transformational meaning of the Dullahan project and the Ghost project. "What are you working on, Benedict?" the visitor asked as he moved closer until he was able to get a good look of what was on the workbench. He already had a good idea what Benedict wanted to accomplish after he recognized a lot of familiar elements to the experimental mechanisms. "As you know, the index system that I have devised as a substitute for my original energy bridge system," Master Benedict calmly explained even as he attached a few wires to the holes that he had drilled in the alien skull. "While the index system can play a useful role to high-end mechs such as your Dullahan project, it simply does not replicate the full power of the original solution that I have developed for the Mars. I don't think the MTA will like it if you start using the skulls of expert pilots left and right." Vase stated the obvious. The older mech designer nodded. "That is so. This is why I have decided to develop a variation of the OEBS but with alien skulls instead of human remains. After consulting with numerous exobiologists, I have learned that the Nunzer race is the best starting point. Compared to the other intelligent indigenous races of the Red Ocean, the Nuncers are strong in body but also remarkably firm in mind. They possess tough and tenacious attitudes and are known to fare well under adversity. They are the closest alien substitute to high-ranking mech pilots that I can readily obtain." Eccentric mech designers certainly had a habit of starting unusual research projects. Only a nutcase would think that experimenting with alien skulls was a legitimate research direction. Vase remained skeptical, though. Expert pilots are demigods whose bodies are mildly transformed by their extraordinary willpower. As far as I know, ordinary Nuncers do not possess these traits. They should be completely normal. I do not completely believe that is the case. Master Benedict replied. At the very least, the upper echelon of Nuncers are all obsessed with incorporating phase water in their bodies. They engage in a variety of different methods that are meant to strengthen them beyond a norm. Don't underestimate my new collection. The skulls that I bought are taken from high-quality stock. I believe that there should be at least one skull among my current collection that has developed qualities that are somewhat similar to that of a human expert pilot or at least an expert candidate. That actually sounded reasonable. Vase actually became a little more optimistic about Master Benedict's chances of making a small breakthrough. That was far from enough to make his latest idea practical and viable. There should be a limit to the power that you can draw from a relatively normal Nunzer skull. Vase pointed out, the only ones that are truly worth taking are the skulls of Phase Lords. I bet you can produce much more drastic results if we have harvested the head of the Trampler of Stars. A strong yearning expression appeared on Master Benedict's face. It is such a pity that the Trampler of Stars managed to escape from our clutches. When we resume our Trailblazer expedition, I would like to prioritize the search of other Phase Lords. These native gods are the most ideal ingredients and test subjects for my current research. If our expeditionary fleet has successfully captured or killed an actual Phase Lord, I would like first dibs on the spoils. Vase casually nodded after hearing what the master mech designer needed. Your need for them is the greatest, so it shouldn't be a problem to meet your request. However, I have my own uses for Phase Lords, so I would like to claim the second one for myself. Benedict didn't ask what Vase had in mind for the Phase Lord. He merely nodded in acceptance. Very well, it will be more inconvenient for us to compete for the same spoils, but as long as we put more effort into hunting down these rare and precious Phase Lords, we should both be able to have our fill. Phase Lords can be tough to take down, Benedict. They might not be as strong as actual Phase Whales, but even the Mars struggled to contain the Trampler of Stars. The Jeddah Sandovar and the Royal Gem are much better at defeating strong individual targets. We can turn them into effective Phase Lord killers as long as we apply targeted improvements to these ace mechs. I doubt the Adelaides and the Bujays will allow us to rashly tinker with their greatest trump cards, Benedict. Besides, if these two ace mechs do all of the work, the groups they belong to will earn the greatest share of the spoils. You will have to make a lot of concessions if you want to grab the corpse of an alien god from their hands. They continued to talk about the practicalities of hunting Phase Lords. They were not that common and Vase didn't even know whether Ilvain was strong enough to track these alien transcendents. It took 5 more minutes before Vase finally saw an opportunity to bring up the matter he truly wanted to talk about today. Would you like to hear a story about the Amaranto? Vase suddenly asked. Once my design team along with Master Willix completed this mech design, we did not fabricate it straight away. Instead, I chose to send off our work to a friend, who subsequently refined and optimized the entire design. This friend of mine not only improved the work of journeymen such as myself and my fellow Larkinson mechs, but also improved the work of Master Willix to the same degree. It took a few seconds of Master Benedict to understand the implications. He went still. He immediately understood the implications of receiving the guidance of an anonymous mech designer. An individual of this caliber could not only understand the essence of his life's work, but also applied many ingenious solutions while simultaneously pointing out so many viable improvement directions. The older man slowly turned around and looked straight into Ves's eyes. Are you telling me that your friend is willing to extend the same service to you again? Benedict's voice quivered as if he was on the verge of winning the lottery. Vase slowly nodded. That is the case, but the caveat is that he is only willing to do it once. We can either hand over the design of the Doulahan project or the Ghost project. I am struggling to make up my mind. I can think of plenty of arguments in favor of either choice. Since you have played a substantial role in the design of both of these expert mechs, I figure that I might as well pull you into my decision-making process. Wise decision, Master Benedict said with appreciation. Please explain your current arguments to me. I would first like to know your perspective before I add my own. Vase did so. It took 10 minutes or so to explain all of the possible pros and cons that he had thought of over the last few months. As a master mech designer, Benedict easily comprehended these views. His eyes twinkled with understanding. Interesting. I can see why you are struggling. Both choices are equally viable as far as I am concerned. Even I cannot fully make up my mind. The Ghost project incorporates a highly abnormal variation of my original energy bridge system. The Doulahan project on the other hand contains my index system. A choice between the two is a choice between ultimate power and mass production. The older mech designer looked enormously entangled as he had fallen into the same pit as Vase. However, Benedict was not as young and shallow as Vase. He quickly cut through the fog of indecision and offered additional guidance. Since improving either expert mech designs provide benefits to your work in equal fashion, you should disregard these criteria entirely and base your choice on other factors. For example, think about the needs of your clan. Which one is more useful to you in the short term? The Ghost Project. Vase immediately replied, which one is more useful to you in the long term? The Dullahan Project. Vase admitted, the value and utility of having an extremely powerful defense-oriented high-ranking mech was incalculable. Once Janzi advanced to ace pilot in the future, she could easily become powerful enough to withstand the attacks of weaker warships. The expeditionary fleet would gain a lot more leeway in escaping ambushes and confronting dangerous alien warfleets. Which one do you most want to turn into masterwork? I can't decide. Benedict picked up an important clue from Vess's latest answer. His eyes turned more inquisitive as he regarded the journeyman mech designer. Both your Dullahan project and your Ghost project are characterized by a number of radically different innovations of yours. I think that you have reached a point in your career where you need to make an important decision about the future direction of your design philosophy. Vase looked confused. What did this have to do with the superpublish function? Pardon, Master, the empowered blood-sharing system and the Geist system are completely opposite from each other. Benedict directly pointed out, the former is a metaphysical innovation that primarily aims to deepen and strengthen the relationship between mechs and mech pilots. The latter is an unusual application that seeks to qualitatively improve and strengthen a mech's utilization of external sources of power. One is internal and the other is external. Each of them are based on your design philosophy, but neither of the two are strongly related to each other. If you have to give up on one of them so that you can fully pursue the other, which research direction will you choose? Master Benedict directly explained the true dilemma that held Vase back from making a decision. Vase felt even more certain that his answer to this crucial question would define his work and permanently shape the evolution direction of his design philosophy. Chapter 4930 Different Development Strategies. Master Benedict Cortez had gone through a similar journey as Vase. He had lived for over 150 years, and spent much of it struggling to progress his design philosophy and explore his way forward. As a pioneer of his own field, he had to make a lot of difficult choices on how he wanted to allocate his time. No mech designer could spend his time on pursuing every possible application of their field of specialization. Aside from monstrous outliers such as the polymath, every other mech designer eventually had to give up on pursuing other ideas to the limit in order to make sure they retained the capital to break through. Vase understood that the choice between superpublishing the Dullahan project or the Ghost project indirectly affected his subsequent career. You are at the point in your life where you have started to move beyond the limitations of a journeyman mech designer. Master Benedict accurately pointed out. What are journeymen in your opinion? Journeymen are explorers. Vase replied according to his own views. Mech designers at this level have set a rough research direction, but they still need to invent many distinctive design applications from scratch. Since it is difficult for journeymen to know what is good or what is valued by customers, it is always recommended to travel around and try out a lot of stuff. That is a good perspective, Vase. You have succinctly described the essence of journeyman mech designer. The key here is developing an initial recipe of successful design formulas that you believe in. It doesn't matter how you accomplish this initial goal. Journeymen such as your colleague Kedis knew exactly what she wanted to design as soon as she advanced to this rank. She has spent all of her time on furthering her ability to design swordsman mechs. You on the other hand have devoted much of your time to exploring much of the limitless possibilities of your own design philosophy. As a pioneer in your own field, your competitive pressure is different, so there is a logic to delving into multiple different design applications. Vase slowly frowned as Master Benedict lectured to him. Are you suggesting that I won't be able to explore so many research directions once I become a senior? The older mech designer smiled and leaned back on his chair. Before we speak, please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel. About that, I think it is better for you to gain a greater understanding of what senior mech designers actually are. There is much I cannot reveal to you yet, no matter how close you are. What I can tell you is that seniors only have one overarching priority: to realize their design philosophy and advance to master mech designer. Nothing else can surpass this goal. As such, do you think that a senior who dabbles in 3 different research directions can break through as easily as a senior that dedicates all of his work hours on deepening their progress in a single branch of their design philosophy? Vase grimaced. I understand your point. A senior that devotes all of his time on further developing a single research application has a greater chance of advancing to master within his remaining lifespan. Why the glum face, Vase? It's just, I don't really want to be forced into giving up on other interesting ideas. Vase admitted to the master. I once received a lecture on how a mech designer could develop his design philosophy into differently shaped trees. You can either shape it into a thin tree that can grow really tall, or opt for a wide tree that happens to be a little short. The fact of the matter was that Vase didn't want to make a choice. His greed was too great. He just realized that he possessed a superpublish voucher in his inventory. He had obtained it from the system a long time ago but always kept it in storage because he rarely utilized the normal superpublish ability to begin with. He would have left it in the dark for many more years under ordinary circumstances, but the current situation just happened to be an excellent opportunity to take advantage of this possibility. Vase still wasn't certain whether it was worthwhile for him to use up this precious voucher at this junction. You have obviously chosen to grow a wide tree with many different branches, the former skull architect observed. And now you have come to a point in your career where you are reluctant to nurture a single branch at the cost of neglecting all of your other ones. This way, your wide tree will eventually transform into a misshapen tall tree as one branch grows higher than all of the other ones. Vase nodded. I know what I am like as a mech designer. I can never stick with spending all of my time on exploring just one narrow design application. I like to travel around, gain lots of inspiration from interesting discoveries and find a way to create new possibilities. Choosing to give all of that up just so that I can increase my chances of realizing my design philosophy goes against my nature. It sounds as if you have become so attached to your development strategy as a journeyman that you want to persist with it at the senior stage. That is uncommon but not completely unheard of in the mech industry. Mech designers that fall within this category do not enjoy a good reputation in the industry. Certain circles have taken to calling them infantiles and other pejorative terms. The meaning is that while a mech designer has grown to become a senior, his mentality has not grown in accordance. Like children, they still get distracted by whatever catches their fancy. Their inability to follow priorities and focus on a single research direction means that their chances of advancing to master is minuscule. Quote. Benedict studied Vase closely. Are you feeling unreconciled? I do, master. It's just, my brain is telling me one thing while my heart is telling me another thing. I don't want to narrow my options. No one can do everything by themselves, Vase. The master mech designer sagely said. This is also one of the reasons why senior mech designers start to mentor their own students. The former can continue to devote their full efforts on developing a single topic of research to their limits while the latter can take over responsibility over all of the neglected branches. Vase still didn't look satisfied. I already intend to teach more students when I am ready to do so, but that still doesn't sit well to me. No matter whether it is the EBSS or the Geist system, both are equally worthy of further development. I also have other ideas that I want to flesh out as well. I don't necessarily want to hand all of this over to my students and apprentices. I want to do it all myself. Master Benedict chuckled and shook his head. You may have heard many stories about this already, but the difficulty of realizing your design philosophy exceeds your imagination. There are good reasons why there are so many seniors who grow old and die without leaving any permanent legacies behind. They have worked just as hard as myself or more, but they ultimately lacked sufficient discipline and decisiveness to embrace a strategy that was within their means. Do you think that you are good enough as a mech designer to successfully realize your design philosophy while sticking to your current scatter-brained approach? Though Vase had a lot of capital that he could count upon, he did not blindly say yes. Underestimating the challenges ahead of him was a good way to grow stagnant as a mech designer. He did not want to end up as Professor Velton and die while constantly holding regrets about the decisions made in the past. Vase lowered his head for a moment. Before I answer that question, can you tell me what it takes for mech designers to advance to master with a broad research strategy? While you mentioned that the chances of breaking through under those circumstances are minimal, you did not say it is impossible. This implies that there are mech designers who succeeded. What are they like? What do they have in common? What allowed them to succeed where so many others have failed? The master raised his palm in a calming motion. Whoa there, Vase. Slow down. I cannot answer all of those questions for you, but let me put it this way. The most extreme and defining example of a senior who dabbled in everything yet managed to advance to master based on the quantity of successful research results alone is the polymath. I am sure you have read her biography already. Though it is painfully short on details, her intelligence, learning ability and imagination are off the charts. You may be the most brilliant journeyman mech designer that I have ever met, but you do not come close to her level. It was taboo for any mech designer to equate himself to a legendary star designer. Anyone who made these thoughtless claims deserved to be treated as a pariah. I am not that delusional, Benedict. Vase responded. Besides, my research interests aren't nearly as broad as hers. What about other mech designers who succeeded with this approach? Benedict paused for a moment. I know of master mech designers who match your description, but their starting points are unquestionably higher. They are first-raters without fail. Many of them are born in prominent families or grew up in families that are highly immersed in technology. They possess cranial implants and other augmentations that boost their intelligence and design abilities to a frightening height, allowing them to design mechs and conduct research at 10 times the efficiency of their more normal peers. Even then, each of them had to fight a constant uphill battle in order to break through and realize their difficult and overly ambitious design philosophies. Ves's eyes lit up as he heard these descriptions. Though his circumstances were completely different from these blessed sons and daughters, his gains over the years were not necessarily inferior. He was utterly convinced that even if he was a little worse at the moment, he possessed the means to match or exceed these brilliant mech designers. There was no way that Vase could hide these thoughts from a highly observant master mech designer. To his credit, Benedict did not rule out the possibility that Vase might succeed. I know what you are thinking, Vase, but you should not be in a hurry to make a rash decision. A more reasonable development strategy that you can take is to choose a single design application as your major. This will be your main contribution to the mech community and the basis of realizing your design philosophy. You can subsequently relegate all of your other possible research directions as your minors. You should organize your schedule so that you can budget a portion of your time on continuing your explorations of your secondary research projects. That sounded like an acceptable and more realistic work approach for a senior. Vase seriously contemplated whether he should take a step back and choose this approach instead. If your minors share complementary and mutually reinforcing relationships with your major, then you can leverage this synergy to realize your design philosophy in advance and start off as a master with a much stronger footing than usual. Master Benedict explained. This way, you will not waste the eclectic gains you have made as a journeyman and senior. You instead converted them into the foundation that has helped you propel your main research direction to significantly greater heights. That was a compelling image. As Vase thought about all of the work he had done to this date, he felt that it might be more appropriate for him to narrow his research activities to an extent. If he could develop many synergies between his major and all of his minors, he could develop a grand framework that could turn into an entire new system in the field of mech design. His eyes burned with passion. The more he thought about this approach, the more he felt that he could make it far while still staying true to his heart. Have you found your answer, Vase? Master Benedict asked. The younger mech designer firmly nodded. I did. Thank you for your guidance, my friend. I think I know how I want to develop my design philosophy in the future. Chapter 4931 Stubborn Choice. Master Benedict Cortez clearly noticed the difference. Vase entered the room with confusion and uncertainty on his face. His demeanor was subdued and his mood was struggling under the burden of his own choices. Now, he looked as if he had discovered the light at the end of the tunnel. His passion had lifted his indecision. His resolution helped him regain his confidence and he looked as if he had settled on a solid plan for his future development. If I may ask, what have you decided upon, Vase? Benedict curiously asked. Which of your 2 expert mech designs have you chosen to submit to your friend, and which research direction have you chosen as your major? Vase briefly contemplated whether it was wise for him to share this information to Benedict, but he eventually figured that Benedict had earned his trust. It was not good to withhold so much about himself all of the time. Without taking the initiative to obtain a second opinion from the likes of Master Benedict, who knew how long it would take for Vase to end his procrastination. My design philosophy is mutual growth, Vase declared. Out of the 2 expert mechs that I have brought up, it is undeniable that the Dullahan project embodies this concept much more closely than the Ghost project. The latter is not completely unrelated, but its focus on external sources of power means that the relationship between the mech pilot and his mech becomes more complex. I consider the Geist system as an expansion of the unique power system that I am working on. It is nice if I can develop it further, but it doesn't seem appropriate for me to use it as the centerpiece of my future research initiatives. That concurs with my opinion. Can you think of reasons why you would want to choose this as your major instead? Don't get me wrong, Vase. I am not suggesting that you have made the wrong choice, but I want you to be certain that you have properly considered all of the alternatives. Vase frowned and fell in thought. Good question. If I want to use the Ghost project as a representation of my future research direction, then I would only want to do so if I want to radically redefine what it means to pilot a mech. No longer will mech pilots interface with their lifeless machines in order to leverage the power of material technology alone. Each mech will not only turn into a potent life form, but will also serve as the hub or channel that can allow other powerful and useful life forms to play different roles. That sounds as if you want to turn your mechs into existences akin to insect hives. Benedict observed. Good analogy. I guess the Ghost project already falls within this category. That is exactly right. The power of a single mech cannot match that of a living mech that is augmented by a design spirit as well as numerous subordinate spirits. While my expert stealth mech is only able to make the Geist system work by exploiting the power of true resonance, I believe that I can successfully invent a solution that can substitute true resonance with a more accessible power source such as plain electrical energy. Every mech, no matter how humble, can enter into battle with a hive of ghosts under its command. As he explained this vision, his imagination already went wild. He conjured up grand battles where mechs from both sides not only clashed together, but also brought forth swarms of intangible ghosts or fiends that tore into each other. The benefits of being able to throw an army of ghosts at an enemy were much greater if human forces fought against aliens. There was no way the indigenous alien races could withstand the tide of ghosts with their insufficient tech base. Master Benedict did not entirely approve of this unusual idea, however. What you have proposed is radical, that is for certain. I do not believe that many of our colleagues in the industry are willing to welcome your ideas. There is a limit to how much change mech pilots and mech designers are able to accept. It doesn't matter. Vase sneered. Competition always prevails. As long as my design solutions result in mechs that become a lot stronger without raising the costs too much, then my work will sweep the market. Consumers aren't stupid. If one of my products can outfight two mechs designed by my competitors, they will choose the more cost-effective solution all of the time. Benedict shook his head. Let's leave this hypothetical aside. You have already indicated a preference for a different major, so let us talk about that instead. What does the Dullahan project represent? The Dullahan project is an evolution of my efforts to enable mutual growth. Vase straightforwardly replied. At this point, I have invested a lot of effort into leveraging the man-machine connection produced by neural interfaces to increase the relationship between mech and mech pilot. While I have also worked on making mechs alive and more powerful in a metaphysical manner, the goal of doing this has always been to further the growth of the mech pilot. A stronger mech can do a better job at facilitating the growth of a mech pilot. I think the relationship between Venerable Janzi and her Shield of Samar is an excellent example of the mutual growth that I have been trying to realize with my efforts. Vase had managed to make a lot of mech pilots stronger through his work. Even without the benefits brought by design spirits, his living mechs already provided a huge amount of benefits to their pilots. You have already done a good job at utilizing the man-machine connection, Vase. I do not think that you have reached the limit of what you can do with the existing means at your disposal. What I find strange is that instead of sticking to what has already worked to an extent, you spontaneously took a detour and developed a strange new obsession for blood and biomech systems. Only a mech designer is creative, as you can devise a design solution where you forcibly turn a classical mech into a cyborg mech for the sole purpose of introducing a seemingly redundant blood circulation system inside the frame. You have yet to test whether this blood pact of yours even exists. Are you certain you want to use it as the basis of your major when you have never tested it once in reality? Master Benedict Cortez was not wrong for expressing his doubts and skepticism. Vase hadn't strictly followed the scientific method when he devised the empowered blood-sharing system. He combined the theories of several different disciplines in order to come up with a radical new design application that rested on a lot of untested assumptions. Was it safe? Was it viable? Was it cost-effective? Was it acceptable to his customers? Was it acceptable to the MTA? He was plagued by all of these questions and more. If there was anything wrong, then his ability to base his future success on the EBSS or a derivative of this idea came under doubt. Still, Vase was not the sort of mech designer who let common science and conventional wisdom stop him from pursuing his dreams. Vase smirked at the older mech designer. I appreciate your well-meaning advice, but I am certain about my choices. My current implementation of living mechs is already sufficient for the masses. As you said, there is still room for improvement in this area. I can treat this as one of my minors, but I don't intend to treat it as my primary focus anymore. Can you elaborate, Vase? I think you are making a dangerous decision here. You are still fairly young, so there is plenty of time for you to reevaluate your choices. Once you advance to senior and invest several previous decades of your lifespan into a research subject that is much less viable, practical and cost-effective than you assumed, you might come to regret your impulsive choice. Master Benedict conveyed well-meaning advice. He truly did not want Vase to ruin his future by betting on a design application that was much more restrictive and less applicable than his other innovations. Vase stuck to his decision, though. He did not have any intention of backing out at this point. I don't care what other people think about the viability and desirability of the blood pact concept I came up with, he said. I just know it will work. I also know that its potential is much greater than what I have been doing before. It doesn't really matter if the vast majority of mech pilots doesn't want to bind their life to a single mech for the rest of their lives. I believe I can provide massive benefits to the few extreme mech pilots that truly treat their chosen mechs as their lifelong battle partners. I think I have a good chance of helping mech pilots and their living mechs attain unsurpassed might. Everything had a price. It became more difficult for Vase to engender any further mutual growth. The power of blood held much promise, so much so that he was willing to use it as a powerful new medium to stimulate additional growth in both the mech pilot and mech. All of the baggage that came with this, such as binding a mech pilot to a single mech and forcing them to merge their blood circulation, were acceptable trade-offs in his opinion. In any case, as long as he continued to develop the empowered blood-sharing system, he might be able to mitigate its downsides. His initial iterations of this radical new biotechnological system would definitely be rough and marked by glitches, but that would not be the case for his subsequent works. Besides, this was where the superpublish could play a massive role at this point. By leaping ahead of the development cycle, Vase could get off on a much better start than normal. This would not only prevent a lot of accidents, but also help with persuading other mech pilots to try out this powerful new growth system. Vase and Master Benedict continued to discuss the merits and difficulties of this profound choice. Though the master mech designer strongly disagreed with choosing the EBSS as the basis of a major, he did not seek to stop Vase from pursuing his dreams. Whether you succeed or fail, I hope you won't regret this decision, Vase. You have made a huge bet today. I do not know whether your work can live up to the promises that you have made, but I will be rooting for you. You have already made a lot of contributions in fostering the mutual growth between mechs and mech pilots. I hope you will not falter before you are able to realize your design philosophy. The mech industry needs your contributions. Thank you for your kind words. I do not intend to fail either. Vase smiled at the older man. When will your friend make a pass at the Dullahan project? It shouldn't take much longer. We still need a week or two to complete our current rounds of optimizations. After that, it will take a few days for my friend to improve it with the help of his own expertise. That is fast, Benedict commented. Don't worry, you will not be disappointed by the results. Just wait. Vase ultimately left the cross-production complex with renewed purpose. He had already considered a lot of different arguments, but he believed that the Dullahan project was a much better representation of what he set out to do as a mech designer. Blood is my future. If anyone just heard what he said, they might have mistaken him as a vampire or a mass-murdering lunatic. Though Vase believed in his heart that his intentions were pure, others might not hold the same opinion. It remained to be seen whether he could ever popularize his radical new design application. Chapter 4932 Viability Test. Time passed quickly after Vase had made up his mind. While Vase and his fellow mech designers worked hard to finalize the Dullahan project and the Ghost project, the rest of the Larkinsons did not stay idle either. The time to resume the Trailblazer expedition had drawn closer. The clan had already prepared extensively for this important moment. Not only did the Larkinsons put a lot of effort into repairing and upgrading their starships, they also collected a lot of information and stockpiled a lot of useful supplies. Almost every arm of the clan contributed to this major effort. It was no secret that the expeditionary fleet was bound to leave the Krakatoa Middle Zone and cross over into the rougher and more dangerous Torald Middle Zone. Given all of the stories that came out of this deeper frontier zone, there was no such thing as too much preparation. One of the most optimistic pieces of news that Vase received as of late concerned his Spirit of Bentime. After roughly half a year of extensive disassembly, refurbishing and refitting work, the original factory ship of the Larkinson clan had finally completed her transformation. So much of her hull had been strengthened and improved that she had fully regained the capital of leading the expeditionary fleet. It actually took longer than expected for the MTA shipyard to complete the extensive refit process. The people in charge of the project never provided a clear reason to Vase, but he suspected that it had to do with the abnormal spiritual properties of the ship. The MTA probably studied the hull of the Spirit of Bentheim from top to bottom in an attempt to figure out all of her secrets. Vase already expected this to happen. He had nothing to hide. The Spirit of Bentheim was not a mech, so he wasn't able to add too many amazing goodies to her hull. The Mechers had already notified the Larkinson clan that they just had to conduct thorough inspections and conduct short trials to verify that the upgraded factory ship performed up to expectation. The MTA cared a lot about quality. None of their products ever failed to drop below their exacting demands. Once the association made sure that the Spirit of Bentheim passed their requirements, the ship would immediately be sent to the Davut system. Vase hoped that he would be able to complete everything he set out to do in Davut. At this point, Vase had reached the moment where he was ready to superpublish a mech design. He carefully considered his decision one last time. Do you think I am doing what is right, or do you think I have gone crazy, Lucky? Meow. The cat nonchalantly responded as he floated in the air while licking his paws. Vase shrugged. Maybe you're right. The line between innovation and insanity is not as solid as people think. It is especially blurred when it comes to me. None of my inventions are normal from the perspective of other mech designers. He felt a little bit better about himself. There were moments where he briefly entertained second thoughts about committing to the empowered blood-sharing system. It truly had too many restrictions to make it practical enough for widespread usage. Still, Vase already came up with a few promising ideas on how to reduce its downsides and increase its practicality. Nothing was impossible as long as he was brilliant enough to come up with a creative new solution. For example, the Doulahan project already pointed out a way for mech pilots to be able to continue their careers once they have lost their bonded mechs. So long as they retained possession of a substantial enough quantity of their former mechs, the mech pilots would be able to regain their ability to fight. He could explore that in the future once he advanced to senior or higher. Right now, he needed to pull the trigger and pull the trigger. Maybe it is better if I leave the Ghost project alone. It's my latest passion project and I am more confident that it will work out the way I intended. Whatever flaws and imperfections it may have in its current design won't spoil its significance. Vase had a good feeling about the current iteration of the Ghost project. He also had a high degree of ownership towards it. He had contributed more to this expert mech design project than any other collaborator. From developing the basis of the Geist system to implementing and customizing the Sephiroth AQ-3M transphasic active stealth system, Vase alone had been responsible for designing the Ghost project's most defining elements. On the other hand, the Doulahan project had been much more of a team effort. Sarah Voikin had been responsible for designing most of the expert Knight mech's crucial defensive systems. Gloriana took care of the internals while Kedis designed a new mech sword that was tailored for Venerable Janzi. Master Benedict integrated the resonating materials and also worked on the energy transmission systems to make the powerful new machine more enduring. Vase on the other hand spent much of his time on designing miscellaneous parts along with trying to design a working implementation of the empowered blood-sharing system from scratch. His sense of ownership towards the Doulahan project was high primarily because it was his brainchild and because its spiritual design was such a core part of its identity. It doesn't really matter too much if my sense of ownership gets reduced. Vase concluded. He no longer hesitated any further and activated the superpublish command. It did not take a lot of time for the mech designer system to process the design of Janzi's future expert mech. No matter how sophisticated it had grown, nothing about the Doulahan project was inscrutable to the fragment of the metal scroll. Once Vase obtained the superpublished version of the completed mech design, his eyes widened as he beheld all of the changes. Everything had undergone subtle changes. The most obvious elements such as the battle skirt system, the rainbow shield, the transphasic armor system and the transphasic flight system all received substantial upgrades and optimizations. Some of the design solutions that caught his eyes were so brilliant and inventive that they could even shock the developers of cutting-edge technology. After all, Vase had already invested a huge amount of money and resources into obtaining the best quasi-first-class parts and systems that he could stuff into the expert Knight mech. To see how far the system had gone in order to elevate the performance of the highly advanced Doulahan project by 10% was a humbling experience. It reminded Vase once again that he still had a lot to do before he reached the pinnacle of mech design. He was sure that his fellow collaborators would share the same sentiment. Gloriana would probably be able to get a lot closer to advancing to senior once she was able to study the refinements to her God-body method. Master Benedict Cortez would be able to skip 10 to 20 years worth of research and development once he mastered the comprehensive improvements made to his index system. As for me, his gains were no less profound. Not only did the system smooth out the rough edges of the reincarnation of the Shield of Samar, but it also turned his initial rudimentary implementation of the EBSS into a work of art. Okay, maybe I am exaggerating a bit, but just look at it. Don't you think it's beautiful, Lucky? Meow. Lucky flipped his tail in a clear sign of disinterest. You don't understand what this means. This is proof that the EBSS has enough added value that it deserves to remain in the design. The blood pact was viable. If the opposite was true, the system would have removed it from the Doulahan project because keeping it was a waste of capacity. Vase grew more and more eager as he compared the optimized version of the EBSS to his original work. The more he studied the changes, the more he became amazed at all of the ingenious design solutions. I truly hadn't thought about this approach. I am so stupid for overlooking this possibility. Damn, if this flaw remained unnoticed, there is a chance that Janzi might have gotten injured. As much as Vase wanted to spend an entire month documenting all of the changes before figuring out why they improved on his work, he needed to share the bounty to the others. I should wait a few days before presenting this upgraded design. I can't make it seem as if it only takes an instant to apply all of these comprehensive improvements. Vase found it difficult to stick to his old routine while carrying such an enormous weight on his shoulders. He knew that his wife and the others had built up a lot of anticipation towards what he was holding back. Still, Vase stuck to his decision and waited for 3 whole days before he called the design team of the Doulahan project together. Once he projected the improved design and gave everyone access to the detailed design files, the other mech designers reacted just as he expected. This is amazing, Gloriana exclaimed. The quality of our expert mech design has undergone a transformation. I did not expect that I could make my sword sharper through this method. Kedis grew intense as she obsessed over the sword paired with the Doulahan project. Vase smiled as he listened to all of the positive reactions from the gang. Feel free to study the new design. This is a gift to you all. Don't take too long, though. I want to move on and fabricate this expert mech sooner rather than later. I think that 3 or 4 days should be enough for you to understand the improved design to the point where you can fabricate it without issue. None of the gathered mech designers were mediocre. They were all brilliant and capable as long as they worked within their areas of expertise. It would help if you give us more time before we start, Vase. Gloriana responded with a frown. You can obsess over the alterations later, Gloriana. We have all waited long enough to fabricate a new expert mech for Janzi. It is time. No more delays. Master Benedict looked up from the detailed schematic of the upgraded index system that he had originally incorporated in the Doulahan project. I agree. There is nothing we can add to the Doulahan project at this point as it has already exceeded our capacity to improve. In comparison, the Ghost project has already become outdated due to this development. I have observed a few new solutions in the index system that I can use to improve my implementation of the original energy bridge system in our expert stealth mech design. I believe that you should have a reason to revisit the Ghost project, Gloriana. You are correct. Gloriana's eyes lit up yet again. The God body method in the Doulahan project is much more refined than what I have implemented in the design of the Ghost project. I need at least a week if not more to bring it back up to date based on all of the lessons I can learn. Don't get distracted, honey. Let us focus on our upcoming fabrication run first. Once we make the Doulahan project, we will probably harvest extra insights that will help us revise the Ghost project. This was one of the benefits of superpublishing a mech. The lessons that mech designers could learn from one could also be applied to their subsequent works. This could be treated as a substitute to superpublishing the Ghost project. Even if Vase decided against using up his precious voucher on this expert mech design, he could still obtain at least a portion of the total benefits. Everyone quickly agreed on a new plan and timetable before they eagerly split up. They needed to decipher all of the improvements as quickly as possible. Chapter 4933 Julius and Noah, Happy Birthday, Marvane. You're one step closer to growing into a big boy. Nya tilde, mo mo. Meow meow meow, here is your present. During the days where Vase and his fellow mech designers frantically analyzed the superpublished design of the Doulahan project, a single event briefly caused them to pause their efforts. Marvane celebrated his 4th birthday. The lucky boy was surrounded by both Larkinsons and cats. A nearby dinner table struggled to hold an entire pile of presents. Gloriana had taken charge of the birthday party from beginning to end. Much of the ground floor of the royal mansion as well as its extensive back garden had been transformed into a festive playground themed around dragons. All of the children had changed into different dragon-themed outfits. The birthday boy himself wore a cute little outfit that made him look as if he turned into a humanoid golden dragon. With the help of his companion spirit Denny and the golden cat, Marvane literally turned into the golden boy of the Larkinson clan on this special day. Of course, the other brats also enjoyed the custom party. "Murrah, I am a dragon, hear me roar," Andraste shouted as she hopped around with her red dragon-themed outfit. Aurelia initially thought she was too old and mature to play around like this, but she quickly succumbed once her father forced her to wear a metallic silvery dragon costume. With mana helping to activate a special effect, Aurelia managed to turn herself into a dragon queen of sorts. The firstborn daughter of Vase and Gloriana did not need to do anything else to gather a following of admiring young dragons. The children laughed and giggled as they took part in several organized activities. From using a toy prop that allowed them to pretend they were breathing dragon fire to letting loose an army of plushy bots for them to defeat, the kids completely let go of all of the pressure and expectations set by their parents and their school teachers. Many prominent members of the Larkinson clan and its allies had been invited to the royal mansion as well. Marvane's birthday party was not only an excellent opportunity for their own brats to get closer to the heirs of the Larkinson clan, but also served as a convenient gathering to socialize with each other on a more direct basis. Venerable Brutus Larkinson smiled as he stood next to his younger sister. Both of them stared lovingly at their children as they played with each other without concern. His own 2 children were among the swarm of pretend dragons. Both of them possessed noticeably different demeanors. Ever since he married Commander Sendra Larkinson, he and his wife initially agreed to raise their son Wexel as a Larkinson and their daughter Tarina as a Hexer. In practice, the differences weren't so clear-cut. The 2 children spent most of their time among the Larkinsons in practice. It was just that Tarina paid more visits to the Glory Seekers than usual in order to make sure she retained a connection to her other heritage. It didn't matter too much to Brutus. He had left the Hexadric hegemony for many years just like Gloriana. The Glory Seekers had already started to diverge from their old Hexer ways due to their continued separation from their motherland. If it wasn't for the fact that the Woden dynasty still supported and controlled the Glory Seekers in various ways, it would not have been unthinkable for them to merge into the Larkinson clan by this time. They grow up so fast. Gloriana gently sighed. "Thank you again for convincing your husband to bestow my children and I with companion spirits. It is only right for Vase to share his bounty. He has been sitting on this invention for such a long time that it is criminal for him to withhold it from family such as you and your children." I am sure that he had his reasons. Gloriana rolled her eyes. It had been a few months since Vase quietly gathered a bunch of prominent friends and family members from the Larkinson clan and the Glory Seekers. The Larkinson patriarch took time off his schedule in order to grant each of them their own individual companion spirits. Right now, many expert pilots, military officers and children received their own companion spirits. Of course, Vase did not put too much effort into customizing and strengthening these companion spirits. Their initial capabilities were heavily correlated to the strength of their origins. To expert pilots such as Brutus and Venerable Joshua, their companion spirits started off on a much stronger footing than any other spirits of their kind. Brutus, for example, gained a black and white tuxedo cat that he decided to call Julius. The extraordinary willpower infused in Julius allowed the cat to pick up simple objects such as pens or buttons. This was just the start. The companion spirit had almost certainly grown stronger since then. Julius also gained greater mastery of the intrinsic ability that he derived from his origin, though Brutus still struggled to effectively make use of it when piloting his expert mech. In any case, many other expert pilots received similar boosts that directly affected their growth pattern and combat power. This caused them all to look forward to the impending expedition once more. They could only truly test out their gains in a serious battle against real opponents. They did not dare to go all out in practice sessions. Mew mew. Julius briefly appeared from Brutus' head. Alexandria subsequently appeared from Gloriana's head and started to nuzzle her older brother. Sites like these became increasingly more common as companion spirits rapidly proliferated among the Larkinson clan and the Glory Seekers. Vase initially thought about ordering the recipients of companion spirits to keep them out of sight entirely, but figured that there was little point in hiding them. The existence of companion spirits was no secret to the MTA. Since there was nothing shameful or overly taboo about companion spirits, Vase simply allowed everyone to air their companion spirits whenever they wanted. He only cautioned them to be careful about presenting them in front of strangers, as the general public might not be able to accept their existence so easily. Since you're about to finish your current batch of expert mech designs, when will you be able to upgrade my Star Dancer Mark II? Brutus asked his sister. I appreciate the minor upgrades that you have applied to it over the years, but from what you have told me about the power of quasi-first-class expert mechs that you are working on these days, I feel awfully underpowered. Julius alone cannot close the performance gap. Once our fleet enters the Torald Middle Zone and engages in battle against all manner of alien opponents, the Star Dancer Mark II won't be able to keep up anymore. Gloriana briefly furrowed her brows. Your Star Dancer Mark II isn't the only expert mech that needs an upgrade. Vase has already told me that he wants to work on modernizing the Larkinson clan's older expert mechs. That will all take a lot of time and effort, though once my husband helps me pay for my replacement cranial implant, I should be able to fulfill your wish much sooner than before. We won't be short on materials. I am sure about that. You will be in for a treat, as my husband and I have recently made a lot of gains. Once we complete our current batch of mech designs, I am sure that we will be in a better position to upgrade your machine. Don't forget about the needs of our other Glory Seeker expert pilots. Brutus reminded her. Our handmaidens of death are good at offense. Their ability to lead battle formations make them especially useful in battles against large alien fleets. They are only constrained by their limited ability to resist warship-grade attacks. You are correct. I will be sure to remind Vase when I next speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to him. He can't keep treating the Glory Seekers as his neglected cousin. You are his family as well. As the two Wodens continued to chat with each other, Vase was speaking to another prominent member of the Larkinson clan. Ruor, a surprisingly large spiritual feline, unleashed a roar that was powerful enough to shake the bones of nearby people. Many people recognized the glowing white lion as the companion spirit of General Ark Larkinson. Vase struggled with the decision whether he should grant this boon to his uncle. On the one hand, Ark was his father's brother. The two had been close back when they were humble citizens of the Bright Republic. Ark was also the Larkinson clan's only high-tier expert pilot. He was the most likely among the Larkinsons to advance to the rank of ace pilot within this generation. No one else came close. On the other hand, General Ark clearly did not support the expeditions and the policy of maintaining a certain degree of separation from states. He was too much of an old-school Larkinson to let go of the traditional goals of climbing up the military ladder and earning enough merits in war to earn the right to rule over entire planets. Ark had become a thorny existence to Vase. The man's effective takeover of the Davut branch had caused it to follow a completely different development strategy than before. Vase would be lying if he claimed that he still trusted Ark. Yet, the Larkinson clan needed the gifted command-oriented expert pilot in the end. The Cross clan had Patriarch Reginald Cross. The Adelaide Third Fleet had Saint Marissa Lewandowski. The Bouget family had Saint Calisandra Bouget. The Larkinson clan still did not have an ace pilot as its protector. This made it increasingly more awkward for the Larkinsons to maintain their bargaining power and expand their power base in the coming years. The clan needed its own ace pilot sooner rather than later, and there was no one else Vase could turn to except for his dearest uncle. It did not matter too much if Ark continued to be stubborn about committing to Davut. Just the fact that the Larkinson clan gained its own ace pilot was enough to deter a lot of troublemakers from messing with the Larkinsons regardless of where they traveled. After all, few people wanted to provoke an angry ace pilot into descending onto their positions and wiping everything from existence in retaliation. Once Vase made the decision, he went all out to the point of adding a few extra spiritual ingredients to augment his uncle's capabilities a bit further. Of all of the companion spirits that Vase had bestowed onto people in the past few months, none of them gained as much as his uncle Ark. It made sense. Ark Larkinson was a high-tier expert pilot that had reached the standard of an ace pilot candidate for a number of years. His resonance strength was much higher than that of Venerable Irene Mox when she received Emma. The additional ingredients that Vase blended into Ark's companion spirit only played a supplementary role at best. The ferocious white lion had already become good at leveraging Ark's intrinsic advantages. Noah has grown a lot faster than I thought, Vase remarked as he evaluated the spiritual lion's roar. How far can his roar reach when you pilot your expert mech? Not far enough. General Ark shook his head in disappointment. I would like his empowered roar to encompass an entire battlefield in space if possible. My Traven Exene can only help so much no matter how much true resonance I exert. I suspect that if you design a new expert mech that is specifically designed to cooperate with Noah, my companion spirit can affect the hearts of hundreds of thousands of soldiers at once. Vase studied Noah a bit. What Ark just mentioned didn't sound so outlandish considering the circumstances. Don't worry, you won't have to wait too long before I am ready to address your greatest need. I just need a bit of time to wrap up my current projects and handle a few different affairs that spring up after that. Once I am ready, I will deliver what you need within a year and most likely sooner. The only complication is that you'll need to come to the Torald Middle Zone in order to fetch your precious expert mech. That should not be a major issue as long as the war hasn't already started. Davut and Karlach are still ramping up at this stage. Chapter 4934 Carmen Marvain's birthday party came and went without disrupting everyone's schedule too much. Vase, Gloriana and a few other lucky mech designers quickly returned to examining the superpublished design of the Dullahan project from top to bottom. Their frighteningly high intelligence and comprehension capabilities enabled them to quickly refamiliarize themselves with their work to a shallow degree. The mech designers involved in the Dullahan project were able to come up with superficial explanations for the vast majority of improvements and modifications. This was far from fully understanding the design choices made by the system. That would probably take much longer, but Vase and the others could do that after they fabricated their first new expert mech. The main priority at this time was to fulfill Venerable Janzi's greatest wish and deliver a powerful new expert mech to her. She had been relegated to the sidelines long enough. It was time for her to regain her ability to fight and resume her role of protecting her fellow Larkinsons to the best of her abilities. Vase was eager to complete this fabrication run. He had spent enough time and effort on the Dullahan project. He eagerly wanted to finish his current responsibility and embark on other new and exciting projects. That did not mean that he had lost his appreciation of the Dullahan project. Its improved design held a lot of promise. Vase particularly became enthralled by its optimized empowered blood-sharing system. The superpublish function not only corrected a lot of potentially dangerous flaws, but also increased its integration into the frame of the expert Space Knight in many subtle ways. Though the Dullahan project retained all of the traits of a classical mech, the introduction of blood circulation to its internal systems technically turned it into a cyborg mech. Vase did not know to what extent the Dullahan project would exhibit the properties of a cyborg mech. He already held an expectation that it would become more alive to a degree. It might even be possible for the Dullahan project to evolve its life state and evolve into the fourth-order living mech that only existed in theory up to this point. Vase shook his head. I shouldn't get my hopes up. Fourth-order living mechs are equivalent to ace pilots in terms of spirituality. The gap is too great. Though Vase held high expectations towards the superpublished Dullahan project, the actual combat power of the defensive expert mech was not that mind-blowing. Sure, its defenses received an enormous upgrade, but it was still a melee expert mech that could only make its presence felt within a limited range. Vase was fine with that. A defensive expert mech could still be a lifesaver in the situations that mattered. Once Venerable Janzi grew stronger, her ability to affect the battlefield would become even more exaggerated. He would have to wait until she advanced to ace pilot before that happened, and that would take a while to say the least. One of his most important concerns for the fabrication run was whether they could produce another masterwork mech. Gloriana cared the most about this, but that did not mean that Vase was totally indifferent to the state of her expert mech. The last major iteration of the Shield of Samar managed to become a masterwork. That provided Venerable Janzi with a lot of benefits. Her resonance strength grew the fastest among her peers in the Larkinson clan, with only Venerable Davia Stark rivaling her in growth speed. Though the design of the Dullahan project called for recycling much of the parts and materials that comprised the relatively intact head of the Shield of Samar, this was not an upgrade project in the strictest sense of the word. Vase truly approached this expert mech design project as a spiritual successor more than anything else. The Dullahan project did not start as a blank slate, but it did not inherit much of the properties of its predecessor either. From the vast reduction of unending alloy comprising its frame to the notable increase in mobility, the Dullahan project performed like a substantially different expert mech in many of the ways that mattered. It's almost time. He and his wife had set up everything a long time ago. The AP Vex superfab had been fully recalibrated and all of the raw materials required to fabricate the mech were waiting to be used. Different from the fabrication runs of the past, Vase had to make more extensive preparations than usual. One of the more annoying aspects about biomechs was that it took a lot of time to grow their organic parts. This downside partially extended to cyborg mech as their organic parts could only be grown, not produced. While it was possible for the most advanced and specialized materializers to essentially print a complete organic mech from start to finish, this was far beyond the means of the Larkinson clan. The custom version of the empowered blood-sharing system that Vase had designed for the Dullahan project stood out in various ways. Compared to a more generic version of this cybernetic system, the organic tissue of the EBSS integrated in the Dullahan project was based on Janzi's DNA. In other words, the Dullahan project would essentially carry a part of Janzi's cloned flesh. While it sounded creepy, Vase knew that this would help a lot with making Janzi meld with her new expert mech. The shared DNA en route would minimize the probability of triggering a biological or spiritual rejection response. Of course, in order to grow enough organic tissue to form the EBSS during the fabrication, Vase had to start with cultivating the flesh and certain key organs a few months prior. If he wanted to hurry up, he could instruct the Larkinson Biotech Institute to accelerate the growth process and have everything done in a couple of weeks, but that would severely affect the quality and longevity of the end product. As Vase entered an underground laboratory in the company of Rania Woden Larkinson, he paused and looked up at a large network of rosy red flesh. "How beautiful," he spoke. The director of the Larkinson Biotech Institute did not share the opinion. She regarded the large web of flesh with considerable wariness. "I cannot imagine how this mech-sized circulatory system is supposed to strengthen a mech," she honestly said. "I may not be as well versed in engineering as you, but I am sure that running blood through a machine made out of metal doesn't magically make it better." Vase smirked and chuckled. "Oh come now, Rania. You have worked for me for a decade or so. You should know that my products are never as simple as they appear on the surface. This circulatory system is a herald of the future. Once I implant it into my upcoming expert mech, you and everyone else will get to learn that blood is the key that unlocks the gate to greater power. That gate you are alluding to might lead you straight into hell. Are you sure you identified the right entrance?" "I am sure," Vase declared with certainty. The superpublish function didn't lie. "Anyway, how has this circulatory system fared as of late? Are there any anomalies or accidents that I should know about?" "Nothing has changed since we transmitted our latest report, sir. The only abnormality is that the biotech researchers assigned to monitor its growth and condition have felt ill at ease." Vase turned to the woman. "This again. I already explained to you that it is a component of an upcoming living mech. It is natural for it to gain a rudimentary sense of life." This was an important reason why Vase wanted to grow the circulatory system in advance. He did not just want it to become organically sound, but he also wanted to imbue it with greater spirituality. It was just that its current transitory state produced a number of uncomfortable side effects. None of this should be a problem as long as Vase made use of it soon. Once Rania finished her update, Vase stepped forward and accessed the control panel. He began to change a few settings and activated a few tools. It surprised Rania a lot that a mech designer demonstrated a decent degree of familiarity with the biotechnological instruments of this laboratory. Though Vase had already explained that he had begun to dabble in biomech design, Rania still couldn't understand how quickly he picked up an entirely new and comprehensive discipline. Vase did not care about her doubts and skepticism. He skillfully manipulated the controls to alter and fine-tune the circulatory system in many different ways. Some changes amounted to nothing but trimming a few excess bits of flesh. Other changes were more drastic. For example, Vase formulated a special virus that soon spread throughout the entire nutrient solution tank. The bioengineered virus soon infected all of the altered humanoid tissue and began to patch the DNA to a newer version. All of these changes were necessary in order to update the original version of the EBSS to the much safer superpublished version of this same cybernetic system. Vase stepped back in satisfaction once he completed his update. All he needed to do was give the circulatory system a bit of time to adjust to its new normal. Have you ever thought about renaming the empowered blood-sharing system to a more convenient and marketable alternative? Rania asked. In fact, I have been thinking about doing this as well. Vase replied as he called up the sensor graphs and monitored the current condition of the organic system. I did not put much thought into naming it back then. If I want to popularize it among our clansmen and beyond, I should associate it with a catchier and more encouraging label. Do you have any suggestions? I do have a handful of suggestions. What about symbiont or symbiont system? Your EBSS is clearly meant to establish a greater degree of symbiosis between the mech and mech pilot. It would be good if you can emphasize this relationship. That was actually a good suggestion. Vase seriously considered the word symbiont before he reluctantly shook his head. It's good, but it is also a bit generic. I am sure that some mech designer or developer already created a product with a similar name. If I am not careful enough, I will get sued due to infringing on another inventor's trademark. Rania shrugged. That was my best suggestion. What about Carmen? It is a tasteful reference to the blood that your unusual system relies upon. If you are afraid of stepping on another company's trademark, you can always add an extra word. You can call it the twin Carmen system, for example. Vase looked intrigued. He liked this suggestion a lot better than the last one, although he wasn't sure about adding the word twin to the name. Twin does not really represent what I am trying to accomplish. I want to reduce the barriers between the mech and mech pilot as much as possible, but I don't want them to become too identical to each other. Their pairing is strong because they both possess their own strengths and weaknesses. The purpose of bringing them together is to produce a lot of power through synergy. The blood pact that they can form with each other is meant to elevate this synergistic relationship by making it permanent through the medium of blood. If that is the case, maybe you should call it the permanent Carmen system. That sounds worse. Vase grimaced. Let's settle for calling it the Carmen system, then. It doesn't need any further descriptors or modifiers unless I am at serious risk of getting sued. I don't think you need to worry about that, sir. You're a Tier 6 galactic citizen. I think that will help you avoid a lot of trivial problems. I hope you are right, Rania. By the way, how is your companion spirit seed doing? I can feel it is still growing, sir. I see. Chapter 4935. Starting at level 0. Not everyone possessed spiritual potential. The occurrence of spiritual activation in the vast majority of people was far too low. Since companion spirits were born from the spiritualities of humans, their initial states were proportionate to the strength of their principles. It went without saying that normal people had no possibility of gaining powerful spiritualities right away. They were much weaker than his three children when they were still growing in their mother's wombs. In order to give them the possibility of growing their own companion spirits, Vase had to turn himself into a spiritual surgeon again and perform a few exceedingly delicate operations. He had always theorized that he could do this in the past, but he never had much confidence that he could pull it off without causing his patient's head to explode. Much of that changed due to his fairly recent gains. His sublimation and his increased understanding of spiritual manipulation opened up many new possibilities that were previously unattainable. Nowadays, as long as Blinky took his time and worked extremely carefully, he was able to implant a tiny companion spirit seed inside the minuscule spirits of ordinary individuals. After Vase had finally gotten around to rewarding Melkor for his loyal service by turning him into his first subject, he succeeded in transforming his cousin's life, if only to a small extent. Melkor's spiritual potential had never been developed in any meaningful way despite exposing himself to a lot of living mechs over the years. This heavily limited the initial strength of the companion spirit that Vase could make for Melkor. It's like adding a plant to a garden. Vase explained to a nervous-looking Melkor as the Legion commander lay on an operating table. Many houses feature gardens of varying sizes. The back garden of my royal mansion can accommodate a large and towering tree without problem. A tiny room aboard a starship can only fit a single flower in a humble plant pot. Do you understand the difference? Melkor tentatively nodded. I believe so. The expert pilots who have been showing off their powerful new companion spirits are all blessed with humongous gardens. Mine on the other hand is closer to a plant pot that you can place in the corner of a desk. Just so. The reason why I am explaining this to you is to stop you from holding any unrealistic expectations about receiving an immediate power-up. If this is a game, then a powerful expert pilot such as Uncle Ark is able to obtain a companion spirit that immediately starts out at level 70 or something. Your companion on the other hand has no choice but to begin at the lowest possible starting point at level 0. Melkor made an ugly face. Level 0, why not level 1? You can at least put more effort into softening the blow, Vase. The mech designer shrugged his shoulders. I can't help it. The truth cannot be denied. You are so weak and pathetic that I can only start you off with the weakest boon. Though this was the first time he performed this procedure on an individual this week, Blinky skillfully completed the operation without any serious complications. Melkor eventually managed to get away from it with an awful headache and the sensation that a seed had been planted in his head. Ugh! The man pressed against his visor. You weren't kidding about the pain, Vase. Is there any way I can relieve this with medicine? I'm afraid not. Only sleep can help you escape the pain. Your spirit has undergone a huge change, which is why you feel as if the insides of your head are splitting apart. Only time can heal these wounds. I suggest you take it easy and delegate more tasks to your subordinates. So how long will it take for this seed to blood into a fancy companion spirit like your cat? Vase threw up his shoulders. I really don't know. As I have said, this is the first time I did this to a weaker human like you. A level 0 companion spirit seed has to start from scratch and slowly grow as you go about your life. You can theoretically speed up its development by living a more active life and participating in battles. I estimate that it will take at least several years for your seed to metamorphose into a kitten or something. That hardly sounds impressive. Well, it's not as if your companion spirit can leap from level 0 to level 10 all of a sudden. At level 1, your companion spirit will become as strong as the ones my children had when they had just been born. You need to nurture your young spirit over many years. You can't really speed it up outside of unusual circumstances. Just think of it as raising an extra child. Will my companion spirit always remain behind the others? The Avatar commander asked. Nothing is absolute, Melkor. If you do anything amazing in the future, then I am sure your companion spirit will jump in strength. Undergoing apotheosis is a surefire way to power up your buddy. Levels do not denote your ceiling. Every companion spirit possesses limitless potential. Just because yours starts at level 0 doesn't mean that it always has to stay behind Noah all of the time. If Uncle Ark somehow stagnates in his career, you can exceed him as long as you are able to sustain your own growth. There is zero chance of that ever happening. Vase chuckled. Never say never. There is always a chance. Though honestly speaking, Ark is so much better than you in every way that he has to suffer a huge accident in order to give you a chance to overtake him. Outside of that, don't bother comparing yourself to him. You should grow at your own pace. Maybe it will take a century for your companion spirit to maybe grow as strong as Noah in his current state. It was not pleasant to hear that Melkor would have to wait many years for his companion spirit to become strong enough to serve a meaningful purpose. After all, Vase had Blinky while the Larkinson expert pilots received all kinds of powerful new companion spirits. Their Uncle Ark obtained the most outrageous power boost of them all. His Noah could unleash a roar that was so powerful that it could boost the morale of his warborn mech pilots while shaking the hearts of any enemies in his way. Alas, Melkor could do nothing about this vast power gap. He spent enough time in the Larkinson clan to know that there was a vast gulf in talent and endowments between himself and other people. He had long recognized his own mediocrity and did not really yearn to excel anymore. He only wished to stabilize his position and perform his existing duties in a competent manner. The Larkinson clan's recruiting standards had reached a ridiculously high standard these days. Any second rater that entered the fold could think much faster and memorize a lot more knowledge than him. They were transhuman monsters in their own right and easily took over the positions held by many old-timers who were originally humble citizens of ordinary third-rate states. To be honest, Melkor felt that his time might be up as well in the near future. Even if he was able to catch up by converting all of the Larkinson merits he earned over the years into more advanced augmentations, he was already old enough for his foundation to be set. As Vase continued to instruct Melkor on what he needed to pay attention to now that he had become a companion spirit carrier, he emphasized how much of a privilege he received. Don't think that it is easy or common for me to provide this service to you. Vase told Melkor, I am only granting a bunch of companion spirits at this time in order to reward all of the people who stuck with me in my time of need. After this, I don't intend to extend this service so casually anymore. Other clansmen will have to pay a large amount of Larkinson merits in order to convince me to take action in person. I am a busy mech designer, so I can't be bothered with doing this every day. Melkor nodded in understanding. Vase was the patriarch and the head designer of the Larkinson clan. It was beneath him to toil like this day in and day out. Designing newer and better mechs was much more important than bestowing ordinary clansmen a fancy new cat. Is there a way you can delegate or automate this process? In fact, the Tea Institute has already made a few advancements in this area. Vase grinned. I can't tell you when our mass production solution is done, but I will make sure all of our clansmen will enjoy the fruits of our labor first. I hope that day will come soon. Once Vase succeeded in his initial attempt with Melkor, he planted a bunch of companion spirit seeds into the heads of other clansmen that lacked spiritual potential. Even though Blinky quickly managed to accrue a lot of experience by performing the same operation on repeat, the process still remained finicky and dangerous. Neither Vase nor Blinky could afford to get distracted, or else they might cause so much damage to a person's tiny spirit that it would become irreparably damaged. Vase couldn't wait until the Tea Institute finally managed to cultivate viable companion spirit trees. By that time, Vase could skip the cumbersome operation and simply give a person a special fruit. The Larkinson clan did not change in any noticeable way after leaders such as Minister Sheddarin Pernus and loyal subordinates such as Gavin Newman received their own companion spirit seeds. Their new gifts were completely dormant and inert as they had yet to take on an active and animated form. As such, once the recipients got over their awful headaches, they soon went back to work and performed their duties as normal. If there was any difference, then their opinion and gratitude towards Vase had grown a bit stronger. In any case, Vase had long thrown off these concerns as he busied himself with his mech designs. After spending almost a week on refamiliarizing themselves with the super-published design of the Dullahan project, the time had finally come to begin the much-anticipated fabrication run. Every mech designer involved in the project gathered in the most important workshop of the Genesis Lab. Not only that, Venerable Janzi Larkinson and her immediate family had come as well. Her boring-looking husband Adenau Pernus Larkinson along with her boisterous son Mercer Larkinson briefly accompanied her to wish her luck. Once Janzi settled her husband and son, she turned around and approached Vase. I hope you can deliver on your promises and give me an expert mech that bears a strong relation to my old Sammy. She told the mech designer. I won't be able to accept any other expert mech no matter how much elaborate tech you put into it. To me, the identity and the personality of my partner machine is much more important than its specs. I would rather go back to piloting a standard third-class mech if that is the only way I can reconnect with my lost friend. Vase smiled at his current client. I think you will be pleasantly surprised by the time we are done. We have all worked so hard on the Dullahan project. There is no way we will allow ourselves to screw up when we are close to the finish line. He did not mind her tone nor her doubts. The more Janzi acted this way, the more Vase became optimistic about his recently renamed Karman system. The blood pact that he envisioned in his imagination was not a static concept. It was a malleable relationship that could grow incredibly strong so long as the conditions were right. Vase could think of no other mech pilot that was more suitable to inaugurate the Karman system than Janzi. Chapter 4936 Double Superfabs. The importance of this fabrication run was too great. As a quasi-first-class expert space knight, the Dullahan project held great meaning to the mech designers who worked on it. It also had an outsized impact on the Larkinson clan as a whole. Vase, Gloriana and everyone else derived great benefits from gaining access to the super-published version of the already sophisticated mech design. Although each of them possessed enough smarts to quickly refamiliarize themselves with the upgraded mech design, they were far from mastering all of the changes. By moving away from pure theory, they could hasten their comprehension of all of the nuances of the new mech design by working with their hands. They could learn all kinds of details that were difficult to parse if they continued to look at the design schematics all of the time. As such, fabricating the Dullahan project not only represented an opportunity to add a powerful machine to the Larkinson Army's mech roster, but also served as a unique and valuable learning opportunity to the relevant mech designers. Once they completed this fabrication run, they would gain a lot more insights and comprehension at once. This would subsequently help them master and internalize all of the improvements to their own design solutions. This was why every mech designer entered the workshop with much greater enthusiasm than before. Vase swept his gaze across the workshop. While Gloriana, Kedis and Sarah conducting their own pre-work rituals, Master Benedict Cortez carefully inspected a huge machine that was just as big as the AP Vex Superfab. In order to save time and increase the efficiency of this fabrication run, the former Skull architect agreed to transfer over his own superfab. It went without saying that Master Benedict procured a high-quality first-class superfab through his own efforts. The amount of MTA merits that the Cross clan had at its disposal was not small, and it was practically mandatory for a master mech designer of his status to own a complete design lab and workshop of this caliber. Vase did not possess a great familiarity of the specific model procured by Master Benedict, but it didn't matter as the older mech designer would be the only one to manipulate it in the following days. "Are you ready to get started?" Vase asked. Master Benedict nodded. "I am. It shall be interesting to say the least. Out of all of the collaborative projects that I have taken part of, the ones involving you and your fellow Larkinsons are by far the most interesting. The design networks that you and your wife are able to establish are game changers, do you know that? Are you interested in gaining this ability for yourself? Can you?" Vase shook his head. "No, I will be honest to you. I need special raw materials in order to derive powerful effects. Ones that can produce design networks don't come by often, to say the least. I only ever obtained a single sample, and it is all used up. Besides, even if I have a spare sample available, I won't be able to bestow it to you. The most I can do is to imbue it into a companion spirit of one of your students or subordinates." Ever since Vase decided to hand out companion spirits and companion spirit seeds to a wider group of people, he primarily rewarded the Larkinsons and the Glory Seekers. He did not yet develop enough friendship and affection to offer this invaluable service to the latest two partners of the Golden Skull Alliance. As for the Crossers, Patriarch Reginald Cross, defection to the 77th Warborn Mech Division caused Vase to become a lot less generous towards them. They needed to earn back his trust or trade a lot of concessions before he was willing to give them a boon. The only member of the Cross clan that he was willing to give a companion spirit for free was Master Benedict Cortez. The older mech designer had helped Vase a lot, and years of cooperation and collaborations had caused them to treat each other as genuine friends. They both came from the Komodo Star sector and possessed a lot of shared history. They had both been tempered by adversity and managed to rise from it. Their design philosophies complemented each other well, and their exchanges often enabled them to gain a new and interesting perspective on familiar subjects. The gap between age, experience, generation and so on no longer mattered as much to them. Master Benedict was not stingy about admitting that Vase and his fellow Larkinsons had done much to enable his critical breakthrough. It also helped that they firmly recognized that they were more alike than most people realized. This allowed them to understand each other's desires and ambitions on a deeper level. They trusted each other with certain secrets that they would never share with other friends and colleagues. After years of getting along like this, it should not be a great surprise for Vase to offer his unique service to Master Benedict. It was a pity that his attempt of giving his friend a great gift failed. No matter how hard Blinky tried to operate on Master Benedict's blazingly strong spirituality, the poor companion spirit failed to create any openings with his bites. Any attempt to follow the steps needed to make a companion spirit failed due to the enormous power difference between Vase and Master Benedict. After numerous failed attempts, Vase and Benedict explored what happened and eventually came to a depressing conclusion. "You're too weak, Vase. It was a dream for a journeyman, even one as strong as him, to rearrange the spiritualities of master mech designers and other transcendents at this level. There was a huge difference between masters and anyone below this rank. Any mech designer who did the impossible and realized their design philosophies were among the most brilliant and successful individuals of human society. Their mental strength was already strong and tenacious because of that alone, but after undergoing a profound transformation that completely evolved their spiritualities to the point where they acquired godlike traits, they became strong enough to change an entire galaxy if not more. I think it is even more impossible for you to perform the same operation on an ace pilot." Master Benedict Cortez theorized. "The good news is that saints are already strong enough that they do not require companion spirits to exert their power in various ways. Reginald is already a beast on the battlefield regardless of whether he can summon an additional part of himself." "I'm not too sure about that," Vase said, though he declined to elaborate. He couldn't very well say that one of the reasons why the Destroyer of Worlds had gradually grown to become the most destructive god pilot of humanity was because Emma had kept up with her growth and become formidable in her own right. Fortunately for Vase, this was just a temporary limitation. "I should be able to succeed once Blinky and I become a lot stronger. That would take a long time, though. Vase would probably have to advance to the rank of Master Mech Designer himself before he could reduce the power gap to the extent where he could make a move. Until then, Master Benedict would have to make do without this particular benefit. It was good that the older Mech Designer himself did not really mind it if he missed out on the party. He had experienced a lot of ups and downs throughout his career and managed to realize his design philosophy in the end. What more could he ask for? He certainly hadn't degenerated to the point where he had to beg for another handout from a journeyman in order to remain productive. "So how is your superfab?" Vase asked as he wanted to make sure that there were no problems on Benedict's end. "All of its parameters are within acceptable levels," the master mech designer responded. "No issues have occurred during the transportation and installation processes of my superfab. So long as you can ensure that your complex can supply enough energy to this hungry machine, it won't let us down. You don't have to worry about that. The cat nest has enough reactors on hand, and we can always divert additional power from other activities if necessary." Once Vase confirmed that nothing was wrong on this end, he waited for a few more minutes before calling over the people who mattered. The mech designers along with Venerable Janzi all gathered in front of the Larkinson Patriarch. Vase had already conjured up a timetable. "All right, I am sure you have already memorized your own schedules, so I won't need to go into further detail. The Dullahan project is a fairly large and massive expert mech. It may not be as heavy as the old Shield of Samar anymore, but the fact that its material composition is primarily made up of transphasic and non-transphasic first-class materials makes it a lot harder to fabricate its parts, especially if we want to attain a high standard of quality. This expert mech design project was a watershed for the Larkinson clan and its mech designers. The Dullahan project was the first of many quasi-first-class mechs that had been systematically designed. The Larkinson clan would soon adopt such mechs on a much wider scale, but the first step was the most important one. The Dullahan project set the pattern of a new wave and generation of Larkinson mechs. Much could go wrong in the following days. Vase and the others might have spent a bit of time on practicing with first-class materials in various side projects and smaller rehearsal sessions. They never worked with such a great quantity of high-end materials at once. The amount of variables that the mech designers had to take into account while processing these materials was great. If they overlooked a single crucial detail, they might botch their current task and waste a decent quantity of expensive materials. Vase made sure to order enough spare materials to account for this eventuality. Even if he went overboard and ordered enough raw materials to fabricate the Dullahan project twice, it was fine. Whatever was left wouldn't go to waste. The Larkinson clan could simply put them back into storage and use them up in the future whenever the expert mech needed to be repaired. Once Vase made sure that everyone agreed with the division of work assignments, he clapped one last time. "If everything goes right, we should be able to complete the Dullahan project in a week. The Dullahan project has more in common with the original version of the Mars than any of our previous Larkinson expert mechs, so I don't think we can complete it any sooner despite the fact that we have two impressive superfabs at our disposal. Anyway, just like before, Blinky and Alexandria will rotate their duties during the entire production process." There were 4 mech designers with companion spirits among the ones gathered in this workshop. Only 2 of them were able to form the crucial design networks. Sharpie helped a lot in combat and in a limited variety of design processes, but she could not help that much outside of helping Keddies forge a more remarkable mech sword for the Dullahan project. Sarah Voikin recently obtained her own companion spirit, but the new addition wouldn't be able to help that much either. This caused Vase to frown for a moment. Design networks were far too useful to mech designers. It became a bit cumbersome to rely on Blinky and Alexandria all of the time. He needed to find a way to reverse engineer design networks and come up with a method to reproduce them on a systematic basis without relying on special ingredients. After all, it was not as if he could hunt down Master Tokman Huron's apprentices for the sole purpose of harvesting their design seeds. He had already gone far enough by killing Lady Aisling Curver. Any further questions? No. Then let us begin. The all-important fabrication run had finally begun. Chapter 4937 Bolton Armor. The tacit cooperation between all of the mech designers had reached a high degree. Vase and Gloriana had reached the highest degree of cooperation. No matter how many disagreements they might have over the course of their daily lives, they were still a married couple. They genuinely loved each other. The two also happened to be more familiar with each other's work and theories than others. They may be completely different mech designers, but regular collaborations had caused them to effectively minor in their spouses' respective specializations. Keddies was a longtime Larkinson mech designer and also cooperated well with the married couple. Her design philosophy along with the addition of Sharpie's extraordinary willpower allowed her to forge much better swords than anyone else in the Larkinson clan and arguably beyond. The only downside was that her narrow specialization did not make her good at other kinds of work. Once she finished her only major assignment, it was better if she took a step back and handled all of the miscellaneous duties. Sarah Voikin had joined the Larkinson clan fairly late, but managed to convince everyone with her competence. She was a clever mech designer in her own right and had largely been responsible for designing the critical transphasic armor system of the Dullahan project. Although Vase played a defining role in setting the extraordinary characteristics of the Dullahan project, Sarah definitely designed the bulk of the mech frame. The Dullahan project was a space knight first and foremost, so its foundation was heavily tied to its defensive systems. Sarah contributed much more to its design than any other mech designer. There was no way to do a good job of fabricating this expert mech without her personal intervention. As for Master Benedict Cortez, he was the only non-Larkinson to take part in the process. Though he was likely able to do a better job in many areas than a bunch of journeymen, he did not insist on depriving them of the crucial experience they needed to fuel their growth. His responsibilities during the fabrication run were much more restrained and low-key than normal. Normally, the opposite was the norm. Just as during the time where he fabricated the original version of the Mars, Benedict firmly took the lead and assigned less important responsibilities to the journeymen of the Larkinson clan. It was quite rare for a master to acquiesce to a more assisting role during a design project, but this was the norm in the eccentric and abnormal Larkinson clan where a journeyman was in charge. Everyone involved understood their respective responsibilities for the following week. No problems occurred at the start as they split up and handled their initial work assignments. Even Venerable Janzi knew her own place during this important period of time. Different from the other Larkinson expert pilots, she had already participated in a similar process before. She obediently sat down and relaxed as Alexandria appeared above everyone's heads and tied everyone together in a cohesive design network. The exchange of thoughts, emotions and ideas started right away. The design network immediately became active as a bunch of excited mech designers as well as a highly impatient expert pilot leveraged the new possibilities in an efficient and familiar manner. They needed all of the help they could get as they quickly got bogged down by the difficulty of realizing the Dullahan project into a physical form. Everything had become more advanced and high-end compared to just a few years ago. From using stronger and more exceptional raw materials to handling much more advanced production machines, none of the Larkinson journeymen would have been able to complete their work assignments proficiently if they did not work hard to improve themselves in the past few years. Amazing, Venerable Janzi uttered as she began to explore all of the complicated numbers and theories flowing across the design network. She was a pure soldier and never dabbled in science and engineering. That did not stop her from appreciating how much Vase and the others excelled in their respective jobs. The emotions and passion that the mech designers freely passed on to each other helped a laywoman like Janzi follow what everyone else was doing to an extent. For example, Sarah Voikin took her time to ramp up by producing the easier mech components first. She wanted to do her best to warm up so that she could fabricate the large quantity of transphasic armor plating and other parts on the best possible footing. Sarah had worked hard to build up a decent understanding of phase water theory and transphasic armor plating. Although she had managed to get started in these new and exciting fields, she was still too far away from calling herself a master in them. She simply didn't have enough time to complete the studies she deemed necessary to work on a transphasic armor system this good. Sarah did not refuse this challenge because she made special preparations to succeed during this fabrication run. For one, Sarah played a minor role in the development of the customized Bolton armor. Out of all of the high-tech developers that the Larkinson clan turned to, Vase and Sarah chose to get in bed with Melman Advanced Systems once again. The Larkinsons already cooperated successfully with Melman numerous times in the past. The X-Trans armor system of the Riot and the Godkiller rifle of the Nullifier couldn't have been made without the cooperation of Professor Nahi Almar and her R&D teams. While the Colonial Federation of Davuti's deliberate attempts to court the Larkinson clan gave its mech designers greater access to more exclusive development companies, Vase still preferred to work with the people and organizations he trusted so long as they were competent enough. In fact, one of the deciding factors why Vase entrusted Melman Advanced Systems with developing the Bolton armor for the Dullahan project was because his clan owned 7.75% of its stock. The Black Cats never informed Vase that any confidential information about the X-Trans armor system and the Godkiller rifle had been leaked over the past few years. Melman hadn't let the Larkinson clan down so far in this regard. In any case, working closely with Melman Advanced System to develop the Bolton armor provided a lot of benefits to Sarah Voikin. Not only was she able to put a lot of new and complicated theories to use under the guidance of a much older and more knowledgeable phase water pioneer, she also learned many subtle nuances that were specific to the Bolton armor. Perhaps Sarah's ability to fabricate other transphasic armor systems was seriously deficient, but she should barely gain the qualifications to produce a satisfactory version of the Bolton armor during the current run. This was especially the case when she received the help of Professor Almar when mapping out her work assignments for this fabrication run. Since the Larkinson clan partially owned Melman Advanced Systems, it was only natural for the latter to provide a lot more customer service and support than usual. Of course, the rich amount of phase water awarded to Melman for its services also motivated Professor Almar into doing her best. The Bolton armor integrated 8.6 kilograms of phase water. It could have accommodated an even higher concentration of phase water, but that would leave no room left for the internals and other crucial components. A proper defensive mech needed more than a tough outer shell. If its other parts and systems did not receive a similar amount of strengthening, then its defensive layout would resemble that of an egg. A space knight whose internals were far too soft and fragile to withstand much damage had no business participating in any serious battles. That said, Sarah did not have to concern herself about fabricating all of those other transphasic parts during this fabrication run. She only had to do the best possible job of producing the Bolton armor. It was all well and good to make a lot of preparations in advance, but once she started to use the advanced AP Vex superfab to use up precious phase water, she started to grow nervous. Vase noticed Sarah's lack of confidence. If this went on for much longer, then who knew how this would affect the outcome of the run? Fortunately, Vase had enough foresight to prepare for this possible scenario in advance. He could help her out in two different ways. While Vase might not know as much about armor systems as Sarah Voikin, his affinity and understanding of phase water and its applications vastly exceeded that of the defensive specialist. It was normally impossible for him to teach her and guide her during a fabrication run, but the design network removed enough barriers to make the transfer of information a lot more seamless. What was impressive was that Vase could provide extensive guidance to Sarah through the design network while still maintaining enough focus to handle his own work assignments. Similar to Sarah, Vase had taken up the duty of fabricating other difficult transphasic mech parts. His understanding of phase water theory exceeded that of his wife, so it made sense for him to take over this burden. Besides, his craftsmanship and appreciation for quality had improved so much that his wife reluctantly trusted him to do an acceptable job. As time went by, Vase showed no signs of flagging. His mental capacity clearly exceeded that of almost everyone else in the design network, and the disparity was quite substantial. The only mech designer who could outperform Vase in this regard was Master Benedict Cortez. If he wanted to, the master mech designer could largely take over the design network and completely flood it with a myriad of extremely profound theories. The older and more powerful mech designer had to put a lot of effort into holding himself back. It would not do the Larkinson mech designers any good by exposing them to his much deeper and more developed design philosophy. Gloriana became a little dissatisfied as several hours went by without any major changes. Although she was pleased that no major accidents or mistakes had occurred, she hoped that she or the others would enter into an inspired state. After all, they were not working to realize a normal design, but a superpublished one. There was so much novelty in the improved design that she had many reasons to feel passionate about her current work. In practice, she and everyone else became hindered by the vastly greater difficulties of their work. They had to invest so much time and energy into overcoming a lot of new and unfamiliar practical challenges that they had little spare capacity left to enter into an inspired state. Gloriana briefly paused in her work and exchanged glances with her husband. This prompted Vase to quickly complete his current production task before he moved over to Sarah. He held out a familiar-looking glowing hammer. Since they all swapped their opinions through the design network, Vase needed no further delay to perform the solemn act. Bonk. Sarah's eyes lit up as she spontaneously connected many different theories together and inadvertently solved a lot of different problems that plagued her in the past. Her accumulation was so substantial that the false inspired state bestowed by the hammer of brilliance had an outsized impact on her mentality. Her passion began to overflow the design network as she started to fabricate the next batch of transphasic mech parts with much more vigor than before. Although the quality of her output did not improve by a substantial margin, it became a lot more stable and consistent. Now we're talking. Her current state would only last a few hours, so Sarah and everyone else tried their best to take advantage of this temporary boost to fabricate the trickiest and most technically challenging mech components. The mech designers worked at a faster pace. It seemed as if nothing would stop them from fabricating the expert mech that they had visualized for many months. Chapter 4938 Gravity Sword. Unlike a number of fabrication runs that took place in the past, Gloriana had no need to take any extensive breaks. She was not pregnant at this time, and her children no longer required constant attention from their parents. Though Aurelia, Andraste and Marvane visited the workshop inside the Genesis lab at least once every day, they conscientiously maintained their distance. They all understood how important it was for their father and mother to devote their full concentration on their work. "They're so cool," little Marvane said as his eyes turned into stars. "I want to make a mech alongside Papa and Mama too one day." Andraste started to yawn. "It's so boring now that Kedis isn't available to tutor me in person. Aunt Janzi will finally be happy again once she gains her new expert mech," Aurelia said as she paid close attention to the enraptured expert pilot. "It has been too long since our clan last had a strong defense mech at its disposal." The three young children continued to talk and remain on their best behavior as they watched their parents do all sorts of complicated work. Once they started to get bored or tired, their nanny soon ushered them away. "Let's get you back to the royal mansion. Your meals are already being prepared. You will enjoy what the chefs have prepared for you tonight," Shannon Maris said as she gently pulled Marvane from the observation window. Vase could vaguely sense the presence of his children in the distance each time they entered the Genesis lab, but he did not pay a visit to the adorable munchkins. His work was much more important at the moment. There was only one good chance to fabricate a good expert mech for Venerable Janzi. Even his wife understood the importance of working as continuously as possible so they could build up a lot of momentum. In the past few days, Sarah Voikin helped propel everyone's moods. Ever since Vase whacked her head with a special hammer, Sarah not only managed to solve a lot of confusion that had been bothering her in the past, but also made notable advances in her understanding of phase water theory. On top of that, she also managed to master the improvements to the superpublished design to a greater degree. Though she still experienced her fair share of difficulties as she tackled her work assignments, she clearly demonstrated greater fluency in her actions than before. It was a pity that neither Sarah nor the other people she infected with her passion managed to reach a high enough threshold to catch enough fire. The false inspired state might have provided Sarah with an invaluable moment where she became more productive than ever before, but it soon faded after it had run its course. They all returned to a more sedate mood after that. No one gained any remarkable inspiration that was significant enough to have a major positive influence on the work in progress. Gloriana felt a little upset about that. She had high hopes for the Dullahan project and strongly believed that it would lead her to obtain another masterwork certificate. However, if the current pattern persisted, then the chances of producing a high-quality mech was not that great. The Dullahan project was ultimately too ambitious for mech designers at their level. The quasi-first-class expert mech design not only integrated phase water in as many of its parts as possible, but also incorporated high technologies that were more commonly seen in first-class multipurpose mechs. No matter how much Vase was confident about his ability to catch up to first-class mech designers, he was still far from reaching their standards. Fortunately, Master Benedict possessed a much greater proficiency in this area and undertook the responsibility of fabricating the most high-tech parts whenever necessary. This relieved Vase and the others of the burden of tackling work that they were not exactly qualified to handle. After 5 nearly continuous days of working, the mech designers finally fulfilled their fabrication responsibilities. Kedis completed her work the fastest. Her contribution to the Dullahan project was by far the least consequential. The Dullahan project was primarily a defensive mech after all. The only reason she had been brought along was because Vase wanted the expert Space Knight to become a more competent duelist. As such, it had become especially important to arm the Dullahan project with a transphasic sword that could do more than parry melee attacks. Janzi's primary means of attack needed to be sharp and strong enough to pose a real threat to opposing expert mechs. Kedis wanted to design a more distinctive sword this time. She not only wanted it to fit Venerable Janzi's personal fighting style, but also match the characteristics of the Dullahan project. Just like the old Shield of Samar, the successor mech made extensive use of GT-535 to bestow the expert Space Knight with gravity manipulation powers. By working together with Master Benedict, Kedis was able to design a sword with a modest amount of this artificial resonating alloy in its core. This should be enough to allow Xianxia to increase the mass of her expert mech's weapon and deliver considerably stronger strikes when needed. Once Xianxia became more proficient in manipulating the gravity sword, she could come up with more advanced tricks that could give her an additional edge against her opponents. Due to all of these demands, Ketis chose to deviate from her usual style and design the gravity sword as a single-edged sword. Ketis was normally a great fan of double-edged swords, particularly larger ones, but it made more sense to take a different route for this design project. The sharp edge of the gravity sword naturally excelled at piercing through armor. It could also cut through certain energy barriers as long as the difference in power was great enough. This was not possible under normal circumstances. In case the Dullahan project entered into a confrontation against an opponent protected by a resonance shield or a transphasic energy shield, it was not necessarily a good idea to wear either of them down with a sharp edge. This was why the gravity sword featured a notably wide and heavy blunt edge. It made the cross-section of the sword take on a triangular shape. The additional mass and thickness added much-needed reinforcement to the sword when used as a bashing implement. It might not be as good at its job as a solid hammer, but it saved the Dullahan project from carrying a spare weapon. Perhaps in the future the design department might design additional weapons for the Dullahan project that possessed different characteristics, but the gravity sword should be sufficient for the time being. In any case, Ketis managed to successfully create the gravity sword. This was not easy. Not only did she have to work with phase water, she also had to pay extra attention to properly handling the precise quantity of GT535 needed to turn the weapon into a powerful resonating tool. She had already moved on to performing numerous assisting jobs after that. This allowed everyone to move on to the assembly phase of the fabrication run with considerably less delay than normal. Vase smiled as he looked back on all of the parts that he and his collaborators had made. They had managed to overcome the most difficult hurdles of the fabrication runs. The assembly phase was much less prone to failure as long as everyone worked carefully enough. "Let's see if I can successfully complete my first cyborg mech," he muttered. Although he did not consider the Dullahan project to be a true cyborg mech, it was undeniable that a part of the design called for the integration of biomechanical components. The addition of the recently renamed Karman system added a lot of extra complications to the assembly process. None of his other collaborators possessed any understanding of biotechnology and biomech design, so they understandably exhibited a lot of disgust and skepticism towards the giant web of bloody red flesh. Just the thought of merging it to what should otherwise become a clean and fully metallic mech offended their sensibilities. Vase did not care about their reactions. His passion and enthusiasm surged as soon as the assembly phase went underway. While the other mech designers were concerned with putting together the normal parts, Vase bided his time while he assembled the rainbow shield. Compared to the original design, the superpublished version of this defensive tool was noticeably more robust and less prone to malfunction. The design of the unending alloy medallions that made up its spiritual batteries had become a lot more capable of enduring violent kinetic impacts. Vase already believed that Xianxia would be able to produce a lot of miracles by leveraging the expanded prime resonance possibilities of this tailor-made defensive equipment. Despite its impressive potential, the rainbow shield was not that sophisticated from a technical perspective. Vase was able to assemble it with ease. It did not take much time before he ended up with a relatively large tower shield that featured a highly chromatic and reflective surface. That's done. By this time, Gloriana and Master Benedict had made good progress in assembling the inner frame of the machine. This was a suitable time to start with integrating the Dullahan project's organic components. Vase had never done this before in reality, but when he started to extract the large fleshy parts from their nutrient tanks and place them into the incomplete frame of the expert mech, he did not show any sign of uncertainty or unfamiliarity. Combined with the flood of biotechnological knowledge that was spilling over the active design network, Gloriana and the others quickly learned that Vase had not lied when he claimed he had gotten started in biomech design. They all felt his passion, his understanding and above all else his strong belief in the power of blood. Previously, none of the other mech designers could bring themselves to agree that adding blood to a mechanical mech increased its performance. Now, they weren't so sure anymore. Vase appeared so certain about the validity of his weird and creepy theoretical framework that it seemed as if he might be able to cultivate a vampire from scratch. Vase spent most of his time on making sure that the Karman system was properly applied to the Dullahan project as it became more and more complete. No matter how confident he was, this was no time for him to be careless. One of the more troublesome aspects about cyborg mech was that it was easy to botch the interface between organic and metallic parts. Vase had to be exceedingly careful and precise to form all of the connections correctly from the start. The Doulahan project could handle it if those contact points incurred damage later on, but it was of great importance for it to be as whole as possible from the beginning. This would turn into its default state and make it a little easier for maintenance crews to perform repairs in the future. Piece by piece, the Doulahan project became more complete. As it did, it became more alive, but not in a traditional sense. While the influence of xianxia over the expert mech became more and more obvious, neither Janzi nor anyone else felt as if the living mech possessed a mind of its own. In this regard, the Doulahan project actually resembled the second skin template of Gloriana a lot more. Everyone knew why the Doulahan project started off as a hollow machine in this regard. As Sarah Voikin and the others carefully assembled the final pieces of heavy armor plating into place, the assembly process finally neared completion. The mech designers only needed to make one major step. The Doulahan shall bear its curse no more. Vase declared, the knight shall become whole once more as long as it regains its head. Clamped above the headless frame of the Doulahan project was the refurbished and modernized head of the old shield of Samar. Though its interior and exterior had undergone huge transformations that completely brought it up to standard, it still looked like the head of the original living expert mech that existed once before. Vase had worked hard to preserve the look and overall impression of the original expert mech. Now, he was ready to use this echo of the past to initiate a long-awaited rebirth process. He glanced towards Venerable Janzi, whose expression turned mixed as she beheld the special mech head. "Do it," she uttered. With her permission, Vase activated the command that slowly lowered head into the empty neck socket. Fate seemed to converge inside the workshop as the successor to a once great living mech was about to reach completion. Chapter 4939 Head Insertion. Everyone aware of the Doulahan project's significance had long waited for this moment. This was the time where the successor of the Shield of Samar would finally take shape. After so many months of research, development and design work, the design department finally completed the first expert mech of a higher standard than the Larkinson clan had ever handled before. For the mech designers who worked for almost an entire week with uninterrupted rest, this fabrication run had put each of them to the test. The work had been rough for Gloriana and Sarah. The women had to rely on an expensive cocktail of stimulants and nutrient solutions to stave off sleep and maintain a high degree of concentration throughout the entire process. The two women were physically able to bear with the increasingly greater strain on their physiologies. Both Gloriana and Sarah were originally designer babies whose bodies could temporarily relieve the need for sleep to an extent. That said, their performance dropped to a noticeable extent at the end of the run. If not for the fact that the assembly stage did not require them to work as intensely as before, the others would have forced them to take a break. They understood their limitations quite well. The work schedule already accounted for their growing exhaustion. They had gradually moved on to performing lighter and less demanding duties at the end. Compared to the two former designer babies whose augmentations primarily focused on enhancing their intellect and cognitive functions, Vase and Kedis fared much better throughout the fabrication run. As a woman augmented for combat rather than more intellectual pursuits, Kedis managed to maintain her peak condition for an extended period of time. Sharpie helped, as well as the reality-distorting effects of extraordinary willpower had subtly removed her mortal limitations and enhanced every part of her body in numerous different ways. Compared to the three women, the two best performers at the end were Vase and Master Benedict Cortez. There was no need to say too much about the master mech designer. A man of this stature could easily gain access to a higher tier of augmentations. Even without any artificial enhancements, master mech designers transcended so much that they had reached the later stages in their transformation into energy-based lifeforms. That meant that their bodies no longer held the same meaning to them as ordinary people. What few people realized was that Vase had more in common with such mech designers than expected. Though his body received numerous dramatic upgrades before undergoing a profound sublimation, his mind and spirituality evolved even more. Vase and his companion Spirit had both grown to an impressive height compared to their relative youth. Compared to all of the pressure that Vase endured over the course of his travels, maintaining his full focus while slowly fabricating the most difficult high-ranking mech after the Mars was a breeze. Their current appearances reflected their endurance. Sarah and Gloriana were struggling to keep their backs straight while standing. Kedis held her sheathed bloodsinger in order to draw from its support. Vase and Master Benedict both remained energetic enough to look excited. After announcing the formal completion of the Doulahan project, Vase watched with increasing anticipation as the solid clamps of the workshop's assembly system carefully aligned the mech head and slowly brought it down to the empty neck socket of the rest of the mech frame. The head slotted into place without any issue. Vase and the others had worked carefully to make sure that the fit should be well within acceptable tolerances. It would have been an affront to their skills and reputation for them to botch this crucial step. As the giant head of the expert Space Knight settled into place, a lot of different automated procedures took place both inside and outside of the mechanical frame. Bolts screwed into their places. Power lines and data cables connected to each other. Software started to integrate together. It took a few more minutes before the head truly integrated with the torso and the rest of the machine. The physical frame of the Doulahan project finally attained its full physical form. Its current appearance matched precisely with the superpublished mech design. The mech designers along with Venerable Xianxia all experienced different emotions after seeing the mech that they had worked on for so many months take shape in reality for the first time. Everyone fell silent for a minute. Then another minute passed. It wasn't until the third minute that an exhausted-looking Gloriana finally broke the silence. That's it. Is this the result that we have attained after investing so much time and effort? Vase briefly interrupted his examination of the Doulahan project to turn to his wife. What's wrong, Gloriana? Everything is wrong, the woman screeched as her anger and frustration momentarily overwhelmed her exhaustion. You insisted that the Doulahan project would be special and that we should put as much effort into completing it as possible, but what did we get from all of this? This expert mech has failed to reach its potential. It's not a masterwork mech at all. It isn't even close enough to make up for the difference. Vase let out a sigh. What did you expect, then? This is a quasi-first-class expert mech. It is filled with enough tech and rare components to challenge our mech design skills. Aside from Benedict, none of us are qualified to work on mechs of this caliber under normal circumstances. It is already a good result if the mech can move and fight according to our expectations. This was not enough for Gloriana. She hoped that they would be able to attain more due to all of the resources invested in this massive project. It's all your fault, Vase. If you didn't insist on adding that stupid empowered blood-sharing system to the mech design, we would have been able to work on more familiar ground, thereby attaining a more stable result. As Gloriana kept nagging, Vase rolled his eyes and tuned out her words. He didn't take her complaints seriously. After being married to her for roughly a decade, he already figured out that it was in his wife's nature to find a scapegoat to bear all of the blame regardless of whether her suspicions were justified or not. Vase just happened to be her most convenient punching bag. Instead of wasting his time on validating her bad faith arguments, Vase turned to the person who truly mattered at this junction. Xianxia, he called out, what do you think about your new expert mech? Does it match your expectations? The expert pilot who had dreamt of this moment for many months did not look pleased. Instead, she looked disappointed. As impressive as the Doulahan project may be on a technical front, to Xianxia it lacked the most crucial essence that she demanded from the Larkinson mech designers. It's not Sammy or anything like her. She succinctly voiced the reason for her dissatisfaction. You promised me that you would find a way to realize a reborn shield of Samar. Now that you have completed your work, I don't see a trace of her at all. This shiny golden transphasic expert mech might look impressive on the surface, but I don't feel it has any life to speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel of. It is an empty shell. Her words were not inaccurate. The Doulahan project that stood before them did not possess the liveliness of a living mech. It resembled the Mars a lot more when it was dormant. While that did not necessarily mean that the Doulahan project was weak or inferior to true living mechs, it was definitely not what the customer had ordered. Seeing Xianxia grow upset caused the other mech designers to feel inadequate. Had they made too many mistakes? Should they have waited and studied the superpublished design a bit more in order to fully understand all of the improvements to their original work? Had they overlooked an important detail during the fabrication process? Gloriana, Kedis and Sarah all thought they had failed. Strangely enough, only Vase and Master Benedict maintained their composure after all of this time. The older man turned and directed a pointed stare at Vase. Okay, that is enough. Stop fooling around. I know you do not consider the Doulahan project to be truly complete at this stage. After all, its organic components have yet to be attuned. Vase started to smirk. I suppose I can't hide it from you, clever bastard. You're right, the Doulahan project is not complete. We still have to take 2 more steps before it can truly take on its final and most complete form. Gloriana and the other women looked surprised. Well, what do we need to do? His wife impatiently asked. You don't need to do anything, dear. You have done your part. Vase told her before turning around to face his cousin. Janzi, remember what the Dullahan project is all about. The Karman system that I have added to your expert mech is nothing but a giant bundle of artificially cultivated flesh at the moment. It is no different from a cloned organ in this regard. If we truly want to activate it in order to kickstart your new expert mech, then you must prove your dedication with action. Form the blood pact and bind your life to the machine. Venerable Janzi could sense the seriousness in his tone. She did not think he was joking about this matter. What do I need to do, Vase? Change into your piloting suit and prepare to interface with your expert mech. He instructed. We need to get this done as soon as possible. The longer the Dullahan project remains in a state of limbo, the greater the chance that an unpredictable event might occur. Wait, what? Are you doing this now? We just stayed up for an entire week. We are not ready to commence our first testing session. Gloriana vehemently protested. It's your choice, Janzi. I have given you my recommendation. Do not forget what I told you about the blood pact. I admit that there may be risks involved as I have never tested the Karman system in reality, but all I ask of you is to trust my work. Have I ever let you down when it comes to catering your needs as a mech pilot? Venerable Janzi took a few seconds to stare into Vessa's eyes. She eventually became satisfied with what she saw. I have never questioned your brilliance in mech design. I have trusted your work in the past, and I shall do so again. Give me a moment. Now that she agreed with this crucial step, Vase pointed her to a changing room that he prepared beforehand. She emerged a few minutes later while wearing a bright yellow armored piloting suit. Different from the ones usually assigned to the expert pilots of the Larkinson clan, this particular suit received heavy modifications. Vase not only embedded it with additional health and treatment-related modules, but also featured several ports that provided direct access to Janzi's blood vessels. The expert pilot took a deep breath before she began to ascend into the air. She slowly approached the cockpit that Vase opened by remote. Once she entered into place, she sat in the piloting seat and gazed at the dormant control panels. Meanwhile, most of the mech designers had all retreated to a shielded control room. No one knew what might ensue once Janzi activated a brand new expert mech that contained a lot of experimental tech and had never gone through a final inspection. Not even Vase could fully predict what might happen at this point. Still, Vase had a lot of faith in his work. He was the only mech designer who stayed in the vicinity of the completed expert mech. Once Master Benedict and the others activated the sensor systems and formed remote connections to the Dullahan project's largely dormant systems, Vase gave the fateful command. It's time, Janzi. Please get ready to activate your expert mech. What will happen next may induce a lot of distress, but it is important for you to remain calm and seated in your chair. Under no circumstances should you ever pull out while the blood pact is still in the process of being formed. Do you understand? I understand. Then proceed. Chapter 4940 Heartbeats. As soon as Venerable Janzi Larkinson pressed the button, the Dullahan project started to wake to life. Numerous electronic systems booted up. They activated slower than usual because they needed to perform extensive internal diagnostics to confirm that they were performing normally. At the same time, several needles and tubes extended from the piloting chair and abruptly poked into Janzi's body. In order to make sure that she did not make any dangerous movements, the chair also clamped down on her body so that it remained firmly in place while the crucial blood channels connected to her bloodstream. What happened was not completely outside of her expectations, but the actual experience was much worse than its description. In order to ensure that she did not botch this crucial process, Janzi bit her lip and tried her best to suppress any strong reactions. She clearly understood that she needed to maintain as much control throughout this process as possible. As soon as the needles poked into place, they first injected different chemicals into her body. This was not the artificially cultivated blood that played an essential role to the working mechanisms of the Karman system. It was highly irresponsible for Janzi to absorb a lot of foreign blood while losing much of her own. Her physical body needed to be put into the right condition first before it was ready to endure more extreme circumstances. Janzi felt warm as her body heated up a bit. Her veins became warmer and her heart started to pump more actively than before. Her piloting suit efficiently absorbed all of the sweat produced by her more active body. While all of this took place, the expert mech continued to execute its first startup process. More and more advanced mech systems came online. The powerful reactor integrated in the Dullahan project started to kick into a higher gear so that it could fulfill the increasing demand for energy. The expert space knight was beginning to exude more heat. Soon enough, the neural interface started to establish a connection between Janzi's mind and the control systems of the Dullahan project. This was a crucial step. In the case of a normal mech, this process allowed the pilot to extend his awareness beyond his physical body and gain access to the functions of a mechanical machine that was countless times more powerful. Venerable Janzi experienced the rush of connecting to a powerful new expert mech for the first time, but the experience was not as good as the time when she first interfaced with the Shield of Samar. However, the formation of the man-machine connection was just one of several steps needed to fully activate the Dullahan project. Outside of the cockpit, Vase floated in front of the torso of the massive machine. He did not hesitate to stray closer in order to better feel the changes that took place inside. Of course, he also kept watch over the telemetry transmitted by the Dullahan project. His cranial implant received a direct feed that allowed him to keep track of the precise fluctuations of the booting expert mech. A sense of power began to surge from the Dullahan project. The customized neural interface especially designed by the Larkinson clan's recently hired neural interface specialist was doing its job. The Dullahan project faintly began to glow as the man-machine connection enabled Janzi to resonate with her new machine. The magnitude of the resonance was not high. Part of this was because Janzi did not want to produce a strong and dangerous reaction, but another part of it was because she had yet to recognize the new machine as her battle partner. Vase did not look concerned. He monitored the situation closely and recognized that it was almost time to perform the most crucial steps. After Janzi received enough adjustments, half of the channels connected to her body started to pump foreign blood into her bloodstream. At the same time, the other half of the channels began to siphon her native blood away from her body. These processes took place simultaneously. Not only that, the blood did not flow continuously through the transparent channel, but instead pulsed in or out in the cadence of a heartbeat. No, not a single heartbeat. There were two heartbeats. The small and tiny human heart inside Janzi's body did not have the strength to circulate the enormous quantity of blood flowing through the organic veins of the Karman system. In order to make sure that its blood circulated effectively throughout its massive biological components, Vase embedded it with an artificial heart. This heart, which was largely based on Janzi's DNA, began to beat in perfect synchronicity with the expert pilot's own key organ. It was as if the Karman system's gigantic heart machine was not a foreign component at all, but one that was always meant to circulate blood in Janzi's physical body. The neural interface which previously granted Janzi awareness of the expert mech's mechanical systems now began to connect her to a part of the machine that she had never experienced before. The sensation of connecting to an organic system was like nothing else she had ever experienced before. Yet as the Karman system opened itself up to her influence without any rejection or complications, Janzi instinctively felt as if she was always meant to assume control over its organic parts. The connection and intimacy she felt towards the Karman system exceeded that of anything that she had ever experienced in the past. Not even the Shield of Samar in her former peak condition could match the strong sense of unity produced by the Karman system. This weird and novel addition to the Dullahan project made her feel as if she and it were one and the same. If not for the fact that the rest of the Dullahan project was fully mechanical and operated under an entirely different and inhuman set of standards, Janzi might have been able to embody the entire machine as if it was her own body in truth. Although the process of connecting her body to the Karman system turned out to be much less scary and much more pleasant than she anticipated, Venerable Janzi did not gain the results she wanted. She did not set out to turn the Dullahan project into a perfect vessel that she could fully embody. She wanted to reconnect with her long-lost battle partner. As impatient as she may be, she understood that she needed to wait a bit longer. The more Janzi extended her awareness to the new and powerful expert Space Knight, the more she sensed the void inside the machine. It was not a physical void. The mech frame was completely filled with matter when examined on a physical level. No, this was a different kind of void. The more Janzi interfaced with the Dullahan project, the more it became obvious that there was a metaphysical void. She found it extremely strange that this void had been deliberately left unfilled. All of the living mechs designed by Vase were completely opposite. Each of his works contained the fullness of life. This was especially the case for his most recent mechs. Outside of the mech, Vase could sense Janzi's confusion. He already intended to do something about the void that prevented the Dullahan project from reaching its most complete form. He just had to make sure that the expert mech performed well enough and that Venerable Janzi's body had yet to experience any negative side effects from connecting to the Karman system. Seeing that all of the parameters looked fine, Vase confirmed that the mech and mech pilot were ready to endure the next shock. Vase reached into his pocket and withdrew a large gem that Lucky produced in the past. He had made up a plan on how he intended to use it as soon as it fell into his hands. Shield of Sacrifice, the dying wish of a powerful soul, is contained within this gem. Increases the damage resistance of a mech up to 100% in proportion to the damage it has incurred. The incredibly potent boost provided by the gem was not as important as the source of its power. Through studying the Mars as it turned from a traditional living mech into an empty vessel attuned to Patriarch Reginald Cross, Vase already made a lot of strides into figuring out how these gems produced their reality-defying effects. Vase had come to accept that the system's silly descriptions of Lucky's gems were not as nonsensical as he once thought. There was real substance to all of the references of greater existences. He carefully examined the Shield of Sacrifice gem. It had always remained fairly calm and inert while it was in his possession, but now that had come in close proximity of Janzi's second expert mech, it began to shine with the power of desire. Get ready, it's time for you to enter your final destination. Vase slowly extended his hand and pressed the gem onto the chest plate of the Dullahan project. A small port opened up to suck the gem inside the frame. Away from his sight, the gem continued to travel a prearranged route before it finally neared the gigantic organic heart of the Karman system. Fleshy tentacles extended from the bioengineered organ. They embraced the gem with loving care and pulled it in so that the solid object could sink deep inside the enormous heart. BADUMP. Once the organ made a powerful beat, an invisible shockwave spread from the Dullahan project. Vase quickly drew back as he sensed a surging will and spirituality from the depths of the expert mech. BADUMP. Another powerful beat spread from the expert mech, causing it to become more alive than it had ever been before. As the blood pumped by the hearts of the mech and mech pilot continued to circulate throughout their bodies, two different life forms started to connect and familiarize with each other. Tears spilled from Venerable Janzi's eyes as she began to experience a surge of strong emotions. After so much waiting, she finally sensed the traces of her familiar battle partner. Sammy, the gem that Vase added to the machine did not make the Shield of Samar come to life again. Too much had been lost to make that happen. What actually happened was that the gem filled up the invisible void and prompted the expert mech to form a new and independent personality that was descended from Sammy's dying wish. BADUMP. As the hearts beat faster and faster, more and more blood circulated throughout their bodies. This had a profound effect on the woman and her new machine. Even though the newly born consciousness of the Dullahan project was only less than a minute old, it already formed a bond with Venerable Janzi that was far more intimate than anything the Larkinson clan had ever witnessed. BADUMP. 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 Both sides of the relationship experienced such a rush of emotions that their hearts began to beat much faster than was healthy. It couldn't be helped. The very first blood pact formed between a human mech pilot and a living mech was such a powerful rush that they lost their self-control. However, before Venerable Janzi could go too far, the design spirit that had remained silent throughout all of this time immediately took action. A moderating influence entered the fray. Qilanzhou's powerful influence descended upon the expert mech. She exerted enough power to lower the frequency of their heartbeats. Vase quietly sighed in relief as he witnessed what had happened. Thanks, xianxia. With the help of the design spirit, Venerable Janzi and her expert mech continued to merge together until they had fully established their permanent blood pact. A brief lull occurred before the two hearts produced a simultaneous reaction. BADUMP. An explosion of power and true resonance erupted from the Dullahan project. Gloriana and several other people yelled in surprise as the might released by the expert mech surpassed almost anything they had experienced before. Outside of Ace Mechs, the Dullahan project exuded the most power by far. A powerful corona marked by the blue of Janzi's resonance mixed with another corona that glowed red with blood. Chapter 4941 Blood Pact. Vase grinned as he witnessed the successful formation of a blood pact. This was far from a simple bond. The blood circulating through the bodies of Janzi and the Karman system could not exert their full functionality until the blood pact formally took shape. Now that the living mech and mech pilot connected each other on a level that surpassed anything produced by a neural interface, the Doulahan project truly began to activate its full potential. As the expert mech continued to produce a strong outwards reaction, both Xianxia and her newly born battle partner continued to experience a massive amount of changes. Despite Qilanzhou's best efforts to moderate the bond between the mech and mech pilot, the blood pact turned out to be far too strong. Its strength and cohesion had quickly become so astounding that the bond between Xianxia and the Doulahan project became indescribable. The blood pact produced many effects. One of them was to blur the lines between the two to an unprecedented degree. Xianxia had never come in touch with a mech to this degree in her life. The neural interface in the Karman system connected her mind, body and will to her new battle partner without as many barriers in the way as before. This enabled her to form a much deeper sense of substitution with her expert mech despite piloting it for the first time. Not only did she suspect that she could pilot the Doulahan project as if the new machine was truly her body, she could also borrow the living mech's awareness and strengths in a more effortless manner. Resonating with the Doulahan project became a lot easier than before. The shared blood circulating throughout their bodies closed the distance to such a substantial degree that Xianxia's effective resonance strength multiplied to an unheard of degree. Back in the shielded control room, all of the mech designers barely managed to recover from the shock of witnessing the expert mech establish its much-promised blood pact. Gloriana had a powerful hunch and quickly directed her eyes towards the resonance meter. "What? That is impossible. What is wrong, Gloriana? Look at the resonance meter. If the sensors are not malfunctioning, then Venerable Xianxia's resonance strength has currently reached 33.25 lavares. 33.25 lavares. That represented an enormous leap in power compared to Xianxia's last record when she piloted the Shield of Samar. Compared to her previous stable levels that hovered somewhere around the early 20s, it was as if Xianxia had obtained a decade's worth of gains in advance. The dramatic jump in resonance strength effectively meant that Venerable Xianxia was able to exert true resonance with her expert mech that was several times stronger than before. The significance of this dramatic change was too great. What Gloriana and the others keenly realized that this was just the initial reaction. What would happen once Venerable Xianxia fully familiarized herself with her new expert mech and began to work together over a span of several years? It was conceivable that the blood pact would stimulate her so much that her growth rate would definitely skyrocket. If other pilots at this level needed 20 years in order to become a high-tier expert pilot, then Venerable Xianxia might only have to spend 10 years to reach the same height. This was an enormous advantage, and this was only just the beginning. It did not take a lot of imagination to guess that the blood pact could produce massive benefits once Venerable Xianxia was ready to undergo her second apotheosis. If advancing to the rank of ace pilot was an insurmountable challenge to the vast majority of expert pilots, then Xianxia may be able to overcome this hurdle as easily as entering another room. This was because she no longer strictly needed to rely on her own efforts. Now that she was able to enter into a deeper fusion with the Doulahan project, her powerful new living mech was able to provide much more substantial help than before. Gloriana did not dare to imagine how much the blood pact could make a difference in Venerable Xianxia's future turning point, but Vase was not as shy. His grin grew wide as his initial inspection of the blood pact gave him an impression of its possibilities. This is it. This is what I have sought to establish. The fruit was right. The power of blood did not disappoint me. A new generation of mechs shall arise with the help of this crucial invention. Even if the initial results were not representative to his subsequent applications of the Karman system, Vase had no doubt that the completed Doulahan project accurately embodied his future direction as a mech designer. With the success of this experimental design project, Vase gained full confidence in his ability to explore all of the new possibilities introduced by the Karman system. Even if ordinary mechs could only gain a fraction of the might produced by the Doulahan project in its current form, it was already worthwhile to spread blood mechs to the masses. Vase did not doubt that many eager and ambitious mech pilots would take the plunge and form lifelong blood pacts with the living mechs of their choosing. The price is a bit heavy, though. Power never came for free. Vase always had this truth in mind when he designed the Doulahan project, and now he was able to witness through his own senses how extensively the blood pact bonded the two partners together in life and perhaps in death. From a spiritual perspective, Venerable Xianxia had formed a strong and permanent bond with the Doulahan project. It became most active when they shared their blood with each other, but even without this excellent medium, they would still remain tied together no matter the distance. Cutting this bond would definitely produce deep and mostly permanent trauma to the both of them. If Xianxia was barely able to recover after the shield of Samar's effective destruction, then she would never be able to pilot any mech again after the fall of her latest machine. Of course, as long as enough pieces of the Dullahan project were left intact, then it was not impossible to salvage the damaged bond and pull Xianxia out of the danger zone. Vase could consider these added complications in the future. Right now, he needed to witness all of the other changes produced by the formation of the Blood Pact. As Venerable Xianxia gradually managed to wrangle the much more powerful true resonance produced between herself and her new battle partner, the expert mech no longer became as unbearable as before. It formed a stable resonance shield that exuded a combination of different powers and influences. From xianxia to the recently formed Blood Pact, the completed expert mech conveyed a much greater presence than any Larkinson expert mech made by the design department in the past. Neither the Amaranto, the Everchanger nor the Minerva could come close in this regard. The Dullahan project truly demonstrated with its own strength and appearance that the Larkinson clan had made huge advances in its design capabilities. How much this enormous increase in strength could be attributed to the existence of the Karman system and the Blood Pact was not entirely certain. There were many other variables in play that undoubtedly helped to empower the Dullahan project even further. Nonetheless, Vase had a strong suspicion that once he fabricated the completed version of the Ghost project, it wouldn't produce nearly as strong of a reaction as now. A part of Vase even regretted the fact that the Ghost project did not come with the Karman system. There was no way the Geist system could produce comparable effects. It was made for a completely different purpose and could never fuse the Ghost project with Venerable Zimro Belson to this extent. Oh well, he sighed in regret. Vase already made peace with the fact that forming a Blood Pact was not an acceptable choice to the majority of mech pilots. Unless Venerable Zimro strongly wished to bind himself to a single living mech for the rest of his life, Vase had no intentions of encouraging him to take the plunge. Now that the Dullahan project had reached its final form and entered into a stable but still remarkably powerful state, the dramatic event had come to an end. While Vase had become so incredibly curious about what the new expert space knight was capable of, he knew better than to start trials right away. Xianxia, can you hear me? Good job. Your expert mech has come to life with your help. If it is possible, please begin the process of disengaging the Karman system before shutting down the systems of the Dullahan project. Make sure not to deviate from this order. I cannot guarantee your safety if you lose connection to your expert mech while the Karman system is still active at the time. Vase had programmed an extensive set of safety rules in order to prevent this from happening, but a strong enough mech pilot might be able to override them. It would be best if Xianxia built up the right habits from the start in order to minimize the occurrence of accidents. As Xianxia slowly did as instructed, the Dullahan project did not exhibit any unexpected behavior. Despite just coming to life, the living mech obediently cooperated and allowed Venerable Xianxia to steadily remove herself. This was quite an ordeal as it took time and a number of special procedures to stop the Karman system from binding the two parties on a physical level. HS's. Xianxia winced as she felt the needles pull out of her flesh. Her piloting suit instantly covered her skin and applied all kinds of treatments in order to heal any wounds. She felt much more diminished now that the Blood Pact had gone dormant. Even as the neural interface steadily shut down the man-machine connection, Xianxia could still feel that she had not truly lost her connection to the Dullahan project. Once formed, the Blood Pact tied the two together in a covenant that exceeded physical boundaries. Many thoughts welled in her mind as she could still feel her partner's blood running through her own veins. At the same time, she could faintly sense that a portion of her lifeblood quietly circulated through the organic systems of the Dullahan project. Xianxia could scarcely believe that all of this was possible merely through the exchange of blood. Once she exited the cockpit and lowered herself to the floor of the workshop, Vase quickly greeted her first. "How is it, Xianxia? Are you satisfied?" The female expert pilot smiled. It was not what I expected, but this is even better, short of bringing my old shield of Samar back to life. The Dullahan project is not Sammy, but close enough for me to accept the changes." Xianxia said, "It may sound strange to you, but my expert mech feels like what would happen if Sammy and I had a child." She was right, that did sound strange. If that is the case, then maybe you should choose a new name for your machine. Vase suggested. "I am still thinking about it. Please give me time to find a fitting name," she said before she turned around to gaze up at the dormant expert mech once more. "I suppose Gloriana will be disappointed today. It's not a masterwork." Vase did not look bothered by this outcome. "It is what it is. Gloriana's contribution will ensure that your new battle partner will eventually transform into a more impressive form by itself. All of the changes that took place at the end have produced a profound effect on the physical and metaphysical state of the Dullahan project. It is most definitely not as smooth as I would have liked, but I can see that it will only take a few years for it to become a masterwork mech. I will look forward to that day. Before you go and take a well-deserved rest, is there anything you want to share that cannot wait? Venerable Janzi hesitated for a second before her expression turned grave. I am not sure about this, but I think it would be better if I share one of my suspicions to you sooner rather than later. Oh, this sounds rather serious. We should head somewhere more private. I do not think it is wise to spread what I am about to say to the other mech designers. It mostly has to do with your work. Given how serious Janzi treated this matter, Vase not only brought her to an isolation chamber that was especially designed to hinder eavesdropping, but also activated his full jamming suite. Alright, you should be able to say what you want without concern of any leaks. Vase confidently said, does your message have anything to do with the safety of the Karman system? Is the Blood Pact exerting much more of a negative impact on your life than expected? It is not that. The female expert pilot shook his head. I will just share my suspicion with you directly. Janzi stepped forward and slowly leaned in until she was able to whisper her words into one of his ears. After the Blood Pact took shape, my connection and control over my new expert mech became so strong that I started to form a radical idea. I felt that if I disengaged the neural interface, I wouldn't lose control over the Dullahan project. I strongly suspected that I could still pilot it to a degree by relying solely on the Blood Pact and the Karman system that made it possible. Vase abruptly widened his eyes. He couldn't believe what he just heard. Out of all of the possible benefits that his latest invention was able to realize, he never expected that the Karman system could act as a substitute to the neural interface. Janzi wasn't finished yet. That isn't all. While it is not relevant to me, I suspect that the Karman system can play an even larger role for other people. You see, if a neural interface isn't necessary anymore, is it still important for humans to possess the right genetic aptitude in order to become an effective pilot? While there was no guarantee that the Karman system could establish a means of controlling a mech that could come close to the effectiveness of the neural interface, that did not change the notion that Ves's invention could change the entire landscape of the mech community. The implications of what he heard were so enormous that an invisible explosion set off inside Ves's mind. Janzi stepped back in surprise as she felt an abrupt change from the mech designer in front of her. What's wrong, Vase? Chapter 4942. Serving the people. A mental and spiritual explosion set off inside Ves's mind as soon as Venerable Janzi informed him about her suspicions with regards to her newly formed Blood Pact. Vase hadn't been paying attention to this possibility at all. For all of the work he put into the development of the Karman system and its associated Blood Pact, he could not foresee the full implications of what he had brought to life. It couldn't be helped. Everything he worked on was completely new and unprecedented as far as he was concerned. As a successful innovator, he understood that a single person's imagination was ultimately limited. Yet how could he have missed such an enormous implication? Ever since he was born, each time he inquired about what it took to pilot a mech, his father and his fellow Larkinson relatives always told him that he shouldn't get his hopes up. Practically every child heard the same answer. There is only a 3.5% chance you can become a mech pilot. Wrinkle Larkinson once told Vase when he was around 6 years old. You have to win the genetic aptitude lottery in order to become eligible to pilot a real mech. But I heard our family was special. Little Vase complained as he sat on his father's lap. Aren't we supposed to be natural pilots? The father chuckled after hearing his boy's words. Our relatives like to claim that, but the reality is much less glamorous than you think. The ancestor who started our family was strong. He was really strong. We not only inherited his original genes, but also follow many of his prescriptions several centuries after his passing. I think that has increased the chances that our family can produce mech pilots, but even if it has doubled, that only gives us a 1 in 14 chance to possess the right genetic aptitude. Do you understand what that means? If there are 14 Veses like yourself, only a single one of you will be lucky enough to become a mech pilot. The other 13 have little choice but to find another job. This is why none of our family wants little boys like you to think you will definitely get to pilot a mech in your life. Many people are actually ordinary and decent folk who are already happy with doing something normal for a living. That sounds boring, Tilda, cheeky little Vase whined. His father had a different opinion. Boring is safe. Boring is steady. Boring is a blessing. Becoming a norm is not a curse. It is a relief. Not every potentate is cut out to become a soldier, but those who have the power to pilot a mech are often pushed into this dangerous job regardless of their wishes. What about the norms who really want to fight but don't have the right aptitude? Vase eagerly asked. Wrinkle smiled down at his son. There's no great expectation for ordinary people to take part in a fight. If you truly want to make a difference, you can always learn the skills to support the mech pilots that do the actual fighting. Many of our family members end up doing that due to their sense of duty. Even if they cannot enter the cockpit themselves, they can still do their part by repairing damaged mechs or serving aboard the carriers that transport the mechs to their destinations. Everyone has their own place in life. Genetic aptitude is one of those things that sets people apart. That's life. As Vase took in the enormous implications of Janzi's suspicion about the blood pact, he briefly recalled this particular conversation with his father. He thought back on those words because they played a large role in shaping his attitude towards the so-called genetic aptitude lottery. Life wasn't fair. The chance that a 10-year-old kid would have the right genetic aptitude to pilot a mech was too low. What was worse was that there were few if any means to influence a child's chances of becoming a potentate. There were no known training methods that could increase a child's probability of developing the right genetic aptitude. Nutrition did not seem to matter, and a lot of miracle medicines turned out to be complete scams. Vase couldn't count the number of enthusiastic young children who possessed a lot of talent to become a soldier, but eventually grew into jaded adults due to the simple fact that their brain chemistry just hadn't grown in the exact right manner. What would happen if genetic aptitude no longer served as the crusher of dreams? What if every human gained the option to pilot a mech just as proficient as real potentates? How many other professionals would abandon their successful and impactful careers in other sectors just so that they could revive their buried desires? The potential consequences of announcing and popularizing a viable means to pilot a mech through an alternative control method were too great for Vase to fully contemplate. As Ves's incredibly powerful mind continued to wrap around the ideas that sprung into his mind after hearing Janzi's words, he understood that he may have inadvertently opened one of Pandora's many boxes. If Janzi's suspicion turned out to be accurate, then he may have brought an invention to life that could never be unmade. The Karman system and the blood pact had gained a huge amount of significance. Vase had already decided to center his major around its many possibilities. He initially thought that the successful formation of the blood pact today fully paid off all of the hard work he put into inventing this radical and controversial means of empowerment, but it turned out that he had only scratched the surface of its potential. A strong part of himself warned him that there was no way it would be that simple. A huge reason why mech pilots gained the capacity to control large and complicated war machines was because their brains could withstand much greater data throughput. In other words, their brains had mutated in a way that allowed them to function as highly active organic processors. A normal human individual did not possess this capacity. Any attempt to forcibly exchange huge amounts of data would quickly cause a normal brain to wear out in a matter of seconds depending on the severity. However, what if there was no need to rely on brainpower to control a mech? One of the basic fundamentals of the blood pact was that it was formed on a spiritual level rather than a neural level. Just like how the Larkinson network worked according to completely different principles from Master Huron's neural networks, the blood pact did not have anything to do with the most basic form of the man-machine connection. The neural interface induced a heavy load on a mech pilot's brain because it directly channeled data back and forth. The Karman system operated through a more mystical means. Aside from requiring that the mech and mech pilot share the same circulation, it did not do anything directly to the latter's brain. So how could Janzi's suggestion work? Through spirituality. When Vase examined Janzi from a spiritual perspective, he could clearly see that her force of will had developed a permanent entanglement with the completed Dullahan project. Due to Janzi's extraordinary willpower alongside her strong connection with the successor of the Shield of Samar, this spiritual bond had already grown to become exceptionally strong and firm. Vase could fully imagine that it possessed the bandwidth to channel the huge amount of data required to pilot a normal mech, though he was less certain whether it was sufficient to pilot a highly complicated quasi-first-class expert mech. So what if it was not sufficient? One of the defining traits of his design philosophy and all of its applications was that the starting point was just the beginning. Each of his works possessed the capacity of growth, and it was not a one-way street either. If Venerable Janzi was not yet capable of piloting the Dullahan project by relying on the blood pact alone, then she could always wait until she grew strong enough to make it possible. This applied to other people as well. Vase already deduced that if he wanted to make this radical new means of controlling a mech viable, he had to ensure that the irregular pilots possessed the spiritual strength necessary to absorb and process large quantities of data. Although this sounded like an enormous limitation, Vase already knew that he had a potential solution to this new hurdle. Companion spirits. What if he combined the strengths of companion spirits with the possibilities of the blood pact? Both innovations happened to complement each other. Granting companion spirits to normal people not only allowed them to activate their spiritualities and grow their spiritual potential, but eventually allowed them to grow strong enough to perform many complex actions, including the act of controlling a full-sized mech. In fact, the companion spirit could even serve as a special channel that could make the process of controlling a mech a lot easier. After all, if Kedis was able to control her swords a lot better by imbuing them with Sharpie, an irregular mech pilot could theoretically merge his companion spirit to a living mech in order to improve the control process. Embedding a companion spirit to a living mech also unlocked other wonderful possibilities that Vase could scarcely think about. There was no point in thinking any further. He was going way too far in his speculations when he hadn't even verified a single word of what Janzi had just said. He needed to obtain proof before he could properly explore the immense new possibilities opened up by the blood pact. Yet even as his rationality told him that he needed to contain his excitement, his passion told him a completely different story. As a successful and experienced mech designer and innovator, he knew in his heart that Venerable Janzi's suspicion was not an idle guess. It fully conformed with the theoretical framework that Vase had built up in his mind. He was even able to use his existing knowledge on spiritual engineering to derive all kinds of possible outcomes, many of which had a realistic chance of coming true. Aside from that, his powerful intuition strongly told him that he had become exposed to a discovery of such great significance that he could easily shake the fabric of human civilization if exposed. While Vase had admittedly developed numerous different innovations that could already change people's lives, this particular train of thought was different from the rest. He could hardly think of a better way to put his stamp on the age of mechs than by giving humanity a viable means to turn every person into a mech pilot. No matter whether they were space peasants or mechers, each of them could gain the means to control a mech, just like the potentates they always envied. The blood pact had the potential to turn the infamous and much maligned genetic aptitude lottery redundant. As Vase thought of the enormous impact he could make on human society, he understood right then and there what his subsequent research direction should be from this point onwards. Vase still wanted to pursue mutual growth, but rather than focusing on empowering the strongest and most gifted mech pilots such as Venerable Janzi, he wanted to serve the needs of the weak and underprivileged. What better way to make his mark as a mech designer than to fulfill the collective wish of 96.5% of all humans living in the Milky Way and the Red Ocean? Vase couldn't imagine how many people he could satisfy by giving them the option of piloting an actual mech. As a professional service provider, he could not think of a worthier cause. He believed that not even the likes of the polymath could make this impossible dream come true. Many people had long thought that it was impossible to liberate mechs for normal people. Vase rejected this truth. His strong belief in the blood pact and his determination in liberating humanity from the tyranny of genetic aptitude eventually sparked an irreversible transformation in his essence. After years of silent accumulation, the design seed that encapsulated his design philosophy started to explode with power. Vase had finally found the breakthrough opportunity that he had always sought. Even as Venerable Janzi looked alarmed and concerned, Vase had entered into a completely different state of mind. For the second time in a relatively short amount of time, Vase went through another sublimation. This time, his evolution purely took place on a spiritual level. Chapter 4943 Ignition Chapter 4943 Ignition Vase could not describe what he was going through at this moment. In the middle isolation chamber underneath the surface of Cat Nest, Vase initiated one of the most important breakthroughs of his life. He did not expect this to happen. He initially thought he would have triggered his breakthrough immediately after completing the Doulahan project if he was ready. Since that did not happen, Vase restrained his disappointment and assumed that he would have a better chance once he fabricated the Ghost project. After all, he was just as passionate about this design if not more. The fact that he broke through after hearing just a single point of feedback from his latest client was out of his expectations. As such, no one aside from an expert pilot he had a mixed relationship with was able to witness his current transformation. He would have found it to be ironic that Janzi of all people triggered his breakthrough if he wasn't already preoccupied at this time. Vase raised his palm in order to convey to Janzi to stay calm and not do anything rash. This was all he could do before his mind became completely immersed in the immense changes that took place within the confines of his powerful mind. No matter how much he evolved and how many changes he went through, Vase never let go of his identity as a mech designer. His various incarnations had all become powerful in their own right. Not only that, but their potential was much greater as well. It was quite conceivable to assume that they could eventually transcend into true gods or comparable existences in the far future. Yet even if his incarnations were able to attain godhood, Vase knew quite well that they would not become omnipotent. Gods weren't as impressive as they appeared. Vase much rather aspired to become a star designer, because his ability to create powerful new innovations would become unmatched. Now that he gained the determination to not only make mech piloting accessible to the common man, but also allow each of them to uplift themselves through mutual growth, Vase understood the truth of what it took to become a senior mech designer. Journeyman mech designers were like teenagers who were just discovering what they could do. They found an initial direction but still needed to figure out how they wanted to apply their capabilities. Developing design applications was not enough, though. They needed to look beyond their own selfish desires and start to think how they wished to serve the greater community. What was the point of becoming a mech designer? While the exact motivations of every professional was different, each of them desired to become a productive member of society. Seniors needed to hold themselves to a much higher standard than journeymen. The latter could get away with focusing on their own selfish needs, but they could go no further if their perspectives remained limited. Only mech designers who made the resolve to serve a cause that was greater than themselves deserved to attain greater power. Vase had no idea how or why this rule came to be, but he had clearly become one of its beneficiaries. As a mech designer who wanted to fulfill one of humanity's greatest demands since the start of the age of mechs, it would be a horribly travesty if reality denied his immediate breakthrough. Fortunately, the worst-case scenario did not happen. Vase could feel that every part of his mind and his spirituality underwent a profound transformation. His mentality expanded to the point where he could feel he could perform a lot more calculations and deductions than before. It was like getting a free upgrade for his cranial implant, but applied to his entire brain. In other words, his basic ability to design mechs improved by another margin. The only letdown was that the difference was not that great to him due to all of his prior improvements. This particular change was just icing on the cake as far as he was concerned. What truly mattered was that his design seed finally went through the transformation he had long been waiting for. This solidified spiritual core swelled with so much power after Vase had advanced his design philosophy to this extent that the internal pressure finally forced it to find a release. Short of breaking its solid exterior entirely, it instead formed numerous different cracks on its surface. The growing pressure from within the seed cracked its exterior to the point where numerous different holes had formed. This was a crucial step in the breakthrough process. Only by making enough progress in his design philosophy and setting a firm goal to serve a worthy cause did he manage to ignite the flame inside his seed. Now, the powerful flame releases a surprising amount of energy from the cracks in the exterior of the shell. Multiple different streams of energy began to spread out and escape from his mind and body. His design philosophy had begun to impose itself onto reality to a significantly greater extent than before. Through the ignition of his design seed, the traces of his work, his theories and his ambitions spread across unimaginable distances in space. His design seed turned into a design flame. Perhaps there may be better ways to describe the new state of the encapsulation of his design philosophy. Maybe the Mech Trade Association already developed its own fancy terminology of this particular state. It didn't matter. All Vase cared about was that his design philosophy completed a qualitative transformation that turned it from a well of possibilities to a fire that could change reality. As the cracks of his design seed continued to release continuous streams of ignited energy, Vase could feel that there would be no end to them so long as he sincerely endeavored to continue his career as a mech designer. So long as he engaged in his work, he would never have to worry about running out of the kindling that continued to spread his design philosophy throughout space. How amazing! The most crucial part of his breakthrough had settled down. The formation of his design flame proceeded smoothly and without any obvious issue. Vase did not experience any pain or discomfort. Despite the worrisome appearance of his cracked design seed, nothing about it felt wrong. In fact, it was the opposite. Vase felt more whole and complete than ever before. He had already felt awfully uncomfortable as a highly accomplished journeyman mech designer as of late. He had created too many innovations and affected the lives of more people than practically any other journeyman at his level. His qualifications to become a senior was stronger than any other journeyman he knew of. It frustrated him quite a bit that he could not make any further progress unless he overcame his bottleneck. Though he probably would have broken through sooner or later, he was incredibly happy that it ended up being the former. In the end, he finally found his key to break his bottleneck and smoothly enter an entirely new phase in his career as a mech designer. As the design flame settled into his mind, Vase took several deep breaths as he fully tried to understand all of the changes and improvements it introduced. He could instinctively feel that the changes were far from simple. More had taken place than was obvious on the surface. In general, he was able to deduce that the strength and activity of his design flame not only allowed his design philosophy to affect reality across much vaster distances, but that it also strengthened his ability to change the rules in close proximity. Vase immediately made use of his strengthened cognition to deduce what this meant. His ability to imprint mech designs with his design philosophy became noticeably stronger. Although his capacity to do so still did not come close to that of an actual master mech designer, it became undeniable that he would be able to exceed his fellow journeymen in the design department in this aspect. This was good news as his unique design applications became stronger and produced a higher impact due to the ignition of his design flame. His living mechs could start off stronger and grow even faster than before. His design spirits could connect to his works at a deeper level. Above all else, Vase saw a possibility to use his strengthened design philosophy as a bridge to close the gap between the material realm and the imaginary realm even more. Direction and knew exactly what he needed to do to realize his design philosophy. Perhaps other mech designers might think that Vase had gone absolutely mad for tackling, and if this was truly the case, then he would no longer have to rely so much on exceptional means such as expert pilots and the Geist system to turn metaphysical power into a force that could break mechs and sunder starships. Of course, Vase did not expect to be able to realize all of this right away. His design flame shouldn't be that amazing as of yet. He might have to strengthen it further or wait until he advanced to master mech designer or star designer to exert his power to this extent. He was already happy with what he gained. He no longer felt any confusion about his future direction and knew exactly what he needed to do to realize his design philosophy. Perhaps other mech designers might think that Vase had gone absolutely mad for tackling an ambition of this magnitude, but he was different. His eyes burned with the fires of his design flame as he formulated an initial roadmap to his ultimate goal. So long as he had a viable plan in mind, he possessed full confidence in his ability to overcome all of the challenges one by one until he fulfilled the final requirement. It might take decades. It might even take a century or two. It all depended on his research ability, his problem-solving skills, his creativity, his inspiration, and plain old luck. Aside from that, he could always affect his chances of advancing to master by adjusting his own goalposts. He already knew that this was possible through his prior talks with other master mech designers, but now that he had taken an important step forward, he could instinctively feel what it took to break the shell of his design seed. If he wanted to break this design seed and transform his relatively weak flame into a blazingly hot star, then he had to turn the impossible into the possible. He could choose from a wide variety of goals as long as they were significant enough and relevant to his design philosophy. An easier goal would allow him to ignite his flame into a weaker sun, while a stronger one would probably result in a much stronger sun. Vase did not know whether master mech designers who chose the former could make up for their deficiency. He also didn't know how strong his design sun would become if he fulfilled an ambition as great as enabling every other individual in human civilization to effectively pilot a mech. Perhaps his flame would transform into such a powerful design sun that it could light up the entire cosmos. He shook his head. This was all too far away from him. He probably needed to have a good talk with the MTA in order to obtain the answers to all of his new questions. For now, he was more than happy to celebrate his long-awaited breakthrough. The Larkinson clan had taken another step towards dominance now that its patriarch became a senior mech designer. The speed in which he accomplished this breakthrough was sure to increase his value to other parties. Advancing to senior mech designer when he was around 40 years old was a definite sign of talent and excellence. All of the big shots who appreciated his potential and chose to make an early investment in him would definitely feel that their decision had paid off. It would become a lot easier for him to have a greater say in his interactions with the survivalist faction and the transhumanist faction of the MTA. His expression froze when he thought about the enormous storm he might unleash if he conveyed his latest discovery to the association. If he told the mechers that he could develop a solution that would enable any human to pilot a mech, how would they react? If even mech designers could overcome the limitations of their genetic aptitude and gain the ability to control mechs of their own creation, how grateful would they be to Vase for making it all possible? If he introduced an innovation that broke the monopoly that mech pilots held over their own profession, how many of these favored sons and daughters would feel devalued by this enormous change? What if these elitist mech pilots felt that Vase infringed on their rights by depriving them of their sole advantage? The huge interests centered around mech piloting were so vast and powerful that a simple senior mech designer could never withstand a storm of this magnitude. His attitude immediately sharpened. Before he was ready to announce this game-changing innovation to the public, he needed to be discreet and prevent his work from burning down the entirety of human civilization. Chapter 4944 Surprise Announcement. It took around 20 minutes for Vase to complete his breakthrough, consolidate his newly ignited design flame and form a preliminary roadmap to realizing his design philosophy. When he eventually opened his eyes, they conveyed a version of Vase that had grown up, both as a human and as a mech designer. Venerable Janzi had eventually figured out what had taken place. She had conscientiously taken a few steps back in order to give Vase the room to complete his breakthrough in total peace. Now that Vase regained his awareness, the expert pilot could immediately tell the difference. If the old Vase came across as an impetuous kid that brimmed with curiosity and lacked self-control, the new Vase immediately conveyed the impression that he had settled down because he had undertaken a serious responsibility. Anyone who knew Vase in person would immediately be able to tell the difference. You have become a senior mech designer if I am not mistaken. Vase simply nodded. That is correct. It's quite a surprise, Janzi. Thank you for being the catalyst to my breakthrough to senior. It's quite funny if you think about it. Around a decade ago, I managed to grasp the opportunity to advance to journeyman mech designer after I designed the original Aurora Titan and fabricated the earliest version of the Shield of Samar for you. Times were much different back then. So much has changed since then, but one remarkable constant is that I owe my breakthrough to you once again. The woman responded with a confused smile. This is probably a coincidence. I just happened to be at the right place at the right time twice in a row. I don't even know what it takes to help you break through once again. I heard that it is extremely difficult for seniors to go any further. Well, you never know. Maybe in the future you will be able to help me advance to master mech designer. Vase shrugged and joked. Anyway, congratulations for your breakthrough, Vase. I hope that you will use your greater ability in designing mechs for the good of our clan. I might not agree with all of your policies, but I am in full support of your efforts to strengthen our fellow Larkinsons by designing more powerful mechs for them. We need every advantage that we can get in this dangerous dwarf galaxy. I already have many ideas in mind on how to give our clan a greater edge. Vase grinned. The successful conclusion of the Dullahan project has proved a lot of theories and given birth to many new ones. It has also become a lot easier for me to realize my more expansive design applications now that I have gained the strength of a senior. They talked a bit more about how his sudden breakthrough affected the trajectory of the Larkinson clan. Vase soon brought up his great concern. About the suspicion that you have just shared with me, can you please keep it to yourself for the time being? I don't think I need to tell you how much trouble we'll attract if it becomes known that my latest innovation can turn regular people into actual mech pilots. Venerable Janzi might not be as smart as a mech designer, but she was certainly not stupid. I understand, Vase. I will try not to spill this secret to others. Just be aware that if I can think about it, so can other mech pilots who are able to make use of your Karman system. I will choose my next candidates carefully. Vase promised. I will have to divulge this amazing possibility to the MTA eventually. The damn mechers will find out on their own if I don't take the initiative to share it myself, and by then I won't be able to gain as many concessions as before. It's a good thing that I have a couple of solid friends and backers within the association. The possibility to turn any human into a mech pilot without paying too much of a price had massive implications to both the survivalists and the transhumanists. The survivalists would probably embrace the benefits of expanding the manpower pool of potential mech pilots on a massive scale. Gifted soldiers who possessed all of the right skills to become excellent mech pilots no longer had to win the genetic aptitude lottery in order to maximize their potential. If a war between humans and aliens ever deteriorated to the point where most mech pilots had tragically fallen, the much greater population of norms could serve as a huge pool of reserves to draw upon. As for the transhumanists, human ascension became more accessible to the masses than ever. The possibilities that Vase brought to the table opened up an easier and less convoluted way for humans of all stripes to grow stronger. One of the most remarkable consequences of realizing his latest ambition was that apotheosis no longer became exclusive to potentates. Norms could transform their willpower and surpass the extraordinary threshold with the help of mechs as long as Vase successfully completed his research. Yet before Vase could realize all of these dramatic outcomes, it was incredibly important for him and Janzi to keep this sensitive matter under wraps. Once he concluded his eventful meeting with Janzi, he stepped out of the isolation chamber and returned to his fellow collaborators. Gloriana and the others had spent their time on cleaning up the workshop. An army bots moved all sorts of disqualified parts and loose materials out of the way. The newly completed Doulahan project also went through a quick inspection to verify that it was stable and not about to explode or anything. Each of them paused in their work the moment that Vase entered the workshop once again. They were all highly familiar with Vase. Not only did they spend years collaborating with him on numerous different design projects, they also connected directly to his mind through the design network on numerous occasions. It took only a single glance at a distance to realize that Vase returned as a different man. Gloriana, who knew her husband the best, already had a strong feeling that something drastic took place when he talked to Janzi in private. She even started to suspect that Vase was up to mischief with his cousin. Yet now that Vase came back, she understood that the reality was much different from what she guessed. Vase, you, she uttered with increasing shock and realization. Her voice quivered as she spoke her next words. Did you manage to become stronger? The truth was clear to everyone. Her question was completely redundant and she knew it. She only wanted to obtain a firm answer in the faint hope that she had misjudged the situation yet again. Unfortunately for the young mother, her husband did not give her the answer she sought. It's true, I have just completed my breakthrough. From today onwards, I shall become known as a senior mech designer. A few seconds passed by in silence before the other mech designers reacted to this announcement. Congratulations, Vase, Kedis grinned. I always knew you could do it. Out of all of us, the only one who could become a senior first had to be you. I look forward to all of the interesting mechs you will design in the future. Sarah Voikin looked genuinely impressed. I accepted your invitation to join your clan because I judged that following you is one of the best decisions that I could have made. What you managed to accomplish vindicates my choice. I couldn't imagine that you would actually break through to senior after working as a journeyman for just a decade or so. I think a lot more mech designers will try to replicate your success and go on expeditions. Master Benedict Cortez smiled as if nothing was above his expectations. It was about time, Vase. You have entered a whole new world now that you have moved beyond your journeyman phase. There is a lot for you to go through now that you have pushed your design philosophy to this extent. While you need to schedule a meeting with the Mech Trade Association, I think it is best if I fill you in on what you need to pay attention to now that you have started your struggle to become a master. Vase nodded to Benedict. Out of all of the people gathered in the workshop, only the former Skull Architect had lived through this arduous journey. There was no better friend around who could give better advice. It took a while longer for the mech designers to finish their congratulatory comments. It also took a few hard minutes for Gloriana to accept the crushing fact that she had lost the race to senior. Though his wife looked as if Vase had trampled on her favorite handbag, he was sure that she would regain her vigor soon enough. She would probably regain her self-esteem by promising that he might have won this battle, but that she still had a chance of winning the war by realizing her design philosophy first. Once Gloriana, Kedis and Sarah settled down and started to share the good news to the rest of the clan, Vase and Benedict moved aside in order to talk about more serious matters. There is a lot you need to know, but don't be in a hurry to meet with a representative of the MTA. Benedict told the newly advanced senior. The mechers are highly informative and will definitely be generous about what they are willing to share to a mech designer of proven talent such as you. However, keep in mind that they will only tell their side of the story. Don't contradict their stories, but make sure to maintain a sober perspective. Vase nodded. I figure that this would be the case. Now that you have become a senior, it is also time for you to pass on your knowledge and start your formal teaching career. I will leave it up to the MTA to explain the full details, but I imagine once the public learns that a mech designer as young as you has managed to advance to senior, you will become inundated with countless offers from different mech design universities. Do not make any hasty decisions no matter what they promise. The students you are able to teach will have an enormous influence on your future career and your chances of realizing your design philosophy. Vase did not know that it was that serious, though he already had suspicions about why every senior mech designer played along with the requirement to become a professor. I already intended to wait for a while. My upgraded flagship is on her way back to Davut. Once she arrives, I will gain access to a complete hyper chamber. I think that should open up a lot of fancy doors. Benedict looked pleasantly surprised. Oh, that is excellent news for you. Try your best to teach at a first-class mech design university if possible. It doesn't matter if you are relegated to teaching basic or elective classes. If that is not attainable, then you should settle for nothing less than teaching classes at the most prestigious second-class mech design universities in human space. I can provide you with a credible reference in order to help you obtain the posting that you deserve. Vase did not refuse this benefit. Thank you, Benedict. It will definitely help. Is there anything else that I should know? Aside from teaching general classes, it is a good idea to start mentoring mech designers and mech design students that you see a lot of promise in. I am aware that you have already done so in the past, but this should not be an incidental hobby to you. It is a duty as well as an investment that will pay off handsomely in the future. The mechers will explain to you why this is the case, but for now you should start with forming a list of candidates right away while we are still in the Davut system. If you are not satisfied with people in your clan, you can always choose from one of the many promising kids in the surrounding neighborhood. I will take your suggestion into consideration. Chapter 4945 Big News. Big news spread throughout the upper circles of Davut. The Larkinson clan has announced that its patriarch has just advanced to the rank of senior mech designer. How is that possible? Isn't he supposed to be a third-class bumpkin? How in the cosmos is he able to become a senior faster than all of the professors at the Davut University of Technology? Ha, I knew he was a genius. He didn't break the polymath's record, but he's not that much worse either. Don't underestimate the potential of a mech designer who earns 7 masterwork certificates in the journeyman stage. This is good news. The stronger he becomes, the more he can assist our colonial federation in our impending war against the Karloks. How likely do you think he will attain master? Damn, the living mech corporation is already hard to deal with due to their living mechs, and that is when its principal designer is just a journeyman. Now that he has become a senior, the Larkinsons are bound to win over a greater share of the mech market than before. He's improving too quickly. Not even our worst contingency plans have accounted for this exaggerated promotion speed. What if he becomes a master before his centennial birthday? As the most prominent and high-profile mech designer of the younger generation in the Krakatoa Middle Zone, the announcement of his unexpectedly quick advancement turned into a major topic of discussion. Initially, the storm spread throughout the political circles of Davut. The Larkinson clan and its patriarch had abundantly established its prestige in the newly founded colonial state, so any major change among the Larkinsons could potentially impact a lot of Davutans. However, Vase and his fellow Larkinsons had also become heroes and household names throughout Davut, so an event that normally did not attract much attention suddenly blew up and turned into prime gossip material. The young colonial state had never witnessed such an absurdity. Although journeyman promoting to senior was not an common event, it was not worth highlighting outside of the mech community. Normally, only the friends, colleagues, competitors, business partners and customers of the mech designer reacted to such an occurrence as it directly affected their lives. The fact that the news of Ves's advancement not only elicited a huge reaction from every corner in Davut, but also produced ripple effects in Karlok and far beyond was a sign that his influence had spread far and wide. As a citizen of Davut, Tristan Wesseling received the news pretty early. The Larkinsons had not deigned to hide this massive development, and instead publicized it through all of their channels. Tristan had a habit of closely following any news related to the Larkinson clan, but even he found it difficult to accept the claim. Vase became a senior. This soon. This was almost incomprehensible to Tristan. As a direct disciple of Master Katzenberg, he learned what it took to make this transition. However, knowing was one thing. Pulling it off was another. A mech designer not only had to study a lot, but combine what he learned with successful research to invent original new design applications. Most talented and particularly clever mech designers could pull this off as long as they were capable of stepping out the prior work of their predecessors. What journeyman truly struggled with was the need to make a profound mental shift. Just saying a bunch of high-minded words was not enough. Mech designers needed to draw from the context of their environment and find an overarching reason to justify the need to pursue a greater goal. Just as how expert pilots used their conviction to compel themselves to push beyond their limits, journeymen needed to light a fire that was hot enough to burn down the barriers that restricted their rise. If that was not enough, mech designers also had to make a major impact on people's lives through their work. It was not enough to become a celebrity or abuse their authority. They needed to touch people's lives by relying solely on the spread of their works. This could be done in two different ways. A journeyman could arm lots of people in groups with mass-market models that inevitably proliferated on a wider scale. A journeyman could also take the elite route and focus on servicing a smaller group of elites whose activities affected a lot of people. A lot of younger mech designers struggled to satisfy this condition. Most weren't qualified to become the lead designers of major mech design projects. They could only play an assisting or contributing role. Doing this enabled them to produce at least some impact on people's lives, but the credit they received was much less, which inevitably delayed their advancement. What was special about Vase was that he had to worry the least about this particular requirement. As for a more normal mech designer such as Tristan, this was one of the most difficult hurdles that he could overcome at this stage in his career. It didn't help that he had left the familiar Friday Coalition and all of his connections over there behind in order to start anew in the Colonial Federation of Davut. This was also why many mech designers did not wish to emigrate from their old and familiar states even if they received better opportunities elsewhere. If they did not have the confidence to expand their business in a new environment, they were better off sticking to their old haunts. For a moment, Tristan questioned whether he had made the right decision to leave the Friday Coalition behind. Master Katzenberg could have opened a lot of doors for him, but here in Davut he was pretty much on his own. It would take many years for him to catch up to Ves's current stage. I'm roughly just as old as Vase, but when it comes to this, I am way too far behind. Tristan sighed in regret. The friend he made back in the Komodo Star sector was already taking off like a rocket. Tristan knew that his friend had practically started from nothing, but managed to build a clan that became so powerful that it was already capable of forcing the colonial government to compromise. A mech designer who was able to do all of that was unlikely to fare any worse in his main vocation. Tristan could only admit that Vase existed on a different orbit than himself. The announcement did not depress him for long, though. Every mech designer was different. Some progressed faster than others, but that did not mean the slower ones were worthless. As a student of Master Katzenberg, Tristan possessed enough confidence in his ability to develop his own valuable design solutions. He also did not think that he would remain muddle-headed for too long. It might take a few decades, but sooner or later Tristan would lose the mentality of a journeyman and begin to think like a senior. That would be the point where he would make his breakthrough. Once I become a master, I will be able to talk with you on a more equal footing, Vase. Tristan spoke as determination burned in his eyes. He already started to adjust his plans for his design studio in his own career. He decided to drop a few peripheral business activities and start investing more in his original mech designs. Even if the current market environment was stupendously competitive, Tristan knew that he couldn't stay timid anymore. He needed to take more risks, apply for further loans and set up a mech factory. There was no better time to invest in mech production as the upcoming war would definitely cause the demand for mechs to skyrocket. Even if the major players such as the Living Mech Corporation and much larger companies captured the lion's share of the market, a smaller player like Wesseling Design Services should still be able to squeeze between the cracks. Elsewhere, the government district located in the center of Kotor City had undergone substantial changes since the tumultuous founding ceremony. In the span of half a year, the central plaza had turned from a prestigious parade ground into an enclosed military fortification. Thousands of military mechs were permanently stationed here. At least one active ace mech was also present at all times because a Saint Kingdom was needed to maintain total control over the passage leading in and out of the recently discovered pocket space. The government had made substantial progress in exploring the abandoned alien prison. It had even begun to convert the facility into a strategic base and research facility. Skyline Palace still hovered high in the sky, but it had moved its resting position so that it no longer loomed right on top of the newly built military fortification. Each time President Unames Clive approached the window in his grand office and looked down on the site of the former Central Plaza, he became reminded by the key individuals who secured this enormous gain for Davut. So Vase Larkinson has advanced to senior. The leader of the Colonial Federation spoke. The news has not been confirmed, but our intelligence analysts believe that it is fully credible. His chief of staff dutifully spoke. It comes straight from the official channels of the Larkinson clan, and the Larkinsons have no reason to spread a falsehood that can be disproved with contemptuous ease. Our intelligence sources have already confirmed that Vase Larkinson and his collaborators have just completed their most important expert mech design project to date. That has likely been the catalyst that triggered the breakthrough. Unames looked as if he couldn't decide whether to celebrate or brood over this development. Vase Larkinson has already shown both promise and results while he was just a journeyman. Now that he has become a senior, he will become even more effective as a mech designer, but that will likely make him twice or thrice as insufferable. The Larkinson clan already had an outsized impact on his colonial federation. It could not be treated as a regular political faction at all. President Unames Clive keenly understood that he had lost even more leverage now that Vase Larkinson had demonstrated his talent and ability in such a dramatic fashion. Winning the war comes first, sir. Raina Kernsk gently reminded the troubled federal president. The promotion of Patriarch Vase Larkinson will improve our military outlook. It is much more reassuring to our troops and stakeholders if our commissioned mechs are chiefly designed by a senior rather than a journeyman. The probability that the Larkinson Patriarch will meet all of the demanding requirements we have set for our military mechs is much greater. Unames tentatively nodded. He recognized the unique design abilities of Vase in the past, and his early promotion to senior only raised his expectations of what he was able to whip up in the following years. Almost a decade in the past, Vase Larkinson had famously empowered the Hex army with his unique and surprisingly effective Hexer mech designs. He did so while he was still 2 ranks away from the Fredaman masters he competed against at the time. In the present time, Vase Larkinson had made so much progress that his mech designs had become much stronger and more effective than before. With his helpful advancement to senior, he was only a single step behind the Karlok master mech designers that he would have to defeat this time. Perhaps you make a good point, Raina. Unames Clive admitted. We will not be able to exert too much direct influence on him much longer, but we can still make do with the side branch of his clan. Inform our military staff to raise the priority on the Larkinson clan. Order more products from the LMC. Raise the access level of General Ark Larkinson. Do whatever it takes to build more goodwill among the Larkinsons that remain behind. Raina Kernskay's expression turned pensive. We can do that, but if we are not careful enough, we may end up raising a powerful lion within our territory. Our power and authority over Davut will dilute even further as a result. Unames shrugged. As you have already said, winning the war comes first. I do not mind it if I have to make more concessions as long as the lion fights on our behalf. If you say so, sir. Chapter 4946. A negotiation between 2 women. The Friday colonies was an established colonial state in the Magyar Middle Zone. Since humanity colonized Magyar a bit sooner than Davut, many of its colonies and colonial states had already built up a lot more military and civilian infrastructure. Normally speaking, the Friday colonies and the Hex Federation should have gone to war already. The Fredaman and Hexers already had centuries of bad blood between them, and the previous war had turned their animosity into utter hatred. Yet despite their obvious hostilities, neither side declared war on each other. The 2 sides had very different reasons to refrain from taking action. The Friday coalition had become more divided than before, and also invested much of its manpower and resources into digesting its enormous gains in the Komodo Star sector. The Hexers who lost the Komodo War had largely been successful in their efforts to evacuate their core strength to the Hex Federation. However, this also meant that their people had run out of escape routes. The matriarchs who still remained in power may be arrogant, but they weren't stupid. They extensively studied the reasons why they lost the previous Komodo War and largely chalked it up to operating on mistaken assumptions. The ugly truth of the matter was that the Hexers overestimated their own military capabilities while doing the opposite to the Fredaman. Despite their notorious internal division, the Fredaman nonetheless managed to pull together and utilize all of their advantages to turn the tide in the Komodo War. The Hexers could not repeat their mistakes and allow their archenemies to pull off the same success formula yet again. This was why the Hexers, who had all been forced to start new lives in the Red Ocean, restrained their aggression and continued to accumulate their power. The Council of Matriarchs that had always effectively ruled over the Hexer people had not been shy about pushing drastic reforms to Hexer society. It would have been much harder to push through so many disruptive changes in the old Hexadric hegemony, but now that the Hexers not only suffered a traumatic setback, but also moved to an entirely new state and environment, the matriarchs recognized that they had a single chance to make everything right. Many reforms that were previously unthinkable in the old galaxy eventually took effect without too much resistance in the Hex Federation. For example, the difference in status between boys and women became a lot less pronounced. Hexers should no longer seek to press boys down. Hexers should instead put more effort into lifting them up. Instead of treating grown boys as threats to society that could explode at any moment, the women of the Hex Federation must put more effort into teaching them so that their inherent violent tendencies could be channeled in more productive pursuits. The Superior Mother served as the great guide to the new ideologies that had been promulgated by the Council of Matriarchs and the Temple of Hexism. Now that it became known that the famous son of the Supreme herself had advanced to the rank of senior mech designer at a prodigious age, many Hexers reacted with great enthusiasm. What a good boy, as expected of the Superior Mother. Only the best mother could have raised such an impressive boy. The Supreme Son is the model of a good boy. I have tried so hard to become as good as him, but I am much too far behind. With his advancement, the next editions of the Valkyrie Redeemer and the Maiden of Adversity are bound to become stronger. Boys such as us can never lead the Hex Federation like women, but we can still do our part by excelling in auxiliary duties such as handling administration or servicing the mechs piloted by the superior gender. Learn from the example of the Supreme Son. Mech design is one of the few activities where boys are fully allowed to express themselves, and Vase Larkinson has given us a lesson on how it should be done. Study him carefully. Examine his relationship with the women around him. His mother and his wife are the secret to his success. If you want to have any hope of matching his accomplishments, then I suggest to worship the Superior Mother as your second mother and beg a woman as magnificent as Madame Gloriana Woden to take you as her spouse. Foreigners who weren't too familiar with the Hexer people reacted with complete surprise. They never imagined that billions of proud and insular Hexers would pay so much attention to the emergence of a senior mech designer that wasn't even a citizen of the Hex Federation. Only the Fredamen understood their old archenemies the best. They expressed no surprise at how big of a deal it was for Vase Larkinson to take another step towards becoming a master mech designer. The new scimitar system proclaimed a holiday. Many Hexers who lived in the core territory of the rising Woden dynasty spontaneously burst out in celebration in honor of their greatest benefactor. The success of Vase Larkinson directly affected the fortunes of the Woden dynasty. The Wodens had long assumed the role of unofficially representing the Supreme Son's interests in the Hex Federation. It didn't matter if Vase never really thought about the Hex Federation these days. His wife regularly passed on instructions and proclamations, which the Woden dynasty spread through official channels in order to affect the policies of the colonial state. Due to the Woden dynasty's undeniable family relationship with the Superior Mother and the Supreme Son, it had risen to become the fastest growing power in the Hex Federation. To be honest, the Wodens already met many of the qualifications to become a leading matriarchal dynasty of the Hexer people. The only reasons why their forward had been blocked was because they lacked enough assets and because it was unacceptable for a seventh matriarchal dynasty to arise. It was therefore extremely unlikely for the Woden dynasty to become one of the top rulers of the Hex Federation. The only way it could go much further was to grow its economic might and wait until one of the 6 existing matriarchal dynasties fell. Still, even if the Woden dynasty fell far short of the matriarchal dynasties in terms of territory, assets and military power, it compensated for it by having an outsized cultural influence on the Hexer people. Any public statements made by the Wodens weighed as heavily as the announcements made by the Council of Matriarchs as far as most Hexers were concerned. This granted the Woden dynasty a lot of leverage in the halls of power of the Hex Federation. Right now, the mother-in-law of Vase Larkinson tried to take advantage of this in order to secure a crucial concession. Matriarch Alicia Vraken, let us put aside the pleasantries and speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel plainly. Prime Minister Constance Woden spoke to the projection in her office in the Crescent Palace. Our Glory Seekers is the only concrete connection that ties the Hex Federation to the Larkinson clan. My son-in-law may be the greatest good boy that our state has ever seen, but he has set his sights far beyond our trivial affairs. He is a mech designer who is destined to become a part of the top community of mech designers of our entire civilization. The projection of the old but wizened female leader of the powerful Vraken matriarchal dynasty began to look impatient. What are you trying to convey, Prime Minister Constance? From what I understand, you and your fellow Wodens are being left behind by your precious, Supreme Son. Constance did not deny this truth. The boy has a short attention span. Combined with his wild ambitions, his attachment to our people and state grows weaker over time. While our dynasty has put much effort into strengthening the glory seekers within his alliance, the material assistance that you and the other matriarchal dynasties have provided is not enough. We have already explained to you that we cannot recklessly transfer too many of our mechs and ships to your glory seekers. Matriarch Alicia Vraken responded, "The Friday colonies are watching us like a hawk. The more defenders we divert from our colonial state, the more we become vulnerable to Fredaman aggression. We cannot limit our thinking to this level, Matriarch." Constance retorted, "My son-in-law has become a senior mech designer now. My daughter has informed me that he can design much stronger mechs for us if he is willing to do so. As Vase Larkinson has proven himself to be a boy who treats his friends fairly, we must make a grand gesture in order to make him feel indebted to our Hex Federation." "I do not like the sound of this. Grand gestures are costly. Tell me what you have in mind." Constance Woden slightly paused before she chose to bite the bullet. "I want you to plead to the rest of your council to reassign a Hex or Ace pilot to the Glory Seekers." "Absolutely not. This is completely out of the question, Woden. Each of our saints are tasked with protecting our most vital star systems from Fredaman aggression. No matriarchal dynasty will agree to donate one of their own ace pilots in order to please a single boy, even if he has obtained the title of the Supreme Son. Our Vraken matriarch dynasty will never approve of this, and so will the other ones." Constance sighed. She already expected this response. "Please think carefully, Matriarch Alicia. Sending an ace pilot is a gesture that my son-in-law cannot possibly ignore. This is the only effective method that we can employ to restore the relevance of the Glory Seekers and prevent them from sliding into irrelevance. By reinforcing the Golden Skull Alliance to this degree, we can persuade my son-in-law to repay our generosity with another Hex or Mech Designer 3. Think about how much his work can strengthen our Hex army even further. The temporary sacrifice of a single ace pilot can strengthen the combat effectiveness of millions of mech pilots. This is a beneficial trade." The matriarch of the Vrakens looked pensive. She agreed with Constance Woden's logic, but that did not mean she was willing to pay the price. Seeing that Alicia Vraken no longer rejected the proposal as strongly as before, Constance decided to pull out a trump card. "Matriarch Alicia, I strongly suggest you take advantage of this opportunity for the good of the Vraken matriarchal dynasty. My daughter has shared many interesting stories about my son-in-law's work. What you know about him and his mechs is only the tip of the iceberg. His close relationship with not one, but two MTA factions is not a coincidence, and neither is his elevation to a Tier 6 galactic citizen. His potential is known to all of us, but that does not necessarily translate into immediate results. Respectfully, you are wrong, Matriarch. His ingenuity along with the Superior Mother's blessing has allowed him to master not just one but several methods to grow and empower both mechs and mech pilots. His methods are also effective for ace pilots and ace mechs. If you do not believe me, then let me show you a collection of footage of a number of expert mechs that he has agreed to modify in exchange for certain concessions." Once Matriarch Alicia Vraken received the footage, she began to examine it carefully. The recordings displayed the battle performance of numerous different ace mechs before and after Operation Lighthouse. From the amazing firepower of the Thunderer Mark II to the extraordinary lethality of the ace mechs of the Gemini Saints, it was clear that these top machines massively outperformed other machines of this category. The Vraken matriarch finally became sharper. Someone as old as her possessed an extensive understanding of ace mechs. The information conveyed by the footage along with the accompanying documents made it abundantly clear that the only reason why these powerful machines became much more powerful was because Vase had upgraded them in person. What was even more shocking was that Vase had a lot more secret methods at his disposal. Matriarch Alicia Vraken's opinion on the value of the Supreme Sun shifted dramatically. "Let us see what we can do. Your glory seekers cannot be allowed to fall behind," one of the 6 powerful rulers of the Hex Federation readily declared. "It may be challenging to persuade the other 5 matriarchal dynasties to weaken their defenses, but the Vrakens are more than willing to take responsibility." Constance Woden smirked. Chapter 4947 Old Master The Old Galaxy. No human referred to the Milky Way galaxy like this in the past. Humanity never actually used this stuffy name of its home galaxy that often either because there was no need to make the distinction. In the past, ancient humans only referred to the only sun as the sun, and the only moon as the moon, before they traversed the stars. They were forced to use more unique designations in order to distinguish between stars and moons. In the same way, Humans took a long time to refer to the Milky Way galaxy as the galaxy, before they expanded their reach yet again. The opening of the Red Ocean and the spread of humanity to an entirely different galaxy, if only a miniature-sized one, caused many humans to develop the need for greater differentiation. Since calling the Milky Way galaxy by this clunky name all of the time became tiresome, humans had taken to referring to it as the Old Galaxy for convenience. It was not an inaccurate name. The Old Galaxy was humanity's old haunt. Much of its stars had already been explored to death. The aliens who resided in the Milky Way in the past and present had been figured out as well. Compared to the exciting and fast-moving environment of the new frontier, the Old Galaxy practically looked like an oasis of peace and stagnation. While the Old Galaxy still hosted plenty of conflicts, it was clear that their intensity no longer reached the heights of the past. The opening of the Red Ocean served as an escape valve for many states. A huge number of ambitious, eager and combative people no longer stirred up trouble in the Old Galaxy, but instead chose to do whatever it took to emigrate to the new frontier in order to obtain much greater room for development. Did this make the people left behind in the Old Galaxy inferior? Not necessarily. The Fredamen happened to be in a special situation. They had won a massive war for control over the Komodo star sector shortly after the Red Ocean became accessible. Compared to chasing after ephemeral riches in a region of space that was unimaginably distant, most Fredamen chose to consolidate their gains in the Komodo star sector. Even if it was just a frontier star sector that was far away from any prosperous trade, there was still a lot of value in taking it over in its entirety. Enough time had passed for the Friday Coalition to overcome the initial difficulties in annexing and starting the enormous reconstruction effort of the former territories of the Hexadric hegemony. Key figures of the Friday Coalition such as Master Carmen Olsen made heavy commitments in exchange for obtaining a relatively small but extremely lucrative piece of the pie. The master mech designer who once became known as a genius for realizing her design philosophy before she became a century years old reacted with bemusement after receiving an unexpected piece of news. There is no need for you to express so much excitement at this announcement. Vase Larkinson is no longer your friend. He is still our enemy. His work has led to the deaths of many good Fredamen soldiers. You should not expose this attitude to other Fredamen. They are liable to accuse you for treachery. Oleg Vorn snorted, though he had grown up since the last time he met with Vase in person, he still couldn't help but regress whenever this topic arose. Alienating was the worst mistake our state could have ever made. Besides, no one ever asked me whether I agreed to this. I respect you a lot for teaching me all of this time, but I am no longer studying under you anymore. I have set off on my own these days. I am my own person and I can treat anyone as my friend as I like. That is a dangerous opinion to hold in this star sector. Carmen Olsen warned her graduated disciple. The younger journeyman irreverently shrugged his shoulders. Then I will pack up my bags and move to the Red Ocean like the others who want to get out of this depressing state. I swear the Friday Coalition has never been the same after winning the war. We've become so bogged down by the reconstruction effort that we never really do anything exciting with our mechs anymore. We are citizens of the Vermeer Group and the Friday Coalition. We were raised by them. We have a moral obligation to repay them. There are many priceless opportunities to establish your business and secure a strong footing in a regional mech market in this period of time. If you want to have any hope of catching up to your former brother, then you should stay put and meet the demands of your local customers. Oleg sighed. This was indeed the best possible choice for him, but that did not mean he liked it. Pretty much every mech designer of his generation faced temptation from the Red Ocean. Don't worry, Master, I am not going to abandon what I built in this star sector so easily. Vase has his clan and his mech company. I can't fall too far behind if I want to meet with him again on an equal footing. Even as he said so, Oleg felt quite uncomfortable about the fact that the young man he once knew had made such an enormous leap in progress. Just like Tristan, Oleg Vorn had received the core teachings of a master mech designer. This put him at a much higher starting point than other mech designers. The fact that Vase was able to surpass him in such a clear and undeniable manner despite lacking so much guidance was difficult to stomach. Fortunately, Oleg still looked at Vase from a favorable angle. He was happy for the other man's success. He easily accepted this outcome after he had a bit of time to adjust his mentality. Carmen Olsen stood up from her seat at her design terminal and moved closer to her disciple. She placed her hand on his shoulder. What happened to Mr. Larkinson is regrettable, but we cannot compromise our own interests in order to satisfy our baser desires. We are both limited by our allegiances. So long as we still call ourselves Fredaman, we must maintain our distance from him and other enemies of the state. Though Oleg Vorn was upset at this situation, he was not as willing to distance himself from his home state as Tristan Wesseling. The Vermeer Group was not in a good shape these days. It was still in the process of rebuilding everything it had lost in the Komodo War. It also experienced a lot of difficulties in digesting the newly conquered territories of the Hexadric hegemony. Oleg would feel guilty if he abandoned the Vermeers in their time of need. Is there any possibility that we can reconcile with Vase? Oleg asked. I mean, you managed to obtain shares in his Mech company. Even if you had to give up most of it, our state still allows you to hold whatever you have left. That is because becoming a minority shareholder of the living Mech Corporation allows our state to gain access to at least some information on Vase and the Larkinson clan's activities. Controlling these shares will also give us several means to manipulate the Larkinsons if necessary. The younger Mech designer raised his eyebrow. So you're not holding those shares because you're incredibly optimistic about his future career and want to wait until you earn a fantastic return on your investment? Master Olson shook her head. That is a low probability event. You should already be aware of that. Do not forget who I am. I have no need to profit from the success of a former apprentice who I have not been able to teach as much as I had hoped. Are you proud, though? I bet you are. No matter what people say about Vase, you helped him once. You taught him for a while and set him on the right path. He owes at least a part of his massive success to you. Sure, he may have used his talents against our state, but that is life. The female master Mech designer folded her arms behind her back and looked around. Her rebuilt design lab was better equipped than ever. She had also made a lot of progress in her research projects due to the stimulation of the Komodo War and all of the rewards she earned after the conflict had passed. Human society is turbulent, Master Olson told her discipline. It is because our race is prone to fighting against each other that there is room for Mech designers for us to exist. Colleagues who share the same passions and interests as us can become our adversaries solely because they take different sides. This may be the first time you must regard a friend as your enemy, but will not be the last. It is difficult to reverse this transformation, but it is not impossible. I sincerely hope a time will come when we do not have to treat Mr. Larkinson as our opposition anymore. That sparked Oleg's interest. The clever Mech designer derived additional meaning from her words. Are you working towards that future? It depends on my research. Olson answered. Winning the Komodo War has put the Vermeer Group and our state as a whole on a stronger footing than before. Once our people consolidate all of our gains in this star sector, a new era will begin for Fredaman Mech designers. I do not know whether I will still take part in such an era. Didn't you just tell me earlier that we need to be loyal and help the Vermeer Group and the Friday Coalition? I did, but that is not a reason for Mech designers to permanently remain attached to a state that no longer provides as much assistance to their future growth and research. Olson said, it is not forbidden for us to hold selfish desires. The people of our profession seek to make progress, and if we cannot find it in our home region, then we must look elsewhere. The younger man reacted with mild shock. In their many talks about the future, he had never heard Master Olson suggest that she might leave the Friday Coalition and settle elsewhere. Are you thinking about moving to the Red Ocean? Not necessarily, but it is a potential destination. The older woman replied, I can also find opportunities elsewhere in the old galaxy. My decision will heavily rely on the results of my current research. The greater my results, the greater my value. I hope to earn access to better opportunities in both the old galaxy and the new frontier, but only after I have helped the Vermeer Group rise from its current difficulties. I see. What if the Vermeer Group can't get out of trouble? What are you referring to, Oleg? The younger Mech designer nervously fiddled with his hands. I have been hearing more and more rumors about a possible civil war. There is a story going around that suggests that the Gage dynasty thinks it is everyone else's fault that the Sundered Phalanx suffered a massive defeat in Pima Prime. Whatever the case, the Gagers are hopping mad and they are taking it out on everyone else. Master Olson was not ignorant of this development. She possessed more information channels than most, and she also happened to play a secret role in the Battle of Pima Prime. The Gagers are engaging in theatrics as usual, Oleg. Do not believe in the rumors without applying your logic to the situation as I have taught. The Gage dynasty may have become stronger than ever, but it will lose far more than it can gain by fracturing the Friday Coalition. Not only will the dynasty lose its holdings in the Friday colonies, it will also redivide the Komodo star sector and regress it to a condition where a costly and destructive war may erupt once again. None of the coalition partners can bear this cost, especially when outside parties are waiting to take advantage of our continuing depletion of strength. Oh, you are right. Do you think that Vase will help and take our side if a civil war ever erupts? Olsen shook her head. He is more likely to derive amusement at our misfortune. Chapter 4948 Change in status. A single day after the Larkinson clan announced that their patriarch had advanced to senior, it held a lavish banquet to celebrate this historic occasion. It couldn't be helped. So many important people and organizations wanted to talk to Vase all of a sudden for one reason or another. The Larkinson clan and its various related subsidiaries became inundated with cooperation agreements and business proposals. Such a reaction was highly uncommon. This was the first time that a mech designer's promotion to the rank of senior mech designer produced an enormous change in attitude and treatment. Vase initially thought that all of those people had gone crazy, but after thinking it through, he understood why they acted this way. It was truly worthwhile for them to establish a closer relationship with Vase, or if that was not possible, the Larkinson clan as a whole. There was a difference between possessing the potential to become a big shot and being a big shot outright. There were far too many talented and well-endowed individuals who fell into the former category. Not every flashy and presumptuous punk could withstand the test of time and mature into a leader that could easily affect the lives of trillions of people. Though Vase had not yet grown to this height, he had already taken a substantial step forward. A lot of clever analysts had studied his record and examined all of the information available to the public. They even studied any intelligence collected by their respective organizations. With all of his recent gains, it became clear that even if Vase ultimately failed to reach his potential, he shouldn't be much worse. Investing in him was no longer considered a high-risk investment. In an environment that attracted a lot of profit-seeking pioneers, it made a lot of sense to make overtures to the Larkinson clan. However, the Larkinsons did not particularly welcome their overtures. The clan prized loyalty and friendship above all. It did not disdain pure transactional relationships, but it was wary of partners who possessed a lot of green but not a lot of principles. Vase had a long history of getting betrayed and stabbed in the back by fair-weather friends. In his eyes, most of the opportunists who wanted to start up a relationship with him because he showed enough value. If that was the only reason that motivated them, then Vase did not want to have anything to do with them. This was because if his enemies ever offered greater value, his friends and allies would quickly turn their faces in an instant. It was the buddies who had stuck with him when he was weaker and not that impressive that Vase valued the most. The Hexers, Glory Seekers, Crossers and certain Mechers had all earned his trust to an extent. They had either fought alongside his clan in battle or helped him overcome various other difficulties that he could never resolve on his own. Even if he had increased his status to the point where he could easily exchange all of his weaker partners for stronger ones, he did not think about it for a second. Perhaps not all of his buddies were capable of keeping up with his growth rate in the long run, but that was okay. He was not an ungrateful mech designer. He would definitely be able to give them a hand in the future. At this time, a large number of invited guests converged at a floating restaurant and club in the austere district. It cost thousands of MTA credits to rent the prestigious venue for a single evening, but the Larkinsons could easily cover the expense. Hundreds of Larkinson mechs had taken up guard positions all around the entire floating structure. The local government did not even bother to lodge a protest or do anything to stop the Larkinson army from violating a whole host of rules and fielding so many private mechs in one of the most expensive and sensitive districts of KOTOR City. In any case, if the government wasn't willing to play ball, then the Larkinson clan would just host its celebratory banquet elsewhere. This would definitely turn into an embarrassing scandal for Davut, as it would show that the Larkinsons simply did not trust the security arrangements of the Colonial Federation. As the guests started to pour into a large reception room, they soon became enthralled by the various sights. The Larkinsons converted the resplendent room into an exhibition hall that portrayed their patriarch's brilliant accomplishments over the past decade. From competing in the Young Tigers exhibition to earning first place in the Twin Weapons tournament. From getting drafted in the last Bright Vija War to playing a critical role in rescuing the trapped VIPs in the Davut 7 pocket space. From journeying into the forbidden Nixian Gap to completing several successful expeditions into the New Frontier. The mechs stole the show. Numerous projected dioramas displayed the full catalog of the Larkinson Patriarch. From showcasing his earliest third-class variants to presenting brief snapshots of his most exquisite masterwork expert mechs, the range of his works along with their meteoric rise in combat effectiveness astounded many guests. Each exhibit made it abundantly clear that Vase was not like any other mech designer. He lived a much more active life and took much more risks than usual. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. It was exactly because Vase had a penchant of making reckless decisions that made other groups reluctant to invest in him. It was only now that he managed to get past his weakest period that he became a lot more worthwhile to befriend. Every guest invited to the celebratory banquet reacted in two different ways. The glory seekers, the crossers, the adducts, the Murphys and other familiar partners all felt lucky that they had entered into a close relationship with such an impressive rising star. Compared to the past where the Larkinsons had to expend a lot of effort into forming a cooperation agreement with them, now the situation had reversed. Third parties had no chance of forming a partnership with the Larkinsons anymore. The Larkinson clan only showed a willingness to sign modest business agreements with a select number of groups. This was just to ensure that the clan would gain easier access to starships, resources, supplies and other mundane goods and services. The representatives of the companies who were willing to sign much more favorable contracts with the Larkinson clan did not get to meet with the famous Larkinson patriarch in person. There was no compelling reason to bother Vase with such trivial affairs. The Larkinson clan's Ministry of Foreign Affairs and other relevant departments had more than enough qualified personnel to manage the new relations. Unless a group was willing to gift the Larkinson clan an entire fleet carrier on the spot, there was no chance that any representative would be able to secure a meeting with Vase in person. Still, as much as Vase wanted to avoid dubious people in this time of celebration, he could not completely say no to everyone. His responsibility as the leader of the Larkinson clan obliged him to meet with a number of individuals he would rather avoid. Congratulations for attaining the rank of senior mech designer. Please accept this little token on behalf of President Unames Clive, Raina Kernsk said as she passed on a decorative box to Vase. I believe I can speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel for all Davutans that we look forward to what you will be able to present to our military in the coming months and years. Vase accepted the gift box as if he was holding a plague locked within a vial. He quickly passed it over to his personal assistant without making it seem as if he wanted to toss it into the trash chute. I am almost ready to commence work on fulfilling the first major mech design commission, he told the president's chief of staff. I have regularly met with Master Decimus Horst over the last couple of months. I learned a lot about the type of mechs that he excels at and brainstormed a lot of interesting ideas. It won't take long before I will finish a mech design proposal that your people can evaluate. If they approve of my mech design concept, I can start our new design project right away. I think it is possible to complete it within a year with the earnest cooperation of an experienced master and the full support of your state. Madame Kernsk looked satisfied with this answer. Speed is important. The sooner you complete your design, the sooner we can retool our mech factories and produce your new mech model in sufficient quantities. If we can transfer enough copies of your new and promising heavy artillery mech to our strategic planets at the border region, we can stop or at the very least delay the offensives that the Karloks will undoubtedly launch. Having gone through a mastery experience that gave him an extensive first-hand experience of how wars were fought on land, Vase gained a much greater understanding of the context and the importance of planetary campaigns. A strong heavy artillery mech that could outperform the models fielded by the opposition could make a huge difference in any war. Vase grinned at the representative of President Clive. Don't worry, I was already a productive mech designer at the journeyman stage. Now that I am a senior, I can work even faster. You will get your new heavy artillery mech in time. Once Raina Kernsk got the promise she wanted, she left with a satisfied expression. More important guests came up. The Larkinsons had carefully screened and selected them so Vase did not grow too annoyed. Congratulations on your promotion, Vase. General Hermann Forain spoke as he came up next. We have yet to go on any expeditions, but it appears that our decision to join your alliance has already paid off. The Adelaide Mercenary Company is pleased to be your friend and ally. Vase raised his eyebrow. Are you speaking on behalf of your Third Fleet or your parent organization as a whole? The latter. General Forain spoke. If not for the fact that it is not possible for the other fleets to converge on our location in the short term, I am sure that more of us would have clamored to join your expeditionary fleet. I think we already have enough mechs for the time being. Vase gently replied. With an effective strength of around 3 mech divisions, our fleet has already become incredibly large and clunky. It might be better for everyone if we think about splitting up. We can cover more locations and harvest more wealth this way. We just need to make sure that our splinter fleets are close enough to each other that any of them can quickly be reinforced if a major threat is on the way. Herman looked critical. Dispersing our fleets and mechs comes with considerable risks, Vase. Even if our fleets are located in 2 different neighboring star systems, it still takes at least a day or 2 for reinforcements to arrive. This is not a problem if our scouts can detect major threats in advance, but if our enemies manage to launch a sneak attack, it becomes extremely difficult to maintain an effective defense for such an extensive period of time. I am aware of these possibilities, my friend. I am just making a suggestion. We can discuss the details of our upcoming expedition at a later date. The 2 leaders talked a bit more about other subjects. Herman even talked about the possibility of procuring a number of Larkinson mechs. While we are not looking to break our existing contracts and overhaul our entire mech setup, we are much more open about the possibility of introducing additional living mechs in our mech roster. Herman said, "Are you interested in designing a custom mech for our mercenary company? You can treat it as a formal commission if you would like." Chapter 4949. Too Reliant Vase always had an interest in designing a powerful new mech for a specific client. These sort of commissions were fun and interesting because he could tailor his work to a much more defined target audience. However, it was not a good idea for him to accept General Herman Forain's commission right away. "I am going through a lot of changes at the moment, and I am already obliged to design a bunch of other mechs already," Vase told the leader of the Adelaide Third Fleet. "Oh, I see. Besides, I don't think we should act too hastily on this matter. My clan has yet to fight alongside your mercenary fleet outside of the Battle of the Borean Belt. I already have a decent idea on how your forces fight, but I need to observe your mechs in action further in order to figure out what sort of living mech model can best complement your existing combat approach. We always have room for lighter mechs, though I will not say no to heavy firepower either." Vase recalled that the Adelaides had a preference for mobility warfare. Getting bogged down in battles of attrition was extremely unprofitable, so the Adelaides preferred to outmaneuver their opponents. They also liked to distance themselves from enemies that were too costly to defeat. The Jeddah Sandovar of the Adelaide Third Fleet loosely matched the strategies that the mercenaries favored. The Ace Light Skirmisher was too fast to get pinned down and possessed plenty of means to isolate and disrupt its chosen prey. All of these advantages ensured that St. Marissa Lewandowski always held the initiative. Vase already came up with a few interesting ideas that might give the Adelaides an extra edge on the battlefield, but there was no hurry. If you want to dip your toes into living mechs, then I highly recommend you look into our Ferocious Piranha Mark III. It is an effective mech against all sorts of enemies, but is especially useful against aliens who aren't mentally resilient enough to withstand its disorienting glow. General Forain was familiar with this mech model. Our fleet has purchased a dozen Ferocious Piranhas. I cannot deny that they are useful, but we cannot replace all of our existing light skirmishers so easily. I understand. Their talk did not go on for too long as Vase still needed to chat with other important people. He was tempted to ask whether he could gain permission to study and tinker with the Jeddah Sandovar, but he ultimately did not voice this request. Just because he was able to do so before did not mean it was appropriate for him to drool over the Adelaide Third Fleet's trump card on a regular basis. It would be disrespectful to its existing designers to hijack the work of other mech designers. Besides, even if the Adelaides were crazy enough to give Vase free rein to the powerful Ace Light Skirmisher, he wasn't qualified to design most of its systems despite his recent promotion. Vase met and chatted with a number of other people for half an hour before it was time to enter the dining hall. The opulent restaurant that the Larkinson clan took over had not undergone too much of a makeover. Aside from hanging a lot of banners and emblems related to the Larkinson clan, the luxurious furniture and the warm decor already did a good job at turning this into a special occasion. A lot of Larkinsons as well as many guests took their seats. Not many people could sit at the main table where Vase took the seat of honor. Only the most important Larkinsons received this special honor. "Papa," little Marvane asked as he sat on his elevated child-sized chair. "Yes, my boy, what is so great about being a senior?" Vase reached out and patted his son's neatly combed brown hair. "The answer is a little too complicated for you. To put it in simple terms, a senior mech designer has proved himself to be a better mech designer in general terms. You can count on a senior to design a better mech than any journeyman, though there are exceptions. To be honest, I don't know the full answer myself. I still have to talk to the MTA in order to understand it myself. He already contacted his pals over at the MTA and scheduled a meeting later this week. He had a feeling that the Mechers would solve much of his confusion. Seniors are qualified to teach classes. Gloriana mentioned one of the most obvious changes. Your father's record and accomplishments will easily allow him to take up a teaching position at an impressive virtual school. If the first raters do not look down on him, it may even be possible for him to teach at your future university. Yay, Papa is the best teacher. Marvane squealed and enthusiastically clapped his hands. Vase chuckled and shook his head. I do not think that it is possible for you to formally enter any of my classes. It is against the rules of any decent institution. Still, it doesn't matter. Your mother and I will most assuredly teach you everything that we can pass on to you so long as you are ready. General Ark Larkinson, who sat further down the table, spoke up at this point. I am glad that our clan has gained a powerful senior, but we cannot pin all of our hopes on you. Uncle Ark said, while we can still rely on your wife and your colleagues to an extent, we do not have enough talented or promising mech designers among the younger generations. If we want our clan to become comprehensive enough to guarantee its ability to maintain its prosperity throughout the years, it is important to set up as many of our descendants for success as possible. Vase and Gloriana already understood what he meant. Big family organizations always concerned themselves with maintaining inheritances and securing their long-term stability. It was critically important that the Larkinson clan put a lot of effort into developing an unbroken chain of talents and leadership figures. Though Vase already invested enormously in the development of all of his children, it would take at least 30 to 40 years before they grew up sufficiently enough to take over his burdens. This was too long of an interval. This was why the Larkinson clan needed to develop more stopgaps that could ensure that the younger clansmen of today could step in if the older generations proved to be insufficient. Vase looked around until he spotted Michael and Xanthar Larkinson. His two former students were still apprentice mech designers, so they did not get to sit at the main table. The two young mech designers still had a lot to go before they became ready to advance to journeyman. I will pay more attention to this, Vase promised to General Ark Larkinson. I will give any Larkinson a fair opportunity to learn from me, but the premise is that they are smart and compatible enough to accept my teachings. Few mech designers and mech design students are capable of adopting a similar design style as mine. Just do the best you can. Everyone here knew that the Larkinson clan had become too reliant on Vase. This was the case from the beginning, but slowly eased as many other capable Larkinsons arose. His early advancement to senior mech designer provided a lot of new benefits to the Larkinson clan, but also had the downside of reversing the previous trend. The significance of a young senior mech designer was too great. All of this meant that the Larkinson clan would soon return to a circumstance where it could rapidly fall apart if anything happened to Vase. Although everyone recognized this problem, it was not so easy to find a solution. The only way to mitigate this vulnerability was to raise more powerful pillars for the Larkinson clan. The two most likely pillars that could help take over some of Vase's burdens were Gloriana and Ark. As long as Gloriana caught up to Vase and as long as Ark attained his long-awaited breakthrough, the clan would no longer remain stuck in a unipolar state. Vase already understood what held his dearest uncle back. To be honest, he had been waiting to advance to senior and learn the secret about expert mechs before he intended to design Ark's next battle partner. When Vase glanced towards his wife, he wasn't sure how long it would take for her to return to parity with him. It would be rather inconvenient if he designed the next batch of expert mechs without a competent collaborator by his side. He had grown too used to working together with Gloriana. She was truly an ideal design partner in many ways. It would be a tragedy if he continued to make rapid progress while his wife increasingly fell behind. Vase was all ready to help Gloriana pay for her much-desired first-class cranial implant as soon as the design department completed its current batch of expert mech designs. Dinner soon got served. Exquisite-looking clockwork bots floated to the tables and delivered the initial dishes. As the Larkinsons and the guests began to dig in, Vase continued to talk to all of the clansmen who wanted to know how his promotion changed their lives. Will you upgrade all of our expert mechs? Venerable Joshua asked as he sat next to Kedis and his children. The Everchanger has been clamoring to reach the standard of Janzi's new machine. Please upgrade the Larkinson expert mechs assigned to my Warborn division first. General Ark quickly requested. The expert mechs that remain attached to your fleet will not be subjected to as much pressure as my troops. The Larkinson expert pilots who volunteered to take part in the upcoming war will inevitably fight against their Karlok counterparts. Any upgrade can make a difference in these confrontations. This was true more or less. Given how Ark was eager to earn a lot of war merits, the Warborn were bound to fight a lot of tough battles. The mechs and expert mechs would subsequently be subjected to a lot of abuse in difficult circumstances. It wasn't just the intensity of combat that worried everyone, but also the frequency of battles. Wars between second-rate states often sparked many different battles, each of them centered around different star systems. There were hardly any circumstances where two warring states decided to take it easy and refrain from launching attacks. Vase began to frown. I am not opposed to upgrading the Riot, the Sea-Man and the other expert mechs under your command, but it will be rather difficult. Just because I have become a senior doesn't mean I can work on so many projects at once. You will have to wait for me to revise our current expert mechs in batches. Aside from that, it would be highly inconvenient for me to upgrade any existing machine in your Warborn division when our expeditionary fleet has traveled far away from Davut. I do not intend to compel the fleet to turn around and travel all the way back to the Krakatoa Middle Zone just to solve a single problem. Could you not plan out a route that will regularly swing your fleet in the vicinity of our current zone? Ark suggested. I am not asking for your fleet to come back immediately after a single call. We can arrange it so that we can still wait until you have completed all of the necessary upgrade projects. That sounds a lot more reasonable. I think we should talk further after this banquet is over. Vase did not want to deprive the Warborn of any major upgrades, but he did not want the Davut branch to shackle his fleet either. He needed to find a reasonable balance where the main branch of the Larkinson clan could support its side branches but not to the extent of turning into their slave. Chapter 4950 How to Progress Quickly Chapter 4950 How to Progress Quickly As the banquet progressed, Vase increasingly felt more gratified with the attitudes of his fellow clansmen. In the last couple of years, he always had the sense that his clan had grown too large for him to control. It was a bit difficult for many Larkinsons to continue to look up to a journeyman mech designer. The story was different now that he had become a senior mech designer. While it was not as good as attaining the rank of master mech designer, people were already accustomed to seeing seniors in positions of authority. This was because the majority of seniors tended to advance to this rank when they were in their 60s or later. Mech designers who had overcome their youth and climbed their way to this level of success were no longer young and inexperienced. They had all attained the mentality and the qualifications to assume responsibility over important duties. Even if Vase personally thought that he hadn't gotten rid of his wild and adventurous streak, he was more than happy to take advantage of the common stereotype of seniors. From the reactions of his fellow Larkinsons, he already understood that his authority within the clan had restored to its peak. It was trivially easy for him to implement his ideas. People would actively bend over in order to accommodate his request as long as it wasn't too unreasonable. Can you tell us more about the mech that ultimately triggered your breakthrough? Beatrice Hendricks curiously asked. I already have access to the basic details about the Doulahan project, but what is the most important factor that caused your design philosophy to make so much progress? You don't have to be too specific about it. I only want to learn from your example so that I can save a few years myself. Half a year had passed since Vase successfully invited one of his former competitors at the Twin Weapons tournament. Just as expected, Beatrice adapted well enough to the Larkinson clan. It did not matter whether she fully agreed with the values of the clan or its penchant for risk-taking. The huge amount of resources the clan had at its disposal was reason enough alone for the talented journeyman mech designer to feel grateful about joining this club every day. Vase figured that Beatrice Hendricks would soon be ready to get into full gear. He already had a few upcoming mech design projects in mind where she could make full use of her specialization in modular armor systems. I cannot say too much about the most promising features of the Doulahan project, he said as he gestured around the dining hall. This was anything but a suitable venue to explore sensitive and confidential topics. What I can say is that our latest completed expert mech is of great significance to my work and design philosophy. I took a gamble and implemented experimental new tech that is not proven to be safe. While I am sure that I have broken a lot of ethical rules in the process, the benefits are also obvious. It is only through bold experimentation that I have been able to become a senior so quickly. The laymen around the table all nodded as if the entire story made sense, but the mech designers weren't so easily fooled. Gloriana and the others started to frown. Forgive me for saying so, but you are contradicting yourself. Meryl O'Brien spoke up. Testing untested and highly unsafe design applications is a good way to crash your career. It only takes one deadly accident to force the MTA into censuring you. Mech designers such as us are supposed to serve mech pilots to the best of our ability, and an important part of our duty is to prioritize their safety. How can we make persistent progress when we constantly subject our own clients and customers to unnecessary risks? That was indeed a persistent problem with Vess's work. He had few compulsions about holding back and constantly wanted to play around with new ideas. That admittedly caused him to develop a lot of bad habits that he found difficult to shake. Everyone stared at him in order to hear his answer to this crucial issue. Vase could already tell that his status as a senior would incur serious damage if he did not provide a satisfactory answer. My attitude towards innovation is different from most of you, he began. It is a bit complicated to explain, but the short version of it is that I recognize that there are already lots of mech designers who are busy with helping mech pilots by developing conventional solutions. I feel no need to follow the crowd because my work won't make that much of a difference anyway. You would rather kill yourself than become a generic mech designer, Gloriana said in a familiar tone. Just so, Vase grinned. I have chosen to tread my own path and pioneer an entirely new field of mech design. This has been incredibly rewarding to me so far, but what few people know is that I have to make a lot of difficult decisions on how to proceed. If I slow down and conduct proper studies all of the time, then I would have still been stuck as a journeyman. Innovation comes at a price, but I have always made sure that the users of my product understand the dangers of benefiting from my latest work. I laid out all of the possible risks and rewards to Venerable Xianxia so that she could make an informed choice. In no way did I ever deceive or coerce her into playing along with my experiments. Was it worth it to cooperate with Vase on the Doulahan project, Xianxia? Venerable Tusa asked his fellow expert pilot. Yes. Many people reacted with surprise. Everyone knew that Xianxia had a lot of disagreements with Vase. To hear her support his reckless decisions was a bit difficult to accept. Are you serious? The female expert pilot crossed her arms. What do you want me to say? I was desperate. Okay. My old shield of Samar has died, but Vase promised to deliver a new expert mech that is at least somewhat related to my old battle partner. He has satisfied this condition and more. I was only able to interface with my brand new expert mech for a short time, but I can already tell you that my machine has become unbreakable in my hands. She spoke her words with so much confidence that she painted Vase as a powerful mech designer who could make any dream come true. Vase smirked. Do you know that when Xianxia interfaced with the Doulahan project for the first time, her resonance strength jumped by more than 50%? What? That's impossible. This provoked a huge reaction from numerous people, but especially among the Larkinson expert pilots. They all understood how difficult it was to grow their resonance strength and reduce the distance to advancing to ace pilot. The expert pilots had already been aware that Xianxia had just surpassed the threshold to mid-tier expert pilot, which was normally around 20 laveres. For her to exceed 30 laveres when she hadn't been piloting any expert mechs at all in the past year sounded absurd. The only reasonable explanation why Xianxia managed to make so much progress was because of her new expert Space Knight. This was the only variable that made sense. More than a few Larkinson expert pilots began to stare at Vase as if he was a juicy morsel. It made him feel slightly uncomfortable. He quickly raised his palm. Whoa whoa whoa, slow down everyone. Each of you should know about Xianxia's close attachment to the Shield of Samar. Since the Doulahan project is my attempt at creating a successor mech, this partial reunion evoked a strong emotional reaction. That shouldn't be enough of a reason. Joshua said. True, the Doulahan project has other qualities that can explain why Xianxia has made a huge jump in resonance strength. I even think it will continue to accelerate her progress over the coming years. Naturally, this caused every expert pilot to request the same treatment. Venerable Rosa Orphan banged her fist against the table. How soon will you be able to upgrade our own expert mechs with this fantastic new tech? I can't wait to get stronger. That is not a simple matter, Rosa. The specific solution that Xianxia is benefiting from can be incredibly powerful, but the demands are also high. You may not be willing to pay the price to enjoy a serious boost. I will brief you on this in a more private setting as soon as I am done with testing Xianxia's new expert mech. The Larkinson expert pilots had no choice but to drop the matter. There were too many foreign guests in the banquet hall and several of them must undoubtedly be able to eavesdrop on the discussion. As they continued to enjoy the meals, the Larkinsons continued to chat about different topics, though not many of them were particularly important. Director Rania Woden broke that pattern by asking an important question. In the past, you said that you were thinking about expanding the Larkinson army with a biomech-oriented legion. Now that you have become a senior, do you still have plans to do so, sir? Vase firmly nodded. I haven't changed my mind on this issue, but I am not in a hurry to add such a big and complicated piece to our clan. I fully understand that it is not a simple matter to disrupt our current pattern and add a lot of infrastructure related to biomechs. It would be ideal if we can absorb an existing biomech outfit into our clan. Most of our mech legions came about in the same way. It is always easier to start with an existing foundation than make one from scratch. Many people nodded in agreement, though not everyone felt easy about fighting alongside icky and disgusting biomechs. They were just too weird for people who had spent decades of their lives working alongside pure metal war machines. With the current strength and status of our clan, I believe it will not be particularly difficult to acquire such a unit. General Verl opined. That is true, General, but if the only solution to get what I want is to throw a lot of money at the problem, I would have obtained what I wanted a long time ago. What I am truly looking for is a group of strong but more importantly trustworthy biomech pilots. If they cannot be as trustworthy, pardon, madam. Gloriana's expression turned coy. Our expeditionary fleet will receive the protection of 3 ace as the likes of the Sword Maidens or the Penitent Sisters, then I would rather not take the risk of turning an unstable element into one of the core protectors of our clan. There aren't viable candidates in the Davut region. Although Davut had grown into an enormous trade hub over the years, it was not a particularly friendly or accommodating site for biomechs and large-scale biotechnology. There was too little infrastructure to accommodate biomechs. Any pioneering fleet that heavily relied on biomechs would constantly suffer headaches when they needed to replenish their organic supplies and order large batches of replacement biomachines. If Vase wanted to complete this particular goal, he would have to bring his fleet to another colony or state that embraced biotechnology to a greater degree. In other words, he had to find the Red Ocean version of the Life Research Association. Such settlements were rare but not unheard of in the New Frontier. The real challenge was to persuade a good enough biomech outfit to join the Larkinson clan. I do not think we have the ships, personnel and room to integrate a large biomech legion in our fleet. General Verl cautiously said, I think it is best that we focus on profiting from our expeditions for the time being. We are not too short on mechs and we are traveling in the company of many strong allies. With 2 ace mechs watching over our fleet, we can shrug off most threats in the Torald Middle Zone. 3 ace mechs. Gloriana spoke up all of a sudden. Pardon, madam. Gloriana's expression turned coy. Our expeditionary fleet will receive the protection of 3 ace mechs. You see, my mother has just informed me that the Vraken matriarchal dynasty just agreed to temporarily transfer one of its precious saints to the Glory Seekers. The entire table fell silent for a few seconds before Calabast expressed her shock. What? Chapter 4951 Poison Chalice Chapter 4951 Poison Chalice Gloriana most definitely dropped a bomb during the celebratory banquet. The addition of another powerful ace mech meant that the upcoming expeditions would become even more secure. Although the Golden Skull Alliance still wouldn't be able to match the combat strength of the temporary coalition organized by the Gemini family back then, it was more than enough to guarantee everyone's security under ordinary circumstances. The likelihood of earning a huge profit increased by another margin while the risks became less severe. Even if the other alliance partners had to allocate a greater share of the loot to the previously unimpressive Glory Seekers, they readily accepted this change because an extra ace mech could save a lot of lives when encountering a setback. Those Hexers are awful people. They're the least likable people in this alliance. Who cares how much they hate men? They can keep their stupid ideology to themselves. I only care about whether they will cover my back in a fight. The Glory Seekers might be crazy, but they have always been reliable on the battlefield. What sort of ace mech do you think the Hexers will send to us? I hope we can get a ranged machine like the Mars. We can't let those alien battleships attack us from a distance with impunity. As the news spread through the dining hall and beyond, the entire Golden Skull Alliance became excited because of the news. The most ecstatic people of all were the Glory Seekers themselves. For many years, the absence of strong or capable leaders such as Patriarch Vase Larkinson, Patriarch Reginald Cross and Master Benedict Cortez had caused the Glory Seekers to become increasingly less important in the Alliance. Hexers such as Marshal Ariadne Woden and Venerable Brutus Woden lacked the prestige and accomplishments to lift up the status of the Glory Seekers. If not for the fact that the Glory Seekers possessed the ability to employ battle formations in combat, it was doubtful that they would still be taken seriously by the Larkinsons and the Crossers. Due to these developments, the balance of power continued to tilt away from the special troop regardless of the active support provided by the Hex Federation. This trend became even worse after the recent entry of the Adelaide Third Fleet and the Bouget family. Our Glory Seekers aren't as pathetic as before. Unlike the other alliance partners, our group enjoys the backing of an entire colonial state that is comparable to Davut. We can receive a lot more support if not for the fact the Fredaman are keeping an eye on the Hex Federation. The Superior Mother has blessed our expedition. The surprise addition of a Hexer Saint instantly reversed the downward trend of the Glory Seekers. Every member of this group instantly felt reinvigorated. Whoever the Hex Federation sent, fighting in the presence of a Hexer Saint massively boosted their confidence. Several hours went by as the party became more festive and boisterous throughout the evening. Vase and his little family did not stay for long. They boarded their shuttle and returned to their royal mansion in the Cat Nest. Once Vase and his wife put their tired but giggling kids to bed, they retreated to one of their living rooms in order to talk in further detail about the latest development. Gloriana had not talked much about the offer of the Hex Federation during the celebratory banquet. It was not a suitable venue to talk in depth about matters directly related to the security of the Golden Skull Alliance. The married couple hadn't bothered to change out of their evening wear. Vase still wore his ceremonial Larkinson-themed tuxedo while his wife looked elegant in her black dress. They both sat down on different couches while cats hopped onto their laps. Meow meow Tilda, Lucky playfully rolled onto Gloriana's body and begged for pets. The woman obliged and idly scratched the gem cat's sensitive ears. Before you ask, this isn't my idea. Gloriana started. My mother came up with it first. She is so smart. It is not that the Hexers did not value you before, but that it was difficult to extend so much trust to a journeyman, even if you are the Superior Mother's son. Your early breakthrough to senior has managed to convince even the most skeptical and prudent Hexer leaders to invest in you. Does that not sound fantastic? Our Glory Seekers have become our greatest protectors during our upcoming travels. Forget about Patriarch Reginald Cross and his uncontrollable warlust. Our Hexer ace pilots will never leave us to fend for ourselves. Vase still hadn't overcome his shock at the news. He leaned back as Gloriana continued to unleash a stream of words from her mouth. Meow, meow. Fortunately, Clixie held to ground his emotions by resting on his lap and allowing him to pet her luxuriously soft fur. The cat began to purr like an engine, causing Vase to relax as if he was being hypnotized. No matter what the Hexers were up to this time, Vase had no reasons to fear them at this time. I haven't paid close attention to the Hex Federation as of late, but I know damn well that every ace pilot is a strategic weapon to the colonial state. The absence of just one of them will have massive consequences to the security of the Hexer people. Why are the Hexers willing to go this far to help our alliance? His wife continued to smile at her husband. Because of you, my dear. Be serious. I don't believe the Hexers or at least their highest leaders have lost so much rationality that they are willing to make a losing transaction. Who says they will lose out by sending us an ace mech? Gloriana replied, according to my mother, the matriarchal dynasties have agreed to lend one of their ace pilots and ace mechs to the Glory Seekers on a temporary basis. The exact duration will depend on several factors, but it should typically be around a year. In order to ensure that the Hexer ace pilots and ace mechs can quickly join our expeditionary fleet or return to the Hex Federation, they shall be carried by the state's fastest and most modern superdrive-equipped combat carriers. That sounded incredibly convenient. The fastest superdrives could complete a single transition up to 100 times faster than an ordinary FTL drive. While Vase did not think a second-rate colonial state such as the Hex Federation could harness such, Gloriana grinned at him. You are almost right, as expected of my husband. The contract that the Hex Federation wants to sign with you will essentially spell out a transaction. To put in plain words, an exaggerated speed, it should be no problem for a superdrive starship to complete a journey in weeks instead of months. The only major concern was ambushes, but it was impossible for them to succeed. A superdrive starship was too fast and could quickly reach any obscure star system. Even if it was possible to pull off an ambush, the ace mech stationed on the vessel could easily demolish any obstacles in the way. As such, the risks for this exchange were not as great as Vase initially thought. The mention of a rotation caused Vase to become suspicious, though. Why would the matriarchal dynasties bother to rotate their most important trump cards? His powerful mind rapidly considered many different suggestions before he stumbled upon a possible answer. He almost stood up. Wait, are the Hexers expecting me to upgrade their ace mechs with whatever I can slap onto their powerful frames? Gloriana grinned at him. You are almost right, as expected of my husband. The contract that the Hex Federation wants to sign with you will essentially spell out a transaction. To put in plain words, each matriarchal dynasty is willing to lend an ace pilot and ace mech to the glory seekers in turn. The implication is that these loaned aces will protect us and support our initiatives. If that is not enough, the matriarchal dynasties also grant us full access and permission to examine and modify their ace mechs. As long as we can prove that our alterations will improve the combat effectiveness of these powerful machines, we can do anything we want. What? Meow. Vase couldn't calm down at this point. Every ace mech represented a concentration of a state's best design work. Only the most proven and capable master mech designers were allowed to implement their most powerful design solutions that demanded the most expensive materials in order to develop mechs that could decide the fortunes of their entire state. Each of them contained so much brilliance that Vase could harvest a lot of lessons and inspirations from examining their frames. The benefits of modifying the ace mechs were even greater. Vase could apply all kinds of different design applications and see how well they amplified the performance of these top machines. This not only allowed him to accrue valuable experience in working with some of the most high-end mechs that he could get in touch with, but also boost the top-end combat power of the expeditionary fleet by a significant margin. His eyes widened yet again, thinking about how he could employ certain solutions to quickly increase the combat power of ace mechs quickly caused him to recognize what the Hexers truly sought. I see now. Those matriarchal dynasties aren't lending out their ace mechs to us for free. They want us to turn them into living mechs so that I can empower them with blessed weapons. Once these powerful Hexer ace mechs that no doubt incorporate a lot of transphasic tech are able to channel the power of the Phase King, they can practically beat up any Fredaman ace mech. The amplification provided by blessed weapons couldn't be overstated. Powerful ace mechs such as the Thunderer Mark II and the Embodiment of Love became several times deadlier after their formidable ranged armaments gained the capacity to punch through much tougher defenses than before. Applying this powerful design solution to a single ace mech could already made a substantial difference in the long-running conflict between the Fredaman and the Hexers. If this arrangement continued to persist for a decade, then so many Hexer ace mechs would gain such a massive edge over their Fredaman counterparts that the entire Megare middle zone might get upended. Do you know what will happen if I agree to this deal? Sure, our fleet will benefit from a lot more high-end protection than before, but the Hex Federation will eventually build up a lot of blessed and empowered ace mechs that those stupid women will not be able to resist the urge to launch a full assault on the Friday colonies. Billions of people will suffer. Lots of ace mechs will fall due to our actions. The Hexers will put their entire future on the line because they have no fallback option at this point. Gloriana's grin grew wider as her husband kept speaking. None of this sounded distressing to her ears. Exactly. It may be difficult for the Hexers to destroy the Friday Coalition back in the old galaxy, but the Hex army should easily be able to overrun the Friday colonies. Just as the Fredaman once used the disparity between expert mechs to their advantage, the Hexers shall use the disparity between ace mechs to eliminate the enemy's greatest protectors. The remaining Fredaman soldiers will despair as they will have nothing left to keep our superior Hexer ace mechs in check. It is because of this dream that all of the Hexer matriarchal dynasties have agreed to this special arrangement. The Vraken matriarchal dynasty have agreed my mother's proposal first, so its ace mech shall have the honor of becoming our first exchange pilot. Quote. Vase didn't know how to respond. The deal sounded like a fantastic win-win cooperation at first. His expeditionary fleet gained a powerful thug while the Hex Federation slowly built up a huge advantage in high-end combat power. However, once the Hexers dramatically made use of the advantages bestowed by Vase, he would no doubt attract a huge amount of attention, and not all of it would be good. If Vase could massively amplify the combat power of the ace mechs of the Hex Federation, then what about the Colonial Federation of Davut? What about all of the first-class colonial states that seek to become empires of their own in the new frontier? What about all of the powerful mechers that Vase could not resist? The amount of attention and trouble he would incur far exceeded the benefit of having a powerful ace mech at his disposal. This proposal sounded like a poisoned chalice.